Knowledge, Ocho said, causing Jun to sigh in relief. He was confident in 3 of those categories. However, one category glared at him, knowing he wouldn't know shit about it. In ancient Egyptian mythology, who was the god of the sun? 60 seconds were seen on the clock. Ocho frowned in confusion, raising his hands. Yes, Kim-sen asked. Where are the choices? Ocho asked. Kim-sen chuckled. There are no choices, young man. This is an identification problem. The audience murmured among themselves. None of them seemed to know the right answer. They also wondered how this mythology question was under general knowledge. It was clear that it wasn't something you would encounter in real life. Without the choices, the contestants were compelled to make intelligent guesses. Ocho wrote, Osiris, hoping it would be the right answer. Meanwhile, Chul continued looking at Jun as he relaxedly wrote his answer. Chul shook his head. Now that the choices were gone, it was most likely Jun was going to be eliminated. In the end, his luck will definitely run out. Raise your boards, Kim-sen exclaimed. The remaining 8 contestants raised their boards, most of them unsure of their answers. RA. Chul chuckled, reading Jun's answer. What the hell is RA? However, his eyes quickly widened when he saw Zibo's answer right next to Jun's. I'm only seeing 3 right answers here, Kim-sen said, biting his lip. The correct answer is RA. Jun smiled, nodding in satisfaction. Chul's mouth dropped to the ground with how shocked he was. Jae-young and 7, 2, couldn't believe their eyes. Well, it seems like we have our top 3, Kim-sen excitedly said. Honey, the ever-beautiful member of Exit. Zibo, the smart dancer of Morph 3D. And Jun, the captivating center of Eve. Number 330. Chapter 330 Chinese History. It's starting. It's starting. Akira excitedly exclaimed when the intro of Quiz God was finally shown. Quiz God. Quiz God. Who's smart and who's dumb? Jisung and Rin excitedly sang to the tune. I still can't believe that's the real theme song. Casper chuckled, popping popcorn in his mouth. Sehun took the initiative to cook some popcorn for the boys as they all gathered to watch the anticipated show that Jae-young and Jun joined. It was the very last variety show they were waiting for to air. Forgetting Sisters and Idol Space aired in one day in different time slots, and the members also watched them together. The members who joined the aforementioned variety shows made a good impression on its audience. Akira definitely made a huge mark on the show, having most of the screen time among the guests. His crazy personality became more apparent, and the editors seemed to like his unhinged comments. Meanwhile, the 3 members who went on Idol Space trended on Naval because of their handsome looks. In short, even if their song had fallen down from the top 5 of the Durian charts, they were still sitting pretty at the 7th spot because of the members' efforts on those 2 variety shows. However, even after these 2 shows had aired, it couldn't be denied that the group was the most excited for Quiz God. Are you still not going to spoil the show? Akira asked Jae-young. Jae-young shook his head, focusing his eyes on the TV. Zeth groaned in frustration. You've been keeping it to yourself since last week. Chul isn't saying anything, too. I almost messaged Ocho about the outcome of the show, but I held myself back because I didn't want my pride getting hurt. Rin clicked his tongue. For real. What happened during the show? You 2 were silent the moment you came back from filming. It was tiring, Jun nonchalantly said. There were too many rounds. Jae-young chuckled and nodded in agreement. Akira scoffed. For all I know, the 2 of you are just ashamed you were eliminated in the first round. Come on, tell your dearest members. We promise we won't judge you, he smiled. Jun raised his eyebrows in suspicion. Akira chuckled. All right, maybe we'll laugh a tiny bit, but it's just some friendly teasing. It's not going to be serious. Jun shook his head. Just watch the show. His teammates collectively sighed before turning to the television. I'm here for Jun. Jun's probably not going to make it too far. That boy is talented, but I've seen his grades. You're right. But hey, at least we're being graced with Eve's handsome faces. The show finally started, and Jae-young felt his heart pumping like it did. Back on the actual filming set of Quiz God. Surprisingly, the other members stayed silent as they watched the show. After the first question was asked, Akira was surprised to see that his teammates passed with flying colors. You got lucky, he nudged Jae-young's shoulders. It's actually related to our title track. Yeah, I was really lucky, Jae-young said. I was lucky up until the 7th question. His members' eyes widened with Jae-young's short spoiler. You made it that far? Akira asked with wide eyes. His teammates almost couldn't believe it. Jae-young really made it to 7 full rounds. However, what was more shocking was that Jun was actually doing better than most of the participants. Bro, Jisung nudged his shoulder. You look really smart. Jae-young smirked as he looked at his teammates' bewildered faces. He, too, was in a similar state when he watched the show live. At this point of the show, there were only 3 contestants left, and one of them was Jun. What is this? I thought Jun and I were both dumb. I can't believe he got to the top 3. I'm not sure whether this is luck or something, but it's very impressive. It's definitely not luck. You should watch Rising Stars. He's a famous black kitty. I'm actually not familiar with these idols, but I might give the show a watch. This episode is so entertaining for some reason. There were 4 categories left on the board. Zibo smirked as he glanced at his competitors. Chinese history, he said with confidence. Honey visibly sighed in disappointment, while Zibo remained looking victorious. Clips of the audience were shown while the assistant pulled out the question. It's over, a middle-aged man said. It would have been fun to watch a showdown, but I guess the show ends here, another said. Zibo's Chinese, right? The other 2 are Korean. I feel like the winner is already decided. Zibo once again glanced at Jun. He couldn't help but want to show off to the pink-haired idol. When they performed at the Abracadabra Festival, their performance was completely overshadowed by Eve's performance. Because of their technical difficulty that turned into a perfect harmony, Zibo felt like Morph 3D lost their chance to trend on Navel. So, he wanted to get back at Eve's center in some kind of way. Zibo expected Jun to be taken aback. However, he was surprised to see Jun's nonchalant expression. All throughout the game, he found it pretty hard to read Jun. He also wasn't sure whether the Oilers' identity incident was just a wild guess, but Zibo knew he was unbeatable in this area. For Zibo, a question about Chinese history was something he could only answer. Meanwhile, Jun tried his hardest not to show an evil smile. First, it would scare off the audience. Second, it would show that he was actually happy with the chosen category. He was praying in his mind for it to be chosen, and it seemed like his prayers had been granted. He loved Chinese history. Let's see the question, Kim Sen announced. The members of Eve held their breaths. Although they couldn't believe that Jun made it this far, they also rooted for their fellow teammate. Everyone knows that Beijing is China's capital, but it was not a capital for a long period before. Which 3 dynasties was it a capital of? Write the answer in chronological order. Zibo confidently wrote the answer without even thinking for a second. Out of the 3 finalists, it was obvious that Honey struggled the most. She was proficient and confident in all the other categories except for this one, and Zibo just had to choose it. It was a good run, my Jun. It definitely ends here. Zibo's confidence can't be defeated. He's got this one in the bag. Jun wrote slowly, not wanting to give anything away. They were only given 30 seconds for the question, so it passed by in a blink of an eye. Let go of your pens, Kim Sen smiled. Let's reveal the answers one by one. Let's start off with Honey, he said. Honey pursed her lips before showing her whiteboard, shaking her head in disappointment. The audience murmured among themselves as they saw the blank board. Jun subtly shook his head as he looked at their disappointed faces. Jun would like to see them do better than Honey. I'm sorry, my dear, Sen apologetically said. This is the end of your journey in Quiz God. Do not fret. We will give you some goodies before you go since you made it into the top 3. Honey bowed. Thank you for giving me this great opportunity. It was really fun, she said despite her disappointment. Kim Sen nodded in acknowledgement before turning to the 2 boys left on the seats. And then, there were 2, he said. Player Zibo, please raise your board. Yuan Ming Qing. Jun looked at Zibo's board and internally cursed. Meanwhile, Kim Sen nodded in approval. As expected, he said. You got it correct, Zibo. Now, if Jun gets this question wrong, Zibo will automatically take the crown. However, if Jun manages to get it right, we're going to conduct the showdown. The members of Eve were enthralled by the show. There's no way, Zeth muttered under his breath. Did you get it wrong this time? Akira nervously asked. Jun, for the first time in the night, appeared to be in distress. His eyes darted everywhere, and his fingers fidgeted on top of the table. Player Jun, please raise your board. With a wavering gaze, Jun hesitantly raised his board. Number 331. Chapter 331 finalist. Jun could still remember what he felt right at that moment. He thought he was seeing things. However, when a bald man wearing an all-pink uniform passed by behind the audience. Jun couldn't stop his heart from racing. His eyes tried to follow the man. However, it seemed like he disappeared in a split second. Could it be? Jun. Kim-san repeated, snapping Jun out of his daze. Please raise your board. Jun pursed his lips and decided to let it go at that moment. Even though the man strangely looked like Mr. Clint, he still had a show to film. Zibo smirked by his side, almost certain that he was going to win the show. Everyone seemed to hold their breaths as Jun raised his board. Zibo, too, adjusted his position so he could see Jun's answer clearly. Yuan Ming Qing. A buzzing sound was heard in the room, followed by murmurs of surprise. Akira nearly slapped Jun's face but held back and lightly pushed his shoulder again. How the hell do you even know that? He incredulously asked. I learned it, Jun said. Where? Seth asked. I don't recall having those kinds of subjects in school. Maybe you just weren't listening, Jun deadpanned. All right, this is getting out of hand. Maybe this isn't luck after all. It hasn't been luck for a while, but who the hell exposed Jun's grades? They were definitely lying. My boy is smart. Is there anything Jun can't do? Zibo's jaw dropped. Even the eliminated contestants couldn't believe what they were watching. Kay and Faye looked at each other with wide eyes, feeling a bit ashamed that they had called Jun dumb just a while ago. Who were they calling dumb? Jun was more of a genius. Ocho clicked his tongue, while Seven gazed at Jun with sparkling eyes. So cool, he whispered. Seven then turned to Jae-young and squeezed his shoulders. Ow, what? Jae-young asked, snapping out of his amazement. Can you give me Jun's number? Jae-young suspiciously narrowed his eyes at the younger idol. Why? I think he just became my idol, Seven smiled. Jae-young chuckled and shook his head. It seemed like Jun gained yet another fan. Jisung will have a field day with this one. As expected, the crew didn't miss to include the clip on the actual show, causing Jisung to frown. Are you guys close now? Jisung asked, turning to Jun. Jun shrugged. I gave him my number. Jisung pursed his lips before crossing his arms in front of his chest. Akira chuckled and patted their youngest member's head. Don't worry, G. I won't cheat on you, Akira seriously said. Jisung stared him in the eyes. I don't care if you do. Akira gasped as he looked at Jisung with betrayal. Shoo, Casper said. It's getting good. They turned their attention back to the screen. Now, Zibo and Jun were asked to sit on the showdown table, where they were now facing each other with the quiz god sitting right in the middle. It's been a while since the showdown table was used. I bet the ratings are soaring at this point. For the first time, I caved into my mom's request to watch Quiz God. I always thought it was pretty boring. But then, I saw Jun. Now, I'm a new fan. My mom's slowly turning into one, too. Zibo's going to win anyway. I'm still not sure whether Jun is smart or not. You guys are just in denial at this point. Someone's grades don't fully reflect their intellect. Maybe Jun was just a busy trainee back then. The two sat, locking gazes as the music in the background intensified. 2 smoke screens were in front of them, making the setting more thrilling. After 3 weeks, we're back to the showdown table. I've missed being here, Kim-san started off. Since it has been a while, let me brief you on the mechanics. Every round, we will play rock, paper, scissors to determine who can choose the category. The categories won't be reset, so the ones left on the screen will be used. However, you can choose one category multiple times. Jun pursed his lips. There was still one category in the roster he wasn't confident in. Every question is equivalent to 1 point. Instead of writing down the answer, press the button before you and say the answer. You will be given 10 seconds to answer, and if you fail to give the correct answer during this time, your opponent will automatically get the chance to answer. The first person who scores 3 points will be declared as the quiz king, and they'll be taking home $1,000. Jun's eyes brightened with the mention of the prize money. Zibo, too, became even more fired up. Let us start with the very first question. The 2 boys laid out their fists to play rock, paper, scissors. Jun pursed his lips in frustration as his scissors were completely obliterated by Zibo's rock. Si-hoon let out a chuckle. You really have no luck, he said. Let's go with another general knowledge question, he said. General knowledge. Kim-sen exclaimed. Here it is. Who was the first human to journey into space? Zibo pressed the buzzer before Jun could comprehend. The question. Neil Armstrong, Zibo confidently answered. Ah, that was so easy, Akira exclaimed. I could have gotten that in a split second. Idiot, Jae-young muttered under his breath. Neil Armstrong, Kim Sen said. Unfortunately, that answer is incorrect. Jun, you are given the chance to answer. What? Seth exclaimed. It's not Neil Armstrong. My whole life has been a lie. Jun leaned closer to the microphone. Yuri Gagarin. The smoke screens exploded, signifying that Jun had given the correct answer. Who the hell is that? Akira asked. Jun leaned back against his seat. The first person in space is Yuri Gagarin. Neil Armstrong was the first person on the moon, he said. Akira looked at him with wide eyes. Omo, you're really smart. Zibo pursed his lips as the people rejoiced at Jun's correct answer. At the start, it felt like he had more people rooting for him. However, now, the cheers for Jun were similar to those for a concert. Let's play another round, Kim Sen excitedly announced. As expected, Jun lost this round of rock, paper, scissors, too, causing his members to laugh at his dejected expression being shown on screen. However, they quickly turned serious as Zibo thought of a category to pick. At this point, everybody was holding their breaths. This was definitely one of the most exciting episodes Quiz God had put out. However, Zibo decided to be an absolute shit and pick English for the next 2 rounds. As a result, he was now leading with 1 point. Bro, why aren't you pressing the buzzer? Rin frustratedly asked. The answer was simple. Jun simply didn't know the answer. Before he could even read the question, Zibo had already pressed the buzzer. Reading the unfamiliar English letters was difficult for Jun, so he lost those 2 points really quickly. For the 3rd round, Zibo once again won the rock, paper, scissors game. Damn, Akira said. Will you win even 1 round of this? No, Jun blatantly said. Let's go with another English question, Zibo said. Jun sighed in frustration while Zibo smirked. It seemed like he had finally found Jun's weakness. This is quite difficult, Kim Sen said, making the audience grow nervous. This is actually a special question. The whiteboards made their way to the 2 finalists, causing them to frown. The spelling must be correct for it to be considered right, Kim Sen said. However, you will be given 30 seconds for this particular question. If you both answered correctly, then the first person who raises the board will take the point. Well, shit, Jun said in his mind. If player Zibo answers correctly, then he wins this week's title of Quiz King. Jun held his breath as Kim San read the next question. Who collaborated with Karl Marx to produce the Communist Manifesto? Number 332. Chapter 332 Angels. The question was familiar, very familiar, in fact. Then it hit him. The Paripo box that Amira gave him. The exact same question was printed on top of the box. Jun quickly glanced at Zibo and saw he was also struggling to find the right answer. Then, he glanced at the timer, watching as it started ticking. He remembered the man's first name. Friedrich. He quickly wrote it down. However, he could only vaguely remember his last name since Akira took away the Paripo box from him just as he was about to finish reading it. Shoot, what was it again? Angels. Friedrich Angels. So, Amira was saying he was an angel? But he hasn't done anything kind to her at all. Alright, back to the show. Jun was about to write it on the whiteboard, but stopped when he suddenly felt unsure. Angels, he muttered under his breath. How the hell do you write that in English again? Jun was sure he would have written it without hesitation if it weren't for the timer ticking in the background. However, as much as he didn't show it, he felt pressured because of everybody's eyes watching him. From the very start, Jun knew he would be able to make it far with his current knowledge. However, he never expected to reach as far as the finale. Jun concealed his knowledge in the beginning since he knew that Chul most likely thought this would tarnish his reputation to some degree. Jun thought Chul was finally tamed after the toe-sucking incident, but it seemed like their manager still hadn't learned his lesson. Maybe Jun has to teach him a lesson. He was getting off topic again, so he pinched his forearm to focus his attention back to the show. As the timer reached the 10-second mark, Jun quickly wrote down what he felt was the right spelling of the word, angels. Time's up, Kim Sen exclaimed. Jun raised his head and didn't realize that Zibo had already raised his board. Zibo had raised his board first. However, his answer, Adam Smith, is incorrect. If Jun gets this right, then we have one last question. Jun glanced at Jae-young, feeling a bit doubtful with his answer. Nonetheless, he raised his board. Friedrich Engels. That is correct, Kim San loudly exclaimed, and the audience erupted in the loudest applause of the night. Their showdown was more thrilling than expected, and the show quickly rose in the ratings, pleasing even the producers. You even know about that? Akira exclaimed, staring at the TV with wide eyes. You're not just smart. You're a genius, aren't you? Jun stayed silent. He was proud of all his other answers. However, after getting home that night and searching for the actual spelling of angels, he felt quite ashamed. It's down to our last question, Kim-sen exclaimed. However, before we get to it, he said, building anticipation, I have a special announcement for everyone in the room. As you all know, the holidays are coming in. With less than 3 weeks left for the year, we have decided to conduct a special. The next 2 episodes will highlight the specials of the entire year. And for the very last episode of 2023, we're going to have a special episode, an all-star episode. With all the winners from this year, Kim-sen announced. Jun's teammates turned to him with wide eyes. Don't tell me. You're actually going to join the special? Ren asked. When's the filming? Seth asked. December 26th, Jae-young answered. They said it off camera. Just in time for our break, too. We don't have any schedules for that day, right? Ren excitedly asked. You better win this one, bro. Akira said, already engrossed with the show. Going back to the last question, Kim-san said. It has already been determined by our panel of experts. Thus, there will be no rock, paper, scissors for this round. However, I am going to give you the question type. It's going to be an all-enumeration question. One must enumerate all answers included in the question to get the point and win the title of this week's Quiz King. Jun nodded, but it seemed like there was something lingering in his mind. December 26th, huh? Zibo leaned closer to his buzzer, preparing himself to answer. Here's the question. What are the 5 states of matter? 5 states. Aren't there 3 states only? Bro, it was only 3 states when I was in 3rd grade. Did they upgrade it now? Oh gosh, I forgot the 5th one. At least you still know the 4th one. Zibo quickly pressed the buzzer. Solid, liquid, gas, plasma, and... Zibo paused for a while, feeling a bit rushed. He knew of the 5th state of matter, but he couldn't recall it in the back of his head. Kim-san started counting down, causing Zibo to bite his lip in anxiety. Time's up. The turn automatically goes to Jun, he said, turning to the nonchalant trainee. At that moment, there was a lot going on inside Jun's mind. December 26th. I bet you know this. You definitely know this, Akira exclaimed. Jun. Kim-sen called his name, causing Jun to focus. His eyebrows lightly furrowed, making him look more handsome under the stage lights. I'm sorry, but I can't concentrate on anything aside from Jun's face. Having that kind of face should be illegal. I want his face for our child. These posts for this week's episode are wild. We usually get old people criticizing the participants. Why is it filled with thirsty teens now? Liquid, gas, plasma, and Bose-Einstein condensate, he said with confidence, causing Zibo to purse his lips in frustration. He couldn't believe he lost to a guy whose report card was worse than an elementary student trying to survive in high school. The crowd started cheering at this point, knowing Jun had taken the cake. Jae-young and Seven hugged each other like good friends, feeling the thrill of Jun's victory. The members watching were also elated, shouting praises and fist-bumping like they were the ones who won the show. Kim-san, however, remained calm. You merely mentioned 4, he said. You need to mention the last one to get it right. Ah, Jun said, scratching the back of his neck. I forgot about it. The cheering automatically stopped. They turned to Jun with wide eyes, in disbelief at what they were hearing. What? Akira exclaimed. Bro, Zibo just listed it out before you. And even then, solid is the easiest state of matter there is. Time ticked slowly, and with each passing second, those who were watching felt confused. Even Zibo couldn't hide his confusion. Time's up, Kim-sen blankly said. Zibo quickly pressed the buzzer. Solid, liquid, gas, plasma, and Bose-Einstein condensate. Correct, Kim-sen exclaimed. The confetti exploded, and just like that, the show hailed its winner. However, for some reason, it wasn't as celebratory as they had anticipated. The members of Eve watched the rolling credits with blank stares. What was that? Ren asked. Why did you forfeit your answer to your opponent? Oh, I have something to do on December 26th, Jun said, finally breaking his silence. How important could it be? Akira exclaimed. We don't have any schedules that day. It's very important, Jun smiled. I'm meeting my grandma and my little brother that day. Number 333. Chapter 333. Shake Your Booty. Jisung looked at Jun with wide, sparkling eyes. You were hiding your real abilities, right? You're actually really smart, but you wanted to show the people who underestimated you that they shouldn't talk bad about other people because of their grades. Is that right? He excitedly asked. Jun chuckled as he stood from the couch. This isn't a manga or an anime, Jisung. I'm not some kind of protagonist, Jun answered. Jisung pursed his lips. You are a protagonist in my heart. Oh gosh, Jaeyoung chuckled. You said the same thing as Seven. Jisung turned his head to Jaeyoung. Don't compare me with that idiot. Whoa, Jisung actually cursed someone out? Rin asked with wide eyes. Jun shook his head as he listened to their banter. I'm heading to bed now, he said. We have another music show tomorrow, so it's best we get some rest. Jaeyoung nodded in agreement, also rising from the couch. Yeah, and I heard we might be nominated for first place tomorrow. Their eyes widened in surprise. No way, Jisung said. We're nominated for tomorrow again. Jaeyoung chuckled. Don't get your hopes up. This is just based on those prediction accounts. However, we have a really good chance to be nominated along with OCTA. Them again. Seth groaned. They already got 2 trophies last week. This is our last week of preparations, so I really want us to get a win. Me too. The others dejectedly agreed. Last week, during their second week of preparations, Okta and Eve proved once again they were rivals when they were nominated for 2 of the top music shows in Korea. Unfortunately, since Uno's guesting on Crawling Man was relatively received well, their song shot up in the charts, securing their spot in the top 10 once more. It still didn't reach Eve's spot on the charts. However, that, along with the voting and album sales, made Okta the winners of last week's music shows. Jun would be lying if he said he wasn't disappointed with the results. However, he still had hope left inside his heart. Maybe we'll get one tomorrow, Jun meaningfully said. Yeah, let's hope for something, Jaeyoung said, cheering up his teammates. I have high hopes, Sehun said. Our song just shot up to the 4th spot again after Quiz God ended. I think your guesting actually made a really good impact. Well, it's late. Time to hit the hay, guys, Rin said. I'll see you all tomorrow. The 8 of them went to their respective rooms, with Jun thinking about their first place nomination. He could still remember the feeling of being nominated last week. He had some high hopes since they had higher streaming points than OCTA. However, they lost both battles, which took a toll on his confidence. After watching Quiz God and seeing so many people praise him for his intellect, he felt like he was slowly regaining that confidence. Seeing his 2 S-tier stats also placed a smile on his face. Vocals S. Dance S. Visual A+. Rap A+. Leadership A+. Music production A+. That's right. He now had 2 S-tier skills. 1 week ago, TCN broadcasting station. And cut. The cameras finally stopped rolling after the 6-hour-long filming. Zibo went down the stage first, holding the bouquet of flowers in his arms. He went over to the eliminated contestants and expected to be greeted enthusiastically for his victory. However, none of them seemed to be looking at him. Instead, they were all focused on Jun, who nonchalantly went down the stage and fetched Jaeyoung so they could finally leave. Why'd you lose on purpose? Jaeyoung asked as they walked backstage. Jun shrugged. I have something lined up during the day of the filming. Jaeyoung sighed and shook his head. The contestants and the audience members watched them as they passed by. The 2 boys suddenly looked more attractive than they were before. It almost seemed like flowers fell from where they walked. Seven was about to run to Jun to congratulate him, but Ocho pulled him back and shook his head. They arrived backstage, where they saw Chul's pale face. It was as if he had seen 2 ghosts doing the dirty with how shocked he looked. Are you feeling okay? Jaeyoung warily asked. Chul didn't answer and continued staring blankly on the ground. Do we need to take you to the hospital or something? Jaeyoung asked in a concerned tone. He's fine, Jun said. He's just recovering from shock, he smirked, patting Chul's head like an owner would do to his small, ugly dog. Shock from what? Jaeyoung asked with furrowed eyebrows. Doesn't matter, Jun said, getting the keys hanging from Chul's bag and giving it to Jaeyoung. You can drive, right? Why don't we head out first, he asked. But what about Chul? Jaeyoung asked. He's a big boy. He can go home by himself, Jun said. Let's go. Although Jaeyoung was still a little bit confused, he also wanted to go home quickly, so he followed Jun's orders. The two of them went to the basement parking lot, feeling more elated than ever. Jae-young continued talking about how cool Jun was during the filming, and Jun merely listened to him with a smile. Congratulations. You have stumbled upon a lucky mission. The title is Shake Your Booty. Jun paused when he saw Fu pop up before him. Shake your booty, he muttered under his breath. This is a mission solely for the dance aspect. Fulfill the mission and get the chance to upgrade your dance aspect. Jun, Jae-young asked, stopping when he didn't feel Jun's presence by his side. I actually have to do something for a bit. Can you wait for me in the car? Will it take long? Jae-young asked. No. Jun shook his head. Just a couple of minutes. Jae-young nodded before heading to the car by himself. Meanwhile, Jun went to the corner of the parking lot and read the contents of the mission. Twerk for 1 whole minute to get the upgrade. What the fuck? He couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Why were his missions getting more ridiculous as time passed by? He could still remember his first missions, making a friend, encouraging others, and the like. He even had to do a good deed last week. Now, why was Fu asking him to twerk? Systems need to have fun too. Jun pursed his lips in frustration. He looked around the parking lot and made sure nobody was around. Now, he doesn't have any experience with twerking, but he has seen some videos online, not intentionally, of course. So, he crouched down and started shaking his ass. Twerk timer, 58 seconds. At that moment, his user interface started lighting up in different colors, mimicking a party. Jun shook his head in disbelief. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Twerk timer, 41 seconds. Ugh, this whole damn minute feels like an eternity. Meanwhile, Zibo and his teammate went to the parking lot to go back to their living quarters. Zibo, despite winning, was in a bad mood since the people who sucked up to him during the beginning of the show practically ignored him after it ended. What a bunch of hypocrites. He was about to enter their car when he saw a silhouette at the corner of the lot. Zibo frowned and took a step forward to get a better look. He swore he saw something pink moving in a very weird manner. Then, at that moment, he saw Jun shaking his ass with a displeased look on his face. Zibo would have recorded it right then and there, but he was too shocked to move. I can't believe I lost to a person like him, he whispered. Number 334. Chapter 334 First Win. It was the final week of promotions for Eve, and they were more stirred up than ever. Even now, at the live shows, it seemed like they were giving their absolute best for their performance. Of course, they try to always exert their best efforts for every performance. However, since this was their very last music show, they wanted to prove something to those watching. The audience members, especially those who weren't Astras, were shocked to see the amount of passion in the members' eyes. A pair, whose ULT groups were Octa and Lunix, stood at the very front. Don't you think they got better at performing? The girl asked her boy best friend. Their center is absolutely killing it. Yes, the guy responded. We've been going to these music shows for the past week, and it feels like they're improving as every week passes. Truly, the group continued practicing even after their tiring promotions. They stayed up late at night to continuously upgrade their skills, which became the reason for their improvement for every performance. Today, they not only wanted to show they were deserving of a music show win, but they also wanted to give their best performance to their fans as a thank you gift for supporting them from the very start. Zeth saw Jun in his peripheral vision and felt a bit confused. Was it just him, or were his dance lines more beautiful this time around? They ended the stage with their final pose, a bit breathless from performing 2 songs. The crowd cheered louder than they had expected. Even non-fans were cheering for them. Jae-young smiled at all of them, leading their final greetings before leaving the stage. Don't you think we had more cheers than usual? Rin excitedly asked, still a bit breathless from their performance. Yeah, Si-hoon responded, downing a bottle of water. I think we really have a chance to win today's music show. They walked back to their waiting room, but stumbled upon OCTA, who were set to perform next. There was an undeniable tension between the two groups, and even Seven, who smiled cheerfully at Jun and Jae-young, felt more tense than usual. Good luck, guys, Jae-young smiled. Uno didn't say anything, but smiled back. The two groups parted ways, the suffocating air slowly being cleared as Eve entered their waiting room. I can't do this, Zeth said, plopping on the couch. We really need to win. Even with 3 weeks of promotions, Eve hadn't received a music show win. While it was true that they had more streaming points than OCTA, The latter group had more fans in general. They had more album sales and more dedicated fan bases, and the support from their company with all the advertisements and promotions was relatively better. "We have to win," Rin said with determination. "It's our very last chance to win for this comeback." Jae-young leaned against his seat, sighing as he stared at his lap. "Let's hope for the best. Offering you trending music in the comfort of your homes. This is Music Gayo." The three MCs of the popular music show, Music Gayo, smiled cheerfully at the camera. They all held microphones that had their names in pink, sparkly writing. "For this week, we have two hot rookies with us," Wonhyuk exclaimed. "They were also last week's nominees," Jihyo continued. "I wonder who will take the trophy this time. Will it be OCTA, who will secure their double crown on the show? Or will it be Eve, who will finally get their first win?" Jun watched their scoreboard intently. Of all the music shows they had attended, Jun was definitely the most nervous for this one. Not only because it was their very last music show for this particular comeback, but also because he held some kind of hope in his heart that they may actually win. When he woke up this morning, he was bombarded with compliments for his guesting on Quiz God. It also made Oasis rise up in the charts. Moreover, there were numerous posts online of new fan bases dedicated to Eve. So, their chances of winning was higher this time around. "Let's see their scores," Jihyo exclaimed. Music streaming. The members of Eve held their breaths as the numbers were shown. A small smile appeared on Jun's lips when he saw they were already leading with 500 points. The members of OCTA, despite having 2 wins under their belt, wanted to take their third win. Album sales. As expected, Octa led in that certain category. However, it seemed like Eve was still leading in terms of total score. Online votes. For the past music shows, Octa dominated the online votes category. However, today, there was a mere 1-digit difference between the two. Zeth and Run turned to each other with wide eyes, not expecting such a huge jump in their online votes. And lastly, broadcast score. The two groups watched the scoreboard intently. It was hard to predict the winner of today's music show. Eve was actually leading with 56 points. This was the highest score they had gotten out of all the music shows they attended. So, ambition continued to fill their hearts, all of them praying for a music show win. The hard work they had poured into their debut flashed back into their minds. From the song picking to the dance and vocal practices, and even up to the music video filming. There were some regrets along the way. However, it couldn't be denied that they had done their best for this comeback. The fans in the audience clasped their hands together, hoping for the best for their favorite artist. Astras knew that Eve deserved it more than anyone else. It's not because OCTA doesn't deserve it at all, but ending Eve's comeback without a music show win would be unbelievable. Jia couldn't make it to the live show this time because she had her classes. However, she was watching it under her desk with her wireless earphones in. "Let's see the total," Wonhyuk exclaimed. Time seemed to move slower as their final scores were finally shown. 9,878 versus 9,763. Congratulations to OCTA. You have achieved a double crown on Music Gayo. Number 335. Chapter 335 Jealousy. The disappointment could be felt in the audience. Astras started crying because they felt like they had disappointed the boys. Fans of other groups also weren't too elated with Octa's win. They actually thought Eve deserved it this time. "I can't watch this. I'm so sorry, boys. We couldn't even give you a single win. Gosh, my heart is hurting looking at these boys. There are smiles on their faces, but they still look sad. I watched the show for more 3D, but damn, do I feel sad for Eve. I watched Jun and Jae-young on Quiz God because Zibo was in it, and I thought they were really charming. Eyes never lie. I'm so sorry, Eve." Jisung's about to cry. Jun heard a sniff from beside him, so he placed his hand over Jisung's shoulder and gave it a light squeeze. "Don't cry here," Jun said, knowing how brutal the media was with weak-hearted people. "You can cry later, all right?" he whispered. Jisung pursed his lips and nodded, swallowing the lump in his throat. "Thank you, our octopuses. Your support means everything to us," Trace said. "We would have never achieved 3 wins without you. Till our next comeback, octopuses," Seven cheerfully said, waving at the camera. Octa ended their speech with wide smiles. They were then given individual microphones for their encore performance. The other artists moved down the stage while the winner got to stay on stage. For a moment, Jun's gaze lingered on Octa's happy faces as they performed their song. It was also their last music show guesting, and they ended it with a win. He felt jealous. Jae-young held onto his arm and gently pulled him down the stage, causing him to snap out of his thoughts. "Are you all right?" Jae-young asked. "Are you?" Jun asked back. Jae-young showed him a tight-lipped smile. "I would be lying if I said I was," he sadly said. They went back to their waiting room, all in dejected moods. As they sat down in their seats, silence filled the room. No words were needed. It was obvious that the boys were disappointed with the outcome of their very last music show. Sure, Jun had given them the whole pep talk about not seeing everything as a competition. However, they just felt like all of their hard work was for nothing. They would have been happy with one win. Just one win. Chul entered the room with the same disappointed expression. Jun was expecting him to comfort the group in some way. But once he spoke, Jun wanted nothing but to shove dog poop into his mouth to stop him from speaking. "The CEO just called." Chul sighed. "He's disappointed because you didn't get your first win. Girls Evolution and Boy Mystic got at least one win for their debut. Heck, even that failed group from the third season got a win. I think we need to reevaluate some things here," he continued. The members of Eve looked down to the ground, feeling more dejected than they did a few moments ago. "I'm not saying all of this to discourage you," Chul said. "This is all for your own good. I think something went wrong during the preparations since the company gave you all the resources you need. Maybe it was the title track." "Look," Jun said, having enough of his insensitive words. "If you don't have anything good to say, then I suggest you shut your mouth. Or do you want me to shut it for you?" Chul and the other members were taken aback. "Excuse me," he asked. "That is not the way you should be speaking to your manager. And you shouldn't be speaking with your artists this way," Jun countered. "We're disappointed. I'm sure you are too. Everybody's disappointed. Now, can you give us some time to process our feelings before getting all up in our faces and talking shit?" Jun snapped. His members proudly looked at him. Jun perfectly said what the other members wanted to convey. Chul shook his head in disbelief, his face getting red since he felt insulted by Jun's words. "Jun, one word from me, and the company will discipline you," he warned. "What are they going to do? Spank me?" Jun asked, standing up. "Or are they going to disband our group the same way they did for the last group?" "Stop fucking joking, Chul. We're the money makers of the company now. I'm sure you can't afford to let us go." Chul couldn't counter Jun's points. Everything he said was right. Eve was now Azure's most anticipated artist. If they didn't debut with OCTA, who was from a bigger and richer company, they would undoubtedly sweep all of the music show awards. However, circumstances weren't favorable for them, which resulted in their current situation. With that, Jun stood from his seat and went to the door. "Where are you going, bro?" Jasung asked, already crying his eyes out. "Out," Jun briefly said. He slammed the door shut before walking away from their waiting room. Jun didn't know where to go, but all he knew was he needed to get out. Otherwise, he would have exploded right then and there. He went to a secluded corner of the building to cool his head off. "Did I say too much?" he muttered under his breath. His feet led him to a secluded flight of stairs in the building, similar to the one in Rising Stars. He sat down on one of the steps and leaned his elbows against his lap, thinking about everything that happened today. "It's all right," Jun said, talking to himself. He found that talking to himself was therapeutic. He automatically felt better with self-assurance, so he continued speaking. "There will be other chances for our group to win. It's only the beginning." Jun's self-talk was cut off when someone cleared his throat from behind him. He swiftly turned around and found none other than Uno sitting at the very top of the stairs, looking at him with a subtle glare. "What are you doing here?" Uno asked. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" Jun countered. Uno shook his head and stood up, leaving Jun all alone. However, Jun's next statement made Uno stop in his tracks. "For someone who won 3 music shows, you look awfully disappointed." Number 336. Chapter 336 next time. Uno turned back around and looked at Jun with narrowed eyes. "What are you trying to say?" he asked. Jun shrugged, leaning against the railings of the stairs. He nonchalantly played with his shoelaces as he continued speaking. "You look pressured," Jun said, observing Uno's face. "You must not feel satisfied with your win, don't you?" Uno fully turned around and crossed his arms in front of his chest. "You're acting like a mind reader," he said. "It's not that hard to read your mind right now," Jun said, able to see Uno's real feelings. It's written all over your face. Uno couldn't hold back his surprise. His fingers shook in slight nervousness, so he cracked his knuckles. Uno thought he was a very hard person to read. Jun was the only person who saw right through his facade and guessed what he was truly feeling. Are you saying I'm easy to understand? Uno asked. No, Jun said. People aren't books. You can't just look at them and understand everything they're going through. However, in given situations, I can guess what other people might feel based on all our previous encounters. Let me take a wild guess, Jun said, enjoying how Uno appeared to pay more attention to his words. You're disappointed because even though you achieved 3 music show wins, you don't feel a complete sense of victory? Jun guessed. Uno took a sharp breath, so Jun continued. You've worked for this dream for so long, and you gave up almost everything to get to where you are. However, now that you're here, it's not as you imagined. Jun smiled, a bit reminiscent. Happiness becomes a fleeting concept. You ask yourself, what's the point of reveling in happiness if it's just going to disappear? It's like that Uno card game. Jun chuckled at his wise wordplay, while Uno scoffed. You draw, play your hand, and someone wins. The game ends, then another one starts. The happiness fluctuates, so you start thinking that maybe there's no use in being happy at all. In the end, you start questioning if you ever wanted to play the game in the first place, he softly said. Uno's expression gradually softened, feeling the sincerity in Jun's words. I bet you're experiencing the paradox of happiness. You're so afraid of being happy since you're going to lose it anyway. So, in the end, you put pressure on yourself to constantly achieve something, to continuously do something without rest, so that you'd be able to maintain that happiness. You sound like you're speaking from experience, Uno said. Jun softly smiled. Maybe because I am, he said, remembering his dark days as a member of the White Tiger Gang. Yeah, right. Uno scoffed, sitting next to him but still keeping a distance. You don't look like you'd understand what I'm going through. And why is that? Jun asked. He couldn't believe he was playing therapist with a person he wasn't even close with, but Uno vaguely reminded him of his past self. Jun Hao. You're so carefree and nonchalant. You look like you don't care, even if you don't win. Even if you made that mistake in the festival, you didn't even bat an eye. That technical mistake benefited us, though, Jun smiled. I know, Uno said. But how the hell do you keep being so positive all the time? Now, it was Jun's turn to be surprised. Positive? In no way in this lifetime would I be considered a positive person, Jun chuckled. Look, Uno sighed. These 3 wins were something I already expected our group to earn. Cocky, Jun gave a side comment. But why do I feel like you guys won anyway? Uno asked, finally bearing his true feelings. Jun raised his eyebrows. How come? Our group is hoping to have at least 1 win, Jun said. You took them all, fucker. Your group didn't even give us a chance. Uno chuckled and shook his head. Your song is higher on the charts, fucker. Yeah, because our song is better than yours, Jun smirked. And I'm a better vocalist than all of you combined. Now, you're the cocky one, Uno smirked. You're brave for a person whose group didn't even get a single win for their comeback. Whatever, Jun shrugged. We're going to take back that win in the future. Idiot, Uno said. This is our last music show. I heard from my manager that this is your last show too. There's no way you're still going to win next week. I'm not talking about next week, Jun said. Next time, we'll sweep all of the music show wins and leave you speechless. Are you saying you're going to have a comeback the same time around us again? Shouldn't you be scared to face us now? Uno confidently asked. I might just ask our management team to do so, Jun countered. How else am I going to shove our victories down your face? Uno shook his head, a small smile playing on his lips. Are you feeling better now? Jun asked, subtly changing the subject. Uno cleared his throat and straightened his back. I've been fine since a while ago. Sure, Jun sarcastically said. Uno smiled, a bit wider this time. However, his actions quickly caught up to him. Why was he speaking so casually with his enemy again? Uno stood up from the stairs and took a step back. This conversation doesn't mean we're friends, all right? Uno said, quickly setting the boundaries of their relationship. Jun scoffed. Who said I wanted to be friends with an arrogant little kid like you? Uno frowned. We're the same age. Don't worry, Jun said, also standing and walking to where Uno was. Jun placed his hand over Uno's shoulder and gave it a light squeeze. I don't have any intentions of being friends with you. Good, Uno said. Good, Jun smiled. I don't want to be friends with someone who's not on my level anyway, Jun added, throwing back the insulting words Uno had told him when the two of them first officially met. Uno looked at him with wide eyes. See you next time. Jun smirked, walking away while waving goodbye. We'll definitely beat you when we meet again. Number 337. Chapter 337, Finding Secrets. Jun went back to their waiting room and found Jisung crying on Akira's shoulder. They raised their heads when Jun made his way inside, instantly brightening up. Bro, Jisung exclaimed, going over to where he was and squeezing his shoulders. Were you mad? Jun sighed before shaking his head. Where's Chul? He asked. He wanted to go without you, Zeth said. But of course, we didn't let that happen. He's probably waiting in the car. Jun smiled. Thanks for staying. You don't have to mention it, Jae-young said. We're a team. Of course, we were going to wait for you. But are you all right now? Ren asked. Jisung's been crying because he feels like you're angry because we didn't win. I'm not angry because of that, Jun said, causing Jisung to sigh in relief. We can just take back those wins the next time we have a comeback. They smiled, feeling a bit better than before. I was angry because of Chul, Jun continued. I wanted to punch him a while ago, so I left. His member's eyes widened in surprise. Me too, Sihoon said, causing Jun to smirk. All right, we can't punch our manager, Jae-young said, calming down the situation. Even just a little bit. Jun asked. I already kicked and kneed his face before. Once again, his members were surprised. What the hell? Casper exclaimed. You did that to Chul before me? Ignore him, Akira said. Did you catch it in video? I would pay to see that. You guys are getting off topic. Jae-young clicked his tongue. When did that happen? When we had an early schedule. I woke up earlier than usual since I didn't want to fight with you guys for the bathroom. I saw him near our door that night, like a weirdo. Jun narrated the encounter. Why would he go there so early in the morning? Sihoon asked. He usually comes on time since he hates waiting. I don't know, Jun said. But I feel like something's weird with him. He's just plain weird, Sihoon said. It might not be obvious with the other members, but he's a bit more aloof with Jun and I. Really? Seth asked. Why didn't you guys say so? I thought I was being overdramatic, Sihoon confessed. I didn't want to create any more drama, since he seems to be alright with you guys. Besides, he ignores my existence rather than antagonizing it like Jun. Jisung sniffed. Even if he doesn't do anything to me, I still don't like him. Ever since the Ho-Ho incident, I felt like he was a bit unkind to Jun and Sihoon. I almost forgot about that, Rin said. Jun ended up debuting with his original stage name, though. Does anybody know why that happened? Jun smirked as he brought out his phone. Jun was a man of his word. However, once triggered, that might change in the blink of an eye. He had kept Chul's secret because of his personal principles, but he didn't dare delete the video of him sucking his toes for moments like this. Jun had enough. He gave Chul a chance since he seemed quite decent with his work, but there was only so much Jun could take. Jun looks like he's planning something evil, Casper said, making all the other members shift their attention to Jun. Hey, do you think we can replace our manager? Jun casually asked. Jae-young frowned. Right now? I don't think so. We're still rookies in the industry, and the company actually really likes Chul. But what if we find something really disturbing about him? Jun asked, already conjuring up a plan. Oh gosh, Jae-young groaned. What do you have in mind? Jun smirked. Let's just say that I want a new manager. The other members were still hesitant to join in on Jun's plan. Fortunately, he had two other members who were insane enough to join him on his undisclosed plan. Akira. Yo, what are we going to do about Chul? Jisung. Chul looks like an angry bird. It's a good thing I didn't sit at the front. Jun held back a chuckle as he read the messages on their new group chat. Akira took the liberty to name their group chat Chul's Demons, all with the aim of kicking out their unprofessional manager. The three of them were sitting together, all busily texting on their phones. Jun, you can't back out from our plan now. Akira, of course. I love challenges. Jisung, what are we going to do anyway? Jun, send a video. Jun didn't waste any time and sent the video of Chul sucking his toes during their music video filming. Akira and Jisung glanced at each other in confusion before clicking on the video. For a second, Akira's phone had the sound, so he quickly turned it down. Jisung and Akira intently watched the video, wondering what they were looking at. However, once Chul's crouched figure became clear, the two of them couldn't hide their shock. "What the fuck?" Akira loudly exclaimed, turning to Jun and giving him a push due to the shock and disgust of seeing the video. Since Jun didn't expect the push, his phone fell from his hand into the car's floor. Jun glared at him and quickly covered his mouth. "Shut up," Jun whispered. Meanwhile, Jisung stared off into the distance, looking traumatized. "What's going on there?" Chul asked with a frown, glancing back at them. Jisung was about to respond, but stopped when he caught a glimpse of Chul's mouth. The video played back in his mind, causing Jisung to cover his mouth and silently gag. "Are you guys okay?" Jaeyoung asked, also looking at them with a weirded-out expression. "Everything's good," Jun calmly said. "My phone just fell." "Well, you better quiet down," Chul said, clicking his tongue. Jun sighed before reaching his hand on the car floor. He wandered his hand around, but he couldn't quite reach it. So, he decided to kneel down, causing the other members to complain about the lack of space. Jun ignored their complaints and leaned his head down to visualize his phone better under the seats. It was a bit dark, a combination of the setting sun and the overly tinted windows, making the black phone harder to see. However, once Jun leaned down, he caught a glimpse of something white, something familiar. It was a plain, small material, but Jun couldn't miss the little J with cat ears sewed onto its corner. It was, indeed, his sock. Number 338. Chapter 338, Sock Thief. "How many socks have you lost?" Jun asked as soon as they got home. "Since I was born?" "Around 20 pairs," Casper casually responded. "No." Jun clicked his tongue. "How many socks have you guys lost since we started living here?" "Well, you're asking the important questions," Jaeyoung chuckled, finding their conversation ridiculous. "I'm being serious," Jun said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. I don't know. I lost count after the third one," Jisung said. "I lost one," Akira said. "I don't usually wear socks." Zeth looked at him, disgusted. "So, that's why the practice room smells like crap after a full day of practicing. Wear some damn socks from now on." Akira raised an accusing finger toward Zeth's way. "You also don't wear socks with your rubber shoes sometimes." "That's different," Zeth smirked. "I don't sweat. My feet are not an exception, so they always smell fresh and clean." "Lucky bastard," Akira muttered. "Well, for those 20 pairs, I think I lost around 4 here already, which is an abnormally large amount considering I've been living in this world for 23 years, Casper responded. "I've never lost my socks before coming here," Jun said. "But ever since we moved to this dorm, I've lost around 5 socks now. That's why I decided to embroider my initials on my remaining socks." Wait. Why are we talking about socks again?" Ren asked, feeling a bit confused. "Yeah," Jaeyoung chuckled. "Don't you think we have more important things to discuss? Like our New Year's Eve performance," he exclaimed. "Do you really want Chul to become our manager until next year?" Jun asked. His other members didn't respond. "Look at this," Jun said, bringing out the sock he saw under the car seat just a while ago. "I found this at our van." Why'd you leave your sock there?" Zeth asked. Jun clicked his tongue in frustration. "Why would I even take off my sock and leave it in the car?" Jun asked. "All I'm saying is, Chul uses that car, even outside of our work schedules." Ren, the smartest, aside from Jun, in their team, gasped loudly. "So, you're saying he might be a sock thief?" he asked. "He is the sock thief," Jun said with conviction. "How are you so sure?" Ren asked. "Akira, Jisung, show them what I sent you." "Oh man," Akira exclaimed. "I do not want to see that video again. You're keeping secrets from us?" Casper exclaimed. "Shut up," Jun said. "You didn't want to join in on my plan earlier. I was going to show you anyway." Jisung braved his fears and opened the video for his other members to see. Jun could hear the sucking sounds from where he was standing, so he quickly pursed his lips to keep the contents of his stomach from regurgitating. He had seen plenty of grotesque things in his life, but this one just triggered him to another extent for some reason. However, he smirked when he saw his members' disgusted expressions. They finally knew what Jun was feeling. "Turn that thing off," Rin exclaimed. "What the hell? Why did you keep this to yourself? Why do you think my stage name changed all of a sudden?" Jun asked. "You blackmailed him?" Akira exclaimed. "Good job, bro. I've raised you well." Jun shook his head with a smile. "Do you guys believe me now?" Murmurs of agreement were heard inside the room, the members still disgusted with what they had seen. So, what are we going to do now? Seth asked. Jun pursed his lips while Casper raised his hand. I know where Chol lives. In a luminous apartment in the heart of Seoul, a typical office worker's decor embellished the walls. A large LED screen TV, a sleek black couch, picture frames of achievements, and family members donned on top of an expensive-looking wood drawer. In the kitchen, a huge chunk of roast beef was roasting in the oven, filling the apartment with a heavenly smell. It was the type of place office workers would dream of having. However, in the mundane humdrum of the normal apartment, one room stood in contrast. It loomed at the center, covered in an unnatural brightness that defied the otherwise bright and modern interior. The walls inside were adorned with familiar faces frozen in time within picture frames, the smiling snapshots of K-pop idols. The idols stared down from their photos, their glossy eyes holding a misplaced vibrancy in the dimness of the room. Yet, something far more unsettling awaited beneath those seemingly innocent images. Black bags, misshapen and filled with an unknown material, hung beneath the posters. Next to it was a huge bed, where the owner would usually sleep in. Other people would want to hide their secrets in the unseen parts of their homes. However, this person proudly showed it off in his master bedroom. The owner, a strange man whose features were obscured by the shadows, hunched over in the middle of the room with an unsettling calmness. He was sitting on the floor, classical music playing in the background. In his dominant hand, he cradled a cup of coffee. It was his fourth cup of the day, and his breath smelled distinctive of that bad coffee breath. He started at the TV, which was the only source of light in the room. The TV was playing a familiar performance of a rising idol group. However, it was muted, as the sound of classical music was the only thing being heard in the room. With an unnatural calmness, the man reached into one of the black bags. His fingers fumbled with the material before extracting the most unexpected item, a sock. Then, the man brought the sock to his face. With slow and deliberate movements, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes to enjoy the sweet aroma of the white sock. He inhaled more deeply, as if savoring the essence of the sock's owner. Chol clicked his tongue, opening his eyes to stare at the photo of today's victim. Your socks were always the sweetest to smell, he whispered. But you've been a very bad boy, he chuckled, his evilness filling the dark room. Meanwhile, Jun's concept photo for their debut album stared back at him. Number 339. Chapter 339, Jisung's first crime. It was another sunny day for the members of Eve. As their promotion week had already ended, they had significantly fewer schedules. However, they had some shoots and small brand endorsements here and there. They were also busily preparing for the New Year's Eve performance that happened every end of the year. They would have also started preparing for the award shows this time around. However, since they debuted in late November, the tracking period for their records for the entire year wasn't sufficient. The same went for OCTA. So, it meant that the group would probably only be able to attend actual award shows next year. Today, Zeth had a solo brand endorsement for a coffee brand. All right, we're doing this, Akira said, walking out of his room to reveal his all-black outfit, which had cut holes in his torso, slightly showing his abs. Jun, with a simple black hoodie and sweatpants, stared at him, unimpressed. What are you wearing? Jun asked. Akira gave him a twirl. Isn't it cool? This is what gangsters wear when they have missions and stuff. Jun scoffed. They most definitely don't wear that. Whatever, Akira said. You're just jealous my outfit's cooler than yours. Jun shook his head. Where are Casper and Jisung? Here, two voices said at the same time. Jun turned around and saw his other two accomplices, who fortunately wore normal outfits. The four of them were set to go to Chol's house to find some kind of proof that he was, instead, the sock thief. Jun knew that a mere foot fetish wouldn't get him fired. However, once Jun proved that he was an actual creep who stole his artist's socks, he was sure Chol was going to lose this battle. Are you all ready? Jun asked. Yup, Jisung chimed. This is so exciting. I've never done something like this before. Akira smiled and wrapped his arm around Jisung's shoulder. Congrats, bro. This is going to be your very first crime. Jisung's eyes widened in surprise. This is a crime? Well, of course, Akira said. We're going to break inside someone's apartment. I don't think that's legal. Jisung started hiccuping, unaware of what they were truly doing. Jun clicked his tongue and pinched Akira's side, causing the latter to exclaim in pain. Don't scare him. This won't be a real crime if it isn't discovered. Jun reprimanded. Akira chuckled, but quickly turned serious. Wait, how do you know that? Jun ignored Akira and turned to Casper. Did Zeth give the go signal? He asked. Yes, Casper responded. They've already started driving to the shoot's location. We have half a day to accomplish our mission. Good. Let's go then, Jun said, walking to the door. Wait, Jun. How do you know that? Akira asked, running after him. The four of them arrived at a huge condominium with lavish greenery outside its huge doors. They looked up at it in amazement, wondering how Chul was able to live in such a nice place. Are you sure this is the right place? Jun asked Casper. Yeah, I'm sure, Casper said. He mentioned his address once. He lives near the penthouse. Akira raised his eyebrows in suspicion. And how do you know that? Casper shrugged. I just asked and he answered. I feel like he's a big fan of me. Well, let's get going, Jun said, leading the group and walking to the back entrance. Wait, where are we going? Jisung asked. These condominiums have tight security, so we're going through the back windows where guards usually don't watch over, Jun nonchalantly said. The other three members looked at each other with confused expressions. You know an awful lot about these things, Akira said. As expected, there really weren't any guards in the spot that Jun recommended. However, as they fixed their postures, they saw an old woman looking at them with wide eyes. Oops, Akira said as he faced the old woman. She was about to call the security guards, but stopped when she saw the familiar face of the pink-haired man. Jun? She asked, her voice a bit raspy. Jun smiled, feeling a sense of relief. Hi, how are you? He asked, working his charms. Oh goodness. It really is you, she exclaimed. I'm such a big fan. I'm friends with your grandma. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. Jun knew Grandma had some pretty rich friends, but bumping into one of them while they were trying to break into Chul's place was absurd. Can I take a picture with all of you? I'm going to boast about it to my friends, she excitedly said. Sure, Jun said. The old woman moved closer to the four of them. She pulled out her phone and snapped a picture. At that moment, Jun saw the room number on her key card. Wait, you live on the 15th floor? Jun asked. Yes, the grandma smiled. My daughter bought the place for me and my husband. Although, it's a bit too high for old people like us. Fortunately, the elevator always works in this place. Doesn't Chul live on the 15th floor? Jun whispered to Casper. Casper nodded. Yes, room 156. Perfect, Jun said, looking at the number on her card, 155. I can't wait to show this to everyone. The old lady continued, gushing at their picture on her phone. Jun cleared his throat and stepped closer to her, causing her to lift her head. We actually need your help for something. Will that be all right with you? Of course, she beamed. Anything for you. Your grandma told me you were a very kind boy, so I wouldn't hesitate to help you. With the old woman's help, the members of Eve were able to enter Chul's apartment without any worry. Although Akira almost died when he missed a step from the old woman's balcony to Chul's, it was all right. Casper pulled him in just in time. Jisung held his breath as he opened the balcony doors. It's unlocked, he said, sighing in relief. As expected, Jun said. People always leave their balcony doors open. Yeah, Akira said, still traumatized. Because normal people wouldn't even think of going through their balconies. I almost died back there. But you didn't, Casper said. And this was actually a good idea. We wouldn't have been able to enter Chul's apartment otherwise. Akira clicked his tongue, still thinking about his near-death experience. Find something strange, Jun said. Anything that would prove that he is, indeed, a fucking creep. His members nodded. They searched the entire apartment, opening drawers and rummaging through stuff, all without disorganizing it too much. Hey, all the other rooms are unlocked except for this one, Akira said, calling his members over. Jun stopped looking through the bathroom and went to where Akira was. Did you guys find anything yet? He asked the other two members. Nope, Jisung said. Not yet, Casper said. All of it's pretty normal for now. Me too, Akira said. But I think there's something strange in this room. It smells somewhat unique. I thought I was the only one, Casper said. It smells just like our practice room when you remove your shoes to air your feet out. Akira glared at him. Shut up. My feet don't stink that bad. Casper, Jisung sarcastically said. How are we going to open the door, though? Akira asked, changing the subject. Should we start looking for the key? The three boys looked around the place. However, Jun quickly kneeled down to the ground and bought something from his pocket, a safety pin, causing them to halt their search. Jun shaped the metal material to his liking before inserting it through the keyhole and picking the lock. His members looked at him, bewildered. Then, not even seconds later, a click was heard, and the doorknob fully twisted. All right, Akira exclaimed. This is getting pretty weird now. How do you know how to pick locks too? Jun once again ignored his question and opened the door fully. Akira was about to continue interrogating Jun. However, he was quickly stunned into silence as Jun turned on the lights. They looked at the room with baffled expressions. What the hell? Number 340. Chapter 340 Vomit Center. Their own photos stared back at them, their names written in an illegible font. Below them were black plastic bags that the boys couldn't wait to unravel. However, a pungent smell led them to step back, observing the room with furrowed eyebrows. This is worse than I thought, Jisung said, about to throw up. Oh gosh, Akira gagged. I see my photo at the corner. All of our photos are here, Casper said, his frown deepening as he observed the room. Other groups are also here. Jun looked to where Casper was pointing and saw that, indeed, there were photos of K-pop idols from other groups. It was a relatively large room, and Jun counted at least 23 photos inside. What are these black bags for? Casper asked, finally having the courage to open one of them up. It just so happened to be a girl group member's designated black bag. Casper unraveled the bag while the others waited in anticipation. As Casper opened it, he quickly let it go in shock. The contents of the bag sprawled out on the ground, causing the others to exclaim in shock. Fuck, Akira covered his mouth. He's really a sock thief. I can't believe this. I think he's more than a thief at this point, Casper said. He's insane. Jun was speechless. He walked over to where his picture was located and peeked inside the bag. He took a step back and cursed under his breath. Can we go home? Jisung asked, tugging on Akira's sleeve. I don't feel so good. Hold it in, Akira snapped. We're not yet done with our objective. First, let's take videos, Jun said, bringing out his phone. However, before he could do that, they heard a sound coming from outside of the room. They looked at each other with wide eyes while Jun looked at his watch with a confused expression. It's still early. Who might it be, he asked. Casper brought out his phone and saw over 25 missed calls from Zeth and an infinite amount of text messages. His eyes widened in surprise as he clicked on one of the messages. Zeth, the shoot was moved to tomorrow. Chul's on his way back now. Zeth, bro, answer. He's really on his way back. Zeth, Casper, you ghosted me. Don't get caught now. Chul's back, Casper whispered, looking out of it. The shoot was cancelled. What? Jun exclaimed, quickly pulling out his phone and recording everything in a brief minute. However, he had to quickly stop when they heard Chul's familiar voice singing a very familiar song, their title track. Akira clicked his tongue, and he says he's not a fan of this song. Shoo, Jisung said, covering his mouth. Oh gosh, we're going to get caught. I'm going to get convicted. This really will become my first crime. Calm down, Jun said. Let's quickly move out through the balcony. Make it fast, all right. I'll go first, Akira said, quickly going out to the balcony as they heard Chul's voice coming closer and closer. Jun quickly pushed the others outside while he stayed behind, making sure to get footage in the process. Time seemed to slow down as Chul's footsteps neared. Akira already made his way to the old woman's balcony, and Jisung was halfway through. Fortunately, Casper didn't take too long to cross over, which gave Jun more time to escape. However, as Jun lifted his leg over the railings, someone's silhouette was seen through the curtains, startling him. Shit, he muttered under his breath. No doubt, it was Chul's lingering figure. Before Jun could process everything, the balcony door slid open, and it felt like time froze. Yeah, I'm setting things up. Chul's voice was heard. I think I'm going to get that promotion. Yeah, the boys are doing well, so the directors are favoring me. I don't like the group's center, though. I think they'd be better off without him. The balcony door opened. However, it showed Chul's back figure. Jun sighed in relief since it seemed like he hadn't noticed his presence. His teammates frantically coaxed him over. Jun moved at the speed of light and made his way to the old woman's balcony. Chul heard a subtle thud behind him, causing him to pause. Wait a second, Chul said to the phone and quickly turned around. The other boys froze as they stared at the person before them. Why are you back so early, boys? The old woman asked, startled to see the 4 boys staring at her and her husband. They were sharing a kiss when the 4 of them entered, which made Jisung fully retch. Akira squeezed his side. Bro, swallow back your vomit right now. Jisung nodded and kept it in. Casper scratched the back of his head. We're about to head out. Yeah, Jun said. Thank you so much for all the help. Oh, no need to mention it, the old woman said, still clinging to her husband. Do you want to join us for lunch? No need, Akira squeezed out. Jisung over here just ate, he chuckled. Oh, I see, she said. Well, you can come back whenever you want. Will do. Jun politely smiled. We'll be taking our leave then. The 4 of them quickly scurried out of the room, quickly heaving sighs of relief as they walked through the hallways. That was so damn close, Akira exclaimed. I thought we were going to get caught. I'm sorry, guys. Casper scratched the back of his head. I didn't see Zeth's message on time. It's all right, Jun sighed. It's done. Did we get something good? Jisung asked, finally calming down. Jun brought out his phone and watched the footage he filmed. It was really shaky, but nonetheless, it showed how much of a creep Chul really was. But how can we prove that this is really Chul's room? Akira asked. Will people believe us without any solid proof? Jun kept silent and showed them another footage. His members looked at him with wide eyes. Where did that come from? Akira exclaimed. Hey, Chul, you still there? The person on the other side of the phone asked. Yeah, still here, Chul said, shaking his head since it might just be his imagination. What were we talking about again? Your promotion. Do you think you can help me enter the company once you get promoted? Of course. Chul smirked, going back inside his room. I promised you, yeah? I'll definitely get you that position. Yeah. And then, I'll give you something in return, too. The other person said in a seductive tone. Chul bit his lips. And what might that be? The other person in the line continued talking in a seductive tone. Chul intently listened. However, he was quickly distracted when he saw something on the floor, one of his precious socks. He frowned and walked over to where it was. It was one of his favorite socks, Jun's. He clasped onto the material tightly and shook his head. Chul was careless with his other belongings, but never with his socks. He smirked and clenched his jaw before looking at the CCTV footage in the corner of the room. Number 341. Chapter 341 Summoned. We need to be more synchronized during this part, Jae-young said. So it's 1, 2, and 3, 4. The counting. This one's not a full step, but a half step. Jun nodded and quickly followed their leader's instruction. They repeated the move and smiled in satisfaction since they looked more synchronized than before. I'm so excited for this performance. I really want to see our fans again, Akira said. Me too, Zeth said. I want them to fawn over my handsomeness again. The other members shook their heads in disbelief. The 8 of them were practicing for their year-end performance, where they will perform 2 songs, Oasis and Red Moon. They still had about 2 weeks before the performance, but they wanted to give their best since multiple artists would be present during the show. The current hottest artists, as well as entertainment veterans, were going to be performing alongside them, so they felt more competitive than usual. They were about to practice once again when Chul came into the room with a piece of paper. He had a smirk on his face as he walked over to where they were. Good morning, boys, he cheerfully greeted. Morning, the boys unenthusiastically answered. However, it didn't really dampen the atmosphere. Instead, it made Chul even happier. Is there anything wrong? Jae-young asked. No, Chul said. I just came here to give this to Jun. Jun frowned as Chul handed him the piece of paper. Well, I'm going to go, Chul said. I still have a meeting with the board of directors about the upcoming meeting. However, before he left, he leaned closer to Jun and whispered something in his ear. You should know better before breaking into my place, he whispered, causing Jun to freeze. Chul smirked as he locked gazes with Jun. After that, he waved his hand goodbye and happily left their practice room. What is that? Akira asked, snatching the piece of paper from Jun's hand. The other members also curiously looked at it. What? Akira exclaimed. A disciplinary meeting because of employee misconduct? Is it against Chul? Zeth asked. No. Jun shook his head. It's against me. What? Jisung exclaimed. What for? You didn't do anything wrong. It might be because of my outburst during our last music show, he said. And he also found out about us breaking into his apartment. His three accomplices froze while Jae-young massaged the bridge of his nose. I gave you guys the permission to do whatever you want with the condition that you won't get caught, their leader said. What are we going to do now? Damn, Akira whispered. Jisung really did commit his first crime. Jisung groaned. That's fine with me. But why is Jun the only one being summoned? Because he hates me. He sure loves my socks, though. Jun smirked, making light of the situation. Casper let out a chuckle, but Jae-young remained serious. Stop joking. This could make or break your career, he said. What even happens after these disciplinary meetings? Si-hoon asked. Since this is an internal problem, Jun's probably going to have to sign another contract where the higher-ups can control his personality for the brand. That means Jun would lose his individuality as a person. It's such a sad occurrence whenever these things happen. That's the reason why so many idols lose their spark for the profession, because they're forced to always show their best side without thinking about their mental well-being, he said. That's what happened to our group after our member had a scandal, Jae-young continued. Akira pursed his lips, knowing that Jae-young had it the hardest when they were still in Raven. We can't have them do that to Jun. Jisung exclaimed. I know, Jun said. I won't let that happen. Which is why I need your help, he added, turning to Jisung. Anything. I'll do anything, Jisung said, placing his hand over his heart. You've always been good with technology, right? Jun asked. I guess, Jisung responded. What do you need me to do? On the highest floor of the building, multiple directors gathered for a disciplinary meeting set by one of their well-respected managers, Chol. The air was filled with the stench of rich people and their greed, all fake laughing at each other to hide the fact that they hated each other's guts. Chol sat in the very middle, his chin high up in the air. He had gotten his makeup and hair done at the salon to impress the board of directors, so he was very pleased to hear the compliments from the group of old men and women. The room turned silent, however, when the door opened, revealing a vibrant and dazzling person who outshone everyone in the room. He was barefaced and wore a simple shirt and jeans. However, he was definitely the most good-looking person in the room. Even Chol, who had prepared for more than 2 hours, couldn't hold up a candle against Jun. Jun ignored their gazes and whispers and sat next to Chol, not giving anything away with his expression and gestures. We have gathered today to discuss the behaviors of Jun, an artist within our company. Their manager, Chol, had filed for a disciplinary meeting today, in which we will discuss the proper repercussions for Chol's accusations, Mr. Ong said, looking more serious than ever. We may now start. Chol got up from his seat and stood at the front of the room, his demeanor stern and unwavering. He shuffled through a stack of papers, preparing to present the list of violations committed by Jun. He also prepared a visual presentation to strengthen his points. Chol cleared his throat, his gaze fixed on Jun. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for gathering. We are here today to address the serious misconduct of one of our artists, Jun. For the past years, Azure has been one of the leading corporations in the entirety of South Korea. From Azure Electronics, Azure Foods, and now, Azure Entertainment. Although we are a relatively young entertainment company, we have already produced plenty of promising artists from our hit TV show, Rising Stars. We take pride in disciplining our artists so they may be able to show their best images to the public, Chol continued. However, I am here to talk about Jun, the current center of Level Up, otherwise known as Eve, the group I am currently handling. There had been a lot of controversy surrounding Jun's character ever since the beginning of Rising Stars. Jun raised his eyebrows in amusement. Is that so? One of the directors asked. Yes, Chol said. He had been involved in bullying scandals, rigging allegations, and up until recently, his grades have been exposed for being a negative influence to fans, especially young fans, around the world. All of those issues have been debunked, Jun calmly said. Chol purses his lips, looking a bit pissed. I'm still not done with my presentation. Jun raised his hands in surrender, still looking amused. And I do believe that he is a great performer. However, I do not believe this is the way a center should be acting, Chol said, showing off the violations that Jun had done, talking back, physical assault, and blackmailing. Jun chuckled at the evidence Chol had posted. They were all screenshots of Chol's conversation with another person. There wasn't any solid evidence for his accusations. Those aren't real, Jun countered. We've never had any personal conversations as such. Is that so? Another director asked. Was that all they could say? We suggest you show more concrete pieces of evidence, Mr. Chul, Mr. Ong said. Concrete evidence? He asked. Don't. Mind if I do? This, my directors, is a video of Jun breaking into my very apartment. A collective gasp was heard in the room. This is a serious allegation, Chul, Mr. Ong said. Do you have anything to say for yourself, Jun? He asked. Let's see the evidence first, Jun said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Chul exited from his presentation and logged into his CCTV camera application to show them the concrete evidence that Jun had indeed broken into his apartment. However, when he reached the CCTV feed of the alleged break-in, murmurs were heard all over the room. Chul's brow furrowed as he noticed the corrupted video files. He mumbled, "Wait for one moment," as he frantically tried to troubleshoot the issue. The tension in the room heightened, with everyone awaiting the crucial evidence that could seal Jun's fate. Despite Chul's efforts, the footage remained corrupted. Frustration etched his face while a smirk emerged from Jun's. However, undeterred, Chul pulled out a USB file, claiming to have a backup of the incriminating footage. Jun's eyes widened slightly, and his heart raced as Chul inserted the USB into the laptop. Shit. Now, Jun muttered under his breath. Chul smirked as he clicked on one of the videos. However, before the video could play, the screen glitched, and an unexpected clip began to play. Moans of pleasure were heard in the room, causing Chul to freeze. The board of directors gasped and covered their eyes with the atrocity playing before them. Ah, this smells so good. Chul's voice in the video resonated, causing him to turn around at the large projector with wide eyes. Chul now turned to Jun, who was casually taking a sip from his water cup. You, Chul angrily said, but Jun remained calm. Was this the evidence you were talking about? Number 342. Chapter 342 Savage. You hacked into his CCTV camera? His members exclaimed, looking at Jun with wide eyes. All right, I'm out. He's like an expert in crime or something. He's been pulling off these kind of tricks ever since we broke into Chul's apartment. Akira exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. How do you know how to hack a CCTV camera, but not take a screenshot? My skills are actually useful in real life, Jun said, opening up the videos from Chul's hacked CCTV camera. Yeah, because hacking CCTV cameras are definitely the norm, Zeth sarcastically said. However, I do need your help to present these videos to the board of directors during the disciplinary meeting, Jun said, ignoring their statements. That's like 100 times easier than hacking a CCTV camera, Jisung exclaimed. I just have to intercept the connection by removing the HDMI cable from the stage projector. Sure, do that, Jun said. And that's how they were able to accomplish their simple yet effective mission, to have Chul make a fool of himself in front of the board of directors. This is a misunderstanding, Chul stammered, trying to find a way to stop the projector from playing the video. Meanwhile, Jisung and Casper covered their eyes as the scene played on the screen. They were on the elevated platform, where the projector was, casting the vile scenes of Chul sniffing socks, sucking his toes, and just being a complete creep. The board of directors all exclaimed in shock as the video progressed to Chul sucking his own toes, enjoying every bit of the flesh, from the ends of his toenails to the little curly hairs protruding from his skin. No, this is not what it looks like. Chul tried to defend himself. Jun really did break into my apartment. Mr. Ong slammed his fist on the table and glared at Chul. However, despite all that, he still didn't stand up from his chair due to his height complex. This is unacceptable behavior from our managers, he said. I can explain. It's a passion of mine, Chul desperately said, moving down from the stage and to the seats. The directors all evaded his touch and ignored his pleas, looking more disgusted than ever. Amidst this all, Jun remained calm and watched the scene in front of him. This is such a great show, Jun thought, leaning back in a relaxed manner as he watched the chaos unfold before him. Passion? Mr. Ong asked, even more disgusted. I can't take this anymore. Call security. The guards waiting outside entered the room, causing Chul's eyes to widen in shock. No, he exclaimed. What about my promotion? We have the right to terminate your contract for what you have done, Mr. Ong said. This will be the end of the discussion. With that, Chul was dragged out by a couple of guards, all while screaming for forgiveness. He locked eyes with Jun for a second, and Jun raised his hand in a cheers position, causing Chul to scream in rage. As soon as Chul was out of the room, the board of directors went back to their usual etiquette. "Aren't we going to turn this off?" one of the directors asked, still looking disgusted. "Ah, right," Jun chuckled. "Shut down," he said in a loud voice, causing the projector to turn off. Casper and Jisung gave each other a satisfied thumbs up as they watched the scene from above. Mr. Ong frowned in confusion. "Our projector has a function like that. He'll definitely try it next time." Anyway, he cleared his throat. "I think it's best to say that this meeting has been adjourned." Jun smiled, standing up from his seat. "Then, can I go back to our practice room now?" "Go ahead," Mr. Ong said. "You had been falsely accused by Mr. Chul. We'll handle the replacement process in a couple of days, so be patient. In the meantime, do your best for the year-end show. We want to make good impressions with the sponsors, so you can also bag some endorsements." Jun nodded, about to leave. "Oh, by the way," Mr. Ong added, causing Jun to halt. "I'm quite disappointed that your group hasn't gotten a win." The board of directors nodded, agreeing with Mr. Ong. "We have placed a lot of resources in your group, so we would appreciate it if you also got good results." Jun pursed his lips. Their song was doing well on the charts, and they've been working hard for their comeback. But as usual, these people only cared about the results. "Will do," Jun said with gritted teeth. With that, he left the room with a satisfied yet annoyed heart. He went down to the practice room and saw his teammates waiting for him. "Bro," Jisung exclaimed. "We did it. We really did it. Is he out? For real?" Sihoon asked with hopeful eyes. Jun smirked and nodded. "Chul's out." It had been 2 days since the disciplinary meeting, and Chul hadn't bothered them ever since. It seemed like the company had completely stripped him of his position and also took away his incentives as a manager, like his car and apartment. Word about his fetish had also gotten around the office, so most of his past friends had turned their backs on him. Jun thought that, maybe, he had done too much, but then he realized that Chul definitely deserved it. Today, even during Christmas, the boys were practicing for their year-end performance. Red Moon was something they hadn't performed before, so they paid more attention to perfecting it. They were in the practice room, watching their latest practice video, when somebody knocked on the door. The boys lifted their heads and were surprised to see Mr. Ong, still in his trusty chair, rolling over into their room. Jae-young bowed deeply, and the others quickly followed. "Good evening, sir," Jae-young greeted. "Good evening, boys. I see that you're working very hard despite it being Christmas Eve. That's the spirit. Idols really never do rest," he smiled. "I was just about to head home to celebrate Christmas with my family, but I had to stop here." Did you come here for something, sir?" Seth asked. Mr. Ong nodded. "I've been working hard to look for a replacement for your manager and finally found a suitable person." "Oh," Rin exclaimed. "When are we going to meet him?" "Right now, actually. He's on his way here," Mr. Ong responded. The boys glanced at each other, excited yet nervous to meet their new manager. Jun honestly thought that anyone would be better than Chul, but he was also hoping for someone competent and compassionate. "He's here," Mr. Ong said. "Come here, young man." He called over their new manager from behind the door. Then, the man came in, dressed in a red suit set paired with a snakeskin tie. The members' eyes widened in surprise as they stared at the person before them. "All right, maybe someone was actually worse than Chul. What are you doing here?" Number 343. Chapter 343 New Manager. "I'll leave you all to mingle. Mr. Song Shin-jae, over here, has kindly joined you even though it is a holiday. So make sure to treat him well since he's new to the company," Mr. Ong said, proudly showing off their new manager. With that, he left the room, leaving the members in shock at the person sitting before them. "What the fuck are you doing here?" Akira couldn't help but curse. Shin-jae pursed his lips and shook his head. "That is not the way you should be speaking to your new manager, Akira." Jun sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. "Answer the question seriously, CJ." CJ beamed at the members of Eve before responding. "I was hired here." "Oh, and try calling me Jay from now on. I've outgrown the name that you've mentioned." "No shit," Seth exclaimed. "Our new manager? Are we getting pranked or something?" he asked, looking around the room. Jisung continued staring at CJ, or rather, Jay, in disbelief at his new look. He still looked quite tacky, especially with the red suit and snakeskin tie. However, his hair, which was usually messy when they were trainees, was now slicked back with probably a whole bottle of gel. He also had glasses with thick, black frames, making him look like a ridiculous cosplay of a mafia boss. I swear, CJ, Jun said, still in disbelief. If this is some kind of joke, you better leave while we're still talking peacefully. I told you. It's Jay, and this is 100% serious. Mr. Ong even personally escorted me in, Jay defended. I still can't believe this, Akira said, staring off into the distance. Why aren't you shocked about this? He asked, hitting Casper's shoulder. Casper shrugged. Well, Jay did finish a degree in communications. What? The other members exclaimed loudly. Jay proudly nodded, tightening his tie and straightening his back. Indeed, I have a bachelor's degree in communications and an associate's in international relations, he boasted. That's the biggest plot twist of the year, Akira said. Why were you so stupid when we were together in Rising Stars then? Oh, that was because I was trying to become an idol. I'm quite academically intelligent, Jay smiled. I graduated as a cum laude, actually. This is getting more ridiculous, Rin whispered. Jun raised his hand, causing the others to look at him. Can we decline a manager? I think Jaeong's handling us just fine, he said. The others chuckled while Jay shook his head in disappointment. You're saying that now, but your team needs me, Jay said. And why is that? Seth asked. Come on, sell yourself to us. I still find it awkward how you're going to be our manager when we've been on the same show. Jay scoffed. Come on, stop acting like we weren't close back then. We weren't, Jun said. Jay whined and clung onto Jun's arms like a koala, finally revealing his true colors. But you were my bestest friend. Are you still holding a grudge after not believing you during the rigging allegations? He asked. Jun clicked his tongue and pushed him away. I forgot about that now, Jun truthfully said. But now that you've mentioned it. Nope. Jay quickly shook his head. Don't think about it anymore. Why did you even come here? I thought you wanted to become a rapper or something, Seth said. Yeah, that was before I realized that my dream is to actually be on top of things, Jay said, looking into the distance with bright eyes. So, you want to make adult film videos? Akira asked, a teasing smile on his lips. Jay ignored him and continued speaking like a main character in an anime film. I thought I wanted to be a rapper, but I actually wanted to speak, to gossip, to organize stuff for other people. I hated my mom for forcing me to continue my college education even when I was a trainee, but now I'm very grateful. I got into this company because of it. I only realized it after Jangmoon said about finding another dream on another stage. This is my dream and my stage. I just never expected you guys to still be in it, he exclaimed. The others watched their past fellow trainee with ambiguous expressions, so Jay continued speaking. Moreover, I would treat you better than your last manager did. I may be a loser, but I'm not a creep. I can assure you I would never suck my toes, maybe someone else's toes. That is, if they would like it. The members looked at each other in confusion. Not in the casual setting, but in the bedroom setting, of course. Anyway, what I'm saying is, I will be as professional as I can while being a good friend to you guys. How do you even know about our past manager's issue when you've only entered the company? Seth asked. Jay smirked, leaning against his seat. That is another strength of mine. One key to the entertainment industry is information. The one who has more information is more powerful, and you already know I always know the latest information, he boasted. Jun bit his lips. At first, he didn't know if Jay would be a suitable manager for their team. Jun had always seen him as their happy-go-lucky, borderline crazy friend who unnecessarily had more information than the regular person. However, looking at him now, it didn't seem too bad. I promise, I've changed, Jay continued since the members still weren't speaking. Well, I'm still the same to some extent, but I'm really serious about this profession. I wasn't too serious about becoming an idol, so you can already imagine how much hard work I'm going to put into this job, he said, almost going down on his knees. Are you a good driver? Jun asked. Yes, Jay exclaimed. I can drive for 2 straight days without having any bathroom breaks. I don't think that's healthy for your bladder, Sehun said. Or your butt, Seth added. The members glanced at each other, all exchanging silent conversations. Ultimately, as Jae-young nodded, they had already formed their answer. Jun sighed and shook his head before offering his hand to Jay. Welcome to the team, I guess. Number 344. Chapter 344 Fangirl Chronicles. Despite the fine dust warnings in Seoul, The air felt completely pure on Christmas Day. Or it might just be their delusion since they wanted a perfect celebration. Nonetheless, despite the cold weather and fine dust in the air, couples wearing matching outfits roamed the streets, all looking lovey-dovey with each other. With pretty snacks in their rugged hands, the men fed their girlfriends as if their lovers' arms were amputated. The scent of love filled the air, and in this glorious celebration, individuals were expected to spend it with their significant other. However, since the group of girls had an impossible set of standards because of their love for idols, they were stuck with each other's company in a cheap fast food chain. I thought you said that couples wouldn't be here during this day, Bora groaned, popping a fry in her mouth. That's what I thought. Wei scratched the back of her neck. Then, she looked around the place, looking apologetic for suggesting it to them. But we're surrounded by couples. Sorry guys, she apologized. Sumin waved it off. It's all right. That's not our real focus. Anyway, the most important thing is, we finally got our albums. Jia looked at the pile of albums in front of them and sighed dreamily. They took so long, but they're finally here, she said, almost hugging the plastic materials. We should have just bought some from the actual store, Nari said. Who knew pre-ordering online would take 3 weeks to arrive at our address? There's no use, Bora said, her mouth full of greasy fast food. The albums sold out everywhere. Azure clearly underestimated Eve's power since they understocked the albums despite them having 1 million pre-orders. That's true, Nari agreed. Octa still has albums on the shelves, and they essentially had the same amount of pre-orders as Eve. Maybe that's also the reason why Eve's album sales are lower than theirs. Jia clenched her fist and banged it on the table, causing the couple next to them to jump in surprise. The young couple then noticed the mountain of albums on top of their table and quickly gestured to move to another seat. Those fucking bastards. They're underestimating my babies just because they're rookies. I would never watch a show from Azure again, Jia ranted. Damn, girl, Bora raised her hands. You don't need to go that far. Jia clicked her tongue. Every corporation is trash. However, Azure is trashier than others. Have you seen the issue with Eve's manager? Yeah, Nari shivered in disgust. I can't believe he was collecting their socks. Socks. I mean, I would also like a collection of their socks, but not to that extent. Bora shook her head. I'm going to disregard the last sentence you said, but yeah, Azure is known for their shitty management. I mean, it's not the worst, but it's definitely not good at all. I think it's also the reason why Girls' Evolution and Boy Mystic haven't broken the top K-pop idols records. Eve has the potential to do that, though, Sumin said. Let's hope their management actually does something good for them. Let's not talk about the company anymore, Nari said, halting their conversation. We have these beautiful albums before us. Let's start opening them. I stayed off of Naval to avoid the spoilers for their photo cards, Jia said. I really hope I get Jun's photo cards. Me too, Boris said. Sumin, Nari, and Wei also nodded in agreement, causing Jia to raise her eyebrows in surprise. You're also aiming for Jun's photo card? She asked. Well, yeah, Bora responded. You already know that Jun has my heart along with Casper and Ren. You're probably the bigger fan among the two of us, but I'm not going to trade Jun's photo card once I get my hands on it. And how about you guys? Jia asked, turning to her 3 other friends. I thought Jun wasn't even in your biased lists. He grew on me after watching Quiz God, Nari shamelessly admitted. I don't know. I just started feeling sparks after their abracadabra performance, Wei admitted. You finally have decent taste in men. Bora enthusiastically clapped. Wei chuckled and shook her head. And you? Jia asked, turning to Sumin. I thought you were a loyal Zetherialist. You said you'd die on his ship, and only on his ship. That still stands, Sumin said. But like Nari, my mom started liking Jun after Quiz God. She scolded me for buying plenty of Eve's albums, but now, she's practically begging for Jun's photo card. Jia sighed and massaged her temples. So, you're telling me, I can't trade photo cards with you guys anymore? Well, if I get a duplicate of Jun's, I'll give it to you, Boris said. Yeah, me too. Me 3. I'll do that too. Jia sighed in relief, looking at the pile in front of them. They bought 5 albums each, which meant they had 20 albums right now. Jun's photo card will definitely be among them, right? Wrong. Jia was currently on her 3rd album, and she had gotten most of the members at this point, but not Jun. Bingo, Bora exclaimed, pulling out the very first Jun photo card of the night. The others looked at her with envy, wanting to get his photo card too. "Let me see," Jia exclaimed, trying to get it out of her grasp, but Bora shook her head and pulled her hand back. "No touching," he said. Jia clicked her tongue and stared at Jun's photo. The other three also stared at it with wonder. "Wait," Nari said. "Is it just me, or is this photo card shitty?" Jia immediately pushed Nari's shoulder, causing the latter to chuckle. "I'm not talking about Jun. He looks very handsome. I'm talking about the angle. It's actually a miracle that he looks this good with this type of photo," she clarified her statement. Now that you've mentioned it, you're right. This is how my parents take pictures," Boris said. Jia observed the photo and couldn't counter their statements. Indeed, Jun's photo was the epitome of Generation X's selfie style. The phone was way too close, at a downward angle, and it was obvious that he was staring at the phone screen and not at the camera. "If you don't want it, then I'll gladly have it," Jia said. "No way," Boris said. "The fact that he took the photo like an old man already makes it more special." Jia sighed in disappointment as she stared at her two remaining albums. She still has a shot with these two. Again, she was wrong. As her friends opened their last albums, it seemed like a holy spirit had granted their wishes and given all of them Jun photo cards. "My mom's going to be so happy with this," Sumin smiled. "It's the same one as Bora's," Nari exclaimed. "I'll treasure this forever. This one's taken in the same angle, but he's wearing a different outfit," Wei chuckled. "I think he only took it at one angle," Sumin said, giggling to herself. Jia groaned in misery, squeezing the last album in her hand. "This is my last chance," she exclaimed. "I better get his photo card." "We're rooting for you," Boris said, still eating. "You'll definitely get it," Wei said, assuring Jia. Jia, with a determined expression, opened the album. The photo card quickly fell out, so Jia looked away and covered it with her hand. Back then, she thought her friends were crazy for spending so much money on a piece of hard paper with a printed picture of an idol. Oh, she ate her words really quickly. She let out a deep breath and finally removed her hand from the photo card, revealing her last chance of the night. "It's blank." Bora chuckled, some crumbs falling from her lips. "I think you got a defective one." Number 345. Chapter 345 Angsty. With Jay as their new manager, Jun couldn't predict how their next projects would be. There was one thing certain, though. Things are going to be crazy, hopefully in a good way. For now, Jun didn't want to think about anything work-related since they were finally granted a break. It was only one day, though, since they were going to have meetings in the next few days for their upcoming projects next year. Nonetheless, Jun was still thankful for the short break since it meant he was finally going to see Grandma and Minjun. It had been a while since Jun had seen them. The last time Jun personally interacted with them was during the last episode of Rising Stars. It had also been a while since he had chatted with Minjun. After Jun messaged him for the article he wrote for Eve's debut, they hadn't chatted at all. Jun stood outside the beat-down apartment with a giddy heart, wondering how they'd react once they saw him. He entered the apartment complex and went to their floor. He decided to knock since he didn't want to give Grandma a heart attack, especially since her age was very susceptible to illnesses. He could hear familiar footsteps coming near the door, so he put on his best smile and opened his arms. The door opened, revealing Minjun, who appeared taller than before. He was expecting the little kid to jump in joy and greet him with a warm hug, but Minjun merely raised one of his eyebrows. "Oh, you're here?" he nonchalantly asked. Jun was taken aback by his voice. It also sounded deeper. "What the hell happened to you?" Jun asked, looking at Minjun with wide eyes. Minjun frowned and shook his head. "Weird," he said, leaving Jun with his mouth agape on the doorway. "Who's that, Minjun?" he heard Grandma's voice. "No one," Minjun said, making Jun even more confused. What happened to his cute little devil? Jun entered through the door and found Minjun on the couch while watching some type of rock band. They were screaming incomprehensible words, but Minjun nodded his head to the beat. Jun watched him with wide eyes, but Minjun merely ignored him. Grandma went out of the kitchen, still looking like the personification of sunshine. Her eyes brightened up when she saw Jun. She immediately placed down the pot of soup on the table and went to the pink-haired idol to give him a warm hug. Jun, forgetting about Minjun for a moment, also wrapped his arms around Grandma and melted into her embrace. "Oh, it's been such a long time," Grandma exclaimed, rubbing his back. You've become even more handsome. Jun smiled. Thanks, Grandma. I've missed you. Grandma let go of Jun and observed his face. Indeed, you've become more handsome, but you look tired, she sadly said. Have you been getting enough sleep? Jun didn't respond. He was getting sleep. It definitely wasn't adequate, but he still got some rest. Have you been eating well? She softly asked. Does fried chicken count? Jun chuckled. Grandma clicked her tongue and shook her head. That can't be. You should bring home some side dishes when you go back to your dorms. I'll pack them for you. You came right on time, too, she said. I just finished cooking our lunch. However, I wasn't able to cook a lot since I thought you'd be arriving in the afternoon. It's all right, Grandma, Jun assured. Anything you make is excellent. Grandma widely smiled as she patted his shoulder. Min-jun, set the table. Your older brother is here, Grandma exclaimed. Uffed, older brother, Min-jun said, a frown on his face. Jun turned to Grandma with a distressed expression. Did something happen with Min-jun? Jun whispered. Grandma sighed, looking a bit troubled. I honestly don't know, she said. I think he's going through puberty. When did this start? Jun asked. It has been a while, Grandma said. After you left, his father also flew back to the States. I started noticing his shift in attitude starting then. But he still wrote a sweet article about our debut back then, he said. It wasn't this bad in the beginning, she said. But now, he doesn't even use his Min naval account anymore. Have you talked to him? Jun asked. Plenty of times, Grandma responded. But I feel like he's getting worse. Jun sighed, running his fingers through his hair. I'll try talking to him, Jun said. Their lunch, despite being one of the most flavorful meals Jun had eaten, didn't taste so good since Min-jun was on his phone most of the time. You boys continue chatting, Grandma said. I'll take care of washing the dishes. So, what are your hobbies now? Jun warily asked, trying to strike up a conversation. Min-jun shook his head. I don't have any hobbies. Games. You like games, right? Jun asked. I just got my first paycheck, so why don't you pick one of those game skinnies you were talking about so I can buy them for you? They're called skins, Min-jun deadpanned. And are you sure? The one I like is $2,000. Jun's eyes widened in surprise. What? He exclaimed. What's it for? For the game character to wear, Min-jun responded. It's not even real clothes, but it's $2,000? These game people must be nuts. Are you going to buy it or not? Min-jun impatiently asked. Well, you see, I thought being an idol paid well, but we're just starting out, so. Would you like some ice cream instead? I'll get you the expensive one, Jun bargained. Min-jun clicked his tongue. Never mind. I'll just tell my mom to buy it. Jun pursed his lips in frustration. This was harder than he thought. He had gone through a similar experience when Mei Ling was in her emo phase, and during that moment, Jun knew that young teens were the scariest, most angsty people he would ever meet. He had to walk on eggshells for an entire year because of it. Thankfully, she found K-pop, which made her forget about her emo phase and venture into the fangirling world. Jun didn't want Min-jun to last a year acting like this, so he continued pestering him to talk. He held onto Min-jun's arm and practically dragged him away from his chair. Wait, where are we going? Min-jun exclaimed with wide eyes. Come on, kid. Jun smiled, helping him put on his jacket. I'll treat you to some ice cream. Number 346. Chapter 346, Social Media King. Damn, I spent $60 for this, Jun said, looking at the expensive ice cream cone with gold leaves hanging from its side. You should have told me you were still broke, Min-jun said, appearing to be enjoying the expensive ice cream. Jun sighed and shook his head. At least the little kid was enjoying it. Despite Min-jun's reluctance, Jun was able to convince him to join for some ice cream. Jun even let Min pick the ice cream place, but he quickly regretted it when he saw the price list inside the shop. Now, they were sitting on a park bench, the sound of children's laughter filling the air. I'll probably get more money next month, Jun said. I'll treat you to something like this again. Min-jun scoffed. You're probably going to be very busy. Jun pursed his lips and didn't respond since he, too, couldn't predict his schedule for the next year. It would definitely be a busy year, though, that was certain. So, what are you up to these days? Jun asked, making small talk. Min-jun sighed, leaning against the bench and observing the playing little kids. It seemed like yesterday when he was one of them, but now, he was halfway through 7th grade. Nothing much, Min-jun responded. Just school and stuff. You're not writing on Minmin anymore? Jun asked. You have over 700,000 followers the last time I checked. Minjun bitterly chuckled. What's the point? It's not fun anymore. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. I thought writing was the most fun for you back then. Well, it's different now, Minjun firmly said. Jun pursed his lips and stayed silent, sensing the aggravation in Minjun's voice. This led Jun to think that something happened with the little kid. He used to be so sweet, not really, so innocent, definitely not, and so loving. He loved watching Jun suffer, and now, he just seemed lifeless. Hey, little kid, Jun said, breaking the awkward silence. Minjun glared at him, finishing off his ice cream. I'm not a little kid, he spat. Jun rolled his eyes and also finished his ice cream before fully facing Minjun. Be honest with me, Jun said, looking into his eyes. Are you okay? He sincerely asked, his tone turning soft. Minjun's gaze softened, and for a second, he looked like the innocent boy that Jun considered his precious little brother. However, it was gone in an instant as Minjun broke their gaze. Why do you even care anyway? He softly asked. Of course, I care, Jun exasperatedly said. I'm worried. Your grandmother's worried, too. You know you can tell me anything, right? I'll help you with whatever. Minjun sighed and stood up from the bench. Let's just go home, he said, changing the subject. Minjun, Jun said in a warning tone. We're not going to leave here until you tell me what's wrong. What's the point? Minjun snapped, glaring at Jun. You're all going to leave me anyway. He whispered the last statement, so Jun wasn't able to hear it. What was that? Jun clarified. Nothing, Minjun said. Let's go home. And I told you, we're not going home until... Oh my gosh, that is Jun. Jun, I thought I was hallucinating for a moment. Jun, goodness, I love you. Jun's eyes widened when he heard a bunch of screams coming near them. He turned to the side and saw a flock of young girls running over to where they were. Shit, he muttered under his breath before grabbing onto Minjun's hoodie and running away from the park. The young boy allowed himself to be dragged until they made their way to a secluded alleyway in their neighborhood. Jun paused for a moment and peeked from the wall, finally sighing in relief when he didn't see anyone running after them. I think we lost them, Jun said, still holding onto Minjun. Minjun sighed and shook his head before removing Jun's hold from his shoulder. So, is it all right if we go home now? The young boy asked. Jun frowned, looking into his unreadable eyes. Until when are you going to act like this? Jun asked. What do you mean? You know you're giving your grandma a hard time, right? Jun said in a reprimanding tone, hoping Minjun would snap out of it if he brought up his grandma. However, Minjun merely rolled his eyes. Let her leave me alone then, he snapped, walking away from the alleyway. Jun's frown deepened. Minjun, he scolded, but the young boy didn't bother turning around. Jun was about to run after him when Fu suddenly showed up before him. Congratulations, you have stumbled upon a lucky mission. Jun groaned in frustration. Gosh, you always have such great timing, don't you? Thank you, host. Anyway, the title of your mission is Social Media King. Jun froze, already dreading the mission even before the details had been divulged. Social media is a must for all idols. With this in mind, here is your mission. Gain over 100,000 followers on your current naval account. Make _I'm Kitty JunXR1S1INGSD for our 5 rise to fame. Jun read the instructions with a blank stare. It has been such a long time since he used that account, so he almost forgot about it. Now, looking at his username, Jun felt like he really did such a bad job making it. There was no wonder the public didn't take him seriously when he introduced himself in the account back then. Can I change my username? Jun asked. No changes, host. Keep the username as it is. You're asking for the impossible, Jun whined. I'm not even on Rising Stars anymore. Fu ignored his complaints and continued explaining the mission. This is a special mission with fun consequences and augmentations. That tells me that it isn't going to be fun, Jun sighed. Fu has a few conditions for this mission. 1. The host must not get help from external sources. No follows from fellow teammates. No asking for help from other social media holders. The 100,000 followers must be organically farmed. 2. No changing of username. However, the host may change his username once the goal has been achieved. 3. No mention of your social media handle on other platforms. Use naval and naval only. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Since when did you give out conditions for regular missions? Jun asked in exasperation. This is a special mission. Once the mission is achieved, the host will be given the opportunity to increase one skill stat. And here's the exciting part. Once the host accomplishes twice the given number in the mission, he will be granted a random skill from a wheel of skills. What if I violate the conditions? Jun asked. Violation of the conditions will result in a regression of skill by 1 grade. Number 347. Chapter 347 Special Performance. Make sure to visit again, Grandma said, holding onto both of Jun's shoulders, giving it a light squeeze. Will do, Jun said, although he was unsure when they'd have a break the next time. Jun glanced behind Grandma and saw Min-jun, who was looking down at the ground. I'm sorry too, Jun added. I wasn't able to talk to Min-jun properly. Grandma smiled sadly. It's all right, dear. At least you still tried. Call me when you have trouble with anything, Jun said. Oh, I don't want to be a bother, Grandma said. Just focus on your work. I know you're very busy. Nonsense, Jun smiled. Just call me, all right? I'll be sure to teach the little guy a lesson if he causes trouble. Grandma chuckled despite the worry in her eyes. All right, get going now then. I'm sure your teammates are waiting for you. Make sure to let them taste the side dishes I've prepared. They will definitely devour this in less than a day, Jun said. Thanks, Grandma. See you in a while, Min-jun. He waved at the young boy, but Min-jun merely nodded in acknowledgement. Jun sighed and shook his head before leaving their apartment complex. Jun stood outside their dorms and clicked his tongue when he heard the commotion inside. The others must have been back already, and he was dreading their chaos. With hesitation, Jun entered the room and expected to see his teammates inside. However, much to his surprise, an additional person was in the room. His hair was still slicked back despite the casual setting, which made Jun even more confused. What is he doing here? Jun asked, pointing at Jay. Bro, Jay exclaimed, standing from the couch and greeting him with a warm hug. Move away, Jun said, taking a step back. I thought you wanted to maintain a professional relationship. Oh, that's when we're working, of course, Jay smiled. For now, I'm also on my break, so I'm going to act casual with you guys. Jun shook his head and gave him the bags of side dishes Grandma had prepared. Here, Jun said. Jay looked through the bag, his eyes widening in delight. Sweet. We just ordered fried chicken, so this will be a great addition to the meal, he said. Sit, bro, Jisung said, patting the seat before him. We're watching the special live broadcast of Quiz God. Jun sat next to Jisung and shrugged. He felt tired, but for some reason, he wanted to hang out with the boys for a short moment. You would have destroyed everyone on the show if you won, Jae-young said. Zibo was already eliminated in the first round. I probably would have been eliminated earlier on, too, Jun said, his eyes focused on the screen. The participants this time ranged from longtime lawyers and talented doctors to young geniuses. Jun, although smart for an idol, knew he would only be ordinary among these people. Zibo, alone, had already proved that. In the end, Jun actually made a pretty good decision of deliberately losing. Just then, Jay's phone rang, signaling the arrival of their fried chicken. I'll head down to get our order. As Jay left the room, Jun opened up the topic of naval accounts. Hey, Jun started off. You all have naval accounts, right? Yeah, Zeth smiled. I've had it since we were trainees. How many followers do you have right now? Jun asked. Around 500,000, Zeth said, causing Jun's eyes to widen in surprise. Damn, that's a lot, Jae-young said. I have 600,000, but that's only because I was already active on naval when I was in Raven. I'm surprised your company's allowed you to have naval accounts even as trainees, Si-hoon said. I was only allowed to open one when I joined Rising Stars, so I only have around 250,000. Not too bad, Rin said. Companies these days are more open to their trainees having access to social media, granted that they'd also have access to their accounts. I have around 400,000 followers now. Why do you guys have so many followers? Jun asked in disbelief. That's not even a lot, Zeth said. The truly popular idols have more than 3 million. Uno even gained 1 million followers already. Jun pursed his lips, suddenly feeling competitive when he heard Uno's name. You don't have a naval account, right? Zeth asked. I saw him scrolling on naval, though, Akira said. He was scrolling through a bunch of cake decorating videos. Jun pursed his lips as Zeth nudged his shoulder. Don't tell me. You secretly like cute things, don't you? Fuck off, Jun said. I do have a naval account. Why won't you use it then? Jisung asked. I do use it, Jun muttered under his breath. I've even posted on it during Rising Stars. Well, the fans must not know that it's you. Tell me your username so I can follow you, Zeth said. Jun was about to type his username into Zeth's phone when he suddenly remembered Fu's first condition. The host must not get help from external sources. Jun let out a frustrated sigh. You'll know in due time, he cryptically said. Zeth raised one eyebrow. All right then, whatever you want. With that, their conversation came to an end. Jun continued coming up with a strategy to grow his social media account when Jay entered the room with 4 boxes of fried chicken in his arms. Time to eat, he exclaimed, causing the others to cheer. As they ate their greasy dinner, Jun continued to think about his naval account. Currently, he only had around 15,000 followers, and those followers were people who thought he was a Jun imposter. Up to this day, he still got death threats from his own enthusiastic fans. Hey Jun, Jay said, snapping him out of his thoughts. You know what's funny? Their manager chuckled. I was looking through the emails on your group's professional account and found plenty of endorsement opportunities rejected by your past manager. What? Jisung asked with furrowed eyebrows. Yeah, Jay said, scratching the back of his head. You were even asked by a soja company. That would have been such a huge deal. Thankfully, I was able to bag you a gig despite Chul's past rejection, Jay cheerfully added. What is it? Jun asked. The other members also paid attention. You know those special dance stages in those year-end award shows? Jay asked. Yeah, Jun said. Well, you're not going to perform in those. Jay chuckled, making the others groan in annoyance. Instead, you're going to be performing a special vocal stage with a veteran in the industry. Number 348. Chapter 348, The Vocal Team. Year-end performances. It was the dream of plenty of idols to perform in such an esteemed event. Held by one of the biggest TV stations in Korea, SBBS, it was the most awaited event of the year. The fact that Eve was included in the lineup was already a great honor. It wasn't just an event where idols performed for their fans. Different sponsors also attended the show, scouting their new ambassadors for the year. This may be the reason why companies push their idols to perform their best during the year-end show, to attract more brands and earn more money. Aside from the usual idol stages, veterans also performed alongside these idols, providing an opportunity to mix the old and new. Undoubtedly, these performances were the most popular segments of the year-end show since the older generations also tuned in. Every year, there were 3 special stages: a joint girl group performance, a joint boy group performance, and a performance with a well-known veteran in the industry. Last year, MYE, a popular girl group from Esper Entertainment, was given the opportunity to perform with Sisters, a 90s girl group that took South Korea by storm in their generation. Their performance garnered over 10 million views and was well loved by the public. The year before that, popular boy group members had a rap performance with the iconic line KJ. Again, it was the most popular performance to come out of the show. This year, they were finally going to have a vocal performance, and Jun was fortunate enough to join their performance at the last minute. We're here, Jay said, parking the car in SBBS's building. It was already the 28th, so the performance was in less than 3 days. Are you nervous? Jay asked. Jun shrugged, not particularly feeling anything at the moment. He would be lying if he said he wasn't excited, but he wasn't necessarily nervous, either. He felt it was a great opportunity to finally show his vocal skills, especially since they were going to be performing with a very famous balladeer, Lee Sik. Jun knew plenty of his songs, which spoke well about the veteran's popularity. Are you not going to tell me about the other special people in this performance? Jun asked. Well, then it wouldn't be so fun, right? Jay asked. They're mostly from groups who debuted before you, so make sure you greet them well, okay? Jun groaned before nodding. They've already had their practices during the 24th and 26th, so you might feel out of place for a while, Jay reminded. I was only able to convince them to have you join on the 26th, so just be thankful they're still accommodating us. Yeah, Jun said, a bit disappointed since he would have practiced earlier if it wasn't been for Chul. This will also be your last practice, as per Mr. Lee Sik's schedule, So do your best, Jay said. Although, I don't have to worry about that since I know you're a very good vocalist. Jun smiled. Let's go, Jay said. Wait, Jun said, opening his phone camera to take a quick picture. What was that for? Jay asked. Nothing. Jun vaguely responded as he uploaded the picture on Naval. For now, his strategy was to post as many pictures of him as possible to convince his fans that he was, indeed, Jun. Maybe then, he would be able to gain followers and accomplish his mission. All right, let's go, Jun said, about to leave. Wait, no, Jay shouted, causing him to halt. Then, their manager went to Jun's door and opened it, even bowing like an esteemed butler. Jun clicked his tongue. You don't have to do this, you know. But I want to, Jay smiled. I promise to serve you well. The two of them went to the practice room on the 3rd floor, and only then did Jun feel the nervousness creep into his stomach. Now that he thought about it, joining in after they'd already practiced meant that they had made some adjustments just for him. Well, I can't go inside, Jay said, patting Jun's back. I'll be gossiping with the other managers while waiting for you. Just give me a call if you need something. Jun nodded while Jay skipped to the lounge room, excited to extract more information. Jun stood outside of the door for a while, taking a deep breath before knocking and making his way inside. He could hear faint chuckles as he opened the door. However, they quickly stopped when he poked his head in. Jun was met with 3 other people, 2 boys and 1 girl. The atmosphere quickly turned cold as he fully made his way inside. Oh my gosh, what is he doing here? Mimi thought as she looked at the pink-haired idol before her. When she first found out she was going to perform with the legendary Lee Sik for the year-end show, she was more elated with the fact she'd probably see Jun since Eve was also in the lineup. When she also heard there was going to be another member added to the special performances lineup even after they'd practiced, she felt pretty bitter since they had to rearrange the parts of the song. However, seeing the new member made all of those bitter feelings go away. It was Jun. The love of her life, Jun. Oh, hell no. It's you? The man next to Mimi said. Mimi clicked his tongue and nudged Nico's side. Be nice, she reprimanded. Nice to meet you all, Jun bowed. I'm sorry for only coming this day. Damn right. You should be sorry, Nico scoffed. Meanwhile, Mimi stood up and led Jun to one of the seats, the one next to her. You don't need to apologize. It must have been tough with the situation with your manager, right? She asked. Jun nodded. Everything's all right now, though. That's good, Mimi said. I was worried for you. The 3 boys looked at her with raised eyebrows. For your team, of course. Mimi awkwardly chuckled. We're from the same show. How can I not worry about my own juniors? I'm your junior, too, Nico said. Why aren't you worried about me? Mimi ignored Nico's statement and turned to their other member. Have you guys met before? She asked. Jun looked at the other guy and curtly nodded. We've seen each other, Trace said. It's good to see you, Jun said, to which Trace responded with a tight-lipped smile. The atmosphere quickly turned awkward as they all sat in silence. Are we only waiting for Mr. Lee Sik now? Jun asked. Yeah, but we're also waiting for another person, Mimi responded. There's one more? Jun asked. Mimi chuckled as she nodded, finding Jun cute. He was even more good-looking up close, and she was already palpitating just from the sight of his face. Didn't your manager tell you about the people in the lineup? Mimi asked. Jun shook his head. Well, we still have one more member. Her statement was cut off when the door suddenly opened, signifying the arrival of their last member. There he is, Mimi smiled. Zian, our new member is here. Number 349. Chapter 349 Lee Sik. Trace quickly stood from his seat and bowed at Zian, the popular vocalist of the idol group Chaos. Jun, although not recognizing the idol, also stood and bowed in respect. Meanwhile, Zian stood at the doorway, observing the newcomer in the room. When he first found out they were going to add another member to the lineup, he was quite annoyed. Why didn't this so-called newcomer come to their first practice? When he saw that it was Jun, the member of the idol group he had been wary of, his annoyance escalated even further. However, it was also paired with curiosity. Just how good was this guy? You're late, Nico jokingly said, standing up and giving Zian a man-hug. Ah, come on. Mr. Lee Sik isn't even here, Zian chuckled. Mimi, being the most senior idol of the group, didn't bother standing and just smiled at Zian. We're complete now, she said. Why don't we introduce ourselves to our new member? They all sat and started introducing themselves. The name's Trace, he started off. I'm from OCTA. Nice to meet you. Hi, June. I'm Mimi. She enthusiastically offered her hand to June. June shook it with gratitude, and Mimi felt her heart explode with how cute June was. Her cheeks visibly reddened, causing Nico to click his tongue and break their contact. My turn, Nico said. I'm sure you already know me since you went to our waiting room during the Abracadabra festival. June stared at the person before him and found he wasn't familiar at all. He knew he was from Boy Mystic, but aside from Jordan, he wasn't too familiar with their members. I'm sorry, Senior, June apologized. I don't think I caught your name. Nico's eyes widened, and he suddenly felt annoyance build inside his heart. You? He's Nico. Mimi quickly cut the annoyed guy off. Don't pay attention to him too much. Life is bitter for him. Mimi, Nico whined, causing June to chuckle. Nice to meet you, Senior. June respectfully bowed. Then, he turned to the last person, Zian. Zian, despite being a loud guy, was silent all throughout the exchange. Mimi found it quite weird since he was usually on the same wavelength as Nico. Now, he wasn't being his usual self. Zian, Mimi said, snapping him out of his thoughts. Right, Zian said, clearing his throat. I'm Zian from Chaos. June nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for welcoming me warmly. My name is June, and I am from the group Eve. I also apologize for the inconvenience I've caused. Let's work together from now on. Nonsense, Mimi cheerfully said. You're very welcome here. Right, guys? The three guys didn't respond, causing Mimi to shake her head. Sorry, June, she whispered. They're just a bit grumpy because of the new arrangement. It's okay, June whispered back, his minty breath brushing against Mimi's cheek, causing her stomach to erupt into butterflies. By the way, Nico suddenly said. You also trained in Phoenix, right? He asked. Mimi turned to him, confused. How do you know that? I thought you didn't keep up with this season's rising stars. Nico's eyes widened in panic. He cleared his throat and collected himself. Of course, I didn't, he exclaimed. I just saw it on the news. Yeah, on the news. It was big news back then. I did, June said, answering Nico's question. Then, did the two of you meet back then? Mimi asked, looking between June and Zian. June remained silent since he genuinely didn't know the answer to the question. Moreover, he was curious about Zian's answer. June knew that Chaos was the group Jun Hao was supposed to debut in. He was already aware of his relationship with Alex and Hyunwoo, but his relationship with the Chaos members was still hidden in the dark. I did see him around back then, Zian said, causing June to become even more curious. But we weren't acquainted. I was practicing to be in Chaos back then, and he wasn't. I see, Mimi said. I guess that makes all of us new friends then. Friends, Nico scoffed. How about more than friends, he said, smiling as he leaned closer to Mimi. However, Mimi scooted further away from Nico and closer to June. She just hit two birds with one stone. She got away from Nico while getting to stay close to June. Just then, the door opened, revealing the legendary artist, Lee Sik. The five idols immediately stood and bowed deeply, showing their utmost respect for the veteran singer. Lee Sik chuckled, his deep voice resonating in the room. His short hair, now in the color of salt and pepper, was spiked on top of his head. He was wearing a shirt in the style of a modern hanbok, and it was paired with white trousers. June could already feel the immense amount of energy from the older man, even when he hadn't spoken at all. Lee Sik, the 52-year-old singer, had been in the industry for more than 30 years. He first started singing when he was in high school and joined the longest-running song competition in South Korea, Karaoke King. At a young age, he already had a passion for traditional Panzori music, so he incorporated those sounds into his songs. He was also a great lyricist, painting the struggles of many generations, which made most of his songs emotional and relatable. After his venture into Karaoke King, he was recognized by the Prime Minister of South Korea, who had him sing on his birthday. That was the start of his mind-blowing career. He had released over 20 albums in his career, and the title tracks of these albums were all great hits. Undoubtedly, the greatest hit he had written was Father, which was the song they were going to be singing for the year-end show. I'm sorry for being late, he said. Father duties. The idol stopped bowing. It's no problem, Senior. Nico smiled, appearing kinder than he was before. We can wait all day for you. Lee Sik chuckled, patting Nico's shoulder. Then, he turned to the new face in the room. His expression held some kind of hostility for the newcomer. Nonetheless, Jun bowed and greeted him kindly. "My name is Jun, sir," he said. "Thank you for welcoming me into your team." Lee Sik merely hummed, causing the atmosphere to dampen. It wasn't that hard to notice that Lee Sik wasn't too happy with the sudden changes, too. "Should we get started with our last practice?" he asked. They enthusiastically nodded and took their places on the elevated stage. Meanwhile, Jun didn't know where to go. He was just given the music sheet and the lines he was supposed to sing, so he had no clue about the other details. Where is Jun supposed to go?" Mimi asked, feeling concerned. Lee Sik sighed as he stood at the center. "Why don't you sit down and listen to us first, young man?" he asked. "Then, you'll see how great our performance is." Number 350. Chapter 350 Powerhouses. Jun looked at the four people on the stage. He was sitting below them, and although near, he felt like the gap between them was too far. He didn't know the impact of the past practices they had, but Jun felt that it was huge, one that put him behind them. He stared at the music sheet in his hands and read the highlighted parts. For now, he only had 3 lines, all with limited words. He wasn't even going to sing in any of the choruses except for the last one, so the arrangement wasn't even altered to a ridiculous extent. But then again, he was just a newcomer to the group, so he felt like he had no choice but to accept what was given to him. Being invited to a glorious stage was already a great opportunity for a rookie like him. The music started, snapping Jun out of his thoughts. It wasn't the type of song to have a grand beginning. In contrast, it was a song that employed only 2 instruments, the piano and the traditional gangster. Some might argue that the song sounded empty, but for Jun, the strength laid in its strong, emotional lyrics. The song was perfect as it is. If any other instruments were added, then the lyrics would have been overpowered. This may also be the reason why Father is Lee Sik's greatest hit, worming its way into the hearts of many. With the sound of the melancholic piano and gangster, Jun immersed himself in the song. "Oh, the sun would rise, and I saw a world so bright. Through my innocent eyes, I admired your might." Jun immediately got goosebumps once Lee Sik started the song. His voice was warm, rich with emotion, with just the right amount of quiver. He had the power to sing as if he was merely speaking, which touched Jun's heart on unspeakable levels. However, he quickly snapped out of his emotions when he saw the pop-up above the veteran singer's head. Lee Sik. Vocals, SSS. Visual, C+. Jun could have never imagined an SSS stat in this lifetime. He thought he was a big shot for having 2 S tiers, but now, he felt like a mere pawn in the veteran's game. Mimi started the next verse, her high voice contrasting well with Lee Sik's rich and deep one. She had her eyes closed, also feeling the lyrics of the song. "In your shadow, I was happy to stand. I was happy to hold on to your rough hands." Mimi. Vocals, S+. Dance, S. Rap, D. Visually, Jun was once again baffled. He had seen Mimi during their field day and Rising Stars, but he never expected the idol to have such great stats. The first chorus started with Trace and Nico harmonizing with each other, their voices a perfect blend. "I love you, Father. You made me wonder. If I had another life, I would want you again." Trace. Vocals, A+. Dance, A+. Rap, B. Visual, A+. Nico. Vocals, S. Dance, B+. Rap, C. Visual, A-. Jun stared at Nico's stats, his eyebrows furrowing in confusion. He vaguely remembered Nico's stats from when they performed during the Abracadabra Festival. Nico definitely did not have any S-tier skills back then. However, his vocal aspect was now the same as Jun's. Jun didn't have any time to ponder upon it, however, since Zian began to sing the next verse. "But clouds did gather, storms did brew. The father I once loved was not the father I knew." Zian. Vocals, SS. Dance, S. Rap, C. Visual, S. Jun felt his heart race as he stared at the 3 S-tier skills on Zian's status window. It was the very first time he had met a person with 3 S-tiers, and again, it made him think that the skills he was proud of were nothing compared to these people. Jun was just a little shrimp, after all. As they sang the last chorus together, all of their pop-ups showed at the same time. Jun stared at all of their status windows and suddenly felt an impending sense of doom. Their auras combined felt even scarier than before. The people before him were powerhouses, immovable forces. And as their voices harmonized with each other, Jun wondered if he had a place in this lineup after all. The song ended still with the piano and the gaegeum, the echoes of its string resonating in the room. There was a moment of silence that followed after the end of the song, all of them appearing to still be immersed in its emotions. Jun, too, was speechless and unmoving, touched by the performance he had witnessed. Was this how his fans felt when they watched his performances? Jun clapped, causing the others to snap out of their reverie. Mimi smiled as she stared at the pink-haired idol on the seats. She was very proud of their performance, and to be able to show it off to the person she liked was a euphoric experience. Nico smirked proudly as he looked down at Jun. "That was good, right?" he asked, boasting a bit since he knew he put on a great performance. Trace and Zian kept straight faces as they met gazes with Jun. However, they gave each other curt smiles, to which Jun furrowed his eyebrows. Meanwhile, Lee Sik was still lost in the feelings of his own song. Jun stared at the veteran singer and felt a newfound respect for him. Even if the idols did a great job emulating his song, no one could compare to him. Lee Sik sang with the most emotion, and Jun was the most immersed during his parts. After a while, Lee Sik finally snapped out of his feelings. Then, he faced Jun, a challenging smile gracing his lips. "How was the performance, young man?" he asked. "It was good," Jun said, still a bit speechless. Lee Sik felt the sincerity in Jun's voice, causing him to chuckle. "That's the standard I'm looking for in the idols I perform with. Do you think you got what it takes?" Jun paused for a moment, not knowing whether the question was some kind of test. Ultimately, he thought that being confident was better than being reluctant. So he nodded. "Yes, sir," he said with confidence. Lee Sik smirked. "Very well. Then, why don't you come up to the stage and show us what you got?" Number 351. Chapter 351 Worthy. Jun was taken aback by Lee Sik's suggestion, or rather, command. The other idols on the stage were also surprised. However, they were also curious. Was Jun really worthy of joining their stage? "I only allow great singers on my team," Mr. Lee Sik said. "The production team might have agreed for you to sing with us, but I can't blindly accept a person who hasn't been here since the beginning." Jun pursed his lips, hesitating on what to do. "So, unless you show me that you're worthy of singing my song, I have no choice but to show you hostility," Lee Sik added. The two of them locked gazes, the middle-aged man almost burning with passion. "Are you up for the challenge, young man?" The room was silent for a couple of seconds. However, it was broken by the sound of wood scraping against the floor. Jun stood from his chair and walked toward the stage, his gaze still on Lee Sik. Lee Sik smirked and made way for Jun on the center stage. "No mics. No anything. Just you and the instrumental," the veteran singer said. Jun nodded while the others made their way down the elevated platform. They settled in their original seats and intently watched Jun, whose face couldn't be read from where they were sitting. Nico smirked as he looked at the idol. He might seem confident now, but he'll soon crumble if he doesn't show Lee Sik a great performance. During their very first practice, the production team actually enjoined a lot of idols to perform with the one and only Lee Sik. Nico was confused at first. He thought he had already been chosen to be a part of the final lineup. However, it was an audition of some sort. From 25 idols, Lee Sik narrowed it to 4. Lee Sik believed he had made the greatest lineup from the list of idols he was given. So now that Jun barged into the picture, he didn't want to give him any special treatment. He first needed to prove that he was deserving to sing Father. "Whenever you're ready," Lee Sik said, snapping Jun out of his thoughts. For a moment, Jun was lost in his thoughts as he stared at the music sheet. "Am I going to sing my lines?" Jun asked. "No," Lee Sik smirked. "Sing the third chorus." Jun read the lyrics of the third chorus and felt a pang in his chest. When Jay first informed him of the lines he was going to sing, he was disappointed with how scarce it was. However, he was thankful at the same time, since he didn't have to sing the third chorus. Father was a very special song because its lyrics portrayed an unspoken truth. It was about the sweet relationship of a child with his father and how it turned bitter in the end. It was even more touching as it was written from the first person's point of view. Jun wasn't too fond of it because it reminded him too much of home. In Rising Stars, he had come to terms with the loss of his mother, his beautiful mother whom he treated like home. His father on the other hand, was a gray topic. "I'm ready," Jun said. Lee Sik nodded, went to the music player, and fast-forwarded it to the second verse. As the lonely tune of the piano and the Gaegeum played, Jun closed his eyes and felt the emotions of the wordless instrumental. At first, he didn't want to sing with the weight of his past. He didn't want to get emotional. However, as he stared into Lee Sik's eyes a while back, Jun felt like it was what he was looking for. The chorus neared, so Jun took a deep breath and rid his mind of any distractions. It was only him and the song. The room fell into a hushed silence as they listened to the melody that enveloped them like a familiar embrace. I watched the strong man use his strength to inflict wounds within arm's length. The first few words tumbled from his lips, and a ripple of uncertainty swept through the room. His voice cracked at the word, wounds, causing the others to exchange glances. Nico was satisfied, but at the same time, he kept his gaze on Jun, who didn't seem bothered by his slip-up. Zian frowned as he watched Jun, his heart feeling strange. Mimi, on the other hand, was ready to fall in love again. With the utterance of his first words, she was already enamored. I stood, I watched, I couldn't do anything but resent the man who became my nothing. As Jun continued, it made sense to the people watching that the crack of his voice was deliberate. He was able to deliver the lines just like how a broken child would sing it under the moon. His voice was pleasant and soft, pleasing to the ears yet painful to the heart, and even without the fancy runs and well-rounded belts, he had captured the hearts of everyone in the room. It was as if he had tapped into an unseen well of emotion. The room fell silent as he sang the last two lines of the third chorus. Lee Sik, who once had a disinterested look, now watched the stage intently. When the veteran singer was given the chance to perform at the year-end show, he knew he wanted to make a tribute to his biggest hit, Father. It was a song embedded deep within his heart because it spoke of his personal story. However, despite it being his greatest hit, he had only performed it live once. For the young Lee Sik, singing it was far too painful. As time healed all wounds, he realized that singing the song didn't hurt as much anymore. But now, as he listened to Jun's version of the chorus he painstakingly wrote, he couldn't help but feel an ache within his heart. It was as if he was transported back to the past, where he was a mere teenager, writing a resentful letter to his father. When the short vocal performance ended, the room remained in a state of suspended silence. Zian looked down at his lap and shook his head in disbelief at what he just heard. Nico felt emotional. However, he kept it in since he didn't want to give Jun the satisfaction of seeing him being touched by his performance. Mimi looked at Jun with glassy eyes, wanting to run to the stage and give him a comforting hug. Trace, on the other hand, nodded in acknowledgement. He admitted he was a bit biased when Jun suddenly joined the lineup for the special performance. However, as he listened to the short chorus, he realized that they needed Jun. He also remembered Uno's words about Jun. We're on the same level now, but I don't know until when. So, I have to work even harder than before. Jun cleared his throat, causing the others to snap out of their thoughts. Then, he gazed into Lee Sik's eyes once more. Was I worthy, he asked. Number 352. Chapter 352, Chosen One. Jun knew he didn't get to showcase his best vocal ability due to the shakiness of his voice. Thinking about his father while singing definitely compromised his S-tier vocal ability. Nonetheless, despite these slip-ups, he felt like his performance was still decent. He didn't know if it would appease the legendary Lee Sik, but Jun inferred he needed some confidence to show he was worthy of being part of the lineup. Everybody watched Lee Sik, gauging his reaction. However, his face remained blank as he stared at Jun. Then he stood up. "Get ready for the last practice," he said, not answering Jun's question. However, Jun already knew the answer, causing him to smirk. Mimi clapped excitedly as Jun made his way down the stage. Nico scoffed while Trace merely smiled in acceptance. Zian, like Lee Sik, also has an unreadable expression. They all assembled in a line with Lee Sik in the very center, and they prepared for their very last rehearsal. Jun, despite not having many lines, was able to stand out in those few lines. Lee Sik couldn't help but watch him more closely every time he sang, and that made the others more competitive for Lee Sik's attention, too. In turn, their performance was maximized to the very best. They practiced until late in the afternoon, And even though Jun merely joined on the very last rehearsal, he didn't fall behind the other idols. Mimi said, scratching the back of her neck. Can I have your number? She asked. She felt like her heart was going to explode with the nervousness she was feeling. Since this morning, she had wanted to ask for Jun's number, and now, she finally got the courage to ask him. Oh, sure, Jun said, typing his number into her phone. Mimi's cheeks heated up as Jun gave her back her phone. Mimi quickly saved it as idol 3 and giddily placed her phone back into her pocket. I just texted you, Mimi said with a wide smile. Jun brought out his phone and nodded. Ah, yes, I received it. I'll save your number right now. Mimi's heart raced as she watched Jun save her number in his contacts. She pursed her lips, anticipating the contact name he would give her. Will it be something cute? Or will he add a heart emoji similar to what she did? However, her fantasies were quickly shattered when she caught a peek at her contact name. Senior Mimi. Disappointed struck Mimi, causing her to freeze on the spot. Nico watched their exchange from the side with flared nostrils, and when he had enough, he quickly held onto her wrist. Let's eat dinner together, he said. Mimi clicked her tongue. Eat dinner by yourself. Nico smirked. He continued holding onto her wrist. My manager told me that your manager is joining in for dinner, so you don't have a choice, he teased. Mimi groaned and let herself get dragged away by the annoying boy mystic member. Trace left at the earliest since Okta had a schedule for another music festival. Meanwhile, Zian didn't bother greeting Jun and left by himself after saying farewell to Mr. Lee Sik. Jun bowed at Lee Sik in gratitude. Thank you for today, senior, he said before turning to the door to leave the room. However, Lee Sik's voice made him halt before he could leave. Jun, Lee Sik said. Jun turned around, confused by his sudden call. Yes, sir. Only the two of them were left inside the practice room, the lights illuminating the otherwise dim room. Lee Sik sat on one of the seats and then pulled another chair close to him. He then patted the said chair. Let's talk for a moment. Jun raised his eyebrows in confusion. Even so, he followed Lee Sik's instructions and sat on the chair next to him. The two of them were stuck in awkward silence before Lee Sik cleared his throat and started the conversation. I sincerely apologize for my hostility a while ago, he said. It was just a test of mine since I want this performance to be as perfect as possible. Jun softly smiled. It's all right, senior. I understand. Then, the two of them were engulfed in silence once more. Do you know why I wrote this song? Lee Sik suddenly asked. Jun turned to him and hummed. I don't know much about the history of the song. However, it must be from your personal experiences. A song like this can only be written by a person who has experienced it. Lee Sik chuckled. As expected, you're very sharp. Indeed, I wrote this song when I was 14 years old, Lee Sik continued. Jun's eyes widened. 14? You've been talented with writing since you were young then. Lee Sik smiled. You're flattering me, young man. I'm just telling the truth, Jun said. I think you're wrong, though, Lee Sik countered his claim. I wasn't a talented writer when I was younger. I just wrote what I felt. And I think that's what made my writing good. Not a lot of people can write their feelings well, Jun said. In that sense, you're a talented writer. You seem like a pretty stubborn person, so I'll take the compliment well, Lee Sik chuckled. Jun merely smiled. Well, as I was saying, I wrote this song when I was younger, when I truly resented my father. Did you know? I only performed this song live once in my entire life. Jun was surprised. He thought Lee Sik would have performed his hit song more than 100 times now. I know it's surprising, but it's the truth, Lee Sik continued. The song hurt too much for me to sing, and when my father, the subject of this song, died, I felt like an evil person for even thinking of singing it when he was already dead. Jun nodded in understanding. He, too, felt guilty whenever he felt resentment for his father, who was probably burning in hell already. So, ever since my father died, I started writing, and I was able to write this, he said, handing Jun a crumpled piece of paper. Jun's eyebrows furrowed as he carefully unraveled the piece of paper and read the contents inside. It was a draft, a very rough one, but Jun felt the pain hidden behind the words written on the crumpled paper. I wanted to show this verse to the rest of the world. However, during the audition process for this special performance, I couldn't find the right voice to sing it. In the end, I decided to keep it to myself until I find the right person. Jun raised his head and finally met eyes with Lee Sik. but I think I've found him now. Number 353. Chapter 353 Magic Mama. It's you, Lee Sik said, looking into Jun's eyes. I've finally found the right voice for the words I have written, he continued. Jun frowned, feeling confused. What do you mean, he asked. The words written on the paper are the words I wanted to say to my father for a long time. Lee Sik explained, looking a bit emotional. At first, I wanted to add another verse to the performance, a second bridge, if you call it. However, like I said, I couldn't find the right voice. But now that you're here, I believe the world is ready to hear it. This special verse. Jun stayed silent as he read the written lyrics once more. He knew Lee Sik was a great writer, but these lyrics were on another level. Are you willing to sing it for me? Lee Sik asked, hope heard in his voice. Jun smirked as he looked up from the lyric sheet and stared into Lee Sik's eyes. I will be honored. Lee Sik smiled, patting Jun's back. All right, so here's how it will go. It was late in the evening when the veteran singer and the rookie idol finished with their practice. Unshed tears were seen in their eyes, both of them unwilling to reveal their vulnerability. In the end, none of them cried because of their pride despite the overwhelming feelings brewing in their hearts. I knew you were the right voice for this song, Lee Sik commended, already feeling fond of the nonchalant idol. At first, Lee Sik didn't see his charm. However, as they practiced together, he realized that the young man was cute, similar to his son at home. Thanks, Jun said, feeling good about being complimented. He definitely appreciated compliments about his voice the most, even during Rising Stars. Although being called handsome was a great ego booster, nothing could compare to how people complimented him for the one aspect he was very proud of. However, Lee Sik said, causing Jun's smile to drop. Even though your vocal techniques are nice, I believe you still have room for improvement, he continued. And these are? Jun asked, genuinely curious. I can't pinpoint it since I'm not a vocal coach, but I think you're still not fully comfortable with singing. Your voice is well-rounded, but your skills are plain. Plain? Jun asked with raised eyebrows. That was the last thing he expected to hear about his voice. He had to admit that it hurt his pride. Jun was pretty confident with his voice because he received so much praise when he was in Rising Stars and in their debut stage. So, having his voice called plain, especially by a veteran, made him rethink his perceptions about his skills. Why don't you find another person to sing it then? Jun asked, standing from his seat and sulking like a little kid. Lee Sik chuckled and pulled him back to sit down. I didn't mean it in a bad way. As I said, your voice is perfect for the song. You don't have the best technical aspects, but you sing with so much emotion, which makes the listeners forget about these flaws. If it weren't for my sensitive ears, I also wouldn't have heard such blemishes, he explained. I believe you're a great singer, Lee Sik continued. You also sing with the most emotion out of everyone in the current lineup. However, I also believe that a great singer will sing with emotion without compromising any of the technical skills. Do you know what I mean? Jun sighed and nodded in defeat. As much as his pride was hurt, he had to admit that Lee Sik was right. Although his skill had improved a lot because of his own efforts, Jun had to admit that most of it was because of Fu's level-up system. Sure, he sounded great for his level, but sometimes he just didn't know how to actually execute the technical vocal abilities because it was already inherent in his system. What do you suggest I do then? Jun asked. Lee Sik gestured for Jun to wait before bringing out something from his wallet, a small piece of paper of some sort. Here, Lee Sik said, this is the calling card of the vocal coach that helped me when I was in a slump. Jun stared at the calling card and found it quite strange. It wasn't the usual sleek and sturdy cardboard cut into a pocket-sized piece. Instead, it was made out of toilet paper? Magic Mama? Jun asked, staring suspiciously at Lee Sik. The veteran singer chuckled before patting Jun's back. I know it sounds pretty strange, but I assure you that you won't regret going to her place. It's located in Seoul, so you might want to visit her when you have the time, he said. Can I visit her tomorrow? Jun asked, curious about the vocal coach. Don't you think that's too soon? We have a performance in 2 days. It's all right, Jun said, nodding with conviction. He had a little bit of free time after Eve's practice tomorrow, and he wanted to improve his vocal skills before the actual performance. Well, I can give her a call and tell you're dropping by. Will that be all right for you? Jun nodded. Great, Lee Sik smiled. I'm glad someone's so enthusiastic to meet her. I've referred a few artists to her, but you were the only one who was up for the challenge. Challenge? Jun asked. Why would going to a vocal coach be a challenge? Lee Sik waved his hand. Don't think about it. She's great. She's one of the reasons why I'm still relevant in the industry after so long. Jun, although still a little bit suspicious, decided to let it go. How bad could Magic Mama be? I think it's time for us to go now, Lee Sik said, glancing at his phone. My manager's calling already. Jun nodded. My manager's sleeping in the lounge room. Poor guy. See you on the 31st, Jun. I'm looking forward to our stage, Lee Sik said, standing and holding out his hand for Jun. Me too, Jun said, taking Sik's hand and squeezing it tight. With that, the two of them separated and went to their respective managers. Indeed, Jay was sleeping on the expensive leather couch, his saliva pooling on the black material. Jun shook him awake, causing him to assume a fighting stance. It's just me, Jun deadpanned. Let's go. Oh, Jay said, wiping the saliva from his face. What took you so long? I had to do some extra practice, Jun said. That's all right then, Jay said. Let's go home. I'm beat after all that gossiping. The two of them made their way to the parking lot while making small talk. They entered the car, and Jay immediately played his favorite rap songs on the radio. Meanwhile, Jun opened his phone since he wasn't able to check it all day. His eyes widened when he saw multiple notifications from his Naval account. Jun opened the app and hoped he had reached 100,000 followers because of the selfie he posted. However, he quickly became disappointed when he saw he was once again ratioed. For his latest post, people are using AI to make them look like artists now. This is scary. It doesn't look like AI, though. Maybe he just really looks like Jun. This is AI generated. When are you going to stop impersonating Jun? I hope you accidentally slip into a manhole and never get discovered. Number 354. Chapter 354 met his match. Jun kept sighing as he gazed at his phone. Jay glanced at him through the rearview mirror and wondered what had caused his demise. Was he having trouble with his girlfriend? But he shouldn't have a girlfriend. Or maybe he was reading hateful comments. Jay's expression softened as he continued to stare at Jun. Even if he acts nonchalantly most of the time, he still must be hurting from all the hate he's receiving. As the center of Eve, Jun definitely received the most hate out of all the members. Hey, Jay said, breaking the silence. Are you all right? Huh? Jun raised his head, looking lost. Yeah, I'm all right. Jay was once again saddened. Jun appeared to be out of it. Meanwhile, Jun was taking down notes on the roast he had received on his personal account. Sleep on a highway. Yo, this guy's actually pretty handsome. Yeah, because he's using Jun's face and combining it with his real face. You will never beat the original. Jun would spit on you in real life. People were very creative these days, and Jun would have found it funny if it weren't for the decrease in his follower count. At this point, he wasn't going to finish his mission. You can tell me anything, Jun, Jay said. I'm your confidant now. Jun scoffed as he turned off his phone. You're being too sweet. I don't like it, he deadpanned. Jay chuckled. I'm just doing my job as a manager. Come on, tell Papa Jay what's bugging your mind. Jun shook his head. Never refer to yourself as Papa again. All right, Jay chuckled. I won't. Can you tell me what's on your mind now? Jun sighed before opening up to his manager. How many followers do you have on Naval? He asked. Weird question, Jay pointed out. But around 80,000. What? Jun exclaimed loudly, surprising Jay. Why? He asked, holding onto his chest. Is it that surprising? Where did you get those followers? Jun asked. During Rising Stars, Jay said. I was pretty active then. And your username is? Jun asked. Big Daddy Jay, he nonchalantly responded. But I changed it to just Jay now. Jun pursed his lips since he couldn't believe Jay had more followers than him, even with his equally atrocious, if not more atrocious, username. In a hypothetical situation, Jun continued. How will you increase your follower count? Jay hummed. Well, at first, I posted my raps on there. Nobody really paid attention to them, but when I joined Rising Stars, more people started tuning in. Most of it was hate comments, Jay chuckled. But they also continued tuning into my content, so I wasn't too mad. I stopped uploading after the show, though, so my follower count has been sluggish ever since. But if I would give you some advice, I say start posting content that you enjoy putting out, he advised. Then, he glanced back at Jun. I don't think you would have any trouble increasing your follower count, though. Just post your picture, and people will automatically follow you. I already did that, Jun thought. Or if you're having a hard time growing it on your own, just ask the company or your members to help you. Jay continued. I also can't ask for help because of the stupid conditions Fu had set, Jun sighed. Making your username catchy yet simple also helps. Sometimes changing it does all the work. Jun pursed his lips in frustration. That was 3 for 3. He couldn't do any of those. It was already late in the afternoon when he finished with their practice. Jun got permission from Jay to get supplementary lessons from a vocal coach, and fortunately, he was also able to convince the company to let him go. So, now, Jun was standing outside a suspicious-looking house with vines all over its walls and gates. Jay looked at the house from inside the car, peeking his head out to inspect the strange infrastructure. Are you sure we're in the right place? Jay asked. This looks straight out of a murder documentary. Yeah, this is the place, Jun said, looking at the photo Lee Sik had sent and comparing it with the house before him. All right then, I have to go. Si-hoon has a photo shoot for an underwear company, Jay said. I'll pick you up at 6 p.m. Jun waved his hand goodbye as Jay sped through the rocky road. Jun stared at the house before him and let out a deep breath before raising his hand and hovering it above the doorbell. He was about to press it when the gate suddenly opened, causing him to take a step back in surprise. A short woman with long hair pushed into a tight bun stood before him. Her head was significantly bigger than the rest of her body, and a frown graced her face. Her eyes were donned with vivid dark blue eyeshadow, and 2 different large gemstones dangled from her ears. For some reason, she reminded Jun of Yubaba from Spirited Away. Jun, right? She asked, her voice sounding deeper than he thought. Jun wordlessly nodded. She then looked him up and down as if scrutinizing his appearance, judging every fiber of his being. Pink, she said in a bitter tone. I hate that color. Jun pursed his lips and didn't bother responding. I don't usually take students this late, but my best student highly recommended you, so I decided to break my rules, she continued. Make sure you're worth my time. She pointed a finger at him before slowly widening the gate's gap, making him enter the eccentric-looking house. Jun meekly entered the house with Magic Mama trailing behind him. He could feel her gaze burning holes in his back, causing him to feel even more scared. Yes, Jun was scared. The old woman was so overwhelmingly powerful that Jun felt like a little kid in her presence. Stop there, the old woman said when they reached what seemed to be a musical room. It was filled with musical instruments of different sorts: piano, violins, guitars, drum sets, and taxidermied lizards made into flutes. Jun stood frozen in the same spot as Magic Mama made her way before him. She then sat in front of the piano and started playing without any warning. Do you know this song? She asked. Jun recognized it to be one of Lee Sik's songs, so he nodded. You have a voice box. Speak, she commanded. Unless you want me to rip your throat open. Now, let me repeat myself. Do you recognize this song? Yes, ma'am, Jun subconsciously answered. Good. Sing it, Magic Mama said. Jun was once again compelled to follow the old woman's orders. He started singing the song, sometimes stumbling on his words because of the unexpected test. Jun was just about to sing the chorus when she suddenly stopped playing, the piano creating a dissonant sound. Jun pursed his lips and placed his hands behind his back as the room was engulfed in silence. He looked at the ground as he felt Magic Mama's gaze on his face. She scoffed. Your voice is shit. Number 355. Chapter 355 Test. Past. Heart. Trespassed. Never in Jun's life was his voice compared to shit. Even as a gangster, he received compliments from those who heard him sing. Even Mei Ling enjoyed his singing despite her unusually high standards. Not to mention, Lee Sik was also impressed when he first heard Jun sing. Heck, he was even able to capture the heart of one of the greatest actress-singers of all time, Ji-hyun. How could this old woman call his voice shit when he had only sung a few lines of a song he didn't even prepare for? I'll sing again then, Jun said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Magic Mama stood from the piano chair and made her way to the couch, sitting with a loud thud while checking her dark blue nails. Nah, that's fine, she said. Call your manager and ask him to take you home. I've heard enough. Jun clicked his tongue. You didn't even give me enough time to prepare. Magic Mama stopped looking at her nails and stared Jun in the eyes. A great singer will always be prepared, she smiled. Then, June was taken aback when she suddenly started singing an opera song, her controlled voice resonating in the room. Even though she was sitting down with her feet propped up on the small table before her, it did not compromise the quality of her voice. Magic Mama. Vocals, SSS+. June's eyes widened as he saw her stats paired with the sound of her amazing voice. Lee Sik wasn't joking when he said she was the best singer he had ever met. Her voice was out of this world, almost like a siren and an angel combined. She finished the song with a proud smile, looking at June like she wanted to teach him a lesson. "That's how a great singer sounds," she boasted. "You sounded like a meek little sheep just now. I don't take little sheep as my students. So, go home and think about your career. Oh wait, you're an idol, right? Then, I guess you don't have to worry. Just continue looking pretty for the camera, and your audience will continue supporting you." June frowned at the old woman's discriminatory words. "Being an idol is so much more than that," he defended. "Yeah, convince me that idols don't just sexualize and infantilize themselves in front of the camera," she smirked. "It doesn't matter if you have talent anyway. You just need to look good, and you're good to go. You have it easy, kid. Just admit it." At first, he also had the same mindset as Magic Mama. However, after Rising Stars ended and he experienced the real life of an idol, he realized it was more than what the public deemed it to be. Idols need to sing well, dance well, look well, and always act well. June started off, looking into Magic Mama's eyes. "We need to sing while dancing. We can't lip-sync a word, but sometimes people will say that it's better for us to lip-sync. We can be good-looking, but not too good-looking because then we would have gotten plastic surgery. We should always be thankful, but we also shouldn't show that we're too thankful because we seem boastful. We should enjoy the music we put out, but the public needs to enjoy it more. We can't fall in love. We can't freely walk down the streets. We can't smell even if we've practiced the entire day. We can't just be human. They want us to be perfect, sing like angels, dance like it's magic, look like movie stars. And sure, we signed up for this, but sometimes it feels like we're juggling with a million expectations. The pursuit of perfection? It's like chasing a rainbow. You never quite catch it no matter how hard you try. So, no, I can't just sit still and look pretty while waiting for my paycheck." He ended his speech with a deep breath. June was expecting Magic Mama to apologize for his assumptions. However, he was surprised when he saw her picking her teeth. "Were you even listening?" June asked, making her snap back to reality. "Oh," she said, finally looking at June. "You're finally done?" June's frown deepened. "What do you mean by finally?" She smiled as she tilted her head to the side. "I didn't listen to any of that. It was too long. I'm happy for you, I guess, or I'm sorry that happened." June looked at her with disbelief. "Now that you're finished with your little boy rant, why don't you get going? This old woman will get herself some grapes, wine, and cheese," she exclaimed, standing from the couch. June pursed his lips in anger and remained in his position. Magic Mama looked at him with raised eyebrows. "You're not going to leave?" she asked. June didn't respond and sat before the piano. "Hey, don't touch my..." June cut her off as he started playing the piano loudly. She halted as he continued angrily hitting the piano, his fingers not missing a single note. Then, he started singing with his heart, trying to get rid of the frustrations he was currently feeling. "I'm a canvas of dreams, but they paint their own. Lost in the crowd, just a face unknown. They say, be perfect, but perfect is a lie. Struggling for attention, under the spotlight." June glared at Magic Mama as he continued singing. "A puppet on strings, they pull every chord. In a world so loud, my voice is ignored. They say, be grateful, but what for, I ask? In this sea of neglect, I'm drowning, unmasked." He ended the song with heavy breaths, still looking into the old woman's eyes. The two of them were stuck in silence for quite some time before Magic Mama started clapping, a small smile creeping on her lips. June's frown deepened. "What are you clapping for?" he snapped. "Did that feel good?" she asked. June sighed in annoyance. "What do you mean? You sounded very restricted during the first time you sang. I didn't see much potential in you. However, now I see why Lee Sik had recommended you." June's frown lines slowly smoothened. Seeing the smile on her face, June's heart felt more at ease. It was as if the scary woman's personality had dialed down by a fraction. "Congratulations," she clapped, the smile not leaving her face. "Not many people make it to this part of the test." "Test?" June asked. She went closer to him and patted his back. You passed the test. Number 356. Chapter 356, Two Birds, One Plan. As a new student of mine, I will show you how to be the best singer you can be, Magic Mama said. But remember, all of this depends on you. I will only be your guide. I understand, June responded. Good. She clapped, taking some grapes and cheese and popping it into her mouth. Our first lesson will be simple, she started off. Just sing a song you hate. A song I hate. June clarified. But I'm going to be performing Father on the 31st with Lee Sick and other idols. I need some feedback on that song first. Oh no, Magic Mama exclaimed. We can't have you practice the song you're going to perform. June frowned. Why not? I want it to be as perfect as possible. That's another flaw of yours, Magic Mama said. Singing will never be perfect and should never be perfect. If I wanted students who sang perfectly, then I would have gathered robots instead. Perfect singing will only exist when a song is devoid of any emotion. Only techniques can be perfect, but singing itself will never be perfect. June nodded, understanding every word she said. Magic Mama truly knew what she was talking about. Besides, she continued, I don't let my students sing the song they're going to perform on a big stage. I feel like it takes away too many emotions from the actual stage. You grow immune to it, and it becomes muscle memory. While this may be beneficial to more cheerful songs, I don't want you to sing Father with your muscle memory. It's a song that needs the genuine feelings of a child to his father. Why do you want me to sing a song I hate then? June asked. It's because you'll remember it even more, Magic Mama said. Often, in life, we remember the extremes, those we love and those we hate. Anything in the middle is a gray area. I want you to sing something you hate, in particular, because Father is a song with a lot of contempt. However, in the end, it slowly resolves. By the end of our lesson today, I want you to grow fond of a song you hate and channel these feelings to your performance on the 31st. June wanted to applaud the old woman. Anything that came out of her mouth was so valuable that June didn't even think of countering it. Come on, she said, her mouth filled with fruit and dairy. Magic Mama then sat before the piano before looking at June. What's one song you hate singing? She asked. June pursed his lips as he thought of a song he resented. Without a doubt, it was the Little Meow Meow song. Meow Meow, he answered. Magic Mama raised her eyebrows in confusion. Meow Meow? By who? Little Meow Meow, June responded. The vocal coach sighed as she shook her head. Please give me a real song, June, she deadpanned. June scratched the back of his head. A Love Twice Lost, he responded after a while. Magic Mama was once again surprised. Is it the Chinese song by Ryan Huang? She asked. June nodded. I'm surprised you know this song, she said. It's actually one of my favorite Chinese songs. I'm curious as to why you hate it. June pursed his lips and didn't respond. He remembered singing it dead drunk in a karaoke bar in the middle of the night. June also remembered the reason behind his resentment for the song, but that was a story for another day. It's a private reason, he responded. Magic Mama shrugged. Fair enough. Try to sing it then. June, despite his reluctance, sang the song as best as he could. Fortunately, Magic Mama didn't stop him in the middle of the song this time. As the song ended, June opened his eyes and found Magic Mama with a contemplating expression. You have a really good voice, she started off. It's soft yet powerful at the same time, and it also has a rhythm and blues undertone, which makes it versatile for a variety of genres. I could hear some techniques in your singing, but I feel like you aren't aware of it. Am I right? I know the basics, June said, but I feel like those come to me naturally. Sometimes, I just find myself singing without knowing what the technique is called. I knew it, she smiled. I think we should do an overview of the basic techniques first. Then, as our lessons progress, I'm going to teach you more complex skills that you can use in your later performances. June nodded enthusiastically. All right, so let's start off with the different voice sources, chest, head, and mixed. June felt like he had learned around 2 years of material from Magic Mama in less than 2 hours. Although he already knew some of the basic concepts, June was now more knowledgeable on how to do vibrato, switching voice mixes, simple vowels, and they like. My manager's on his way, June said, looking at Jay's latest text message. We'll continue this another time then. Take one of my calling cards outside before you leave. June nodded. Do you have any questions before you go? Jun started off. I honestly don't know if I can come back anytime soon because of my hectic schedule. I'll make sure to come back as soon as I can, though. It's all right, she smiled. I won't leave this place anyway. Well, while I'm waiting for our next lesson, do you have any tips on how I can improve my singing on my own? Magic Mama placed her finger under her chin. I guess you can continue singing in the comfort of your own home. However, I suggest getting other people's opinions as well. But don't ask for opinions from people who personally know you. You also can't ask your fans for their opinion. Their critique will be very biased because they're wary of you, and your fans are just too delusional to say any valid criticisms. Oh, Jun said, instantly understanding her intention. So, I guess you can ask strangers' perspectives on your singing, those who don't really know that you're Jun. Ding! A loud sound rang in Jun's mind. Eureka! Number 357. Chapter 357 Under the Covers. This user's account is still up? Let's continue reporting his account until it's gone. His face is yummy, though. Just look at Jun's fan cams if you want something yummy. But I want Jun's selfies, sad face. He's not the real Jun. Don't be unfaithful to our ever idol. I'm going to send this to Jun's fan base so they can arrange a mass report. Let's tear this guy down. Good idea. Jun shook his head as he read the comments under the latest photo he posted. Why the hell were so many people doubting his identity when he had already proved it was him plenty of times? It was already the 30th, which meant tomorrow was the big day, the year-end performances. Until now, Jun still hasn't accomplished his mission and is still receiving hate comments from multiple people. Nonetheless, despite the hate, he wanted to film and post a cover on his personal account too. 1. Hopefully, gain some followers. 2. Get insights about his voice from a group of brutally honest people. Let's do this, Jun muttered under his breath. He stood from his bed and propped the phone on the wobbly nightstand that faced his window. The sun was already set, so the skies were dark except for a few stars. The breeze was cool as it flowed through the sheer white curtains. He had borrowed Jisung's tablet to search for a song to cover, and he waited for his members to sleep before starting the recording. His face couldn't be seen because the lights were turned off. Instead, only his silhouette with the stars and the dark blue sky was seen in the camera. He pressed record and sat on the windowsill, gazing at the tablet. The soft instrumental played through the silent night, enveloping the room in a comforting embrace. The sound of crickets was crystal clear, but it only added ambience to the video. As the intro played out, Jun began to sing. Even in our darkest, deepest scar, the stars endure, guiding from afar. 4. In the end, a truth to mar. The stars endure, no matter how far. Jun turned to the stars as he sang that particular line. The silhouette of his face revealed on the screen. His prominent yet soft jawline, long lashes, and high nose bridge were all shown, showcasing a very handsome side profile despite his lack of features. The fog, thick and gray, threatens to steal the stars away. But remember, in your heart, so true. The stars endure, they're here with you. Jun stood and pressed the end recording button before playing it back. He nodded in approval as his voice sounded soft and soothing, perfect for the song and the setting. With that, he decided to post it on his naval page with the caption, "We're all under the same stars." He waited for a few seconds to gauge his followers/haters' reactions, but as expected, it was filled with complaints as soon as the video was uploaded. You're still uploading stuff? Such a thick face you have. You're even posting videos now? It's too dark. I can't see shit. Is this dude actually singing? Jun shook his head and turned off his phone, tossing it to the nightstand. He was tired after practicing all day, so he really couldn't be bothered to read any more hate comments. In the end, he decided to sleep, missing the chaos he had caused with that. Singular video. Let's go, Jay said, doing a head count as the Eve members entered the van. After he found out that Jun was left in the dorm all by himself during the Abracadabra festival, Jay made an effort to do a head count every time they had group schedules. How he got that piece of information was honestly a mystery. None of the members told him about it. All right, boys, Jay said, rubbing the steering wheel excitedly. You're finally going to reveal the performance you've worked hard for. Jisung held onto Akira's shoulders while the latter patted his head. This little chicken is nervous, Akira chuckled, although his voice was also shaky. Jaeyoung scoffed. You're nervous, too. I heard you puked this morning out of nervousness. Akira glared at him while the rest chuckled. What's gotten you guys so nervous? Jay asked. You've performed a lot in Rising Stars and during your music show performances. Aren't you used to the stage yet? I don't think I can ever get used to the stage, Si-hoon said. Besides, performing in the year-end show is definitely different from all the shows we've done. Rin nodded in agreement. For starters, more than 20 artists are performing tonight, and some of them are veteran singers and very famous idol groups. Chaos is going to be there. Well, they are the hottest boy group right now, Jay pointed out. They're probably performing last. Nah, Akira shook his head. I believe Senior Lee Sik is performing last. Yeah, Jun said. Our performance will be the last one before the ending group stage. Zeth raised his eyebrows in suspicion. I almost forgot you're going to perform with them with how calm you are, he said. You don't look nervous at all. Jun didn't respond because he was, in fact, very nervous. He had slept well yesterday night after posting his cover. However, as he woke up this morning, everything hit him all at once. Since Magic Mama advised him not to practice Father any further, he was even more nervous to make a mistake. I'm sure Jun will do great, Si-hoon said, causing Jun to feel more pressured. By the way, Akira said, glancing at Jun's phone, which rested on his lap. I noticed that your phone has been blasting with notifications since this morning. Have you checked it out? Jun asked, a bit absent-minded. Your phone, Akira deadpanned. You have multiple notifications right now. Jun finally snapped out of his nervousness and checked his lock screen. Most of the notifications were from Naval, causing him to frown. Was he receiving hate comments again? However, as he opened the app, his eyes almost bulged out of his head when he saw his follower count. 50,000. Number 358. Chapter 358, Good Luck. As the skies turned dark, households across the city buzzed with excitement. 2023 had been a year where many struggled, but it also couldn't be denied that it was memorable. It was one for the books. The year passed by in the blink of an eye, but at the same time, it felt gruelingly slow. It could be compared to the junior year, aka the worst year in high school. Classes and requirements just never seemed to end. But looking back on it, one would realize there was so much more that could have been done. After a whole year of celebrations and defeats, the year had finally ended. And while some might miss it for the memories it birthed, it was safe to say that most are happy to mark a new beginning in their lives. The cold air was filled with the aroma of delectable dishes. Families gathered around their kitchen, preparing the feasts they were going to indulge in after the countdown. In one particular household, the Jung family, adorned in ugly Christmas sweaters, exchanged heartfelt wishes as they clinked glasses of sparkling cider. The matriarch, Mrs. Jung, couldn't help but glance at the empty spot on the couch where her daughter usually sat. Where's Zhao again? Cindy asked her husband, who she hadn't seen for months because of her work. She went to some kind of year-end festival or something, Mr. Jung answered. Cindy sighed and shook her head, refilling her glass with red wine. That girl really. Why is she so obsessed with idols nowadays? She grumbled. She's only obsessed with one, though, Mr. Jung said. June. The two of them said at the same time, causing them to chuckle. Yeah, Cindy said. She talks about him all the time whenever I call her. Well, she had always been pretty stubborn, Mr. Jung said. If she likes something, she'll be dead set on making it hers. I believe she got that from you. Cindy clicked her tongue and shook her head. I just want us to celebrate the new year together, she said. Don't worry. Zhao will come back tomorrow. We can celebrate then, he comforted her. In the meantime, while she's away, why don't we, he suggestively asked. Cindy paused, her heart racing inside her chest. She placed down her wine glass on the table while gazing at her husband. Should we? She shyly asked. Mr. Jung nodded, bringing out something from under the table, his movements slow and sensual. Mrs. Jung bit her lip as she watched her husband's muscles flex under the artificial light. Here, he said, let's continue our Scrabble battle. The awaited year-end show was finally here. The stadium was filled with a sea of fans, each holding personalized banners of different artists. Jia and her friends were once again able to book front-row seats because of Bora's luck, and they all excitedly screamed as the first idol group ended their performance. When is Eve going to perform again? Jia asked. 7th, Bora said. The first page of the set list was leaked, so I know they're going to be performing after OCTA. Oh gosh, I'm so excited, Wei said. I want to see June really quickly. Jia clicked her tongue, subtly glaring at her friend. After her infatuation with Lin Ji during Rising Stars, she was now currently obsessed with June, which Jia wasn't too happy about. Wei now had more June photo cards than Jia. Backstage, the next artists were preparing for their performances, all of them eager to show off their talents and efforts. Aside from impressing the sponsors watching, they also wanted to show off to their fellow artists. Since so many stars were gathered in one place, it was only expected they wanted to be the best among the rest. Every waiting room had a large LED screen TV where the live performances were being aired. While waiting for their time to perform, Eve watched the current performers on the screen, all with serious expressions. Why are idols so good these days? Akira asked. Most of them are almost pro at dancing. Back when we debuted, singing was the most important. Yeah, Sehun said. I feel like the 4th and 5th generation of idols rely more on their dancing and visuals rather than their vocal skills. I'm not saying it's necessarily bad, but it's just different. I get what you mean, Jae-young said. Since social media is so rampant, idols' mistakes are getting played over and over again. Vocal cracks, nervous breakdowns, and the like. I think that led idols to become more conscious of their performances, which resulted in lesser live singing. Well, you guys are having a serious conversation, Jay said, entering the room with bags of boba milk tea in his arms. Can I have one of those? Jisung excitedly asked. No can do, young chicken, Jay said. You're going to be performing in less than 20 minutes. We don't want your throat to get cold. Who are these for then? June asked. For the crew members, of course. I'm going to be extracting information like how a mage extracts souls or something like that. The members shook their heads at their manager's ridiculous comment. Well, off I go with my quest, Jay said. Someone will come get you when it's your turn to perform. I'll be watching well, so do a good job, and don't forget to have fun. Jae-young nodded. Have fun extracting souls, too. Will do, Jay said, waving goodbye as he disappeared from their sight. They continued talking about the nuances of the newer generations of idols when the door suddenly opened. Eve, please stand by. Jae-young quickly stood from his seat and led his members out of their waiting room. Octa was now performing their last song, so they settled backstage while conditioning their minds. They were pretty nervous since more artists and fandoms were going to watch their performance. Moreover, this was going to be the very first time they were going to perform Red Moon ever since their debut album was released. Octa's last song flew by faster than they had anticipated, and before they knew it, their fellow rookie group was already trudging down the stairs. June's eyes met with Uno, and for the very first time, the latter actually stopped. Good luck, he said. June smirked. Thanks, but I don't need it. Number 359. Chapter 359 Red Moon. Eve took the stage, and the audience cheered in anticipation. It was definitely not as loud as their cheers during the Abracadabra Festival, but it was still decent. Nonetheless, Jia and her friends cheered loudly, compensating for the others who weren't cheering. The members assumed their positions, their silhouettes being the only thing seen under the unlit stage. Have you seen this formation before? Wei asked as she gazed at the stage. No, Jia shook her head. I've watched every performance of Eve more than 10 times now. I've never seen this formation. Shit, Bora cursed. Is it an unperformed song on the album? Their question was quickly answered when a loud bass sound was heard through the speakers, reverberating through the audience's heart. The stage finally lit up, showing the group's outfits. Leather, Jia exclaimed, not believing her eyes. That seemed to capture the other audience members' attention in their area, causing them to focus on the stage of the rookie idol group. The leather-clad heartthrobs stood on the stage with an aura of confidence, each outfit carefully chosen to accentuate their individual styles. Having Jay as their manager was definitely a positive shift. Even the stylists were doing their job better. June, with his rebellious charm, sported a leather jacket that hugged his frame with a white tank top underneath. Paired with it were ripped leather jeans that added an edgy flair to his ensemble. Jisung, their youngest, wore a tight-fitting, long-sleeved V-neck that emphasized his toned physique, making the fans in the audience question whether he was the innocent chick they once knew. And then there was Casper, the member with the most developed body, pushing boundaries with a leather tank top that left little to the imagination. Screams of excitement were heard in the crowd, undoubtedly louder than before. As the powerful intro played through the stadium, Red lights bathed the stage, similar to an eclipse. Smoke screens were behind them, adding an ethereal yet eerie quality to the performance. The stadium transformed into a surreal realm as bat sounds echoed around. Simultaneously, bat effects danced across the large LED screens, casting shadows that seemed to come alive. Red Moon. Casper started the song, his biceps flexing under the red light. The artists watching in their respective rooms were taken aback by their introduction. Eve, who sang a cheerful, beachy song for their title track, was showing something entirely different. They had provided a new meaning of red for the holidays. It was now sexy and dangerous. Meanwhile, Lee Sik, who had just arrived and was getting his makeup done, gestured for the makeup artist to stop for a moment. "Is there anything wrong, sir?" the makeup artist asked. "Wait a moment," he smiled, his gaze fixed on the screen. "I just need to watch this performance." In shadows deep, where darkness swoons, a crimson orb, the red moon looms. Zeth sang the first lines, causing his army of Zetherialists to scream. "Gosh, I love Zeth so much. Zeth, please let me have just a piece of your hair. I love Red Moon so much. I'm so glad they're performing this song." Nocturnal hero, dark and free. A symbol of justice, in shadows he'll be. Akira sang the next lines, doing a body wave as he moved across the stage. Fans and non-fans alike exclaimed at the grace of his movements. They had never done a stage like this together before, so they were eager to show their new side to the public. When they were choosing a song to perform for the year-end show, they all collectively agreed for it to be Red Moon. Zeth was insistent on using the werewolf concept they had come up with during the album preparations, but he quickly lost with the complaints of his teammates. Now, Jun, being the master of concepts, employed a similar concept to theirs. As he read the lyrics, it seemed like its meaning was more inclined to bats rather than wolves. And that's how they came up with a Batman concept, where they were all dark superheroes of the night. A guardian prowling through the night. In the city's shadows, where wrong meets right. A savage beauty under the light. In the red moon's glow, a fearsome sight. Jae-young rapped the next verse, his explosive voice ringing through the ears of the audience. Most of the old people in the audience, who were fans of Lee Sik and similar singers, covered their ears as the chorus approached. The song was definitely on the experimental side, so it was understandable that it might not be other people's cup of tea. Nonetheless, the fans loved it, capturing every moment of Eve's synchronized dance with their phones. Jisung stood at the center, leading their dance like the pro he was. Jun watched him from behind, a small smile appearing on his lips as Jisung busted out his best movements. In the pursuit of right, shadows persist, and the red moon observes, a silent witness. Jun started the bridge, the camera zooming into his murderous glare. Lee Sik leaned back against his seat, surprised to see the sudden shift in Jun's persona. The young idol was great at singing ballads, so Lee Sik was sure he would have a harder time singing more intense songs such as this. However, he executed it very well. As expected from my student, Lee Sik smiled, feeling satisfied with their group's performance. Lee Sik had watched plenty of idol performances in his day, and he could confidently say that Eve was on the better spectrum. Even as rookies, they were already at par with those who debuted for 1 to 2 years. Lee Sik also believed this wasn't their full potential, which felt a bit scary considering the amount of talent the group was already holding. A city sins etched in the scarlet hue, as the red moon roots for the misguided few. In the crimson reflection, a truth unfurls. The red moon weeps for a fractured world. They ended the song with a powerful dance, causing the stage to shake. The people in the front row were in awe, and Jia, who was watching, Jun and the entire team, felt strange since she wanted to go on stage and get stepped on. "Damn," she muttered under her breath. "I'm turning into those crazy fangirls." Number 360. Chapter 360 Talent Monsters. Bastard. Uno muttered with a smile as Jun was shown bowing on the screen. Eve had just finished their performance, and it showcased their contrasting charm. Oasis showed off a fresh and fun concept, while Red Moon revealed a sexy and dangerous one. Uno's smiling at Eve's performance, Seven loudly exclaimed, causing his members to turn to him with raised eyebrows. Uno quickly dropped his smile and crossed his arms in front of his chest. "Stop talking nonsense," he snapped. "Yeah," Dos said, nudging Seven's shoulder. "Stop messing with Uno." "I'm not though," Seven pouted. "I'm telling the truth." I even saw Uno talking with Jun during our last music show performance. It should have been me. Uno's eyes widened, but he quickly regained his composure. His other members remained skeptical before shaking their heads. Uno? Speaking with Jun, Ocho deadpanned. You're delusional. Seven clicked his tongue and tilted his head to the side. Was it just my imagination? He whispered. Meanwhile, Eve cheered as they went down the stage. That was so good, Jisung exclaimed, feeling the most excited after pulling off a sexy concept. It definitely wasn't at the level of other groups, but for the little chick who has been called cute and innocent his entire life, getting to act cool and sexy felt very euphoric. You did a great job, Rin said, ruffling his hair. I can't believe it's over, Akira said. We practiced so hard for it. Wouldn't this be the last time we'll be performing this song? Sehun asked in a sad tone. Well, it'll be the last one for the year, Jun joked, causing his members to turn to him in surprise. Did you just crack a joke? Zeth asked. Jun cleared his throat before shaking his head. I was just telling the truth. Zeth sighed in relief. I was worried for a while there. You're really not funny. Jun clicked his tongue and opened the door to their waiting room. It's quite disappointing we weren't invited to go to any award shows this year, Jisung said as he sat on the couch. It's only expected, Casper answered. We debuted late November. Other artists had an entire year to build their records. You're right, Jisung said. Okta hasn't gone to any award shows too. We still have a chance next year, Jaeyoung said. For now, let's enjoy the new year with everybody else. Jun tuned out their conversation and scrolled through the comments on the cover he posted last night. Contrary to what he thought, it actually received more praises than hate. However, there was still an underlying sassiness in most of the comments. This imposter has a pretty nice voice. Almost sounds like June 2. I listened to this thinking it was June 3. It felt nice. I felt shivers down my spine, imposter. Good job. Your voice brought me to sleep. Post more covers in the future. Maybe we'll actually like you if you do that. Sounds like a rookie singer. Too much vibrato. It was weak in some parts, but your voice is pretty nice. If you weren't June's imposter, I feel like I'd like you more. Jun ignored the sassy comments and focused on the valid criticisms. Lessen the vibrato. Weak in some parts, he muttered under his breath. The 18th performers of the night took the stage. It was none other than the girl group who took the world by storm during the last year, Freshies. Their retro pop sound became a hit to many, and they were the youngest girl group to break multiple records in the K-pop world. So, despite only debuting for 1.5 years, they became one of the enders of the year-end show. To be fair, girl groups had been killing it for the past 2 years. It was definitely their era, and it was just Eve's luck that they debuted during it. Jun was still busy scrolling through his phone when he heard the MC introduce the next group. Undoubtedly, they are the most awaited performers of the night. The most popular boy group of the year, Chaos. The stadium erupted into cheers, causing Jun's eyebrows to furrow. It was definitely the loudest cheers of the night. Even in their waiting room, the cheers were so evident. Come to think of it, Jun saw plenty of blue light sticks during their performance. Blue was the official color of Chaos, as per J, which meant that the stadium was dominated by their fans. Jun watched the television intently as the 5 members of Chaos took their positions. Out of all of them, he only recognized Zian. However, he also knew they were all probably familiar to Jun Hao. The lights shone down upon them, casting a glow on their handsome faces. The song started with Zian singing, causing Jun to raise his eyebrows in surprise. He already knew Zian was a great singer, but Jun was still taken aback by his voice. It seemed like it was better suited for pop songs rather than ballads, fully showcasing his SS vocal skills. The second guy also sang, and he didn't lag behind Zian. Jun couldn't see his status window through the screen, but if he could guess, then this guy would also be in the S tier. With the third guy's rap verse, Jun was even more amazed. Whoever this guy was, his rapping must also be in the S tier. Their fourth member appeared to be the main dancer of the team, appearing even more graceful than Jisung. The dancers and Eve also watched him intently, feeling a sense of inferiority as they watched his controlled movements. Gideon's really good, Zeth said. We were together in dance camp once, and he teared us all up. The fact that this Gideon guy actually beat Zeth when they were younger was insane, especially when Zeth was already known as a monster during his trainee days. Right, monsters. That's what they were. Chaos must be a bunch of talented monsters. Their last member, who Jun hasn't gauged yet, was hidden in the dark even as the chorus approached. So, Jun grew more curious about this mysterious member. Even with his shadow, Jun could already feel an unspeakable force emanating from him. Jun leaned closer to the television, resting his elbows against his lap while waiting for the reveal of the last member. Jun, a crew member suddenly opened the door, interrupting the moment. It's time for you to prepare for the last performance. Jun turned back to the television, but the camera was already focused on another member. Ah, yeah, Jun said, standing and following the crew member. Good luck, Jun, Si-hoon exclaimed. You're going to kill it, bro, Jisung said. Slammed their faces on the floor. Akira aggressively cheered, causing Jun to shake his head. We'll be watching well, Rin smiled, and Jun softly smiled back. This was it. Jun realized how great of a support his members were on stage. Even if he was nervous for some stages, his confidence triumphed since he knew he was performing with reliable people. Now, he was performing with people he barely knew, making him feel more nervous. However, he tried to show to his teammates that he was somewhat confident. I'll be back, guys. Number 361. Chapter 361 Father 1. By the time Jun arrived backstage, the other members, with the exception of Zian, were already there. There you are, Lee-sik smiled. What took you so long, he asked. My teammates were a pain, Jun muttered, wiping the saliva left on his cheeks. They all wished him luck in a very weird and affectionate manner, kisses on the cheek, so he had to wipe off the lipstick marks on his face before heading backstage. I'm jealous, Mimi muttered under her breath as she noticed a lone kiss mark on Jun's jawline. Nico frowned. Of what? He suspiciously asked. I want to kiss him too, she exclaimed in her mind. However, as she felt Jun's gaze on her face, she quickly came up with an excuse. I miss my teammates, of course, she said. At times like this, I also remember those rowdy girls. Treasure your teammates while they're still there. It may be annoying at times, but you'll definitely look back on it and wish you cherished the moments more. The team was silent for a moment before Nico burst out laughing. Nah, I'm definitely not going to miss those bastards teasing, he said, referring to the Boy Mystic members. Their conversation was cut short when Chaos exited the stage, signaling the end of their performance. Zian quickly joined them, his skin glistening with sweat. The crew members flocked to him, wiping his sweat and fanning him with makeshift fans. Meanwhile, the other members of the special stage congratulated him for a performance well done, even though they didn't even get to watch the majority of it. Jun, however, couldn't quite concentrate on the conversation before him since he felt a chilling sensation down his spine as one of the Chaos members, the one he didn't get to see perform, passed by him in a flash. There was something indescribable about his aura. Jun turned around but only saw the back of his head. Red? He muttered under his breath, staring at the fiery red hair of the mysterious man. Jun, Lee-sik said, causing Jun to snap back to reality. It's time for us to perform, the veteran singer said, giving him a reassuring smile. Jun nodded in response. Don't be too nervous while singing, guys, Lee advised the entire team. Sing with emotion while taking note of the original intent of the song. And Jun, he added. Jun hummed. Don't forget what we practiced. Jun nodded with determination. Meanwhile, the other idols looked at the two of them in suspicion. What does this mean? Mimi asked in confusion. Lee-sik chuckled and shook his head. Nothing. Just remember, whatever happens on stage, just go with the flow. Although the others were still confused, they nodded in understanding. Let's go, Lee-sik said, leading the pack to the stage. The lights on the stage were turned off as they entered, making the special lineup of the most awaited collaboration stage of the night remain a mystery. The audience knew that Lee-sik was the protagonist of this year's special stage, so people from all generations anticipated the collaboration. Cindy, who was a big fan of the veteran singer, also tuned into the live stream. Jun stared at the sea of people before glancing at the large clock at the very end of the stadium. There were only 15 minutes left until the New Year countdown, and they were the closing performers of the night. He felt his heart race faster, so he placed his hand over his chest and closed his eyes. The stage was finally lit with a soft, white light, causing screams of excitement to wave through the audience. Lee Sik was with some of the most popular rookie and seasoned idols of the year. Zian is going to be singing with the Lee Sik? He made it so far. Imagine Trace's excitement right now. He's always been vocal about Lee Sik's influence on his career as an idol. I wonder what song they're going to sing. I can't believe there is a representative for every successful season of Rising Stars on the stage right now. June, my black kitty, please don't mess up the stage. There's a sneak in the group. He's the only one with a vibrant hair color. Zian is going to tear this stage up. He's even singing right after performing 2 tiring songs. A plain white background flashed on the LED screens, enhancing the aura of purity and simplicity. The audience's conversations gradually faded away as they waited for the long-awaited performance to commence. As the lights ever so slightly dimmed, a lone piano emerged from the silence, its delicate notes piercing through the quiet audience like a crystalline stream. The audience immediately exclaimed in nostalgia, the intro of the song being too iconic for them not to recognize it. Jia pursed her lips, her gaze fixed on June. She loved this song, and the fact that the idol she loved very much was going to sing it meant a lot to her. Just as the audience began to surrender to the enchanting piano, the Gaegeum joined the composition. Its strings resonated through the stadium with an ethereal elegance, complementing the piano's melody with a distinctly Eastern style. The performers, despite being clad in diverse outfits, somehow harmonized into a singular aesthetic. They stood an arm's length distance away from each other, with the spotlight shining on the first singer, Lee Sik. The veteran singer, the maestro of the performance, closed his eyes, shutting out the world around him. Oh, the sun would rise, and I saw a world so bright. Through my innocent eyes, I admired your might. Lee Sik's voice carried the weight of years of experience and the depth of heartfelt emotion. The audience, drawn into the singer's rendition, found themselves captivated by the vivid lyrics that unfolded like a timeless story. I watched this show for the idols, but damn, Lee Sik is on another level. There's actually someone in this world with a voice like this? I only ever heard this through other people's covers. Now, I regret not listening to his version first. Nothing will really beat the original. In the waiting rooms backstage, the other artists halted in their tracks. The beauty of the song had transcended the confines of the stage, reaching through the monitors and touching the hearts of those inside the waiting rooms. It was only a few seconds in, but the people watching already knew it was bound to be a legendary performance. Number 362. Chapter 362 Father 2. June 2 watched Lee Sik from his side of the stage, admiring the vocal techniques and emotions he poured into the song. Mimi sang the next lines, her spotlight increasing with brightness. Her smooth skin sparkled under the light, and the shimmer in her eyes accentuated the unshed tears hidden inside them. Mimi couldn't quite relate to the song since she had a great family growing up, but she worked really hard to channel her feelings through other people's stories. In your shadow, I was happy to stand. For me, Dad, you were the strongest in the land. The pre-chorus was sung by Zian, earning some screams from his fans, but quickly being shushed by other audience members. And I know you'll listen to this with a smile on your face. So, stop filling up your suitcase. Trace and Nico sang the chorus, harmonizing while looking at each other. Their expressions spoke of the emotion they were singing, projecting it well so the audience could fully feel the meaning of Lee Sik's masterpiece. I love you, Father. You made me wonder. If I had another life, I would want you again. June knew his part was yet to come, in the next pre-chorus and the third verse, to be exact. So for now, he closed his eyes, enjoyed their raw voices, and channeled the feelings buried deep within his heart. But clouds did gather, storms did brew. The father I once loved was not the father I knew. Growing up, he had heard this song multiple times. His mother listened to it quite often, and June always thought the lyrics were too painful from a father's perspective. As a young and innocent child, he thought he would only ever relate to the first parts of the song, where his father was considered a hero. However, a few years later, he found himself relating to the song more and more. Listening to it was comforting yet painful at the same time. It was comforting to know there were other people who went through the same experiences as him, but it was also painful since he wondered what he did to deserve any of it. I watched the strong man use his strength to inflict wounds within arm's length. His father never laid a hand on his mother, But Jun knew his mother struggled with his father's lack of emotional support. He claimed he always did his best, but Jun knew his father was just making excuses. With these thoughts running inside his mind, he brought the microphone to his lips to sing his very first lines of the song. And I know you wouldn't listen to a word I would say. So, fill up the suitcase. I won't make you stay. Lee Sik was taken aback by Jun's delivery. His voice held a delicate ache, and it felt like the father in the song was truly Jun's. It was even more emotional compared to their rehearsals. The members of Eve, all watching backstage, were annoyed in the beginning since Jun appeared to not have any lines. However, their frustrations were quickly replaced with amazement as the camera panned away from Jun after his short line. It was so short, yet so powerful, and Jae-young found himself getting choked up with tears. The audience, too, was now fully immersed in the song. People from all generations, even those who couldn't relate to the lyrics of the song, felt empathetic. The singers on stage were not only singing, but they were also telling a story. And in Jun's mind, he was telling his. I'm starting to unlove you, Father. You made me wonder. If I had another life, I'd pray for another. The third verse was once again started by Lee Sik, his voice becoming even more powerful than before. The painful message of the song has reached its peak, with the protagonist fully realizing the resentment he had for the father he once loved. Behind closed doors, a secret pain. My young heart, it couldn't contain. The strongest man was a coward instead. And I cried every night, alone in my bed. Jun harmonized with Lee Sik during the last two lines, their voices blending perfectly with each other. Now, not only was Jae-young felt emotional among the artists watching in their respective waiting rooms, but multiple idols began to get choked up, tears welling up in their eyes. Amira, whose father left their family when she was young, was one of them. In that second, she foregone all the romantic feelings she felt for Jun. At that moment, all she felt was pain for the two of them. With this song, it felt like she was understood. And I hope you listen to every word. I hope you feel the pain you deserve. I wish someone would explain if this is how it really feels. Does having a father mean you'll never heal? Jun had listened to the song plenty of times during their rehearsals, but these lyrics still brought chills down his spine every time he heard it. I hate you, Father, to the point where I don't want to wonder. If I had another life, I wish I'd never met you. The stage was bathed in a warm glow, the plain white backdrop now infused with some gold to add to the emotional resonance of the performance. As the last verse approached, the emotion in the stadium reached its peak. Mimi stood straight to deliver her next lines, feeling the gaze of the audience fixated on her. Yet, just as Mimi prepared to grace the audience with her vocals, an unexpected and unfamiliar tune resonated through the air. The melody was like a sudden breeze, catching the idols on stage off guard. Confusion etched across their faces as they exchanged uncertain glances, questioning the deviation from the familiar script. However, amidst the perplexed expressions of the idols, two figures remained composed, Lee Sik and Jun. And that's when Mimi realized the meaning of Lee Sik's words a while ago. Whatever happens on stage, just go with the flow. Her eyes met with Jun, a silent understanding passing between them. With that, Mimi brought her microphone down and went with the flow. What's this? Zhao whispered, her gaze still fixed on the stage. Have you heard this before? This doesn't sound familiar anymore. Murmurs of confusion were heard amidst the sobs in the audience. However, it quickly became silent when Lee Sik and Jun stepped forward, the spotlights following their figures. They took one step closer and closer until they met each other face to face. With that, Lee Sik prepared himself to deliver the hidden bridge he had written after the subject of this very song. His father died. He felt like his heart was being squeezed. However, as he gazed into the young man's eyes before him, he knew he needed to do his best. Because currently, it looked like Jun was in his element. Number 363. Chapter 363 Father 3. Lee Sik looked at Jun and saw himself in his eyes, broken, lost, and just wanting to be loved. Then, he sang the words he wished he heard from his father when he was younger. Father, I still don't know much about life. You were my first child, she was my first wife. And I know, child, I didn't do my best to you. But remember, this is my first life, too. His singing style was powerful, vibrating with the right amount of emotion. Each word was delivered with a seeking intensity, unraveling the layers of a long-buried story. The audience, initially taken aback by the added bridge, now found themselves captivated by the raw, emotional force emanating from the veteran singer. Jun, for some reason, heard his real father's voice in Lee Sik's, making him feel more immersed in the performance. He tried hard to forget about everything his father did, but in the end, the reality was he just suppressed those memories in the back of his mind. It never really left him. With the emotions surging in his heart, he finally sang his response. "Son, I was a child. I didn't know better. I just wanted a good life, a good father. Was that too much to ask? From a broken child looking at your casket." When Jun began to sing, it was as if a gentle breeze had swept through the room. His voice, soft yet with a surprising power, felt like a real-life conversation between a father and a son. The lyrics flowed effortlessly like they were a reflection of his own experiences, and they were. It was almost unbelievable that this idol, who was known for his cool and refreshing performances, could deliver such an emotional ballad. Lee Sik felt tears accumulating in his eyes, so the camera zoomed into them. That led the audience to become even more touched, feeling the sincerity of the performance even from a distance. The piano and gaegeum, already soft, became even softer to emphasize the emotion in Lee Sik's singing. "Can you forgive me for not being a good father?" Jun quickly answered. "I can't promise you forgiveness." Lee Sik once again sang, the two of them going back and forth. "I hope I can promise to be better." "But you can't. You're lying lifeless," Jun sang, his voice barely a whisper. Nonetheless, it resonated in the wide stadium, who seemed to hold their breaths as they watched the performance unfold. Jun continued to sing, with more intensity this time. His soft voice actually became more powerful if he tried, and he incorporated the lessons he received from Magic Mama without compromising the delivery of his emotions. "As I looked at your cold body, it dawned on me. The resentment in my heart wasn't as much as I expected it to be. Maybe, Father, you still have a place in my heart. But, in the end, I chose for our ways to part." The instrumental became silent for a second as Lee Sik breathed into the mic. "Is this a goodbye, my child?" Jun, with a soft, subtle smile on his lips, finally looked away from Lee Sik and focused on the stars and the moon up above. "This is goodbye, my dad." A soft gasp swept over the stadium, tears streaming down majority of the audience's cheeks. However, the song wasn't finished, and there were more tears to come. "To the man I've forgiven but will never forget. I won't be like you. I'll be a better dad." Mimi, despite being on stage, couldn't help but have her emotions swayed. The original performance was already emotional, to begin with, yet watching Jun and Lee Sik perform the secret bridge together made her feel like a mess. The other three male idols weren't any different. Nico looked up to the dark sky to stop the tears from falling from his eyes. Meanwhile, Trace subtly wiped a lone tear from the corner of his eyes. Zian remained expressionless, but his eyes held a glassy shine. The idols watching backstage were practically sobbing. Jaeyoung had his face buried in his knees. He didn't have the greatest relationship with his father, but it was never as complex as the song described it to be. Jaeyoung had actually been doing pretty well the entire performance. He felt emotional in some parts, but it was not up to the point where tears fell from his cheeks. However, his efforts went to waste as Jun and Lee Sik did the back-and-forth singing. It was indescribable. Despite being in the same group as Jun, he couldn't help but admire him. The exchange between the two voices, filled with the tension of a troubled relationship, resonated with the audience. The hate in Jun's words was overshadowed by love and forgiveness that seeped through the cracks, marking the end of the bittersweet bridge. As Mimi heard the familiar instrumental of the last verse and chorus, she quickly regained composure. "I'll break the chains, the cycle ends. In love and kindness, my heart amends." Trace entered with a shaky voice. "Now I stand, a man with open eyes. The strongest man, with a weakened guise." Nico continued, closing his eyes as he sang with conviction. "A promise made to the child in me. I'll be the father I wished you'd be." Zian also sang with a choked-up voice despite his calm demeanor. "So here's my letter, a pledge I send. To the wounded child that I'll mend." Jun sang next, his eyes still focused on the moon and the stars, hoping his father would hear his voice. "Thank you, Father, for this life. for the strength to overcome the strife. Lee Six sang the last lines, a small smile on his face. He felt proud of the people standing with him on stage. And he also felt proud of the person he became. Our paths may differ, our destinies spun. But now, in my world, a father's love has begun. With that, the image of his children flashed in his mind, causing his smile to widen. A father's love has now begun. Number 364. Chapter 364, Puffer Fish. As the last line lingered through the air, white feathers fell from the stage. The camera focused on each of the singers one by one, all of them having glassy eyes. The audience was so moved to the core that they didn't even cheer when their favorite artists were shown on the screen. The performance just now wasn't just a showcase of talent and skill. It felt like a slap of reality that ended with a warm hug. It was a depiction of real life. And that was the beauty of the stage they had presented tonight. On New Year's Eve, when most of the people watching were with their families, they felt a surge of joy and gratitude in their homes. Parents who knew they didn't do their best for their children felt guilty. Meanwhile, children who felt like they were too harsh on their parents felt empathetic. At the end of the day, each and everyone has their own struggles, so it wouldn't be too bad to be kinder to each other. Cindy blew her nose while her husband caressed her back. It's just a performance, honey, Mr. Young chuckled. It's not just a performance, Cindy snapped, glaring at her husband. Now, I miss Jia even more. I want to hug my boo bear so bad. Jia, who successfully held her tears until the end of the performance, looked up at the sky, similar to where Jun had his gaze directed, and let out a small smile. She missed her parents too. Min Jun, who sulkily, but willingly, watched the show with his grandma, pursed his lips and looked up to the ceiling. The old woman glanced at her precious grandson and softly ruffled his hair. A lone tear fell from Min Jun's eyes. He was still too young to fully understand every word of the song, but somehow, he could relate to its meaning. However, as another tear fell from his eyes, he quickly got up from the couch and harshly wiped his cheeks. He cleared his throat to make it seem like he wasn't touched by the performance at all. Grandma looked at him with furrowed eyebrows. What's wrong? I'm gonna go, Min Jun said, his voice scratchy. What do you mean? Grandma's frown deepened. Aren't you going to wait for the countdown? It's in a couple of minutes. After that, the fireworks are going to go off, and we can eat cake together. You like fireworks, right? Your dad sent us some sparklers, too. I'm not a kid anymore, Grandma, Min Jun snapped. I'm tired. Waiting for the countdown is useless. It's just another year anyway. Nothing's going to change. With that, he walked to his room and slammed it close. Grandma heard the lock turning, causing her to shake her head in despondency. The idols watching backstage were undoubtedly the most immersed in the performance. Even the people who auditioned for a spot in the special performance felt their hearts clear from jealousy. It was the perfect stage with the perfect lineup. Every one of them contributed to the performance, and the lines they had were tailored to their singing styles. Seven sobbed while leaning against Ocho's shoulder. Trace is so good, he sniffed. I can't believe he's my teammate. But I have to say, Jun was my favorite in this performance. Dose shook his head. I'm going to tell on you. No, please. Seven exclaimed. I loved all of them. Jun just sang it with more emotion? I don't know. I just felt like it was real. Uno continued to stare at the screen, his throat hurting because of the tears he held back. It was a great stage. For a second, he wanted to become a part of it. However, as he listened to Jun's and Lee Six's exchange near the end of the song, all of those thoughts went away. If he was a part of the stage, he would have been completely obliterated by Jun. How about you, Uno? Seven asked, now back to his energetic self. Who was your favorite member on this stage? Uno smirked. Trace, of course. Meanwhile, Eve's waiting room was practically a mess. I don't know why I'm crying. My dad's really good to our family, and I couldn't even relate to the song. Jisung cried, hiccuping as he spoke. Lucky, Sihoon said. My dad hasn't supported my dream ever since, so this performance hits close to home. Why aren't you crying then? Akira asked, snot falling from his nose, causing Rin to look at him with disgust. Sihoon chuckled and ruffled his hair. You're just a little kid. This is the strength of your oldest member. Jaeong's one of our older members, too, Casper pointed out. They all looked at their leader who now had swollen eyes and a red nose. His makeup was practically non-existent, and his hair had become a mess. Oh gosh, Akira said. I thought I was bad. He looks like he needs utter help. Jae-young couldn't hear a word they were saying. He was still too immersed in his feelings. Just then, Jae entered the room, his eyes also swollen from watching the performance in the public lounge with all the managers. When he saw Jae-young, his eyes quickly widened. "Goodness, what happened to you?" he exclaimed. Jae-young glared at him. "Should you really be asking that when you also look like a puffer fish?" "Well, at least I don't need to go on stage," Jae said. "The countdown is about to start, so you all need to go to the stage right now." Silence held in the largest waiting room where chaos was situated. Gideon tried his hardest not to cry, but a lone tear still escaped his eyes. "What did you guys think of the performance?" Kwon asked, also with unshed tears. Nazhan, their main rapper, nodded in approval. "It was good. As expected from Zion, he killed it again. I was touched all throughout the performance. That rookie, Trace, is quite good, too," he added. "Mimi and Nico are already expected to be good singers. However, Nico has improved since the last time I've seen him." "Yeah," Gideon agreed. Mr. Lee's sixth voice almost had me there, especially when he sang during the middle with Jun. Kwon glanced at their leader before clearing his throat. "Jun was pretty good, right?" he meekly asked. Haruki, whose face was devoid of any emotion, stood from his seat. "Let's go," he said. "The countdown is in 5 minutes." He walked to the door, but halted when Kwon asked another question. "How did you find the performance, Haruki? Did Jun exceed your expectations? He really improved a lot since our trainee days." Haruki paused for a while, but didn't bother turning around. "Kwon," he said, his voice deepening. "Don't say that name in front of me again." Number 365. Chapter 365, New Year's Eve. All artists are now on stage. "Prepare for the countdown in 2 minutes," the head of the crew said over his mic. Only 4 minutes left until the end of 2023, and the crew members were all busy arranging the artists on the stage. Since there were 20 acts that performed tonight, the stage was jam-packed with good-looking and talented people. There was barely any space left since the 42-member girl group that debuted early this year was with them. The veteran singers stood at the very front in respect for the everything they've done for the entertainment industry. Other artists were then arranged by seniority and popularity. Chaos was at the very front, along with freshies. Boy Mystic, Lunix, Mimi, and other popular and older groups were in the second row. Meanwhile, senior groups that have debuted for more than 5 years were in the third row, feeling quite bitter about their position. In the very middle was Eve, their faces barely visible from the view of the audience. Jia went on her tiptoes to get a better glimpse of her favorite idols, but only saw the top of Jun's pink hair instead. However, despite their lack of exposure, Jae-young felt quite grateful. His puffy eyes still hadn't subsided from crying during the father performance, so being in the middle meant his reputation of being a cool leader wouldn't be too ruined. 7, who was next to them, however, quickly pointed out Jae-young's appearance. "Why do you look like that?" he asked, laughing while slapping his knees. Jae-young clicked his tongue, while Trace slapped the back of his teammates' heads. "You look the same, idiot." 7 pouted and pointed toward Jun. "It's because Jun did so well a while ago," he said. "Bro." 7 excitedly waved his hand at Jun, catching the latter's attention. "I've become your fan again." Jun smiled gratefully, still feeling the aftermath of their performance. Meanwhile, Jisung glared at 7, causing the youngest member of Octa to cower in fear. Just then, a loud sound startled the artists on stage, causing them to look back to the source of the sound. There, they saw the 60-second countdown on the large LED screen, every second passing defined by a loud ticking sound. 60, 59, 58, 57. Jun looked around and saw the happy faces of the artists. Groups excitedly spoke with their members while individual artists waved at their fans in the sea of audience. Excitement filled the air as they waited for the new year to commence. The audience members started talking excitedly, filling the venue with joyous chatter. 40, 39. As Jun continued looking around, everything that happened in the past year suddenly dawned on him. Come to think of it, 6 months had passed since he transmigrated to Choi Joon-ho's body. A lot has happened since then, so Jun doubted the duration of his life here. From his transmigration, to rising stars, to multiple disproved scandals, to an undeserving manager, and now becoming an official member of Eve, all of it felt too overwhelming. Sometimes, he wondered how he got this far. There were still a lot of questions left inside his mind. Why did he transmigrate to Choi Joon-ho's body? How was his sister doing? Did Lao-hu and Lin Ji finally give up? Where was his real body? What would his fate be in the future? Does he truly deserve any of this? These thoughts hit him like a truck, and before he knew it, he found himself overthinking about his situation. 19. 18. However, his thoughts were quickly cut off when Jae-young and Akira wrapped their arms around his shoulder. Jun looked around him and saw his teammates in a circle, all looking at each other with wide smiles. Jun's back to earth, Akira said. Glad to have you back, bro, Rin chuckled. Yeah, I thought we lost you for a moment, Zeth joked. If you're worried about your performance, then don't be, Casper assured. You did the best out of everyone tonight. Yeah, Akira exclaimed. You're the best, Jun. Don't look so worried on New Year's Eve. A small smile emerged from Jun's lips, and he felt all the worry inside his heart quickly melting away. I wasn't worried, Jun said, convincing his teammates as well as himself. It's a new year, he continued, with new beginnings. Exactly, Jae-young said, his eyes still looking swollen. We still have a lot ahead of us. 10. As the 10-second timer kicked off, the audience started chanting the numbers loudly. The members of EVE also chanted along with the audience. 9. The fireworks and sparklers were on standby, the crew members waiting until the end of the countdown to set them off. 3, 2, 1, 0. Happy New Year. The greeting resounded in the wide stadium, radiating to the streets outside. A loud exploding sound was heard, causing the people to look up at the sky to watch the beautiful display of colors and lights. Different hues of red, gold, and blue danced in the sky, falling beautifully on the dark canvas. Jun watched it silently, his smile widening. Pretty, he muttered under his breath. It may be hard to believe, but this was the first time Jun had witnessed fireworks in real life. He had heard them from a distance in his past home, but he never bothered watching it through his window. Actually, Jun rarely celebrated the holidays. He would be out of the house by late evening because of the demands of his work, so waiting until midnight to celebrate holidays wasn't too familiar to him. For him, the status quo was the explosion of guns, the shattering of glass, and the sound of fists hitting flesh. He rarely got to see these kinds of moments, the corny moments, as he called them. However, despite it being corny in his book, he couldn't stop smiling. The fans who supported him, the friends he called his teammates, the fireworks that illuminated the darkness, the feeling of euphoria after performing. All of them pointed to one thing, happiness. So this is how life really is. Number 366. Chapter 366, Alligator Green. As the sun rose from the skies, Jay entered the messy dorm with boxes of donuts in his arms. It was a new year, and the air seemed fresher than usual. He had a cheery smile on his face despite his early awakening. He was already clad in an alligator-colored suit, light brown trousers, and his shades were in the shape of cat eyes. In short, he looked like a tacky Yakuza member. However, his confidence impeccably covered the grotesqueness of his outfit. He brought out his phone and connected it to the dorm speakers. A karaoke version of a nursery rhyme played loudly in the dorm, and he sang the lyrics passionately to wake up the members of EVE. Rise and shine, little bugs. Rise and shine, I have hugs. Rise and shine, there's so much love. Rise and shine, or you'll ascend to the heavens above. Jun, being the lightest sleeper out of all of them, quickly woke up to the sound of CJ's voice. It seemed like he focused solely on being a manager since his voice has degraded since his participation in Rising Stars. Jun woke up with a gasp, feeling like the devil had entered his room. However, when he opened his eyes, he was even more surprised. What the fuck? He exclaimed loudly, causing the other members to wake up alarmingly. Casper, hearing Jun's endangered voice, entered his room like a superhero tumbling into a scene. He assumed a fighting stance, his eyes zeroing in on the foreign body in the room. Jay. Wait. Jay exclaimed. It's just me, he said, removing his kitty sunglasses. Jun massaged his forehead before removing the covers from his body. What are you even doing here? He snapped. To wake you up, of course. We have a meeting with Mr. Ong and some directors. Jay cheerily exclaimed. Jun glanced at the clock and saw it was merely 6 a.m. This early, he asked. Jay shrugged. It's what Mr. Ong requested. I think he's going golfing afterward, so he scheduled it early. Just then, Akira and Jae-young entered the room, and the two of them simultaneously exclaimed in surprise. "Oh gosh, what is that creature doing here?" Akira asked in disgust. "Creature?" Jae exclaimed, appearing offended. "What are you wearing?" Jae-young frowned. "You look like a tree with that color combination." Jae looked at them with furrowed eyebrows before looking down at his outfit. "These are the lucky colors of the year, alligator green and nipple brown." Jisung entered right then and there, but he quickly halted when he heard Jae's last statement. "All right, I'm going now," he said, leaving the room even though he just arrived. Jae ignored the members' rude stares and explained they had a meeting for their projects for the year. "Tell your members to get ready," Jae instructed Jae-young. "We're leaving in 45 minutes. Jae-young sighed, but nodded nonetheless. The members of Eve were currently in their van, driving to Azure Entertainment. Most of them were still tired, so they decided to sleep during the short trip. Meanwhile, Jun popped his earphones in and listened to the cover he had filmed before the year-end show started. It was A Love Twice Lost by Ryan Hwang, the song he hated for a well-kept reason. What Magic Mama said was right. As he kept singing the song, it started to grow on him, and by his 10th time singing it, he found himself filming it and wanting to post it on his account. Jun quickly posted the short video and smiled when he saw positive comments right off the bat. He's fluent in Chinese? Why the hell is he hiding behind Jun's persona when he is a catch himself? If I can't have Jun, then I'll have Jun's imposter. It feels like he's singing this for his first love. Poor guy? Okay, he's growing on me. This just confirms that the dude behind this account isn't Jun. For all I know, Jun doesn't know how to speak Chinese this fluently. It seemed like they still didn't believe he was Jun, though, which was honestly alright. He currently had around 75,000 followers, so Jun was sure he was going to accomplish his mission soon. They finally arrived at the building, which looked a bit empty since it was only 7 a.m. They went to Mr. Ong's room and found a couple of important-looking people inside. The members entered while bowing respectfully. Mr. Ong, in his signature swivel chair, enthusiastically greeted the boys. "There you are? Thank you for coming this early," he smiled. He was already in his golf attire, so Jun quietly sighed in disbelief. "I watched your performance during the year-end show. I enjoyed it very much. I particularly liked Jun's performance in Father. It brought me back to the times when my father was still around." Mr. Ong's voice got quieter as the sentence progressed, his gaze becoming absent. It seemed like he was remembering a very dark time, similar to the scene of the critique guy in that rat movie when he first tasted the dish the rat had made. "Mr. Ong?" Jae asked, causing him to snap out of his thoughts. Like a light switch, the CEO smiled once again. "Sorry," said, looking at Jae. "Hey, wait, is that an alligator green coat?" Jae proudly smiled. "It is," he smiled. "It's pretty. I might buy one for myself." As expected, weird people had similar tastes. "Well," Mr. Ong said, changing the topic. "Sit down, boys. This meeting won't be long. We're just going to discuss your major projects for the first half of the year." The boys excitedly sat down despite their tiredness. This meeting had been delayed for quite some time, so they were looking forward to the projects they were going to be doing this year. "First things first," Mr. Ong said. "I'll just get it out right away." The members listened intently. "I know you debuted not that long ago, but we're now thinking of preparing for a new album. You're going to have a comeback during the first quarter of the year." The members looked at each other with wide eyes, not expecting their comeback to arrive so fast. However, from a marketing perspective, it was pretty intelligent. The group only had 3 years as a group, so they had to maximize their time together. "Don't worry," Mr. Ong said. "It would be at the end of the first quarter, so around March to April." The members sighed in relief, Akira looking the most visibly relaxed. Preparing for their debut album has been tiring, so he couldn't imagine preparing for it right away. "However, we're going to start with the preparations earlier this time," Mr. Ong continued. "We're already looking for producers to collaborate with." Jun suddenly raised his hand, causing the others to turn to him. "The title track," he started off. "Is it possible for it to be self-produced?" Number 367. Chapter 367 Brand Deal. The room became silent as soon as Jun asked that particular question. His members looked pleased with his suggestion, wanting to create something they could proudly call their own. It wasn't rare for idols to create their own songs, but rarely did this become the title track of the album. Moreover, since the market had become very competitive, companies and idols relied on expert producers to make songs for them. Jun thought the directors were seriously pondering upon his question since they were completely silent. However, his hopes were quickly shattered when Mr. Ong let out a loud laugh, followed by the chuckles of the other directors. Mr. Ong continued laughing until there were tears in his eyes, but none of the members, as well as Jay, didn't find it funny. "Oh gosh," he said, wiping the tears in his eyes. "That was such a good joke, Jun." "I wasn't joking," Jun quickly said. Mr. Ong halted, his eyebrows slightly furrowing. Then, a professional smile emerged from his face. "Well then," he said, "I don't think we can take your suggestion into consideration. Self-produced title tracks are a rarity in this industry. Unless you want to go solo, which you can at the moment, I'm afraid a self-produced title track wouldn't be possible." Rin raised his hand, intercepting his statement. "But Jun already produced some parts of Oasis. For this next title track, it wouldn't just be him who'll be making the song. I'll help too. In fact, the other members can also help with the lyric writing and all." Mr. Ong pursed his lips, annoyance evident in his features. "It's final," Mr. Ong said. "This time, a more well-known producer will be making your song. Now," he continued, going to the next topic before anyone could interrupt him, "let's talk about your major projects of the year." Jun sighed and focused on the presentation before him. He decided to forego the issue for now since the preparations still hadn't started. Maybe he'll be able to convince the higher management to let them have a self-produced song later on. "There are 3 major projects for this year," Mr. Ong started off. "First, the most important one, your comeback. The second is show guesting and participation. And third is brand deals. You all had an opportunity to go to different variety shows, and it made a positive impact on the group's popularity. So, we have contacted different variety shows to see if they could accommodate you, but none of them have responded yet." Jun understood Mr. Ong's sentiment. Back then, seeing idols in variety shows was more common compared to now. Currently, there were too many artists wanting to be invited to the popular shows, so TV stations were definitely pickier with their guests. "There's something huge lined up for the year, but we can't divulge the information to you until it has been confirmed," he continued. "For now, we're going to be uploading the process of your debut album on YouWatch so people can know you more." Moving on to the third agenda for today, brand deals, Mr. Ong smiled, showing a slide of all the brand deals they'd done during the past year. "I'm happy to report that your team bagged 6 brand deals last year, with Zeth having the most." Zeth smiled proudly as his members congratulated him. In particular, Zeth had represented a coffee brand and an air purifier. His looks were already enough to capture buyers' attention. He created a frenzy in appliance stores after he made a cameo in an air purifier commercial. The 4 other brand deals were distributed to the other members. Ren had a photo shoot with a headphones brand because of his producer reputation during Rising Stars. Casper modeled for a trendy t-shirt shop along with Dose from OCTA. Jisung also modeled for a school uniform brand in Korea because of his fresh visuals and tall physique. And lastly, Sihoon was part of an underwear campaign where he showed off his toned abs. Jun was yet to receive a brand deal since Chul blocked off his opportunities when he was still their manager. Meanwhile, the other members, despite not saying it explicitly, were quite disappointed they hadn't done any brand deals either. "This brand contacted us after they saw your performance during the year-end show. I'm glad you made a good impression on them. Who's going to be starring in the brand deal?" Akira asked, hoping he'd be included since he hadn't done one ever since they debuted. Mr. Ong smiled and clapped excitedly. "I'm happy to inform you that the brand has requested for all of you to become their brand ambassadors," he exclaimed, causing the members to look at each other with wide eyes. Jun, too, was surprised. It was rare for brands to hire an entire group since it was generally more expensive. Having all of them as ambassadors meant that the brand was a big force in the industry. And get this, you're also going to be starring in a commercial film for the brand. This is huge, guys. Jay smiled at the boys, pride filling his eyes. "I'm so excited," Jisung said. "What brand are we going to represent?" The members were giddy in their seats as they imagined the type of commercial they were going to film. Okta already had their own commercial, and it was for a soda brand that made use of its heatwave concept. It was fun, refreshing, and youthful. Zeth stared off into the distance as he imagined how it was going to turn out. He really wanted to do a perfume commercial and show off the group's sexy side. Meanwhile, Akira wanted to do a soju commercial since all of them were already of legal age. Moreover, soju was considered a staple in Korea. Being brand ambassadors of any soju brand meant they had made it big in the industry. I hope it's something about cats, Casper said, causing everyone in the room to look at him weirdly. Please ignore him. Jay, the equally weird person, formally said. Mr. Ong cleared his throat. I'm sure you're all curious as to what product you're going to represent. The members nodded. Well, I'm not going to make you wait any longer. June leaned against the table, actually looking forward to their very first brand deal. Mr. Ong smiled widely as he pressed on the next slide, the room being engulfed in a familiar orange hue. It's none other than cheese balls. Number 368. Chapter 368, Say Cheese. The 8 members of Eve, along with Jay, went back to their dorm, all with indecipherable expressions. They wanted to retaliate when Mr. Ong revealed they were going to represent a cheeseball brand, but Jay quickly got them off before they could. Jay looked at the absent-minded members and sighed. All right, you can speak now, he said, closing the door behind him. Cheeseballs. Cheeseballs. Octa gets a soda ad, and we get cheeseballs. I love cheeseballs. I could eat 1,000 of those bad boys in one sitting, but being in a cheeseball commercial is where I draw the line. I've never even had a cheeseball. The room was filled with complaints, and Jay sighed impatiently as he waited for them to finish. Are you guys done now? He asked after a while. The members breathed heavily as they finished their rants. Meanwhile, June, who was still hung up on the title track of their next album, was silent all throughout the ordeal. No, I'm not yet done, Zeth said. How can they make us do a cheeseball commercial? It's a famous cheeseball brand, Jay defended. Almost everyone buys it for their households. You can't deny their influence in the country, and being a part of their brand means you'll get more exposure from the public. Moreover, Jay continued, all of their commercials have been great hits because of the unique concepts. You mean that one time the child was getting chased by little cheeseball monsters? Ren asked. Or that one time they had a guy drown in a pool of cheeseballs, and the only way to save himself was to eat all of them. Sehun added, oh, and don't forget that one time a woman divorced her husband because he was cheating on her with a lady made of cheeseballs. Zeth said. See, Jay exclaimed. You remember it. This means they're really memorable. Zeth massaged the bridge of his nose. Oh no, he started his rant. I'm going to lose my cool guy persona. What if people think I'm funny or something? Gosh, Rin scoffed. He's really self-absorbed. Jay sighed. Well, I don't think you have a choice. The company has already signed an agreement. Besides, a cheeseball commercial would be fun to film. Isn't that the most important? The others were still skeptical, so Jay pointed at June. Look at June, he exclaimed. He seems very amiable to the idea. Do you love cheeseballs, June? June finally snapped out of his thoughts and nodded. Yeah, sure. Whatever you said. That's the spirit, Jay excitedly said. This is your very first group brand deal, and you're fortunate enough for it to be a big brand. Cheer up, Seth groaned. I guess it's all right. Just as long as I still come out handsome in the commercial, then it's fine by me. Rin sighed. I do really like their product. Let's give it a try, Sehun said, convincing his other members. Jay's smile widened. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know the full details of the commercial just yet, but it's going to be short. They're going to send us the script tomorrow, and then the filming will take place the day after. Jay gathered the boys for a meeting with someone from Cheese, the cheeseball brand they were going to represent. Compared to the day before, they were definitely more excited. It seemed they had finally accepted the fact they were going to film a cheeseball commercial. They were in a conference room in Azure Entertainment, waiting for the representative from Cheese to personally explain the concept of their commercial. June was pretty wary about it. The team watched the previous commercials from the brand, and they were different. The door opened, revealing a woman with unruly curly hair and a t-shirt that said Cheese Balls Rocks. She greeted them excitedly as she entered. Oh gosh, I felt like I just entered heaven. Look at the handsome men surrounding me, she exclaimed. Eve smiled and bowed respectfully as she sat down. Well, my name is Parmila, but you can call me Parm, she introduced herself. I am the head of the marketing department of Cheese. I was also the one who suggested you to become ambassadors of our brand. I really liked your performance during the year-end show. Did she just say Parm? Like Parmesan. Akira whispered by Jaeong's side, so the latter nudged his side. Then, Jae-young respectfully smiled. Thank you for granting us this opportunity, Miss Parm. It seems like you were made for this, Miss Parm, Jae said. Oh, tell me about it, she smiled. I have been a cheese lover since birth. Jae chuckled, a bit weirded out. That's great. So, is there already a concept or storyline for my boys right here? Of course, she answered. I've been formulating the commercial ever since I saw the boys perform and came up with the perfect concept for them. She brought out a stack of papers from her bag and started distributing them to the boys. The members of Eve were definitely expecting the worst. However, when they saw the title of the project on the cover page, they weren't too appalled by the idea. It actually seemed pretty cool. Compared to the other commercials they had put out, it was quite tame. Basketball? Jay asked. That's right, Ms. Parm exclaimed. For this year's commercial, we decided to employ a sports theme because the Olympics are coming up. Moreover, it's a good thing that cheese balls kind of look like basketballs. Zeth smiled, obviously pleased with the concept. He thought he wasn't going to have the opportunity to act cool for the commercial, but he might actually get to do so. It's going to be a short commercial, less than a minute, and it would feature the boys playing basketball against a formidable team, she explained. Please move to the next page, Miss Parm said. The members followed her instructions, already excited about the storyline. However, when they read through the next page, it felt like the room was drenched in ice-cold water. It was stupid for them to think it was going to be a normal commercial. Number 369. Chapter 369 Cheese Ball Tournament. The crew set up the cameras in a basketball court they had rented for an entire day. They were pleased with the weather since the sun was high up in the sky, making it perfect for a basketball tournament. It was pretty blinding, but it was definitely better than a gloomy atmosphere. Our ambassadors are here, Miss Parm exclaimed, catching the attention of the crew members. As they turned toward the idol group, it appeared like they were more blinding than the sun itself. Eve, clad in their casual clothes, lit the set up with their handsome looks. It's illegal to have a group with that many handsome members. I can't believe they're here. Ms. Parm did a great job casting them. I already want to eat balls. Cheese balls at the moment. Good morning, everyone, Jae-young said, stepping forward and greeting everyone on behalf of Eve. We are Eve, and we are very glad to be with you today. Let's all work hard. The crew members clapped, welcoming the team excitedly. Ms. Parm beamed, capturing the attention of the members. So, this is where the scenes are going to be filmed. We'll start off with the first scene, so go ahead and get dressed in our provided tent. The members of Eve quickly went to their designated tent and saw matching orange jerseys inside. Jae-young chuckled as soon as he saw them. Aside from the atrocious neon orange color, it was evident that the team made it very well. The members got dressed quickly before putting on their accessories. Zeth, their supposed captain, had an armband on, accentuating his biceps. Meanwhile, Jun looked at the orange headband and put it over his head, causing his hair to go in all directions. Hey guys, he said. Is this how you wear this? His members turned to him, and Jun instantly regretted asking the question when they noisily flocked over to him. Omo, what is this? Akira asked. Jun looks like our youngest member. You look like a literal baby, Rin chuckled. Why are your cheeks so plump with this on? Jun groaned in frustration as Jisung started pinching his cheeks. You're younger than me, he exclaimed. But you really look like a little brother, Jisung excitedly exclaimed. Meanwhile, Casper stood before him and started petting his hair, so Jun quickly held onto his wrist and placed it behind his back. Ow, Casper exclaimed. I didn't do anything wrong. You're all so weird, Jun snapped. Just tell me how you do this. Si-hoon, being their oldest and most mature member, chuckled and went closer to Jun. You should tuck some of the pieces under the headband so they don't go in all directions. There, he said. All done. Jun looked at himself in the mirror and nodded in approval. Ah, Akia exclaimed in disappointment. I like the other setup better. Shut up, Jun snapped. Let's get this over with. The team made their way outside, and the crew was once again amazed by their appearance. How could they look so good in vibrant orange jerseys? It was almost impossible to pull the color off, but they managed to do it. Ms. Parm excitedly clapped when she saw them, and she quickly coaxed them over to the court. All right, she said. We need to finish all the scenes until the sun sets, so let's get started. Let's start off with the game shots. The boys assumed their positions and followed her instructions. They were already aware of the entire script, so they had practiced beforehand. Fortunately, even though most of them weren't familiar with basketball, they were very experienced in acting cool. 3, 2, 1, and we're rolling. The boys immediately sprang into action, showcasing their athletic ability or lack thereof. They shot at the hoop, most of them missing, yet somehow, their poses still looked cool. The clumsy dribbling wasn't any better, but then again, their faces really did all the work. Jun, not being familiar with playing the game, shot at the hoop with his back turned away, a smug expression on his face. The ball was going to be edited to go in. However, he was surprised when he suddenly heard cheers from the crew members. He turned around and saw that he had made it in. The team celebrated, and the camera captured it all. The warm sun cast a golden glow over the scene as they rejoiced, dribbled basketballs, and shot hoops while running across the court. As the tempo picked up, Ms. Parm signaled for a close-up. Beads of sweat glistened on their foreheads and arms, and the crew marveled at how effortlessly the boys embodied the refreshing vibe of the commercial they aimed to capture. However, the cool scenes were only the beginning, the easy parts, to be specific. As the camera zoomed out, it was revealed that the boys were losing drastically to the other team with a score of 98-16. Now, it was time for them to bring out the big guns. In the end, Cheese really couldn't create a normal commercial. Time for the shift, Ms. Parm exclaimed, and everything started moving at a quick pace. The boys were handed a bowl of cheese balls each, and they looked at them with dread, already knowing what was coming next. Your boosters are here, Ms. Parm said. Let's start with the first person. Rin, eat the cheese balls on camera and run around the court so we can edit you with super speed. Zeth laughed out loud, but he quickly halted when he realized the power he was given, elasticity. The members went to the bench as Ruan had his solo shoot. He ate the cheese balls with gusto, and the members couldn't even chuckle because they knew they were next. He looked stupid, Zeth exclaimed. Shut up, Akira said. I wish I had his power. I have multiple arms as a power. I'm going to look ridiculous. You suit it well, though, Jisung said. Jisung's calm because his power is precise shooting. What a lucky bastard, Jaeyoung grumbled. You're also on the better end of the spectrum. Sehun exclaimed. How is yours incredible jump, while mine is ball telekinesis? That's unfair. At least you're not going to have cheesy fingers. The ball will literally stick to my fingers with cheese, Casper said. The team chuckled at their ridiculous powers, but one of them remained silent. The team turned to Jun, who looked absent-minded. They all pursed their lips when they remembered what superpower Jun had drawn. When they saw the list of superpowers curated by Ms. Parm, the members quickly fought for the normal powers. However, since they couldn't come to an agreement, they decided to draw lots instead. Jun should have refused to do so. His black cat luck still hadn't left him from his time on Rising Stars. What was your skill again? Casper asked. How could you forget? Akira clicked his tongue. It's ball. Ball. He's literally going to shape-shift into a ball and shoot himself into the ring. Number 370. Chapter 370 Limited Edition. More embarrassing moments later, and Eve was finally done with their solo shoots. Acting out there. Superpowers had taken a toll on them, so they were now silently eating cheese balls in their tent as they waited for Jay to take them home. I can't believe they'll edit you into a ball, Jisung absent-mindedly said, stuffing his face with cheese balls. He started the shoot not liking how they tasted, but now, he was quite addicted. He also became cheese balls in the end, and we had to eat him, Rin added. Akira mindlessly chuckled. I think our Astras will like that very much, though. I see plenty of posts on Naval saying they'd like to eat Jun. Jun turned to him with raised eyebrows, obviously weirded out. What? Akira exclaimed. It's how they show their affection. Jun sighed and shook his head. I'm just glad it's already over. Jay entered the room with a wide, suspicious smile, causing the members to warily look at him. What is it again? Jaeyoung asked. Jay looked at him with confusion. I haven't even said anything yet. I could already tell by the look on your face, Jaeyoung said. Well, I'm glad I'm an open book, Jay smiled. The shoot still isn't finished. The boys groaned, their shoulders slumping in disappointment. I want to go home, Casper whined. Jay ignored his statement and continued explaining the situation. Ms. Parm went over the clips and was satisfied. However, she believes the commercial needs something more bizarre for it to be a greater hit. What is it now? Seth groaned. I don't want to act like I have ultra-flexible limbs. Again, don't worry, Jay chuckled. This clip won't involve your powers. In fact, only one of you needs to act the scene out. Jun, Jisung quickly said. Jun should do it. He's our center. Jun glared at their youngest member and threw a cheese ball toward his way. I already had to act out being a ball, he defended. Anyone but me should do it. But you're the star of Eve, Zeth said, shocking his members since he was the self-proclaimed star of their group. You should definitely do it. I know you want to do it, Zeth, Jun said. Nah, Zeth shook his head. I'm fine with my screen time. I think you'll do a great job at it. Yeah, Rin said. You also have plenty of skills. I bet you're great at acting, too. Maybe we can go home faster if you do it. The other members agreed, pushing Jun off the couch so he could join Jay. Great. So it's Jun then? Jay said, holding onto his shoulder. Jun glared at all of them. I'll remember this day. Jay chuckled and patted his back. Don't worry. It's just one line, they said. Channel your inner actor so we can go home faster. Jun shook his head and defeatedly followed after Jay. Channel his inner actor? That was a joke. Sure, Jun had his fair share of acting in Rising Stars, but that was because he was performing on stage. The two acting projects he has done, the Oasis music video and the bandit role he was forced to take, felt natural because he was just being his real self. In reality, Jun didn't know anything about acting. Jun arrived at the set, and Ms. Parm immediately perked up as soon as she saw Jun's pink hair from a distance. Just what I had in mind, she exclaimed. Jun will be perfect for the last line. Will it be quick? Jun asked. Of course, Ms. Parm said. It's just one line. You just need to say it in a bubbly and victorious manner. Jun pursed his lips, already dreading saying it. Here, she said, handing him a piece of paper. Stand next to the ring and hold these cheese balls. Afterward, say this line with a wide smile on your face. Jun read the line, his eyes immediately widening. I have to say this, he asked out of shock. The announcement of the collaboration between Eve and Cheese took the K-pop world by storm. It was the very first time a K-pop idol was asked to represent a cheese ball brand. Not only that, but a cheese ball brand that was known for its weirdly memorable commercials. I love these cheese balls, Seven said, eating the snack on the couch of their dorm. Octa was currently in their dorm, waiting for their very own variety show to air. It was during these times they didn't mind being in Esper Entertainment. Although the company was far from perfect, they were definitely given more opportunities compared to other groups from smaller companies. I kind of hope we've gotten the deal instead of them, Seven said. Trace shook his head and popped a cheese ball in his mouth. I think this is the first time I'm not jealous of somebody else's brand deal. But hey, he quickly added, popping another cheese ball in his mouth. These are pretty good, right? Seven asked. And these are very popular too. I'm definitely going to buy the limited pink edition they announced. It's Eve's official color. Ocho raised his eyebrows. Just switch groups at this point. I wish I could, Seven groaned. I watched Jun's fan cams yesterday, and he's really legendary. He doesn't try to stand out, but he just does. I feel like he's very underrated. He's the center of Eve, Dose countered. How can he be underrated? I just feel like he is, Seven said. Someone like him needs to be more appreciated. For once, Uno agreed with Seven's statement. Although Jun's popularity was no joke, Uno believed he wasn't as appreciated for his skills compared to other idols. Meanwhile, in a smaller dorm at a well-known university, Jia and her friends waited for a certain commercial to air. Are you sure it will come on tonight? Bora asked. Yes, Jia snapped, looking at her watch. My mom said it'll be aired tonight at 11:17 p.m. Why is it so specific? Sumin asked. My mom works in a TV station, Jia vaguely said. What? No way. Wei exclaimed. Is it Azure? Yeah, Jia casually said. The other girls gasped in shock. What? Then she must have met Jun already. Lucky her. I've met him too. I've even spoken with him. Jia pursed her lips, her nares flaring as she thought of the times she had met Jun. She wanted to share it with her friends, but she knew she'd be called delusional if she did so. In the end, she decided to keep the secret to herself. That's right. These peasants don't know they're friends with the girl who inspired Jun to finish Oasis. Gia's being weird again, Bora said, already eating the pink-colored cheese balls they bought from the store. Jia snapped out of it when she saw this, quickly slapping Bora's hand and placing the cheese ball back in the container before closing it. Don't eat this. Bora looked at her with furrowed eyebrows. They're literally meant for eating. This is a representation of Jun, Jia said, staring at the pink puffy balls with adoring eyes. We need to treasure it. Oh gosh, Bora said. It's just cheese balls. We can buy some from the store again. We can't do that, though, Wei said. The pink ones are sold out everywhere. Shut up, Sumin exclaimed, cutting their conversation short. I think it's here. Number 371. Chapter 371, A Line You Won't Forget. Under the bright midday sun, the basketball court came alive with the sound of dribbles echoing through the air. The court's surface was almost glistening with sweat because of how hot and bright the sun was. Then, handsome boys, all dressed in neon orange jerseys, were shown on full display. Jia gasped, pointing at the screen. Athlete Jun. This is even better than I thought, Boris said. They all look so hot. If this is how our school's varsity team looks like, then I would have watched every game, Nari added. The camera zoomed in on Zeth, the charismatic captain of the team. With a chiseled jawline and a confident grin, Zeth led his teammates. His eyes sparkled with determination as he gathered the team. Let's do this, his voice resonated. A montage was then shown with the boys individually showing their skills. Ren, with an infectious smile, dribbled his way to the court. Casper, appearing to be a powerhouse, cracked his knuckles with a quiet intensity. His muscular frame was accentuated by the sleeveless jersey that hugged his body very well. Meanwhile, Jun became the epitome of coolness as he shot the ball, without even looking at the ring. His pink hair fell stylishly across his forehead as he smirked with confidence. Kaya, Jia exclaimed, holding onto Bora and excessively shaking her. Calm down, Bora exclaimed, her eyes also focused on the screen. But they're so cool, Jia said, almost breathless. However, she had to swallow her words not even seconds later because as the camera zoomed out, it was revealed that the opposing team was actually in the lead. In fact, they were leading with a very huge gap. Okta, who also luckily stumbled upon the commercial, shook their heads in ridiculousness. I knew it was too normal in the beginning, Ocho said. Seven chuckled out loud. I could already tell this is going to be hilarious. And they weren't wrong. The intense and cool music shifted to a cartoonish one, revealing the real intent of the commercial. Zeth, sensing the urgency of the situation, gathered his teammates with a serious expression. In a huddle, Zeth declared, "It's time to unleash our secret weapon." The boys exchanged determined glances, and then Zeth produced a bag of cheese balls from seemingly nowhere. The boys from Okta laughed loudly as that particular scene unfolded. It was ridiculous watching a group of boys referring to cheese balls as their secret weapon. With a mischievous grin, Zeth handed out the cheesy snacks to his teammates. The boys, seemingly finding the situation normal, dug with enthusiasm, savoring the deliciousness of the cheese balls. The camera captured their expressions of delight as the orange dust from the snacks adorned their faces. As the boys enjoyed their snack, the atmosphere became even more lighthearted. Suddenly, Run, fueled by an unexpected burst of energy, sprinted across the court with superhuman speed, leaving everyone in the dust. Zeth's arms then elongated, effortlessly making shots from impossible angles. Akira sprouted multiple arms, orchestrating a one-man show of precise passes and rebounds. Jaeyoung leaped to incredible heights, executing gravity-defying dunks that left the opposing team in awe. All of their skills were definitely fouls in a real-life basketball game. It was even more outrageous that they were playing as a seven-man team. However, nobody was really focused on the technical aspect of the game because they were already weirded out. The children watching in their homes were also amused, laughing and clapping at the television. I can't believe they had them do this, Bora said, tears streaming down her face from laughter. I would pay to see how they reacted to this in real life, Sumin added, also bursting into laughter. In the final moments of the game, with the score tight and only 2 points behind, Jun finally emerged and took center stage. Despite the roster of ridiculous powers they had already showcased, nobody would have guessed Jun's personal power. The handsome player morphed into a vibrant pink ball, capturing the attention of everyone on the court. The viewers watched in disbelief as Jun, now a rosy orb, prepared for an unprecedented move. Positioning himself at the three-point line, Jun launched into the air with incredible force. As he soared towards the basket, the pink ball maneuvered skillfully, navigating through the defenders with grace. Seven watched the screen in disbelief, a cheese ball falling from his mouth. Did he just become a ball? He stammered. Jun scored a perfect three-pointer, overtaking their opponent. And then, the whistle blew, signaling the end of the game. Just when people thought it couldn't get any weirder, it did. Jun gracefully descended to the ground, only to disintegrate into a shower of perfect little pink cheese balls. Zeth and the rest of the team caught up in the surreal victory with loud cheers. They wasted no time picking up the pink cheese balls and eating their fellow teammate out of happiness. As the celebratory atmosphere filled the air and the commercial seemed to be wrapping up, a careless foot stepped onto the scattered remains of the pink cheese balls, crushing them into a mess on the court. As the camera panned upward, it was revealed that the culprit was none other than Jun, now holding onto his own bowl of pink cheese balls. Jia gasped as his handsome face was accentuated on the screen. Jun undoubtedly looked great under the sun, his face flushed from its warmth. However, everything went downhill when he opened his mouth to deliver the last line. He looked directly into the camera, the victorious smile he was supposed to portray looking like a plea for help. Even his handsome looks couldn't hide the cringeworthy acting. With a forced grin and an unmistakably amateurish attempt at acting, Jun finally spoke. "I love these balls," Jun declared. The screen lingered on Jun's awkward expression for a moment before transitioning to the photo of the actual limited edition product of cheese in collaboration with Eve. With that, the commercial ended. However, the impact of Jun's line lingered in many households. What did he just say? Bora asked in confusion. Number 372. Chapter 372 Ball Sensation. The dorm was filled with laughter as another commercial rolled in. Even Uno, who wasn't easily amused, let out a loud chuckle. "Oh gosh," Seven said, wiping the tears from his eyes. "That was legendary." "Did he just say he loves balls?" Dos asked, still not believing what he just heard. "How much did they pay him to do this?" Ocho asked, a small smile playing on his lips. "I wish there was a replay button for it," Seven said, still laughing. "Thankfully, there's a thing called social media," Trace smirked. "I bet it's the talk of the town right now." Indeed, Eve's cheeseball commercial became a trending topic in the country after it was aired. Multiple clips were already circulated online, all of them having one thing in common. They were clowning Jun. "I was babysitting my nephew when the commercial suddenly came on. I thought I was hallucinating when I saw Eve with bouncing cheese balls. I'm already calling it. Jun's I Love Balls is going to be the meme of the year." As expected, Cheese does not disappoint with their commercials. Now, I know that Jun loves balls. Please, someone make a short clip out of it. The brand just posted an HD version. Time to meme the hell out of it. I'm dying. Why the hell did they let him say those lines at the end? Can we talk about his acting, though? I think we should all agree that he needs to stay away from the acting industry. It's a good thing he's a good singer and dancer. Jun, do a good job at being an idol because you can't be an actor. I just sent the clip to my friends, and they sent it to our school's group chat. Eve, you're going to become even more famous. Thanks to Cheese for making it happen. Can they quickly restock the pink cheese balls, though? They're already sold out in my local grocery store. Meanwhile, the members of Eve couldn't contain their laughter after the commercial finished airing. At first, they were all silent, cringing at their own acting. However, it was quickly replaced with amusement when they saw the last clip of Jun saying he loved balls. "That's why you didn't want to tell us about it." Zeth chuckled, slapping his knee. "I'm so grateful it wasn't me," Akira said, tears spilling from his eyes. "Gosh, I want to see it again." "Luther also likes balls," Casper added. "Man, every time you open your mouth, you say something weird," Sehun said. "But he does like balls," Casper defended. "He likes chasing them around." The members ignored them and went back to the original topic. "Hey, there are clips circulating online already. Damn, there's already a 24-hour edit about it," Jaeyoung exclaimed. Ren looked at the video with wide eyes. "What the hell? Are these people magicians or something? How can they do that in minutes?" Jaeyoung chuckled. "I honestly don't know. Our Astras are on another level." Then, he cast the 24-hour loop of Jun's I Love Balls on the screen. Jun groaned in annoyance, closing his eyes and covering his ears. "Are you guys having fun torturing me?" he exclaimed. "Very," Akira said. I'm going to make this my alarm from now on. Look at the comments on the video, Zeth chuckled. They're having fun torturing you too. Jun finally had enough, so he stood from the couch and glared at all of them. Don't speak about this ever again, or else, he warned them. Or else what? Akira stuck his chin up. Are you going to kick us in the balls? Jun closed his eyes in frustration and went over to where Akira was sitting. He then placed his hand over his pressure point and pressed firmly, causing Akira's body to fall limp on the couch. What the hell? Seth exclaimed in shock. Did you just kill him? He's going to wake up in a few hours or so, Jun said. Whoever speaks about this incident will suffer the same fate as him. With that, he left the living room and locked himself inside his door, leaving his teammates silently afraid. Then, he plopped on the bed and closed his eyes. Let's just sleep, he muttered under his breath. He fixed his position on the bed and evened out his breathing, but in the end, he couldn't sleep. His line, like a haunting melody, echoed in the back of his mind. I love these balls. I love these balls. I love these balls. Jun groaned and covered his face with a pillow. Get out of my head. In the end, Jun wasn't able to sleep at all. His phone rang with notifications the entire night, but he simply ignored them. However, as the sun finally rose and filtered through his curtains, he picked up his phone and finally decided to check it. Jun could already hear his members' voices outside the room, with Akira's being the loudest. He was still repeatedly saying, I love these balls, so Jun knew he hadn't learned his lesson. He opened his Naval app and first went to his profile. 99,000. Only 1,000 followers left until he finally reached his goal, yet he wasn't happy at all. Why? Because almost all of the posts on his feed were related to their cheese ball commercial. Can you imitate Jun's I love these balls line, please? Have you seen Eve's commercial? If not, go watch it right now. We're trying to stream it to 1 million views. I don't think we even need to stream it, girly. The general public is already streaming it for us. You're right. It's so close to 1 million. Overnight, Jun became a sensational meme, especially with the younger generation. Jun shook his head and left the app to check his texts instead. However, it seemed like the situation with his texts wasn't any better. Jay, you're a star. Congratulations for making it this far. Gun, do you really love balls? Hannah, I thought you were a good actor, but it turns out you just love balls. Jangmoon, I can't judge you. Balls are the best. There were multiple other texts that contained similar content. Jun was about to stop scrolling through his text messages when he saw something that appeared different from the rest. It was from Grandma. Grandma. Jun, I know you're busy, but can you please come to Seoul Hospital? Minjun's currently injured. Number 373. Chapter 373, Don't Need Your Help. Jun busted out of his room, messily dressed in casual clothing. He frantically pocketed his phone and looked for his wallet in the living room. He heard his members preparing breakfast in the kitchen but didn't bother glancing at them. Jun, Akira greeted brightly. We made rice balls just for you. Have one. I need to go, Jun said, looking more worried as he put on his shoes. His members looked at each other with confusion, wondering if they had taken the teasing too far. Jisung quietly approached Jun. Bro, are you upset? Jun sighed and faced his teammates, who were currently looking down at the ground. I'm not mad, he said. I just have somewhere to go. Where are you going? Jae-young asked with a frown. Have you informed Jay about it yet? No, Jun said. I need to go to the hospital. What? Jisung exclaimed in shock. Are you hurt? No. Jun shook his head, but Minjun is. Their expressions instantly softened as soon as Jun mentioned the little kid. What happened? Rin worriedly asked. I don't know, Jun responded. But I'm going to Seoul Hospital to find out. So, keep this from Jay and the company. I don't want any delays as it is. Sure, Jae-young said. But be careful, alright? Fans might be lurking. Jun left the room before Jae-young could even finish his sentence, causing his members to grow even more concerned. Should we follow after him? Sehun asked. Akira shook his head. I don't think he'll appreciate it. Let's just hope the little kid is alright. Jun finally arrived at the hospital, going to the floor Grandma had mentioned. He didn't know the particular room they were staying in, so he headed to the nurse's station. There, he saw them watching what appeared to be their commercial. They were giggling to themselves, replaying the last scene over and over again. If this was any other situation, Jun would have been annoyed. However, his sense of urgency overcame his annoyance, so he cleared his throat and quickly asked, May I know where Minjun Lee is currently staying? He asked. The nurses closed the You Watch tab and faced Jun. May I know your relationship with the patient? One of the nurses asked, clearing her throat. I'm his older brother, Jun unhesitatingly answered. Oh, the nurse said. Good genes must run in the family. Your little brother looks as handsome as you. Can you please tell me where his room is? He asked, ignoring the compliment. 709, she answered. Thanks. Jun quietly muttered before leaving the station and heading to Minjun's room. Meanwhile, the nurses looked at each other with confusion. Is it just me, or is that guy familiar? Jun entered the room, expecting to see an injured Minjun and a worried grandma. However, he was surprised when he saw another person in the room, an unfamiliar woman. Minjun was sitting on the bed with a bandage wrapped around his head. Jun quietly sighed in relief when he didn't see any other evident injuries on Minjun's body. Meanwhile, Grandma was standing in the corner, watching the interaction between the woman and Minjun. It seemed like none of them noticed Jun's presence since they continued with their conversation. What are we going to do with you, young man? The unfamiliar woman asked in a scolding but caring tone. It's been a while since I've been home, and now I found out you got into a fight? That's not how you were raised. Minjun kept his gaze on his lap while fiddling with his fingers. The woman sighed and placed her hand over his hair. I'm just concerned for you, honey. You know that I care a lot, right? Minjun softly nodded. I don't want you getting hurt anymore. Your grandma often tells me you don't even eat meals in the house. Do you want to tell me why that is? Minjun just let out a deep breath but didn't respond. The woman was about to say something again when her phone rang. She sighed and fetched it from her pocket before answering. What? She snapped. Right now? I'm busy, she said. It's urgent? I'll go back then. She ended the call and faced Minjun. At that moment, Jun thought it was the perfect time to close the door. However, the sound of the door closing caused the three of them to turn toward his way. Jun, Grandma said, her eyes teary. Jun stiffly smiled as the woman turned around, revealing her beauty. She was definitely young, probably around the same age or a couple of years older than Jun when he was Jun Hao. Ah, you're Jun, she asked. Jun stiffly nodded, walking over their way. I've heard some things about you, she said. My name is Lena, and I am Minjun's mother. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise when she introduced herself as Minjun's mom. She definitely looked too young to be one. Good day, ma'am, he respectfully greeted. Well, I have to go, she said, cutting their conversation short. My assistant just called me. Lena turned back to Minjun and placed a kiss on his forehead. Be good, okay? I'll come visit the house tomorrow when I'm not busy. Again, Minjun wordlessly nodded, causing his mom to sigh in disappointment. With that, Lena left the room, leaving Jun with Grandma and Minjun. What happened? He finally asked, looking at Minjun's injured figure. I was at home when I suddenly got a call, Grandma said. The teacher told me that Minjun got into a fight. When I arrived, he had glass stuck to his forehead. The school just gave him some pain relievers, so I took him to the hospital right away. Jun sighed and shook his head, sitting on the hospital bed to inspect Minjun's appearance further. Are you all right? He asked, worry evident in his tone. Minjun turned away from him, a subtle glare in his eyes. Grandma clicked her tongue. He asked you a question, Minjun. Minjun rolled his eyes and finally faced Jun. What are you even doing here? He asked. Aren't you busy or something? Jun's eyebrows furrowed. I came because I was worried, he sincerely responded. I thought you could use my help. Well, I don't, Minjun said. I don't need your help, so just leave. Number 374. Chapter 374. The Only One. Minjun, Grandma finally snapped. That is not how you respond to your elders. Minjun turned away from the two of them, his arms crossed in front of his chest. Jun sighed and shook his head, sensing the tension in the atmosphere. With that, he stood from the hospital bed. He brought out Minjun's favorite candies and placed it next to the injured kid. Here, Jun softly said with a smile. I know you like eating these when you're upset. Minjun continued to ignore Jun, but the latter kept a small smile on his face. Grandma shook her head and massaged her temples. Jun walked over to her and gave her shoulders a light squeeze. Relax, Grandma, he said in a comforting tone. I just don't know what to do anymore, she defeatedly stammered. Jun pursed his lips, also sensing that Minjun had only gotten worse. Jun knew the little kid had always been the spawn of Satan, but he was a sweet one. Now he was just cold. Don't think about it too much, Jun said. I think Minjun's just going through something. The two of them spoke in whispers, so Minjun wasn't able to hear them. Grandma sighed, her shoulders slumping. Do you think he'll get better? She asked. Jun glanced at Minjun and didn't respond. In the end, he also didn't know when and how to let Minjun open up to him. I hope so, Jun said in the end. Grandma, peel me some apples, Minjun said, causing the older woman to beam. Having his grandson act like a little master was definitely better than him not asking for anything at all. Jun smiled at their interaction. Well, I think I have to go now, he said. Grandma smiled. Have a safe travel. Make sure to wear your mask and cap at all times. Jun nodded, placing his mask back on. Call me when something happens, Grandma, he said, walking over to the door. Get well soon, Minjun, he added before leaving the room. As expected, Minjun didn't reply to his farewell. For a moment, Jun stood outside his door, his gaze settling on the knob. He wanted to do something about the situation, but he didn't know the exact steps to take. Jun was about to leave when he heard someone clearing their throat next to him. He turned to the side in surprise, only to see Lena leaning against the wall and looking at him with a serious expression. Ma'am, Jun warily asked, straightening his back. She chuckled, yet the aura of power coming from her didn't diminish. We're not in the workplace. You don't have to call me ma'am, she said. Miss? Jun tried his luck. Lena, she responded. Just call me Lena. All right, Ms. Lena, Jun said, not comfortable with calling her just by her first name. Lena shook her head in defeat. So stubborn. Now I see why Mom says you're similar to Minjun, she muttered, so Jun wasn't able to hear her. Sorry, what was that? He asked. She waved her off. It's nothing, Lena said. Do you have some time? Jun froze, feeling a chill in his spine. I thought you had some work to attend to? He asked, not really wanting to be alone with her. It could wait, she said. For now, I need to talk to you. Come. Lena started walking away, coaxing Jun to follow her. Jun pursed his lips and followed the charismatic lady. For some reason, she just made it seem like Jun couldn't refuse her invitation. Lena and Jun arrived at the hospital's cafeteria, and Lena quickly picked a bunch of snacks and paid for them at the counter. Jun looked at the black card she was using and shook his head. Minjun's family was really loaded. Let's sit here, Lena said, sitting in an isolated booth in the cafeteria. Jun stiffly sat in front of her, obviously uncomfortable with the setup. Jun, right? My son talked a lot about you back then. Lena started, taking a sip of her iced Americano. Jun nodded. Yeah, that's me. And you're an idol? She asked. Jun once again nodded. Interesting, she said. You don't give off that vibe. Jun frowned in confusion. What do you mean? He asked. Lena shrugged, leaning against her seat. I don't mean anything bad about it. I meet a lot of idols in my line of work, and most of them have softer and brighter auras. And mine? Jun asked. Lena didn't respond and just stared at him for a while. Yours is dark, she said, her expression twisting into something incomprehensible. The two of them stared at each other for a while, the tension heightening in the air. The other passers-by didn't even dare glance toward their way because of the powerful auras they were emanating. But that's not why I asked you to come here, Lena said, quickly snapping the tension. Why did you ask me to come here then? Jun asked out of curiosity. You care for Minjun, right? She suddenly asked. Jun nodded with sincerity. He was annoyed by the kid when he first met him, but Jun couldn't deny that he grew to love Minjun. Now, he genuinely thought of him as his little brother. Do you know what happened with him? Lena asked. Jun let out a sigh. He hasn't told me anything, he honestly answered. I've also been quite busy since I've just debuted. If there's someone who knows about his situation, shouldn't it be you? Lena's expression softened, a sense of guilt in her eyes. However, it was gone in a split second, and her charismatic gaze returned. I had Minjun when I was very young, she said. I was 18, to be exact. Jun wasn't too surprised about that. Lena looked really young to have a son as big as Minjun. It just meant she must have had him when she was young, too. I was a young girl with a lot of dreams, and although his father and I tried to make our relationship work, I couldn't deny there was an underlying resentment between the two of us, she continued. The careers we both dreamed of came to a halt because of Minjun's addition. Don't get me wrong, she quickly added. I don't regret it one bit. Having Minjun was one of the happiest moments of my life. It still is. However, My dream lingered in the back of my mind, and I didn't want to let it go. In the end, I chose my own happiness, she said. His father and I separated to live out our separate dreams, and Min-jun was in the middle to witness it all. I know I'm not the best mother, Lena sighed. I'm not even close to being a good one, but I care a lot about my son. He's the person I love the most in the entire world. I never want to lose him. Jun continued listening to Lena's story, but he was suddenly distracted when he saw a shiny bald head at the corner of the cafeteria. Mr. Klin? Jun rubbed his eyes to check if he was hallucinating or not. However, as he opened his eyes, the janitor suddenly turned around, now revealing someone with very luscious hair. Huh, strange, he whispered. It was already the second time he felt like he had seen Mr. Klin. Once during the Quiz God filming, and right now. Was he imagining things because he missed the bald janitor? Are you listening? Lena asked, snapping Jun out of his thoughts. Jun shook his head and finally faced her. What was that? Are you willing to take on the mission? She asked. Mission? Jun clarified. Yes, Lena responded. You're the only one who could help me. Number 375. Chapter 375, that's your job. Jun cleared his throat, straightening his posture as Lena continued speaking. I originally came to Korea for a business trip, and along with that, I wanted to visit Min-jun. My mom had been telling me he hasn't been in the same state after his father had left. That bastard, really, she made a side comment. But Min-jun hasn't opened up to anyone about it, she said. This is where you come in. I need your help keeping an eye on him. I can't be a parent for Min-jun, Jun said. That's your job. Lena pursed her lips, not being able to counter the young man's words. She wanted to be a better mother for Min-jun, but her job only allowed her to do so much. She couldn't leave the job she had undertaken for good reasons. Should you be saying that when we just met? She asked, a bit offended. Should you be asking my help for something you can do? He threw back, knowing that Min-jun was secretly hurting because even though his mother was around, she wasn't truly around. I love my son, she defended. I know, Jun said, fully believing her. It didn't take a genius to see that she truly loves Min-jun. Then, you must know that I'm sincere about asking you for help, Lena continued. Jun sighed, massaging the bridge of his nose as Lena leaned closer and looked him intensely in the eyes. I'll give you anything you want in return, she said. Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise. He wasn't expecting her to go down this route. What do you mean? Jun asked. I'm assuming you need something, Lena said, crossing her arms in front of her chest, a small smirk emerging from her lips. What do you need? A new car? A check? Or maybe you want your group to represent a luxury brand. Jun couldn't believe the words that came out of her mouth. Are you hearing yourself? He asked. What? She asked, feigning innocence. I have the resources to give you all of this. It seems like you don't want to help me for a simple favor, so I'm assuming you want something bigger. Jun shook his head, feeling an ache in his heart for Min-jun. I'm going to find out what's causing Min-jun's pain, Jun said with resolution. Good, Lena said. So what do you want? But not because you're going to give me anything in return, he quickly added. I'm going to find out about it because I care about him. Lena was stunned to silence, her mouth slightly agape. It was the very first time someone had turned down her bribe. This guy, who is he? With that, Jun stood from the couch and dusted his pants. Now, if you excuse me, I'm going to take my leave. Jun left Lena all alone, still in a state of shock. To make matters worse, Jun didn't even touch any of the food she had bought for him. What a woman, Jun muttered under his breath as he entered the Azure building. He was informed they were currently in a conference room for another meeting, so he didn't bother going back to their dorms. The people around him stared at him, most of them looking at him with teasing gazes. He could hear the word balls being passed around, so he knew they were talking about their commercial. However, Jun didn't bother looking at them since his thoughts were preoccupied with Lena. Jun could tell that Lena probably tried her best to give Min-jun everything he wanted, all the physical things, that is. From their short interaction, Jun also thought she was a good mother. However, a good mother can also be a bad person. How could she throw her money around just so someone could help her with something she could do? It seemed like she was already rich enough. Can't she take a day off and spend more time with Min-jun to find it out herself instead? Jun shook his head, already wanting to forget about their interaction. He just needed to make more sacrifices to find out what was truly going on with Min-jun. Jun finally arrived at the conference room, and was immediately bombarded by questions from his members. "Bro," Jisung exclaimed, instantly brightening up. "Is the little twerp all right?" Akira asked, wanting to crack a bald joke, but ultimately decided against it. "What happened to him?" Jaeyoung asked. "He's fine," Jun said. "It's just a minor abrasion on the head. He's going home tomorrow, I believe." The boys visibly sighed in relief after Jun said the good news. Just then, the door opened, revealing a very concerned Jae. "Oh good. You're here," he said. "I heard that something happened to the little kid." Jun subtly glared at his members for not keeping their word and relaying the news to Jae. Jae noticed this and nudged his shoulder. "Don't blame them," he said. "They were just concerned for you. Don't worry. I'm worried, too. I didn't dare tell the company about you sneaking out. However, I would appreciate it if you called me next time so I could ensure you're safe." Jun silently nodded. "Good," Jae smiled. "Is Min-jun all right?" "He's still feisty," Jun said. "So, I think he's going to be all right." "That's good," Jae said. "Well, let's go back to professional mode for a minute. I have another announcement for all of you." The members settled in their seats, with Jun trying his best to concentrate on the meeting despite the bucket of thoughts racing in his mind. "The company wants to commend you because the cheese commercial was a hit. Almost all stores in Korea are asking for more stocks of the limited edition pink cheese balls." The members clapped for themselves, smiling happily and congratulating each other. "However, aside from that, a famous U-Watch show has invited you to their program," he excitedly announced. "And here we were, regretting taking up the opportunity from Cheese," Zeth said. "It was actually a great opportunity." Rin shook his head in amusement. "You were the one who complained the most," he said, but Zeth just ignored him. "What is it?" Akira excitedly asked. "It's School Invasion. Number 376. Chapter 376, School Invasion. School Invasion. You might already guess what it's about based on its name. And no, it isn't really as bad as it seems. School Invasion is a popular web show airing exclusively on U-Watch. It has been going on for 6 years, and they release an episode every month where an artist or an idol group accomplishes missions in a school, may it be a high school or a university, in order for them to get a chance to perform in front of its students. It was a fun concept with pretty easy missions, so artists most likely performed at the very end of the episode. It was also a great way to encourage a younger audience to stay tuned to their promotions. 3 days had passed since Jae announced they were going to be doing the show, and now, Eve was on their way to the school they were going to invade. "We're here," Jae said, parking the van in an empty spot. It was already past the first bell, so the grounds were pretty much deserted. Jun and the others got out of the car and observed the large buildings before them. Jun looked around the campus, feeling it was strangely familiar. He hadn't been here before, but for some reason, he felt like he had seen it in his dreams. Just then, they were bombarded by a very enthusiastic host and a couple of cameras. Accomplishing missions in the land of education. This is School Invasion. The MC loudly introduced the show. "Here I am, DJ Dog, your very own MC for this legendary web show. Right now, we have very handsome guests with us. It is none other than Level Up or Eve, as most of you know them." He was almost rapping with how fast he was speaking. DJ Dog was also very animated with his movements, making Jun wonder where he got his energy from. If Jun acted like that for a mere second, he'd have to take a full week of rest to recover. "The handsome boys aren't saying anything. I think we've shocked him," he obnoxiously chuckled, his saliva splattering everywhere. "Well, that's okay. That's usually the first impression I give off to newcomers." Jaeyoung smiled respectfully, maintaining a professional stance on camera. "Thank you for having us here, DJ Dog. We're very thankful for the opportunity you gave us," he said. No. I should be the one thanking you for coming here," DJ Dog exclaimed. "I enjoyed your commercial very well, especially the last part." Jun froze as he felt one of the cameras panning toward his way. "Speaking of your commercial, why don't you give us a little refresher, Jun? I really liked your last line." Jun's eye twitched, and he wanted to run off camera right then and there. However, he saw Jae on the side, signaling for him to just do it. Jun pursed his lips before facing the camera, an awkward smile on his face. "I love cheese balls," he said in a fake enthusiastic tone. DJ Dog said, patting his shoulder. "That's not what you said during the commercial. But seeing as you look like you've been constipated for days, I'm going to drop it for now." His comment made the other members of Eve chuckle, lightening the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Jun was silently praying that they move on to a different topic. Thankfully, DJ Dog didn't pry any further. Well, today, we're here at Sunshine Arts Middle School and High School. It's one of the largest schools in school as it integrates both middle schoolers. He pointed to the building on their left, and high schoolers. He pointed to the one on their right. And this is where Eve's school invasion will take place. Are you guys excited? He asked. Very. Akira exclaimed. I can't wait to perform and meet the students. Not too fast, DJ Dog said. Before you get to perform for the student body, you still need to accomplish a bunch of missions. You're already aware of that, right? Yes, Rin responded. We're going to kill it. DJ Dog raised his eyebrows in amusement. You've got some confidence. I like it. Let's just hope it actually translates well into your missions. For now, let's head to your designated room so you can uncover your missions. The crew led the members of Eve to a secluded passage that led them to a music room of some sort. It was in the basement of the high school building, and the other rooms on the floor didn't have any students. The group made their way inside, settling in their seats. DJ Dog now took a rest, as he only appears in the beginning and at the school assembly itself. In the meantime, the main producer took the initiative to give Eve their bowl of missions. These are the missions you have to accomplish, she explained. Oh wow, we're really doing this, Sehun said, feeling a bit nervous. Is our oldest member nervous? Akira teased, leaning against his shoulder. Sehun shook his head. Stop teasing me. I bet you're nervous, too. The producer cleared her throat, cutting their conversation short. There are 3 missions you have to accomplish. Inside these blue balls. The members looked at Jun as soon as she mentioned balls, causing him to shake his head and glare at them. Are papers with different colors. Every mission will contain a location, an action, and the number of people who need to accomplish it. The blue paper signifies a group mission, so 4 of you will head out and accomplish the mission. The yellow paper is a trio mission, so 3 of you will do it. And last but not least, whoever picks the pink paper will accomplish the mission all alone. Jun felt his stomach drop. His teammates also turned to him once again. They hadn't picked a mission just yet, but he already had a feeling of what was going to happen. No, he muttered under his breath. Let's not manifest it. Failure to accomplish the 3 missions will result in a cancellation of your performance. So, please do your best to accomplish all of them, she said. Now, why don't you pick out your missions? Jun raised his hand. I'll pick first, he courageously said. He was almost certain the pink paper would end up with him if he ended last, so he quickly retrieved the ball at the very bottom. His teammates chuckled at his enthusiasm before reaching for their own missions. Now, all of the members held a blue ball, and they were tasked to open it at the same time. Zeth opened his first, revealing a yellow paper. Yes, he exclaimed. I'm not doing it alone. The other members also started opening the balls, yet Jun didn't have the heart to open his. Why was this making him so nervous? Jaeyoung revealed his blue paper to the camera with a wide smile. Shortly after that, Sehun and Jisung also revealed their yellow papers, meaning the trio group had already been filled. Jun pursed his lips and waited for his other 2 members to open theirs before opening his. It's blue, Rin smiled. Jun held his breath as he waited for Akira to reveal his paper to the camera. However, when he saw the smirk on Akira's face, he already knew. I got blue, Akira said in a teasing manner. Number 377. Chapter 377 Cream Bread. Jun shouldn't even be surprised at this point. From the moment they explained the mechanics of the mission, he should have known he was going to get the unlucky card. Great, the producer exclaimed. Can you please show your missions to the camera? Us first, Akira exclaimed, opening the paper and showing it to the camera. In the high school library, leave your signature on the bulletin board in the given time frame, Zeth read. Sweet, Rin said. That sounds pretty easy. You will be given 30 minutes to accomplish the mission, the producer explained. You have to be back here within exactly 30 minutes for it to count as a success. I think we can do it, Jaeyoung said. We just have to find where the library is. Now, for the trio, can you please introduce your mission? The producer asked. Sehun opened the paper and showed it to the camera. Take a Polaroid photo and leave it in the bag of an avid fan in Class 8A. Make sure she doesn't find out about it until after the school assembly, he read. The trio looked at the producer with curious gazes, wondering who this fan was. Kim Haiwan, an 8th grader in Class A, is said to be the biggest fan of Eve in their class. Later, after Team Blue accomplishes their mission, her class will go to the gym for their PE class. Take this opportunity to smuggle the Polaroid into her bag. Ah, that sounds sweet, Akira said. I wish we would have gotten that. Yeah, I wonder what her reaction will be, Jisung excitedly said. We will include a clip of her reaction once this episode airs on Wednesday, the producer said. Lastly, can Jun please reveal the pink mission? She asked. Jun quietly sighed before opening the paper, his heart racing inside his chest. Please let it be an easy one, he pleaded in his mind. In the joint cafeteria, buy a snack and come back to the music room, he slowly read. That's so easy, Zeth exclaimed, causing Jun to smile in relief. He could definitely do that. There's something written in the back, the producer added, causing Jun's smile to drop. He turned the paper around and read the additional writing. However, you can't get caught by a high schooler. But isn't it a joint cafeteria? Ren asked, and the producer nodded. So, both the high schoolers and middle schoolers are going to be there? Jun clarified. Yes, the producer said. Some students buy their snacks even when it isn't the break time. However, by 9:30 a.m., there's a general recess for all the students. I would suggest finishing the mission until then. Jun glanced at his watch and saw it was already past 8 a.m. We need to start then, he quickly urged. There's another condition, the producer said, causing Jun to lean back against his seat in defeat. One of her assistants handed her a large piece of paper that contained a photo of some type of bread. It was white and had powdered sugar on top. There was a simple writing on the clear plastic that said cream bread. You have to buy this specific snack before coming back. It's one of the most popular snacks with the students, so you have to buy one until it runs out. Now, she quickly said before Jun could even complain. Why don't we get started with the first mission? Team Blue, please wear your lapels and grab your personal cameras with you. The members of Team Blue excitedly prepared for their mission while Jun strategized how to do his. It was at times like this when he wanted to have his teammates by his side. His introverted self was already quaking from the thought of seeing young students. If it was adults, then he'd honestly be fine. However, kids were another breed. Jun didn't dare mess with them. Fortunately, his teammates didn't take too long to finish their missions. Team Blue finished theirs with 10 minutes to spare, while Team Yellow arrived exactly at 9:10 a.m. That was so fun, Jisung exclaimed. We saw a 7th grader along the way, and she was so sweet. She even directed us to Haiwan's seat. The students here are really nice, Seth added. Even the high schoolers helped us locate the library. They didn't make a fuss or any like that. Jun listened to their conversation as he prepared for his mission. They equipped him with a walkie-talkie in case he ran into some trouble, and they gave them a small camera attached to a selfie stick so he could film himself without the help of a cameraman. I feel really bad for him sometimes, Akira said, observing his friend. I wonder if he has a birthmark on his ass. Ren weirdly looked at him. Why would you even wonder that? Because he has such bad luck. Akira answered. Don't think of anything weird. I'm not like Casper or anything. Casper shook his head. I'm heading out, Jun said, trying to sound as brave as possible. Will you be all right? Seth asked. I hope so, Jun said before finally leaving the room and embarking on his mission. He walked through the hallways, and fortunately, it seemed like most of the students still had their classes since he didn't run into anyone. Moreover, he didn't struggle to find the cafeteria, since it was a separate building located between the two buildings that separated the different grades. All right, this is easy, he spoke to himself. Jun entered the cafeteria and once again sighed in relief when he didn't find anyone there. He quickly went to the snack section and looked for the cream bread he was supposed to buy. He heard angels sing when he saw one on top of a shelf, so he quickly ran to where it was to grab it. However, just as he held on to its packaging, another hand, a significantly smaller one, also reached out for the bread, causing him to freeze in dread. Jun paused for a moment before turning to the side, meeting the eyes of his rival. This is my cream bread. Number 378. Chapter 378, A Scary Generation. A petite girl with bangs and short hair tied into pigtails stared intensely into Jun's eyes. Her lips were glossy, and her eyelids glittery. She was also chewing gum while standing on one foot. Surrounding her were 3 boys, all appearing to be head over heels for her. One of them was fanning her with a folder while the other two were ready to jump at Jun. Jun looked at their uniforms and sighed in relief when he saw the words middle school written on it. The only good thing about this was that he didn't run into a high schooler. Hey Jun. 15 minutes until their recess starts, Akira said through his in-ear monitor. I've run into some trouble, Jun whispered through the walkie-talkie while still holding onto the cream bread. I'm talking to you, the little girl said, one of her eyebrows raised. Jun awkwardly chuckled, feeling unnecessarily feeble under the gaze of a 13-year-old. Look, kid, he started off. I'm not a kid, she snapped, causing Jun to raise his hands in. Surrender. Right, he said. Look, Mississippi. She nodded in approval and gestured for him to continue. I don't know if you know me, but let me introduce myself, he started off. My name is Jun. I'm from an idol group called Eve. Oh, the group that my sister likes, she said, causing Jun to beam. Your sister likes us? He smiled. That's great. Maybe I can give you a signature and you can give it to her as a gift. Why would I do that? She asked, going back to her nonchalant face. I've never watched any of your videos, so I don't like you. I'm not going to give your signature to my sister. I'm just going to brag that I met you once this episode of School Invasion airs. Jun's eyes widened in surprise, wondering how this little kid knew about them filming for the show. As far as he knew, the students were clueless about the video shoot. I'm sure you're wondering why I know, she smirked. Well, I'm not stupid. I saw you guys outside since I was late. Jun pursed his lips, finding this more difficult than anticipated. What's your name? Jun asked. Me, she beamed. It's Jun Hao. Bang Jun Hao. All right, Jun Hao. That's a pretty name, Jun said, complimenting her through gritted teeth. And what about you guys? He asked the boys. They don't go by names, Jun Hao answered for them. This is my boyfriend, she pointed to the tallest one. And these two are his boyfriends. Pardon, Jun exclaimed loudly, looking at the three boys with wide eyes. His friends that are. Boys, duh, Jun Hao exclaimed. They come along with us to keep me safe. Right, boys? She asked. Yes, ma'am, they said in a loud voice. Jun felt like he was part of some simulation. Was this how kids really act these days? He thought Generation Z was the scariest generation, but it turned out Generation Alpha was a different breed. So, Jun Hao, Jun said, going back to the cream bread. I really need to buy this cream bread so we can perform for you in the school's assembly, he cheerily said. Oh, she smiled. So, you need to buy it so you can perform for us? Yes, Jun enthusiastically said, feeling like she finally caught on to what was happening. He glanced at his watch and saw there were only 10 minutes left until their recess. Jun really needed to buy the cream bread. Otherwise, his team wouldn't be able to perform in front of the students. So, if you don't buy this, you won't be able to perform? Sweet. That means we don't have to watch your long performance, she smiled. Jun stood dumbfounded, having had enough of their conversation. He sighed and clutched onto the cream bread, taking it from the shelf. I'm taking this one, he said with resolution, walking away from the four tweens. Not so fast, Jun Hao exclaimed, and just like that, her trio of little boys surrounded Jun, linking their arms together so he was stuck between them. Jun sighed in defeat. What now? I really need to go, kid. My team is waiting, and frankly, I'm the last person to accomplish the mission, Jun said. That's not my problem, Jun Hao said, crossing her arms in front of her chest. That cream bread is my favorite thing in the entire world. I always have it every day. Just this once, Jun said. I won't be here again tomorrow. Jun Hao placed her hand under her chin. Well then, it shouldn't be free. It must come with a price. Jun shook his head, wanting to escape from the little boy's holds. However, he knew it would hurt them in the process, so he held back. What do you want me to do? Jun asked in defeat. Jun Hao smirked, and Jun felt a chill run down his spine. He glanced once more at his watch and saw there was a little over 5 minutes left. Entertain us, Jun Hao said. Jun groaned and threw his head back in frustration. You know, you really shouldn't be speaking like this to your elders, he said. Get moving, old man, she urged. You want Eve to perform for the school, don't you? Jun pursed his lips and weighed out the pros and cons of the situation. If he stayed still, he'd probably get caught by the high schoolers, and they wouldn't get to perform. If he breaks away from their hold, he'd most likely be reported to the principal. If he entertained them, his dignity would be trampled on. Plus, he didn't know if Jun Hao would truly keep her word. I'm waiting, Jun Hao impatiently said. Jun sighed in defeat. Loosen your hold then, he said. Yun-ho smiled in satisfaction as Jun started to perform. He decided to sing Oasis since it wouldn't be too shameful, and he would get to promote their song to these little tweens. Not that, Yun-ho immediately said, causing Jun's eyebrows to furrow. What do you want? Jun exasperatedly asked. Didn't you come from Rising Stars? She asked, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Yeah, I remember my sister watching it, too, her boyfriend said. Yun-ho clapped. Perfect. Sing us the little meow meow song you did in your auditions. Number 379. Chapter 379 Bullies. Jun was in a predicament. His pride was on the line, and the one holding on to it was a 13-year-old girl with pigtails. 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes, and his fate will be sealed. Fuck it, he thought. Jun channeled the inner cuteness hidden in his heart and started moving like he did during his auditions. Meow meow, a timeless call. Unveiling mysteries, standing tall or small. Beneath the surface, secrets lie, in the depths of a feline's eye. The last time he sang this song was during his Rising Stars audition, and he definitely felt the improvement in his voice. Jun continued to sing while the tweens surrounding him clapped happily. Right now, it seemed like he was the youngest out of all of them. In each meow, a story untold. Whispers of wisdom age-old. They dance between worlds unseen, guiding us to places serene. Meow, meow, meow. Omo, our little Jun did so good. Yun-ho exclaimed as soon as he was done. 1 minute. Can I go now? Jun hurriedly asked, bouncing on his feet. Yun-ho hummed and looked up at the ceiling. 40 seconds. Well, since you did such a great job, I'll let you off the hook. I'll just buy my cream bread tomorrow. Release him, boys, she ordered. At last, Jun was finally free. He dashed to the counter and quickly paid for the cream bread. He didn't even bother taking the change since he was in a hurry. Jun was about to leave through the front door when the bell rang all throughout the school, signaling the start of their recess. The events happened quick, and before Jun knew it, he could hear the eager footsteps of hungry, youthful teens running to the cafeteria. Jun's eyes widened when he saw the approaching crowd through the glass doors. Was everything he did all in vain? As the teenagers approached, he felt a small hand clasped onto his wrist. Idiot, Yun-ho said, dragging Jun to the other side of the cafeteria. Jun didn't know where the spoiled girl was taking him, but maybe it was better than being flocked by both the middle schoolers and high schoolers alike. Quick, Yun-ho urged. There's a secret passage here. She opened the fire exit that led to the dumpster area of the school, and she quickly closed it as the students flocked to the cafeteria. Jun sighed in relief, catching his breath as he leaned against the cold brick wall. You're stupid, he heard Yun-ho say. Wasn't your mission not to get caught or something? Jun shook his head in disbelief. How do you know these things? I watch School Invasion a lot, she said. There's a pattern in their missions. I'm sure you got the one where you can't get caught by the high schoolers. It was a good thing I was there, right? She flashed a smile. If not, you wouldn't be able to perform. A small smile appeared on Jun's face. Maybe this kid wasn't too bad after all. Honestly, I just realized I like Zeth from your group. He's the one from the coffee commercial, right? I think he's really handsome. He should have been your center. Yun-ho quickly added, causing Jun to lose all hope. All right, this kid was really bad. Besides, my sister's going to be really happy once she sees you guys perform. She's going to graduate next year, so I want to give her a memorable year, she sweetly said. Are you still alive? He heard Casper say through his in-ear monitor. Jun sighed and spoke to the walkie-talkie. I'm fine. I'm on my way back. I assume you need to go? Yun-ho asked. Jun nodded. I think I need to let the recess pass, though. I don't want to risk getting caught by anyone else. That's in 30 minutes, Yun-ho said. If you want, you can follow the path right here. She pointed to the grassy path that was seemingly abandoned. Nobody really hangs out here since it's grassy and itchy, so I think you'll be safe. Jun smiled, standing straight. Thanks for the help. Even though I would have finished the mission ages ago if you hadn't shown up, he muttered the latter part under his breath. You were saying something? Yun-ho asked with one eyebrow raised. Jun cleared his throat. Nothing. Thanks. I'll see you around, I guess, Jun said, waving goodbye to the tween. Bye, Jun, she exclaimed. Surprisingly, Yun-ho wasn't lying when she said nobody really hung around this path since Jun had a peaceful walk. He clutched onto the cream bread in his hand and glared at the round pastry. Just how good are you that I've run into this trouble? Wanting to satiate his curiosity, he decided to open the cream bread and take a small bite. As he bit into the pastry, which was still quite warm, he felt the luscious cream ooze out. The cream wasn't too sweet, but it was rich, filled with flavors that shouldn't be confined in a school cafeteria. He had to stop for a second because the flavor took him by surprise. "Huh," he said. "It was actually really good." Jun took another small bite and nodded in approval. Now he understood why Bang Yunha was obsessed with this bread. After savoring 2 bites, he decided to seal the package and continue his journey. However, as he took another step, he heard a couple of voices from the wall adjacent to his. "What? Do you want to report us to the school?" A boy, whose voice sounded like it still hadn't fully developed, said in a threatening tone. "Or are you going to run back to your parents and tell on us?" Another voice said in a mocking tone. "Oh wait, they don't care about you, right?" Jun frowned. He couldn't really watch the scene from his position, but he could already tell that these kids weren't good news. "You're smart, right? Why won't you do our homework for us?" the first kid said. "You're even our teacher's favorite," another boy said. "Did your parents buy her something? I'm sure life is easy when you're rich, huh?" Jun shook his head, having enough of the situation. So, he decided to intercept. He was about to move out of his spot, but quickly stopped when he heard another person speak. "Just let me go." Jun froze. "Minjun," he whispered. Number 380. Chapter 380 Outlier. No wonder the school seemed familiar. Jun had never been to Minjun's school before, but the uniforms were identical to the ones that Minjun wore. There was no doubt. The kid they were bullying was none other than Minjun. Jun stood there for a while, not knowing what to do. It dawned on him why Minjun had a shift in his attitude. He had always been bright, snarky, and never took anyone's shit. However, the Minjun he saw in the hospital was distant, cold, and passive. Jun snapped out of his thoughts when he heard what seemed to be a punch. His eyes widened, and he was about to intervene when he heard another voice. "Hey!" A girl's voice, still young but undoubtedly older than Minjun, intercepted the scene. "What the hell are you kids doing?" she asked. Jun peeked from his spot and saw a trio of teenagers, appearing to be in high school, looking at the 3 bullies with reprimanding stares. "Why are you ganging up on him?" the girl who originally stopped the fight asked. She continued to reprimand the bullies along with her 2 other friends, but Jun couldn't hear a thing they were saying. Instead, his gaze was focused on Minjun. Jun's jaw clenched when he saw a forming bruise on his arm. Minjun clutched onto the discolored area, his eyes cast to the ground with a subtle glare. His lips were pursed together, and he was breathing heavily as if he was holding back his emotions. Jun snapped out of his thoughts when the bully spoke again. "This is not over, Minjun," one of them said. Jun's eyes narrowed on the kid, his eyes focused on the name tag attached to his uniform. "Kim Dury," he muttered under his breath. "Kids these days, really," the girl said as she glared at the bullies' figures from a distance. Then, she walked to where Minjun was, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Are you okay?" she softly asked. However, Minjun didn't respond and broke away from her hold before she could ensure his safety. Jun's frown deepened as he followed Minjun's figure. "Little bro," he said, but quickly hid in his spot when the trio seemed to have heard his words. "Did you guys hear that?" the girl asked. "I didn't," another responded. "Do you guys think it's a ghost?" a new voice asked. "Who cares?" the second person said. "Let's go to the cafeteria. I want some cream bread." With that, Jun waited for their footsteps to grow distant before he walked back to the music room. He finally arrived at the music room with a half-eaten cream bread in his hand. "There you are," Seth exclaimed. "That took so long. We thought you got caught." "I didn't," Jun mindlessly said, his thoughts still focused on what he saw a while ago. "You can check the footage I've filmed," he added. "I didn't run into any high schoolers." "And the bread?" Ren asked. Jun showed them the crumpled bread in his hand, causing the members and the staff members to laugh. Did you grow hungry?" Jaeyoung teased. "You should have bought more for us," Akira added. Jun merely smiled, not having the energy to respond to their teases. "Congratulations, Eve," the producer exclaimed, confetti falling over the members' heads. "You have completed all of your missions and are now granted permission to perform at the school's assembly. This assembly will comprise of the highest years from the middle school and high school department. So, only the seniors and 8th graders will be a part of it." Jun's shoulders slumped in disappointment. Minjun was in 7th grade. Jun was hoping he'd see him, but it seemed like fate didn't allow it. "Now, Go ahead and get ready for the performance. What's this for? Yoonhee asked as she entered the assembly hall with her friends. Beats me. Jae-kyung, her closest male friend, shrugged. It's weird that they're linking us with the 8th graders, though. Speaking of 8th graders, Nami, her other friend, pointed to the little tweens in front of them. I think your sister is stirring some drama again. Yoonhee shook her head as she observed her sister. The 8th grader was surrounded by a bunch of boys, 2 of them fawning over her like a queen. I swear, Yunha is the complete opposite of you, Jae-kyung said. Tell me about it, Nami chuckled. I'm scared of her even though she's younger than me. Yoonhee sighed in defeat, crossing her arms in front of her chest. I'm just glad she isn't like those 7th grade bullies we met during the break. Yeah, Nami sighed. I felt so bad for the other kid. It seems like it has been going on for a while. Their conversation was cut short as their principal's voice resounded through the hall. Students, he started off. Thank you for coming here despite the short notice. I have a few announcements that involve your grades, so please listen well. Yoonhee groaned, leaning her head against Jae-kyung. The teenage boy blushed, placing his hand over his heart as he felt it racing. A few announcements mean we'll be here until lunch, she complained. Nami looked at Jae-kyung, her heart aching as he watched her being giddy over Yunha. However, she cleared her throat and quickly responded to Yunha. Yeah, Nami said. His announcements always stray to his life stories. Well, at least we wouldn't have to take the quiz with Mrs. Sim, Jae-kyung chimed. Yoonhee chuckled. Yeah, you're right. Now, settle down, their principal said. My first announcement is. Just then, cameras emerged from left and right, and a new voice resounded through the hall. People started screaming as they saw a familiar face coming up the stage, greeting their principal with a wide smile. DJ Dog. Nami exclaimed, standing from her seat. Accomplishing missions in the land of education. This is school invasion. DJ Dog loudly said the tagline of the show, some of the students chanting along with him. Oh my gosh. School invasion. Fuck. I never thought the day would come. This is the very first time I didn't regret coming to school. The crowd was in shambles as DJ Dog continued speaking. Yoonhee stopped leaning on Jae-kyung, causing the latter to become disappointed. She kept her gaze on the stage, curious as to who was going to invade their school. Yoonhee was a fan of Korean rap and hip-hop, so she wasn't too interested in idols. However, there was one outlier in her usual taste. Nami, on the other hand, was a hardcore fan of every K-pop group out there. Without further ado, DJ Dog said, his voice bursting through the speakers. I present to you Eve. Number 381. Chapter 381 First Love. The curtains opened, revealing the 8 handsome members of Eve. Cheers enveloped the hall, with fans and non-fans alike amazed at their appearance. Fans cheered for their names as Oasis started playing, and they even joined in on the fan chant. Meanwhile, the students who weren't too familiar with them looked at the group with wide eyes and agape mouths. I've never seen so many handsome people in my life. I might consider standing at this point. Yoonhee almost fell from her seat as she gazed at the handsome men. Her eyes automatically locked onto her bias, his pink hair taking most of her attention. Her eyes sparkled in glee as she looked him up and down. Oh, how she wished to have a conversation with him in real life. Meanwhile, her little sister smirked as she looked at Jun. He's actually pretty cute, she whispered. However, her attention was quickly stolen by Zeth, her most beloved member of the group. Their performance continued, and the cheers just didn't stop. Jun decided to forget about what he saw a while ago and focus on performing since he didn't want to give the crowd a half-assed show. Eve was bound to perform 3 songs for tonight. One was Oasis, their title track, and their B-side track, Caffeine, quickly followed. Jisung wanted to perform Red Moon since he wanted to show off his sexy side once again, but the group ultimately decided not to include it since they were performing in frontliners. Their 2 songs ended, and it was now time for their introductions. Shoot to the top. Hello, guys, we are Level Up. The students once again screamed, some becoming borderline hysterical. Yoonhee, however, stayed still in her seat, her gaze focused in front. She already believed this was the happiest day of her life. We came here to send you strength, especially for the graduating students. I know it's tough, but hang in there. You're almost close to the finish line, Si-hoon encouraged them. Jisung shyly smiled at the crowd. Thank you for the warm welcome. We really appreciate it. He's so cute. Are you sure he's older than us? He's like a baby chick. Their youngest member was greeted with coos, causing the older members to teasingly glance at him. Jun, do you want to say something? Jae-young asked, handing the microphone to their center. It's the cheese balls guy. Did you guys see the commercial? It was so funny. Balls. Jun pursed his lips and ignored their comments. He almost forgot how popular the commercial was, especially with the younger generation. Hi guys. Study hard. He quickly said since he didn't want to become the center of attention anymore. While some people cheered, most of the students were hung up on the commercial. As a result, Jun received a lukewarm response. Uni looked around and saw that it was only her and Nami who were cheering in their row. She frowned. What is wrong with these people? She asked. Jun may be popular with the older generation, but he wasn't too popular with the teens. In a survey conducted online, it was found that Jun's fans were mostly comprised of college students or retired senior citizens. Jun wasn't surprised about it. Even in his past life, he wasn't too popular with the kids. It seemed to have transcended to this life. His first interactions with Minjun and Jun Hao were already testaments to that. Jae-young took the microphone from Jun and smiled. It's unfortunate to announce that this will be our last song. For today, he said. The venue was filled with ahs of disappointment after Jae-young's statement. But don't worry, Seth exclaimed. This last performance is going to be a special performance. Murmurs of excitement filled the hall. We're going to be performing one of the songs from our album entitled First Love, and you are the very first people to see it live, he said. The crowd cheered, already feeling excited with the title of the song alone. When the team was deciding on what to perform, they agreed to sing the most youthful song in their album, First Love. It was a relatively new concept for all the members, but they practiced hard to emulate the feeling of the song. Let's go, Jisung exclaimed before the members took their positions. Despite the lack of stage effects, it appeared like Eve had a rosy mist engulfing them and flower petals falling all over their head. They were the epitome of a youngster's first love. As the music started, a soft melody accompanied by gentle harmonies filled the air, creating an instant connection with the young audience. Jisung stepped forward, and the crowd went crazy as he sang the first lines. As I walk down the halls, I glance at your room. Your smile reminds me of flowers in bloom. With the first lines alone, the young students immediately clamored to add the song to their playlists. Why have I never heard this song before? Should I send this to her? When will my first love come? The members exchanged glances. Feeling a sense of nostalgia hit them. It was evident that most of them didn't have a normal high school lives because of their training period. So, in a way, they wanted to channel their inner desires to the song to make it more relatable to the students. I passed notes around just to get you to smile. Getting scolded by the teacher became worthwhile. The choreography unfolded with graceful simplicity, mirroring the uncomplicated beauty of a first love. The members moved with charming effortlessness, drawing the audience into their narrative. The students also began to follow the easy, synchronized dance. Sweating under the sun, laughing under the rain. A stolen glance, a heartbeat's refrain. The chorus arrived, and the stage was filled with innocent energy. The students, swept up in the performance, found themselves drawn into the rhythm. You were my first love. You make me think of the grass that tickles my soles. Who knew you'd capture my soul? Jun led the second chorus, and as expected, the cheers weakened once more. You were my first love. You make me think of never wanting to depart. Who knew you'd capture my heart? Jun took a step back and made way for Zeth's lines. He slightly frowned when the cheers returned, wondering what he did to make the kids hostile to him. Meanwhile, Yunha looked around and felt quite bad for Jun. Contrary to what she said a while ago, she actually listened to Eve's song quite a lot. Jun had never captured her attention, since she never watched any of their live performances. Yunha did see his cheeseball commercial, which she found hilarious, and she also watched their Oasis music video. For some reason, Jun just never really stood out to her. Meanwhile, as Jun danced behind Casper, a holographic display appeared before him. Congratulations, host. You have successfully reached 100,000 followers on your naval account. Please choose an aspect to improve. Jun stared at the screen with determination before choosing an aspect. Visuals. Wise choice. Visuals +1. Current stat. S-. If these kids didn't want to cheer for him, then Jun would just leave them speechless. Number 382. Chapter 382 Instant Bias. Jay watched Eve's performance backstage, smiling at the group of boys. Training with them in Rising Stars, and now seeing them perform in front of an eager audience made him feel like a proud dad. They grew up so well, he said, wiping a lone tear from the corner of his eyes. Jun turned around as he waited for his part in the bridge, still dancing along with his members. Jay's eyes met with Jun's for a second, so he waved at him enthusiastically like a fan. However, it seemed like Jun was preoccupied with his thoughts since he didn't acknowledge Jay. But then, the craziest thing happened. Jay's smile quickly dropped when a bright, white aura suddenly emanated from Jun. His features, which were originally very handsome already, became even more captivating. Jay's mouth slightly went agape. As he continued to stare at Jun, he rubbed his eyes to determine if he was hallucinating, but he definitely wasn't. Jay felt a sense of déjà vu. It felt like he had seen this once before during their time in Rising Stars. "I'm going crazy," he whispered. Jay couldn't take his eyes off of him even after he had already turned around. Jun Hao, who was watching Zeth dance in the center, sighed dreamily with her hands clasped in front of her chest. He was the first love she had always wanted. However, the chorus quickly ended, and Zeth stepped back, making way for the member in charge of the bridge. Jun faced the audience while his members surrounded him. There was an audible gasp as the music mellowed down, and Jun sang Hia Linwa. "My first love, a dagger, sharp and deep. A wound of innocence I tried to keep. Yet in the pain, a lesson learned. A chapter in the book of love turned." His pink hair cascaded down his shoulders like a midnight waterfall, framing a face that was sculpted by the gods themselves. His eyes were hypnotic, and they caught the sunlight, making it gleam with radiance. Jun's features were a delicate balance between the demonic and angelic. His sharp jawline and piercing gaze set the students' hearts ablaze while his lips curved into a subtle smile. "I still cherish our first embrace, a memory of a simple space, where your smile could conquer, heal, and break. You are my favorite mistake." The sound of Jun's voice filled the hall, a velvety melody that wrapped around the audience like a warm embrace. Jun Hao felt her heart quicken its pace, an unexpected reaction that left her momentarily stunned. "What the hell?" she muttered. Her eyes locked on Jun even after he left the center. "What is this?" she continued to ask. Again, Jun Hao had never considered Jun as her bias before. However, right now, he seemed different. There was a magnetic force emanating from him, and as he smiled at the audience, Jun Hao found herself captivated. It seemed like she wasn't alone, though. The rose-tinted glasses manifested among many in the audience, casting a warm hue over their perception of Jun. "That's the guy who said he loves balls in the cheeseball commercial? Now, why is he so handsome? I thought my grandma was crazy for liking him. Now, I fully get it. He's such a bad actor, but such a good performer. I think I love him." Jun Hao, however, was definitely the most affected out of all. Maybe I should have taken his offer on the signature. Meanwhile, Uni didn't think it was possible to fall for Jun even more. However, here she was, speechless as she stared at Jun. The song had already ended, and Eve was already saying their goodbyes, but all she could hear was a love song playing in the back of her mind. Jaekyung watched her and shook his head. "I have no chance, don't I?" he thought. Eve made their way backstage, and they were congratulated by the staff members of School Invasion as well as the workers of the school. The teachers and administrators all flocked toward them, wanting to take a picture with the handsome idol group. Jun's popularity was definitely the highest among the older generation, as expected. However, today, his popularity has also transcended to the younger generation, with most of the students searching him up on their phones. Jay watched from the sidelines, his gaze still focused on Jun. He placed his hand under his chin and thought intensely about his sudden improvement in the visual department. Jun felt his gaze, so he walked toward Jay. "What's wrong?" Jun asked. "Is there something on my face?" "Handsomeness," Jay absent-mindedly said. Jun's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Jay quickly caught himself and cleared his throat. "Nothing," he awkwardly answered, feeling giddy under Jun's gaze. "You did really well just now." Jun showed a small smile. "Thanks," he said. Jun's mind was actually in another place while he was performing. No matter how hard he tried to concentrate on their performance, he couldn't shake off what he witnessed a while back. Minjun. Jun thought he was merely going through puberty, but now, there was definitely something else going on. Was he being bullied? If so, How long has he been enduring this? Jun's heart ached with the thought of Minjun's suffering, and he wanted nothing more but to take all of Minjun's pain to himself. Jun looked down at the ground and shook his head. He had definitely grown more attached to the little kid than he had ever imagined. "Hey, Jay," Jun said, capturing his attention. "Do we have something to do after this one?" "Not that I know of," Jay said. "I do have a meeting with the higher-ups for an impending project for the group." "What? So it's a free day?" Jun asked. "Kind of," Jay responded. "But I would suggest staying in the dorms since I'm not around. You guys should rest since you'll be very busy once this project is confirmed." "I see," Jun vaguely said. Jay narrowed his eyes suspiciously at Jun. "Why?" he asked. "Nothing." Jun innocently smiled. Number 383. Chapter 383. Puppy Jun. "Nothing, my ass." Jun was impatiently waiting for Jay to leave their dorm for that damned meeting he was talking about. "Well, it seems like our meeting got delayed because Mr. Ong's favorite chair broke. Time to take a rest here," he said, plopping on the couch. Jun internally groaned as Jay made himself feel at home. He stuffed his mouth with the pink-colored cheese balls that Cheese sent the boys. They still had over 10 buckets inside their dorm, while waiting for Akira to set up the TV. "Let's play video games," Akira suggested, and Jay enthusiastically agreed. "Let me join too," Jisung said, sitting next to them. Jun glanced at the clock and saw it was nearing Minjun's dismissal time. He wanted to discover more about what was truly happening and hopefully put an end to it, but Jay was too good at his job and didn't allow them to go out on their own, especially during these periods. However, since Jun really wanted to see how Minjun was doing, he sneakily walked to the door in hopes of escaping from Jay. "Where are you going?" Jun halted when he felt 3 burning gazes on the side of his face. He turned to his teammates and pursed his lips together. "Are you going somewhere?" Akira asked. "Can we come with you?" Jisung excitedly said. Jun sighed before going back to his room. He'll just wait until Jay leaves. Jun made a mistake, a really huge mistake. He merely wanted to wait for Jay to leave so he could sneak out of their dorm, but he fell asleep in his room in the process. "Shit," he cursed, turning on his phone to look at the time. However, before he could even check, somebody's caller ID appeared on the screen. Jun frowned when he saw Grandma's name. She usually didn't call without any warning, so Jun had an ominous feeling. He quickly answered the call. "Grandma," he said. "Jun. Oh, thank goodness, you picked up the phone. I've been calling different people, and they haven't even answered." "Minjun's mom also isn't picking up," the old woman ranted. "What happened?" Jun worriedly asked. "Minjun still hasn't come home," she said. Jun cursed as he now looked at the time. It was already past 8 p.m. "I don't know what to do. I tried calling the police, but they say they can't file a missing person case since it hasn't been 24 hours yet," she desperately said. Jun placed on his jacket, cap, and mask before heading out of his room. "I'm going to find him," he said with conviction. "Where will you start?" Grandma sobbed. "I don't know," Jun truthfully said, "but I'm going to find him." Jun was greeted by his teammates who were seated at the dining table, but he didn't pay them any attention. "Where are you going?" "It's almost past our curfew," Jaeyoung called. "I'll be back," Jun merely said before sprinting out of their dorm. He was immediately greeted by the cold air, but he braved through it and started searching for Minjun. Jun definitely didn't know where to start, but he was desperate, and he wasn't going to stop until he found his little brother. More alleys, roads, and playgrounds later, and Jun finally arrived near Sunshine Art School. He believed it was the most plausible place for Minjun's whereabouts since this was the last place he has seen him. Jun entered the back gate and went to the secluded passage Jun Hao told him about. "You think you're tough, huh? Why would you tell our teacher that I cheated on the exam?" Jun's eyebrows furrowed when he recognized the little kid's voice. Kim Dury, the little bastard he met a while ago. "Let me go? I didn't do anything wrong," he heard Minjun say. "I was just telling the truth." Jun quickened his pace until he finally arrived at the scene. Jun was expecting to see only the 2 young teens. However, his frown deepened when he saw that Minjun was also surrounded by 3 adults. "Hey kid," one of them said. "You're a pussy, aren't you? Just because my brother cheats doesn't mean you're a better person than him." Jun crossed his arms in front of his chest as he observed the scene before him. Does ganging up on a little kid when you're a full-grown adult make you a better person then? Jun asked, his deep yet soft voice resonating in the dark night. The 5 of them turned towards Jun. Jun walked to where Minjun was, immediately placing the teen behind his back. Then, he gazed at the three older men, his eyes lingering on Kim Duri's brother for a little longer. Jun's face was fully covered except for his eyes, but his gaze was enough to rattle the three men. However, as their eyes met, Jun quickly felt that something was wrong. These men, well, if it isn't Choi Joon-ho, one of them said. Jun couldn't believe how fate worked. These were the three men who pestered him during his time in Rising Stars. Those three bastards who were always hanging around their neighborhood. Remember us? Kim Duri's brother said. Or are you too famous to recognize us now? I don't remember the insignificant people I meet, Jun said. The imbecile's jaw clenched, and he took a step closer to Jun. Well, let me remind you. My name is Kim Jong, and I am your greatest nightmare, he smirked. Jun removed his mask, revealing his unimpressed face to the three men. Minjun could make better lines than you, he said, chuckling. They should have been offended by Jun's nonchalance, but they were entranced for a second. Damn, handsome, the lackey behind Kim Jong said. Jong nudged his side, causing the lackey to double over in pain. You must think you're on another level since you finally debuted, huh? I know I'm on another level, Jun confidently said. Kim Jong let out a loud laugh, his eyes crinkling in amusement, and then his smile dropped quickly as he stepped forward. Then, do I need to remind you of your place again, huh? Jong threateningly asked. Puppy Jun. Number 384. Chapter 384 Past Meets Present. Year 2021. It was dark. The skies were void of any stars. It was as if the day was meant to be gruesome. Jun Ho stood at the rooftop and started looking back on the friends he made along the way after he was kicked out of Phoenix. Kim Jong was one of them. Lee Mansik and Du Bongyi also came to his life like a flicker of a flame. They were the people who he confided with when he was mercilessly removed from the debut group, the people who made him feel like he belonged. However, Jun Ho was blinded. They didn't turn out to be good people. In the end, the friendship he cherished turned into the friendship that bit him back in the ass. And it made him forget the real friendship that he should have cherished more. In front of him was a tall figure standing on the railings of the balcony, the wind blowing through his unkempt hair. No, Jun Ho said, taking a step forward. Don't, the man, whose face was unrecognizable, said. I've decided. Please, don't do this. Jun Ho pleaded, going on his knees. I'm here for you. You're not alone. I don't care, the man hopelessly said. At the end of the day, I will just be forgotten. With that, the man fell from the balcony, almost 10 floors down. Jun Ho scrambled to get to him, trying to hold on to something, anything, but it was too late. The body lurched forward and landed on the cold, hard concrete. You killed him. This is your fault. Murderer. There's no one to blame but you, Puppy Jun. Puppy Jun. Jun snapped out of his trance when he felt a stinging pain on his right cheek. Bro, Minjun exclaimed, looking at him with concern before glaring at Kim Jong. Kim Jong manically chuckled, while Mansik and Bongyi doubled over in laughter. What are you going to do, kid? Report us to your teacher? He asked. Duri tugged on his brother's sleeve and softly said, he always gets away with what he wants because his parents are rich. Oh, Kim Jong said with raised eyebrows. It seems like we landed on a gold mine. Why don't you cough up some money, kid? Our family's a bit tight on funds these days. Jun covered Minjun once more and spat out, his saliva tainted with blood. He chuckled coldly before touching his sore cheek. He was sure it was going to bruise by tomorrow. You know when they say that an idol's asset is his looks, Jun cryptically said. What are you spouting? Mansik asked. Well, you should never hurt someone's asset, Jun said, glaring at the two before, landing a punch on Kim Jong's face. Their eyes widened in shock as they looked at Jun's determined expression. Kim Jong held onto his jaw as he felt the pain radiate to his head. Shit, he cursed, also spitting out some blood. This guy packs a punch, he thought. Are you insane? Bongyi exclaimed. Your career is over once this gets out, he threatened. Jun smirked and nonchalantly looked at his fist. That is, if you manage to get out of here. Bongyi felt a chill run down his spine as Jun gazed into his eyes. This didn't feel like the timid Choi Joon-ho they once knew. Bro, Minjun said, holding onto his wrist. Let's just go, huh? Not so fast, Kim Jong said. There's no way in hell you're leaving this place after what you just did. Jun glanced at Minjun and decided it wasn't the best idea to fight his past demons while he was around. All right, Jun softly said, ignoring the idiots in front of him. Let's go. Jun held onto Minjun's hand and was about to pull him away when Kim Jong went in front of him. Duri, take this, he said, handing his little brother some money. Take the bus and go home. Duri smirked as he took the money from his brother. Then, he gazed at Minjun with a victorious look before walking away from the scene, even managing to hum a tune under his breath. Jun cursed as he looked at the teen, disgusted at his actions. It seemed like cruelty ran in their family. Now, let's get this party started, Jong said, circling around the two, like a predator would do to its prey. Jun stayed still, while Minjun clung to him for dear life. Let us go, Jun said. If you want, we can talk about this among ourselves. Leave Minjun out of it. Well, then where's the fun in that? Jong exclaimed. Since the little one is here, why don't we tell him an interesting story, he started off. Shut up, Jun said, but was quickly cut off by Jong. Once upon a time, there lived an aspiring idol who always did his best. According to him, he was supposed to debut in a group, but honestly, he didn't really have what it takes, Jong chuckled. It was obvious they were talking about Jun Hao. And then, like the world had turned its back on him, his parents died, he got kicked out of the company, and he started seeking friends. 3 little guys were kind enough to take him under their belt, but he was ungrateful and didn't want to do the things the 3 kind guys wanted him to do. He continued. Jun guessed that Jun Ho still upheld his morals even though he was forced to do immoral acts by these guys. But, of course, the 3 guys always had a backup plan. If the little puppy didn't have what it takes, then they decided to deflower his little friend instead. Jun froze. Now, this was new information for him. There were still a lot of gray areas in Choi Joon-ho's past, but everything was becoming clear one by one. Why he was so timid. Why a poem was in his phone entitled, I shouldn't have seen what I saw. And why these guys are still pestering him up until now. His little friend couldn't take the pressure though, Mansik chuckled. Yeah, if only the little puppy would have obeyed the 3 kind guys in the first place, then his little friend wouldn't have suffered in the end, Bongi added. Minjun frowned, already guessing they were talking about Jun's past. He was a smart kid, so he pieced it all together. So, in the end, Jong said, his eyes holding a dark glint. It was the little puppy's fault why his little friend suffered, but now, here he is, now living his life as an idol without any regard to the sins he has committed. Jong was sure Jun was going to be shaken up by his recollection of the past, but Jun's eyes continued to hold nonchalance, making him frown. Are you done? Jun asked, taking even Minjun by surprise. What? Jong stammered. The only thing I'm getting here is that it's all your fault. Jun started off. Don't blame other men for your sins. And besides, Jun smirked, leaning closer to Jong. I'm a kitty, idiot. Number 385. Chapter 385 Magnet for Trouble. Jun pursed his lips, internally cringing with what he said. It definitely sounded better in his head just now. It seemed like 3 goons also found it cringy since they burst out into laughter. Minjun even took a break from being scared and looked at Jun with raised eyebrows like he was asking, Really? Jun pursed his lips. But like I said, let's do this another day when we're alone, Jun quickly said, going back to his serious self. Kim Jong's expression also turned serious. Yeah, I don't want to do that. And just like that, Jong raised his fist and landed another punch on Jun's face. He used his other fist, which had a ring on, so Jun's skin was cut when he landed the punch. Jun let out a deep breath before placing Minjun to the side. Wait here, Jun said. He cracked his knuckles and clenched his jaw, causing the trio to chuckle. Come on, pretty boy, Mansik said. Why don't you show us your moves? Jun smirked, unhesitatingly punching Jong in the nose. A crack was heard, and it bled at an instantaneous speed. The 3 were shocked for a moment. However, with Jong's wail, they quickly snapped out of it. Bastard! Bongi screamed. The 2 lackeys lunged at Jun, trying to land as many punches and kicks as possible. However, Jun evaded them with great speed and agility. His body moved like a feather as he expertly moved around the 2, making them look like hooligans who knew nothing about fighting. Kim Jong watched from the side as he tended to his bleeding nose. However, seeing as his lackeys weren't doing any damage, he decided to take matters to his own hands. Move, he said, pushing the two away. Zhang mirrored the smirk on Jun's lips. There was no way this bastard was enjoying this. Zhang tried to punch Jun, but it missed him by a hair. Jun was a bit surprised. Kim Jong was definitely better than his two lackeys. However, in the end, he was no better than Jun. The two of them landed punches left and right, with Jun landing most of them. Although Zhang managed to punch Jun a couple of times, it didn't do enough damage to the idol. Who is this guy? Zhang asked, looking at Jun's face. However, his thoughts were quickly snapped back to reality when Jun landed a punch to his abdomen, making him fall to the ground in rage. Now, it was time to play dirty. Help me, you idiots, Zhang exclaimed. Mansik and Bongi went to restrain Jun while Zhang rained punches on Jun's body. Bro, Minjun exclaimed, trying to go to him, but Jun aggressively shook his head. Don't, Jun shouted. Go get help. The young teen ran at a great speed to get some help. Meanwhile, Jun tried his best to evade the punches, but he could only do so much with two guys restraining him. Get the kid, Zhang said, insanely laughing as he looked at Minjun's figure. Jun's eyes widened when Bongi ran after Minjun and captured him in his arms. No, Jun exclaimed, breaking away from Mansik's hold to run after them, too. Let me go. Minjun screamed in pain as the adult with the mind of a toddler pushed his head to the ground. Leave Minjun out of this, Jun said, trying to stop whatever Bongi was doing. However, Zhang quickly caught up to him and wrapped his arm around Jun's neck. Can I land a punch too? Mansik excitedly asked. Go to town, Zhang smirked, allowing the lackey to land his very first punch on Jun. Mansik shamelessly punched Jun's cheek while the latter shook his head in amusement. Fucking weak, he whispered. What did you just say? Mansik exclaimed, about to hurt Jun once again, but Jun used his legs to kick Mansik in the balls. Nothing, motherfucker, Jun spat. Then, he was about to move away from Zhang's hold when he suddenly spoke. One move and the little kid is going to get it. Jun froze while Bongi smirked, using his nasty hands to shove Minjun's face into the dirty gravel, hurting him in the process. Stop, Jun said. Are you going to stay still? Zhang asked. I will, Jun said. Don't do anything to Minjun. Zhang nodded at Bongi, and the latter stopped pushing Minjun's cheek to the ground. Instead, he held onto both his arms and restrained his legs with his knees while the lit teen struggled. Mansik then got up and glared at Jun, still clutching onto his family jewels. Ah, this is great, Zhang said. Now it's finally quiet. Jun paused for a moment, subtly looking around to look for something that could leverage him in the situation. If he was all alone, then he could definitely finish the fight without any trouble. However, with Minjun around, his movements were limited. If only there was someone who could help him. Zhang took a step back, tightening his hold around Jun's neck, making him grit his teeth. Wow, you stepped on a lucky side quest. Jun was startled when Fu suddenly appeared before him. Fu. Shit. Help me, he exclaimed in his mind. The title of this side quest is The Gift of Sacrifice. The gift of the new year is here. What better way to start the new year than through the act of sacrifice? Fuck you, Jun said, not being able to control his emotions. Fuck you, Zhang asked. Mansik, punch him again for me. Jun pursed his lips in frustration as he continued to read the content of the side quest. He was a fool for thinking that Fu was going to be useful for a second. Seek out a hidden sanctuary and learn more about the art of sacrifice. Roam the city and identity causes in need. These could range from helping impoverished neighbors, rescuing lost pets, or assisting local craftsmen with their tasks. Fulfill the quest, and you'll have the opportunity to create a new skill. The more selfless and significant sacrifice, the greater the potential for a powerful skill. Potions may also be given based on the scale of the sacrifice. Number 386. Chapter 386, Offer Your Sacrifice. What are we even going to do to him? Mansik asked, the question suddenly dawning on him. Good question. Jun let out a chuckle, fully casting Fu to the side. There was no way he could depend on his system to actually help him, so he'd have to do things by himself. Well, since the kid's rich, let's just rob him, Zhang said, causing Jun to shake his head in disappointment. He knew the bar was low, but he didn't think it could get any lower. And about this guy, Zhang said, his breath wafting through Jun's nostrils. was a mixture of plaque, cigarettes, and sausages, causing him to grimace in disgust. Let's take away everything he worked hard for. Why don't we film a scandal that will make him lose his title in the idol world? He asked. Jun's expression darkened, already expecting them to take it this far. Bongi smiled. I have the perfect idea. There were mischievous glints in their eyes, and Jun tried to guess what they were going to do. Just like old times? Mansik asked. Just like old times, Jong confirmed. Just then, Mansik brought something out of his pocket, a Ziploc with what seemed to be white powder in it. Jun stared at the packet, already finding it familiar. It was something he had seen hundreds, even thousands of times when he was still in his old body. You've tried this before, haven't you? Jong said, causing Jun to frown. He assessed his situation once more. Minjun was still on the ground with Bongi on top of him. Mansik was by Jun's side, preparing the white powder to be inhaled. Jong kept him in a tight grip, one which would be impossible to get out of without force. Shit. He cursed as Mansik brought out his phone and started filming the process of preparing the drugs. Then he panned it toward Jun. This is what your idol likes, everybody. Mansik prepared it quickly like an expert before bringing it close to Jun's face. His eyes widened, and he struggled, but he saw how Bongi placed force on Minjun every time he did. Fuck, fuck, fuck. The curse. Word repeated over and over in his mind, feeling at a loss. He locked gazes with Minjun, and he seemed to be just as desperate. Jun held his breath as Mansik forced the powder onto Jun. Just take it. I know you fucking like it. Jong spat, his breath even worse than before. There was only much that Jun could do in this situation. Was it going to end just like this? Fuck you, a familiar voice exclaimed. Just then, Bongi screamed in agony, interrupting the crime. Jun turned to them, looking at the newcomer with wide eyes. Casper. Rin quickly took Minjun to his side and cradled him in his arms, protecting the young teen. You're here too? Mansik quickly left his sight as Zeth kicked him on his side. What the hell? Jun exclaimed, looking at them with wide eyes. Why are you here too? He asked Jay, who came along while holding a baseball bat. His teammates, along with Jay, appeared before him with worried expressions. We told Jay you went away on your own, Jae-young said. Don't be mad, but I placed a GPS app on your phone, Jay said. But it's beneficial, isn't it? We found you right on time. Sihoon nudged their manager's side. I don't think this is the right time to be talking about it. Zhang looked at the new group of men with shaking pupils, observing their impeccable strengths in restraining his two lackeys. What idol group is this good at fighting? He asked in his mind. They didn't even use any nasty tricks like ganging up on them. Casper fully restrained Bongi with his strength alone while Mansik was still wriggling in pain after Zeth's kick. However, despite all of this, Zhang wanted to appear unfazed. He kept his hold on Jun, even holding him tighter, choking Jun in the process. Jisung, who had tears in his eyes, quickly pointed at them. Let him go, Jay courageously said, although his voice was shaking in nervousness. We've got the police on the way, Sihoon calmly said. Let him go, and you'll face lighter charges. Zhang's conviction shook, but he decided to choose his pride in the end. He had come too far to back out now. Just then, he brought something out of his pocket and placed it against Jun's temple. The members gasped as they looked at the gun right beside their center's head. Jun also froze, wondering why this bastard even thought of bringing a gun in the first place. If Jun hadn't come, what would have happened to Minjun? Jay was fully shaking in his boots as he took a step forward. Don't do this, man. You've got a bright future ahead of you. He tried to convince Zhang. Shut up, Zhang exclaimed, pushing the gun to Jun's temple, making Jun bite his lip in pain. He had taken way too many hits tonight, and he knew his face will definitely become fucked up tomorrow. Don't move, or I'll fucking shoot. I'll kill all of you too, he said. Jun shook his head. Zhang had gone insane. What do you want us to do? Jisung shakily asked. Call the police and tell them to not come, he said. Jay pursed his lips. Well, you see, we may be charged with misdemeanor if we claim it's a prank call. So, I'm afraid we can't do that. Jae-young massaged his temples while listening to their manager's explanation. I don't care, Zhang spat. Tell them to not come. Otherwise, I'll fucking pull the trigger. Jay hesitated on what to do, but Jae-young gave him a signal to just do it. We can't let them escape, Jay whisper shouted. And we can't have Jun die, Jae-young deadpanned. Make it fast, Zhang urged. Jae-young sighed and took the phone from Jae, dialing the local police's number. Meanwhile, Jun channeled his past self and thought of the times he was in the same position. He glanced at Minjun and saw he was already safe with Rin. Bongi was also restrained by Casper, and Mansik was now out cold on the ground. The police answered the call, but Jun couldn't quite hear their conversation. He was too focused on his next movements to decipher what they were talking about. With his past expertise, Jun quickly held onto the gun, twisting Zhang's wrist in the process and making him drop it to the ground. Zhang's eyes widened in shock as he felt Jun's strength. He tried to run after the gun, but Jun kicked it away from them. The members also looked at the scene with wide eyes, wondering where Jun learned such skills. Akira was the most baffled. He was well aware that Jun could pick locks, hack into CCTV cameras, and knew a lot about crimes. However, he didn't expect him to be able to do this too. Jun quickly switched their positions, with Zhang now on the ground. Then he heard Jaeyoung's voice. "You're here? Please hurry. We're in the back," he urgently said. Zhang screamed under Jun's hold, causing Jun to smirk in delight. Oh, how he loved hearing the screams of his enemies. Just then, the sirens of police cars neared, so Jun smirked, leaning closer to Zhang. "It's over," he whispered. He was greeted with a chuckle, causing him to frown. Jun stared at Zhang's dirty face, his frown deepening when he saw the murderous glint in his eyes. Click. He heard the sound of the gun clicking, and his gaze quickly darted in the direction of the sound. Mansik, who was now awake, had the gun aimed right at Jun's head. "No!" Jae-young exclaimed. Bang. "Congratulations, host. You have succeeded in the side quest, the gift of sacrifice." Type of sacrifice, self. Number 387. Chapter 387. Rest in peace. Beep beep beep. Shit, he's bleeding out. He's really pale, and I barely feel a pulse. Don't let go of his wound, you idiot. I'm going to faint. Jun's blood is on my hands. It's his precious blood. Keep pressing hard. Jun could hear his surroundings, from the frantic cries of his members to the sound of the hospital machinery. He could also smell the sterility of the room, but he couldn't seem to open his eyes nor say what he was feeling. It fucking hurts, he thought. Jun felt a cold hand grasp onto his, and he instantly recognized it as Minjun. He wanted to tighten his hand around the young teens, but Jun couldn't find the strength to do so. "Bro, I'm sorry. Please wake up. I'll tell you everything." "Oh gosh," he's crying. Jun's crying. Akira exclaimed. "You're right. Tears are coming out of the corner of his eyes," Zeth said, concern heard in his voice. "What the hell? I'm crying." Jun thought. What would we do if he dies? Will Zeth become our center? I don't want that. Don't even think about it. My big bro's not going to die. Jun could still hear what they were saying, but it was slowly growing more quiet. Just then, he felt himself being transferred to a harder surface. "We'll take it from here," an unfamiliar voice said. "Please take care of him well," Jay said, worry evident in his voice. The sound of the machines became louder, and the voices became softer. And then, he finally found the strength to open her eyes. However, all he saw was white. "Fuck," he managed to whisper. He slowly became numb, with the pain of his body fading away. No more noise. No more pain. This feels nice. In the noisy corners of the world of entertainment, a hush has descended as we bid farewell to a truly extraordinary talent. His recent passing has left a void in our hearts, but we are also grateful for having the privilege of experiencing his performances. A silent sob was heard in the room. His journey was not paved with privilege from the outset. Rather, it was a climb fueled by his burning desire to share his unique perspective with the world. Through the highs and lows, he remained resolute, demonstrating that success is not a destination but a continuous, evolving odyssey. He was well loved by his friends, and maybe that's why his passing hurt even more, because only when we love will we be able to feel pain. And that's the beauty and cruelty of life. Now, as we reflect on his short legacy, it's impossible not to be moved by his voice and the radiance of his smile. The world feels dimmer without the vibrant colors he brought to it. We are forever grateful for the spirit that fueled his journey and for the beauty he shared with our lives. You will always be remembered. Choi Min-ji. Don't read things like that while Jun is still in the hospital. You bastard. Jae-young exclaimed, slapping the back of Akira's head. Akira sniffed, wiping his tear-stricken cheeks. But he was my favorite actor, Akira said. My mom loves him too, Jisung said, sniffing along with Akira. Jae-young shook his head and sat on the couch. I thought you were talking about Jun for a second, he worriedly said. Zeth smiled, patting his thigh. His vitals are stable now, he assured. I'm sure he'll be all right in no time. Jun's a fighter. I know, Jae-young whispered. I'm just worried because he hasn't woken up yet. Me too, Rin said. I want to visit him quickly. I want that too, Jae said, coming back to the living room after attempting to get Casper out of his room. But the company told me that there are way too many media outlets outside the hospital right now. At the very last moment, before the police came, Mansik was able to capture the gun and shoot it at Jun. It was perfectly aimed at Jun's head, but with his instincts, Jun was able to evade the headshot. However, since the events happened too fast, Jun's shoulder was still hit in the process. I'm just glad the media didn't paint us to be the bad guys, Si-hoon said. It would be the worst if we had to deal with hate comments along with an injured member. Some are still hating on us, though, Jisung said. But the majority are on our side, Zeth said. I scrolled through Naval a while ago and saw that most comments are commending us for standing up for what is right. I really thought we'd receive harsher backlash, Akira said. But because of Minmin's post, the public found out the truth. I wonder who the guy behind the account is, Zeth said. Their posts always come up to my feed, and they seem to be a good fan. They also know quite a lot about current events. It's shocking how he exposed Minjun's bullying incident with evidence and all. It even contains some of the footage of our fight that night. They all turned to one person. Is it you? Jisung asked Jae. Jae disappointedly shook his head. I hope it was me, Jae said. But this guy is definitely better than me. Akira nodded in agreement. Jae's not that smart, you guys. Jae glared at Akira while the latter chuckled. By the way, Rin said, changing the subject. Is Casper really not coming out of his room? I tried to get him out, but he says he's on a strike, Jae said. A strike for what? Casper incredulously asked. He said he won't go out of his room until Jun wakes up. It was hard to breathe. It felt like something was occluding his nostrils, rendering him breathless. He tried to catch his breath, but it was no use. The occlusion was still there. Doctor, I think he's waking up, he heard Grandma's voice, causing a small smile to emerge from his face. Big bro, Minjun said, his voice shaky. He opened his eyes, but all he saw was a dim white. Jun frowned. He was certain he heard Grandma's and Minjun's voices. He could also feel the warmth of somebody's hold on his hands. However, his surroundings didn't make sense. Did he actually die and was now recalling his past memories? He heard frantic footsteps coming out before the dim whiteness became lighter. Then, he saw familiar and unfamiliar faces looking down on him, smiles playing on their lips. Jun stared at the white-haired doctor who was holding onto a white cloth in his hands. Why did you cover me with a white cloth again, Dr. O? Oh, goody. He's awake. Number 388. Chapter 388, Angel's Breath. I really thought you weren't going to wake up since the bullet missed a major organ by only a tiny bit, Dr. O chuckled. But look, you're awake. I was nervous during the operation for no good reason, he added. Jun stared at him incredulously before shaking his head. Why was he brought to this hospital again? Bro, he heard Minjun's voice. Jun snapped his gaze to the little kid and immediately brightened up. Minjun, he said, flinching as he tried to sit up. I advise you not to do that, Dr. O quickly said. This is more severe than the stab wound you incurred back then, so you're in complete bed rest for now. Jun groaned, ignoring what the doctor said and coaxing Minjun to come closer to him. The little kid slowly walked toward him, a guilty expression on his face. Are you all right? Jun asked. I'm not the one on a hospital bed with a gunshot wound, Minjun said, causing Jun to smile. Touché, he chuckled, but that itself was already a bit painful. Dr. O and the nurses watched the scene before them, a bit perplexed about how the idol still looked good after being unarousable for days. Idols are really different, one of the nurses whispered. Yeah, the other agreed. He looks like he's fresh out of the shower. And his breath smells like flowers, too, Dr. O chimed. It's amazing. You do know I hear you, right? Jun asked, making them clear their throats. Dr. O smiled, acting like he didn't say something weird. Well, I guess we'll leave you to mingle then, Dr. O said. When can I leave this place? Jun asked, already wanting to go back to their dorm. You just woke up, and you're already thinking of going back? Grandma asked in a scolding tone. In order to heal your injuries, you need to stay for at least 2 weeks in the hospital, Dr. O said. 2 weeks? Jun asked with wide eyes. That's a whole comeback? I can't miss 2 weeks of work. Your company has already agreed, Dr. O said. I have talked with your manager as well, and they decided that you'd sit out of Eve's schedules for the next 2 weeks. Jun groaned, feeling a bit stressed. He knew he always complained whenever they were too busy, but he had grown to like the loudness of his life as an idol. Well, that's settled. For now, you need to stay here so we can change your wound dressings every day. You'll also complete a full course of antibiotics to decrease the chances of complications, Dr. O said. With that, he left the room with the nurses, leaving Jun alone with Grandma and Minjun. Can I really go back to work? Jun asked, looking at Grandma with doe eyes. Grandma clicked his tongue. Don't even think about it. You're going to stay here until you're fully healed. Jun sighed heavily. But I'll miss so many schedules, Jun complained. And you'll miss a lot more, Grandma said. Rest your mind a bit. For now, I'll send Minjun back to school. He has already missed a lot of days since he didn't want to leave you. But Grandma, Minjun whined. I don't want to go back yet. We'll come back later after your classes, Grandma said. You can't miss another day of school. But it's just one more day, Minjun complained. Jun smiled, ruffling Minjun's hair with his good arm. Yeah, Grandma. I think missing a day of school is all right. A day? Grandma asked. What are you talking about? He already missed school for 4 days. 4 days? Jun continued to stare at the white wall, his mind flying off into the abyss as he tried to internalize what had happened the last couple of days. His thoughts were interrupted, however, when his phone rang. Jun quickly answered the incoming video call from Jay. Jun was greeted by a messy dorm, with the members fighting for the camera's frame. He answered. Oh my gosh, he's really alive, Akira exclaimed. Oh my gosh, he's gotten thinner. Have you been eating well? Jisung asked. We thought we lost you. They said you lost a lot of blood, Zeth said. Wait guys, let me place this on the stand, Jay said, pushing the guys away. Jay perched the phone on the stand, making all of the guys visible in one frame. Are you guys done now? Jun asked. Yeah. Jay smiled. Then he started to bawl. Jun, we missed you. He sobbed and wriggled on the floor like a fish out of water. Jun smirked, looking at his precious members. He didn't want to say it out loud, but he missed them too. Then, as he counted the members, he found that one of them was missing. Where's Casper? Jun asked. Just then, clanging sounds were heard in the background, causing Jun to frown in confusion. After a few seconds, Casper emerged on the screen, his hair and beard unkempt. Why does he look like the one who got into a coma? Jun asked. He stayed in his room the entire time after the accident, Zeth said. He didn't even take a shower or go out to eat proper meals, Ren added. I think all he's had for the past 4 days is the pink cheese balls they sent us, Akira chuckled. Why? Jun asked. Casper didn't answer and munched on some food while staring guiltily at the screen. He thinks it's his fault for not being able to protect you, Sehun said. Jun chuckled in amusement. You didn't do anything wrong, though. Those guys are at fault. Casper continued to munch on the takeout food like a little hamster, his cheeks filled to the brim. Then, the guilty look in his eyes started to subside. Speaking of, Jun said, where are those guys now? Oh, they got arrested, Jay said. They were actually wanted for quite a while now for distributing illegal drugs. The police commended us for catching them in the act. And the public took this well. Jun asked. Very well. Jay smiled. Most are praising us for standing up to a bullied kid and catching real criminals. Jun smirked. It seemed like everything turned out well in the end. It's also the reason why we can't visit you today or in the upcoming days, Jae-young said. Why not? Jun frowned. We're going to be shooting a campaign against anti-drugs, Rin exclaimed happily. Oh, and our performance of First Love went viral, so they're asking us to perform it in another school festival. Sehun added. And we also have some content to film with cheese. They say we'll play games and stuff, Jisung excitedly chimed. Jun's face dropped with every statement. You're doing all of this without me? Jun exclaimed. There's nothing we can do. Jay defended. These deals just came to us after the incident. Jun sighed, massaging the bridge of his nose. Why was his luck so bad? Number 389. Chapter 389 New Skills and Potions. Well, we need to go now, Jay said. We're going to start preparing for the school festival performance. Jun looked at his members' excited faces and quickly ended the call before they could even say goodbye. He tossed his phone to the side and sighed in frustration. Jun knew his members needed to continue working despite him being absent. However, he couldn't help but feel upset. He wanted to perform with him too. He was also bored out of his mind since he didn't have anything to do in the hospital. Jun opened his user interface out of boredom and scrolled through his skills. Vocals S. Dance S. Visual S. Rap A+. Leadership A+. Music production A+. Pending. Jun frowned when he saw a pending skill in his status window. Then it hit him. He accomplished the side quest right before he was shot. If he recalled, the prize for accomplishing the side quest was a new skill. Jun clicked on the pending skill and was surprised when a colorful wheel suddenly appeared before him. "What's this?" he whispered. "Welcome to the Wheel of Skills. Since the host accomplished the side quest, the gift of sacrifice, the system gifts the host with a Wheel of Skills." Jun read the skills, his eyebrows raising in disbelief with some of them. Humor? Fashion? Selfie? Why would he need selfie skills? Below are skills that are indispensable to becoming an idol. Some skills are also added because the system finds it fun. Clearly, Jun said. Why was juggling even an option in this wheel? The host can only spin the wheel one time, and whichever skill it lands on will be added to his status window. Jun shrugged. He didn't think the prize of the side quest was worth getting shot for, but it wasn't too bad. However, there were a lot of useless skills like juggling, baking, and laundry on the roster, so Jun was a bit hesitant. Spin the wheel of skills. Yes or no? Jun sighed and pressed on the yes button. The wheel started spinning while Jun watched in anticipation. He held his breath when it glazed over the useless skills, hoping it wouldn't land on them. Then, it began to slow down, Jun's eyes following every movement. A skill has been chosen. The chosen skill is acting. Congratulations. Acting has been added to the status window. Because of the host's self-sacrifice, the starting grade of the new skill is C+. Acting, huh? Jun wasn't necessarily happy or upset about his new skill. He didn't know where he'd be able to use it for now aside from his performances, but at least it wasn't one of the useless skills on the roster. Besides, a C+ wasn't too bad. It definitely wasn't good, but he reckoned a lot of newbie actors also had the same grade in acting. Aside from the new skill, the host is awarded with new potions because of his commendable act of self-sacrifice. Jun's eyes widened as he quickly scrolled through his inventory. He might actually recover faster if he received a healing potion. Potions, too. Jun smiled as soon as he saw the number of potions. Damn, Fu was spoiling him today. However, his smile quickly dropped when he saw what kind of potions he was granted. Whimsy Lust Potion 1. The Whimsy Lust Potion is a potent love potion that guarantees a day of hard-eyed enchantment. Just 1 minute of intense eye contact, and watch as the sparks fly. It can be used for multiple people in one day. Warning: use with caution as it may cause a flock of admirers. Beautify Potion 1. The Beautify Potion is a filter in a bottle. This magical potion works like a charm, erasing acne, fading scars, smoothing hyperpigmentation, and even bidding farewell to that pesky double chin. Embrace your radiant transformation and shine with newfound confidence. These are useless, Jun exclaimed, casting his user interface away. Fu hopes the host loves his potions. 3. Jun sighed. It looked like he was really going to be stuck here for 2 weeks. The afternoon came, and Jun was bored out of his mind. Thankfully, right before the sunset, Minjun made his way inside, instantly, brightening the mood. Minjun. Jun smiled, patting the spot next to him. Minjun softly smiled, placing his school bag on the couch and sitting on Jun's bed. Are you all right now? Minjun asked. Jun nodded. I'm fine. It hurts a bit, but it's not anything I can take, he said. Minjun narrowed his eyes at Jun before shaking his head. Then, why'd I hear they had to stitch your wound again? He asked. Jun sheepishly smiled, scratching the back of his neck. I might have tried to take a shower by myself, Jun smiled. They said they caught you dancing on the CCTV, Minjun deadpanned. Jun's eyes widened, and he looked around the room, where he spotted a small CCTV camera in the corner. What the hell? Isn't that an invasion of privacy? It's to monitor the patients, Minjun sighed. Why did you even attempt to dance when you already know that you're injured? Jun sighed, covering his face in embarrassment. Honestly, he just had the urge to dance after seeing his members' live performances at the school festival they were talking about. I just wanted to see if I could perform, he admitted. Minjun clicked his tongue. You'll be able to perform once you fully recover. Just focus on recovering for now. Jun relaxed in his bed and nodded like a little kid. The two were engulfed in silence for a while, none of them finding the right words to say. So, they spoke at the same time, causing them to chuckle. You go first, Jun said, but Minjun shook his head. No, you go first. I need some time to collect myself, the young teen said. Jun smiled in understanding. I just wanted to ask if you were all right. I also want to say sorry because you witnessed such atrocity during that night. I never want to expose you to anything like that ever again. It's all right, Minjun said. Honestly, it's also my fault. I should have told you from the beginning. Why didn't you? Jun softly asked. I was scared, Minjun admitted, looking down at his lap and fiddling with his fingers. Well, are you ready to talk about it now? Minjun pursed his lips, taking a moment to collect his thoughts. Then he nodded. I'm ready. Number 390. Chapter 390 Brotherhood. Jun stayed silent, giving Minjun as much time to process his thoughts and feelings as possible. Then, he placed his hand on the younger's shoulder and gave him a reassuring nod. I guess it started when my dad went back to the States. Then, you had to go too. I know we don't even see each other as often because you were busy with Rising Stars, but I just felt like we'll see each other even lesser than before. Minjun started off. Then, before I even knew it, I started feeling different, he sighed. I used to enjoy being alone since I could play games or even write articles for my page, but all of those just started losing their sparks. The silence in my room grew so loud that I just wanted to escape, he said, his voice breaking in the end. Jun pursed his lips and looked away from the young teen, feeling a burning sensation in the back of his throat. Everything I enjoyed felt like chores, Minjun continued, and I felt like I had no one there to talk about my feelings. I know I should have talked with Grandma. I bet she would have understood, but she's been understanding me since I was young. I didn't want to give her any more burden. I just felt alone and sad, and trust me when I say I tried to fight it. I really did. Who chooses to be sad anyway? He chuckled, a lone tear falling from his eyes. Jun reached out and wiped the younger's cheeks, silently encouraging him to speak more. But it just became worse, Minjun concluded. There was one time we had a play at school, and I didn't land a major role since I'm not really a good actor, he chuckled, but there was still an underlying sadness in his voice. I played one of the animals on the side, and I merely had one line. It was one of the times I became excited since I made some friends. But then, they told us to bring our parents, and I just knew that no one would come for me, he smiled. I told my parents, but just as usual, they couldn't really fly back to Korea just because of a measly play. Why didn't you tell Grandma? Jun asked. Or me. Grandma wasn't feeling too great, Minjun said. And you? I know you also wouldn't have come. You were too busy with your promotions back then. Jun pursed his lips, feeling an ache in his heart. If only he could turn back time, he would have dropped everything to watch Minjun on stage. It was all right, Minjun said. I wasn't too sad about it. I was used to it. It's always been like that since I was younger, he smiled. Jun shook his head. Nobody should be used to being alone. What happened after was definitely worse, Minjun said. I never really had friends in school because they thought I was too smart. I'm not saying this to brag, he quickly added. I just felt it. My classmates were wary of my presence. So, I stayed quietly on the side, just doing my best. But they still managed to find a way to rattle my quiet life. Kim Dury, Jun asked. Minjun nodded. I guess it was also my fault. I've been on edge for the past months, and I had him and his friends as my group mates since nobody wanted to team up with them or me. They didn't help me at all, so I submitted the assignment with just my name on it. Rightfully so, Jun chimed. Minjun smiled. I tried consulting them about it, and I also warned them beforehand, but they never listened. However, thinking back, maybe I shouldn't have done it, he sighed. You did the right thing, Jun assured. Did I really? Minjun asked. Because after that, I became their target. They insulted me for not having my parents around. They called me Grandma's boy because she's all I had. I tried to be strong, but it was just too much. I started acting distant. Everything made me angry. I just felt like what they were saying were right, he defeatedly said. What did they say? Jun asked. That I'm not good at all. That I'm just good at school so I can show my parents I can do a good job. But in the end, they'll never really notice. That everyone will leave me in the end. Minjun cast his eyes to his lap, and Jun watched as tears fell freely from his eyes, wetting his trousers. Like how my parents left me. How grandma's time is limited, and she'll also leave me in the end. And how you're going to reach your dreams, and eventually leave me too. I've been telling myself that this is just how life is. Everyone has their own battles to fight. People come and go. People lose people all the time, and I'm no special, Minjun sobbed. But I can't help but ask, why me? Why is it me out of all people? Then it hit me, he said, harshly wiping the tears from his eyes. Maybe the problem is me. Maybe there's something wrong with me. That's why people always leave. Jun couldn't help it anymore. Despite the ache on his shoulder, he wrapped Minjun in a warm and tight embrace, letting the young teen cry in his arms. Jun let out a deep breath as he placed his chin over Minjun's head. I'm sorry, Jun whispered. I'm so sorry. Minjun continued to sob as Jun held him. The two of them sat there for a while, Minjun's sobs being the only sound heard in the small, white room. You didn't do anything wrong, Minjun said. It's my fault. I shouldn't feel so alone. It's not your fault. Jun quickly cut him off. It's not your fault, he repeated. Life is unfair, and it's easy to internalize the struggles we face as if they are somehow our own doing. But I want you to know that it's not. The world throws challenges our way that we didn't choose, Jun said. It's bullshit when people say we are only given challenges to make us stronger. Sometimes, they're just there because they are. Some grow strong from it, while some grow weak and never recover, Jun continued. I should have done more to make you feel like you weren't alone. I'm really sorry. But you also have your own life, Minjun said. Still, there's always more each of us could do. So, from now on, please promise me that you'll share your struggles. You don't have to bear the weight of it all alone. It's not a burden for me. You were there during my darkest times, too, and I want to make you feel like how you made me feel. At that moment, Minjun sobbed even harder. Then, he wrapped his arms around Jun's shoulder, reciprocating his hug. I'll always be here for you even when I'm not physically present, Jun sincerely said. You got that, little bro? Number 391. Chapter 391, Never Too Late. Silence. There were no words needed between the two. They sat there in each other's arms, savoring the newfound brotherhood they had formed. Minjun always wanted a real brother, and now, he had Jun. Meanwhile, Jun never thought he'd have another sibling in this lifetime aside from Mei Ling, but Minjun proved that wrong. As they continued to bask in the beauty of silence, there was another person trying to stay as silent as possible. She covered her mouth to choke back a sob. Lena leaned against the wall and peeked inside the room, her heart aching as she looked at her broken child. After Jun rejected her offer to find out what was truly going on with her son, Lena did a background check on Jun. She had found out some pretty interesting things, some that could potentially ruin his career. Jun was the very first person who made Lena question her worth as a parent, and she admits that she acted rashly with her decisions. However, after hearing their conversation, she felt a newfound respect for the idol. Never in her life had she seen Minjun cry as hard as he did just now. Aside from the times when he was a toddler, Minjun didn't cry much. He didn't even cry when Lena got divorced with his dad. So Lena always thought Minjun was stronger than most kids. She admired him for that. Lena didn't pay much attention to Minjun's feelings because she thought he could handle them better than the average child. Yet, in the end, she was wrong. Minjun was still a child. A broken child who only put up a brave facade. Was it for himself? Or maybe it was for his parents? Lena shook her head, looking at the flash drive that had always been in her pocket after the background search she did on Jun. She quickly destroyed the flash drive before tossing it into the trash, walking away from the room with a heavy heart. As she walked, she bumped into her mom, who was shocked to see her presence. Lena, Grandma exclaimed, placing down the food she had prepared on a nearby seat. What are you doing here? Lena didn't say anything and just wrapped her arms around her mother, leaning into her embrace. Grandma was stunned for a moment, but she also wrapped her arms around her child, resting her chin against her shoulder. The older woman smiled and rubbed Lena's back, comforting her daughter. "Oh, you fool," Grandma said. "What have you gotten yourself into?" Lena let out a deep breath before gently breaking their hug. "What did I do to Minjun, Mom?" "You weren't there," Grandma said. "Although I tried to fill the void of your absence in his heart, I just know it could never be replaced." Lena looked down at the ground in disappointment. The life she had chosen, it made it harder for her to pay attention to her child. However, hearing Minjun's honest confession, Lena wanted to try harder as a mother. "Is it too late now?" Lena asked, tears welling up in her eyes. Grandma smiled, placing a hand over her shoulder. "It's never too late," Grandma said. Then, she rummaged through her pockets before bringing out a crumpled piece of paper and handing it to Lena. Lena looked at the piece of paper in confusion. "What's this?" she asked. "Open it," Grandma said. Lena carefully uncrumpled the paper and read the contents written inside. "I found this in Minjun's trash can the other day," Grandma said. "Maybe you should consider going." Lena smiled softly as she looked at the large, bold writing on top of the letter. "Family Day on January 16th, 2024. Lena folded it neatly and placed it inside her bag. Maybe she'll extend her trip a little longer. Grandma also smiled when she saw her daughter's meaningful look. "Are you going now?" Grandma asked. "Minjun and I are having dinner with Jun." Lena shook her head. "It's all right. I'll join you on another day." "Are you sure?" Grandma asked. Lena nodded. "I'm sure. For now, can you give me that pink-haired guy's number?" "Are you done crying now?" Jun asked, looking at Minjun's swollen eyes. He looked like a puffer fish, so Jun pinched his cheeks out of cuteness aggression. "Stop teasing me," Minjun said, pushing Jun's hands away from his face as he chewed his meal. Jun shook his head in amusement before taking a bite out of the homemade meal. He groaned in delight and gave Grandma 2 thumbs up. "You're seriously the best. I feel like I haven't eaten real food in a while." Grandma chuckled and ruffled his hair. "You should stop by more often then. You've become skinnier, too. What are you eating in your dorm?" "A whole lot of fried chicken," Jun said, stuffing his mouth with the delicious food. Grandma gasped in surprise. "That's not enough to fill your daily nutrients. I'll make you food for the next 2 weeks, so eat as much as you want." "You're a life savior, Grandma," Jun smiled. "But do I really have to stay here for a full 2 weeks?" Grandma clicked his tongue. "We've already had this conversation. How can you even think of going back when you can't even move your left arm? It's going to take a lot more than 2 weeks for you to be able to dance the way you used to before." Jun groaned, leaning against the bed rest. "I'm bored. Don't worry. I'll play with you while you're here." Minjun smirked. "What are you talking about, young man?" Grandma chuckled. "You have classes already. You can't miss out on them anymore." Minjun, too, groaned in disappointment. "Now, be good and finish all your food." The 2 brothers finished their food in silence despite wanting to complain further. After they finished their food, Grandma started cleaning up the mess while the 2 conversed like old times. "Are you posting on Minmin again?" Jun asked. "Yup," Minjun smiled, showing him his phone. "I have 1 million followers now. That article I wrote about you is off the charts." "I hope you didn't exaggerate it," Jun said. "I can't have other people thinking I'm dead again." "Don't worry," Minjun smiled. "The company already disclosed you were alive. I did say you almost bled to death, though." "Minjun," Jun exclaimed. "What?" Minjun innocently said. "I was just telling the truth. Besides, it made the public empathize with you even more. Although, some haters definitely wanted you to have incurred more injuries." "People are cruel," Jun said, shaking his head. "Yeah," Minjun said. "But you know what's more cruel?" "What?" Jun asked. "Your cheeseball commercial," Minjun smiled. "You suck at acting, bro." Number 392. Chapter 392, another one. "We have been selected for the project," Mr. Ong said, merrily spinning around his chair while playing with a zygote-shaped stress ball. "Yes, a zygote-shaped stress ball." Jay bowed his head with a smile. "Thank you, sir. I will relay this to the members," he said. "How are they doing, by the way?" Mr. Ong asked. "They're doing okay," Jay said. "They seem pretty tired with all the work they had to do for the past week, but they're coping well." "Good," Mr. Ong said, still playing with his stress ball, now tossing it high in the air. "And how's their center doing?" "He's still in the hospital, sir," Jay responded. "I visited him yesterday, and he seemed to be recovering well. The doctor also said he's recovering faster than the average person." "That's nice," Mr. Ong chimed. Jay cleared his throat. "This project, How do we go with it while Jun is still in the hospital? Beats me, Mr. Ong chuckled, causing Jay's eyebrows to furrow. I say we start preparing for it now. We can't really delay anything since we're also going to be preparing for their comeback at the end of the first quarter. Do you think we can delay this project a little longer to wait for him? He's an integral part of the team, Jay insisted. They can't push back the date anymore. Other groups are already settled. They've known about it since last December. Jun will just have to adjust once he comes back. He can join the group when he's okay, Mr. Ong concluded. Jay pursed his lips in frustration. Make sure they do well, okay? Mr. Ong smiled, rolling over to where Jay was standing and placing a hand on his hip. Then, the older man tightened his hold on Jay's hips, squeezing tightly. Jay flinched, feeling the pain radiate through his leg. I let the shooting incident pass since it gave many opportunities for ambassadorships. I just hope you don't commit the same mistake, he said, a wide smile on his face. However, despite his happy expression, his eyes held a glint of seriousness, making Jay quiver. Jay quickly nodded. That is noted, sir. Good, Mr. Ong exclaimed, removing his hold from Jay's hip. I'm looking forward to their performances. 1 week had passed since Jun woke up, and he was now feeling better than ever. There was still an ache on his left shoulder, but it didn't debilitate him from doing his daily activities. He could even dance with minimal pain now. However, he was still bored out of his mind. He even became more active on their group chat, but it seemed like all his members were busy since they only replied late into the night. Minjun diligently went to school, too, so Jun was all alone in his boring room. Dr. O came a few times to pester him into participating in a human project, but Jun didn't find it interesting or ethical. So, for now, he was stuck scrolling on Navel to satiate his boredom. I know. The company said that Jun was alive and well, but I'm still worried. Jun, are you really alive? We haven't heard from him ever since the incident. I feel like he's severely injured. Jun, we miss you. When are you coming back? As days passed, Astras were getting more and more worried for Jun. Right, Jun said. Let's send them a photo, at least. Jun opened his back camera and took a picture of his hand doing a thumbs up with the hospital room in the background. He quickly posted it with the caption, I'm doing good, guys. I'll be back in no time. Jun thought the reactions would be more positive since he started receiving praise for his covers, but he was definitely mistaken. You're still on about this Jun impersonating shit? I can't believe this guy also got injured like Jun. I think he needs genuine help. Guys, it looks like he's in the same hospital as Jun. Should we report this to Azure? Jun shook his head as he looked at hundreds of doubtful comments. When are they going to believe that he was Jun? My username. Jun whispered, the thought suddenly dawning on him. Now that his previous mission was finished, he could actually change his username. He still couldn't forget how hard it was to create a username back then, so he was surprised when the first thing he typed was actually accepted. He satisfyingly smiled as he looked at his new username. That should do it, he thought. A pop-up appeared on the screen. Are you sure you want to change your username? This could only be done one time. Jun pressed the accept button on the screen and watched as the magic unfolded. Then, he sent a screenshot of his page with his new username to Minjun. Jun, hey, kid, how do you like my new username? Jun didn't expect Minjun to reply right away since he was still in his class. However, he did, and Jun anticipated his reaction. Minjun, as expected, you're shitty at this. Jun frowned, staring at the screenshot he sent. What was wrong with I'm Jun from 3v3? A couple more days later, Jun was now practically injury-free. He was definitely still not at his 100%, but the Beautify potion came in handy with repairing the bruises on his face, as well as the scarring on his left shoulder. Dr. O stared at the beautiful creature before him with sparkling eyes. Mamma mia, he looks fresh out of the womb, Dr. O muttered. See? I'm all better now, Jun said, showing him his gunshot wound. It was non-existent at this point because of the Beautify potion. However, the potion merely healed the aesthetics of his injuries. In the end, they still pretty much hurt. You really must be part lizard, Dr. O said. I've never seen a patient recover this fast before. Jun sighed, placing his backpack on. So, I'm free to go now, right? Jun asked. You still have about 3 days of recovery, but from what I'm seeing, I think you can go back. Jun smiled. That's great. Where do I pay my bills then? Don't worry, Dr. O said. The bills have already been paid by the company. Sweet, Jun exclaimed. I'm gonna go now then. Wait, Dr. O said, causing Jun to halt. You're not going to call for your manager? They're probably busy. I'll just take a cab, Jun said. Are you sure? Dr. O asked. I can give you a ride to the company, and we can talk about research matters, he suggested. Jun shook his head in amusement. I'm not participating in your human research, Dr. O. The doctor slumped in disappointment while Jun happily skipped out of the hospital room. It felt like he had been stuck there for years, so just merely seeing the sun had already brought a smile to his face. He quickly hailed a cab to take him to the Azure building. He saw from the group chat that his members were practicing for a performance, one he didn't know of, so he decided to give them a surprise. Jun arrived at the building and wasted no time in going to their designated practice room. He stood outside the door for a while, listening to his members' friendly bickering. I think you should stay here in the middle, Akira said. I don't suit this part, Jaeyoung said. Why don't we have Rin try it? But I'm already in the middle for the part before this, Rin sighed. I think Jun would suit this part the best, honestly, Jisung said, causing Jun to smile. It seemed like his members missed him quite a bit. With that, Jun opened the door, revealing himself to his members. They were baffled, to say the least. They were planning on fetching Jun from the hospital on the day of his discharge, yet here he was. What are you doing here? Jaeyoung asked, still perplexed. I'm all better now, Jun said, making his way inside. I see you're having a hard time without me, he smirked. The members stared at him for a while before he was bombarded with hugs. Bro, Jisung exclaimed, practically throwing himself at Jun. You're here. Casper silently walked to his side and gave him a little poke. You all better now? He asked. Jun nodded. I'm so glad you're here, Seth said. It was so hard acting as a center proxy for our previous performances. Jun chuckled, looking at the relieved faces of his teammates. I see that you're all working hard. Jun commended them. You guys took a lot of projects while I was gone. Tell me about it, Akira sighed. We haven't gotten any rest for the past weeks. Not to mention, we still have to alter our opening performance now that you're here. Jun frowned in confusion, tilting his head to the side. Opening performance? For what? He asked. For King of Kings, Sehun said. Jun frowned. King of Kings. His members looked at each other with perplexed expressions before turning toward him. King of Kings, Zeth repeated. The new survival show we're going to participate in. Number 393. Chapter 393, Survival Deja Vu. King of Kings. Jun had never heard of it before. However, as his teammates played the commercial for the K-pop survival show on the TV in their practice room, everything started making sense. Still images of the stage were shown on screen. It was reminiscent of the stage they had during Rising Stars. However, this time, it was definitely more grand, more fit for idols, and not mere trainees. Then, a female robotic voice started speaking as the lights danced on the stage. The prince, adorned in music's grace, bows to seek the king in this sacred space. A loud bass resonated in the room, startling the members of Eve. A throne awaits, anointed with song. The king's identity, to whom does it belong? Holy shit. This is so cool, Akira exclaimed as the camera panned to Kim Won-bin, a popular host and comedian in Korea, standing at the center of the large stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ultimate battleground of K-pop excellence. Get ready for a musical spectacle like no other. It's time to determine the King of Kings. With that, the commercial came to an end, leaving the group to chat excitedly with one another. Jun, however, stayed silent, trying to internalize what he just watched. King of Kings. It was definitely the first time he had heard its title. However, it dawned on him that it was a franchise of the popular survival show Queen of Queens. Mei Ling was a fan of survival shows, so Jun also recalled her watching it. However, it wasn't the type of show she religiously watched, so Jun didn't know much about it. All he knew was that chosen girl groups or soloists competed with performances, remixes, covers, and even original songs to determine who was the best among the group. Jun also remembered it having a lot of drama, which was Mei Ling's favorite aspect of the show. Aside from that, Jun recalled Girls' Evolution joining the first season of the show. They got third place out of 7 artists, but they also made quite a lot of enemies. Up to this day, there were rumors that most of the groups who participated in the first season of Queen of Queens were still not on speaking terms. I can't believe this, Jun muttered, already feeling lightheaded. He was still recovering from Rising Stars, and now they were going to participate in another survival show. Not only that, but they were probably going to compete with a bunch of older and more experienced groups. Jun could already feel the pressure of the competition even though it hasn't started yet. "Jun's broken again," Jisung said, poking Jun's cheek. It didn't elicit a reaction from the latter, causing the group to burst into laughter. "He's just shocked," Jae-young said, wrapping one arm around Jun. "We were the same when we first heard about it." Jae-young continued to observe Jun's shocked expression, but tilted his head to the side when he saw how clear his skin was up close. "Did you really just come from the hospital?" Jae-young asked. Jun finally snapped out of his thoughts and wordlessly nodded. "Damn, your skin is immaculate. Does the hospital have some special kind of air?" asked, also poking Jun's cheek. Akira went closer to Jun, narrowing his eyes. "You got more handsome, too," he said. "It looks like you weren't even shot at all. And your cheeks aren't hollowed now," Rin added. "What did they feed you there?" Jun sighed, pushing their faces away from his. He definitely looked and felt a lot better because of Grandma's homemade meals, along with the Beautify potion. At least food was still useful in some sense. "Come on, tell us your secret," Akira urged. "I feel so haggard, especially since we have so many things to do." Aside from practicing for the opening performance, the company's also starting to formulate the concept of our next album. "Tell me about it," Jae-young sighed. "I feel like the day isn't even enough with what we have to do. And to make matters worse, we don't even know who we're competing with," Si-hoon added. Jun tilted his head to the side in confusion. "They haven't told us who we're going to be competing with yet?" Jun asked. "I don't think they're going to tell us until the day of the filming," Zeth said. "I heard from Kira that everything was a surprise to them back then. She also said it was fun, but very stressful, so let's brace ourselves." "Could it be more stressful than Rising Stars?" Akira chuckled. "Wait," Rin suddenly said. "You're speaking with Kira?" Zeth froze while the other members suspiciously stared at him. "You got her number, right?" Casper suddenly said, making the members even more suspicious. Zeth cleared his throat. "That's not what's important. What's important is we start practicing for the opening performance again. We need to change a lot of things since Jun's back." Although they were still suspicious, the members decided to forego the issue, for now. "I still don't think we're heading the right route, though," Rin said. "I feel like we could do so much more for our opening performance." "That's true," Jisung sighed. "It's because we heard about the show quite late. I heard from Jay that some of the groups already knew they were going to be part of the project since December of last year." "Wait, when did you guys hear about this?" Jun asked, joining the conversation. "About a week ago," Si-hoon responded. "How come I didn't hear about it?" Jun asked. Rin frowned in confusion. "Didn't Jay tell you about it?" "He didn't," Jun said. Jae-young cleared his throat. "Actually, Jay told me he didn't tell you about it." Jun frowned. "Why not? I'm part of the group, aren't I?" "That's what I also told him," Jae-young said. "But he said it was an order from the higher-ups. They were expecting you not to be able to join the first episode anyway, so they said it was no use." "No use?" Jun asked. "I was projected to be discharged from the hospital 3 days from now, though. I'm sure we still have time." His members stayed silent, glancing at each other with knowing looks. "What?" Jun asked in confusion. Jae-young awkwardly chuckled, scratching the back of his neck. "Well, the thing is, we don't have much time. The first episode will be filmed 1 week from now." Jun's jaw dropped. It felt like Rising Stars all over again. Number 394. Chapter 394, Undisclosed Identities. "Are you guys excited?" Jay exclaimed as he drove the van to the filming site of the first episode of King of Kings. A resounding groan was heard inside the van, making Jay smile. "I'm glad you guys are happy," he chimed. The members were, indeed, not that happy. They were running on about 2 hours of sleep because they had to prepare for their opening performance. Once Jun came back, they ultimately decided that the performance they had curated wasn't going to cut it for the survival show. So, they scrapped it altogether. They had less than 5 days to prepare an epic performance, one that would impress their opponents as well as the viewers. Along with this, they had meetings for their album, other small brand deals, and promotion videos for their new ambassadorships. In summary, the members were quite tired. However, Jae-young, being their leader, cheered his members up. "Come on, guys," he said. "Let's be more excited." Akira smiled, sitting straight. I'm very excited to perform on grand stages again. I think we're all just quite tired. Rin slapped his cheeks to keep himself awake. Nonetheless, we'll give them a very good performance, he said. We definitely will, Si-hoon chimed. With the amount of effort we poured into this, there's no way we're settling for a mediocre performance. I'm just wondering who our opponents are, Zeth said. I feel like there will be a lot of scary people. You were the scariest when we were in Rising Stars, Jisung said. Akira laughed out loud. Now, you'll know how he felt. Zeth chuckled, scratching the back of his neck. Jun shook his head in amusement. It felt like yesterday when they were competing against each other, and now, they were competing with each other. Are you not going to give us a spoiler on who's going to be there? Jae-young asked Jae. I wish I could, Jae said. But I'm also clueless about the show's details. Akira gasped, pointing an accusing finger at Jae. You, out of all people, don't have any information? Jae sighed deeply. I know. I'm disappointed in myself, too. I guess we'll just see when we get there, Rin sighed, suddenly feeling nervous as they pulled up into a large building, even larger than that of Azure Entertainment. SBC Entertainment. Without a doubt, it was the biggest TV station in the entire country. Although Azure's assets were bigger in the entire market, SBC got them beat in the entertainment aspect. While more K-pop enjoyers tune in to Azure's shows, SBC Entertainment had a broader audience, enjoying even those who don't enjoy K-pop as their viewers. Most of their shows were dramas that were popular with domestic and international audiences. However, they also had talent shows that were less popular than their dramas, but nonetheless still popular. One of these shows was Queen of Queens. It had 2 successful seasons, and now, they dabbled in creating the male version of the show. We're here, Jae smiled, turning off the engine of the van. Jun snapped out of his thoughts as his teammates started going out of the van. He followed them out and looked around the building, admiring its futuristic interior. Even their underground parking lot was very modern. As they entered the lobby, they were once again surprised when huge LED screens that contained their most popular shows were displayed on the walls. In the middle of the floor, a beautiful clear fountain stood, and holograms of their characters surrounded it. I feel like I'm in the future, Akira said, his mouth agape. Hey, Jisung said, nudging his shoulder and pointing to one of the holograms. There's your friend. Jun smiled when he saw Hannah's hologram. He brought out his phone and snapped a photo to send to her once their filming ended. Friend? Zeth asked, perplexed. Who? Rin narrowed his eyes in confusion. Hannah Lim. Casper raised his eyebrows in surprise. You're friends with Hannah Lim? Zeth chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. Rin, Si-hoon, and Jae-young also appeared amused. Casper's so gullible, Si-hoon smiled. How could Jun be friends with Hannah Lim? Jun must be a fan, Zeth chimed. Yeah, Rin chuckled. I'm a big fan of her too. She was so charming in Cherry Blossoms. Jisung, Akira, and Jae looked at each other knowingly. They're friends though, Jisung muttered. Let's just go, Jae said, leading the members to the filming site of the show. They were greeted with smiles as soon as they entered, and the members bowed their heads in respect, also greeting the staff members. My fatigue is gone. They're so handsome. Do you think they're willing to date a staff member? You're crazy. They probably have a dating ban contract. I mean, the company doesn't have to find out. Jae led them to a hallway with multiple waiting rooms of some sort. The black doors all had colored paper stuck to them, causing Jun to frown. Normally, the artists' names were stuck onto the door, so Jun thought they would finally find out their opponents once they saw the waiting rooms. However, it seemed like SBC was determined to keep the thrill of the show to the maximum since there wasn't a hint of the artists' identities on their waiting room doors. This is ours, Jae said, opening the door with a green-colored paper stuck to it. It also seemed like the colors weren't related to the group at all. Pink was more representative of Eve, yet they merely passed by the door with the pink-colored paper. It's weird, Akira said as they entered the room. I thought the call time was 11 a.m. Why aren't the other artists here yet? I think they gave us different call times, Jun said. That way, we wouldn't run into each other. Damn, Zeth said. They're really determined to keep the surprise factor. Zeth closed the door, being the last one to enter the room. However, just as the door shut, they heard a clicking sound coming from outside the room. Jun frowned, his gaze turning to the door. Did they just lock us inside here? Number 395. Chapter 395 Ace of Spades. Indeed, the staff locked Eve inside their respective waiting room. Akira, Jisung, and Jay pressed their ear against the door, trying to decipher any kind of sound that would reveal their opponents. However, it was no use. The rooms were soundproofed. Akira groaned in frustration. When are we going to start filming? I'm dying of anticipation already. Jay sighed and sat on the floor. Let's just wait for now. And so, they waited. Seconds turned into minutes, and an hour later, they were finally called by one of the producers to exit their room. The members sighed in relief, but they also felt a surge of nervousness in their hearts. They followed the staff member, walking warily as they made their way to the stage setup they had seen in the show's trailer. Jun noticed the shoe marks on the smooth fiberglass floor and inferred they weren't the first people to arrive. A thick blackout curtain separated them from the stage, and they couldn't wait to enter. Just then, a loud horn resounded in the venue, startling most of the members. Afterward, a female robotic voice, the one heard in the trailer, spoke. You may now enter the king's dungeon. Jae-young, despite feeling nervous, let out a deep breath and opened the curtains, revealing a dazzling pathway that lit up as soon as they stepped inside. Jun was right behind Jae-young, so he caught a glimpse of the stage right away. He was baffled by the LED screens that surrounded the area. It was as if they were some kind of simulation, truly a king's dungeon. The members behind him also gawked at the electronic display, eyes wide and mouths slightly agape. Jun caught a movement from his peripheral vision, so he quickly looked to the side. They were so preoccupied with the venue that they didn't even realize the 8 people sitting on the side of the aisle, covering their faces with their hands but miserably failing. It's Octa, Jun said, pointing to their direction. His members snapped out of their dazes and looked at their rival group with wide eyes. Jun chuckled when he saw Uno hiding behind 7. However, his white hair made him very recognizable. You know we could see you, right? Akira chuckled, slowly walking to the familiar idol group. Uno cleared his throat and finally stopped hiding behind 7's back. The other members quickly followed, finally revealing their faces. All right, that was kind of embarrassing, Cinco awkwardly said. I thought you guys weren't going to recognize us. How can we not? Seth chuckled. Uno's white hair was already a dead giveaway. 7, however, continued hiding his face, thinking he was slick. However, he just looked ridiculous. Jisung silently scoffed at him. Ocho clicked his tongue and tapped their youngest member. It's over. They know it's us. 7 finally removed his hands from his face, gazing at the members of Eve. His eyes automatically locked in on Jun, his smile widening. Bro, it's you. It feels like we haven't seen each other in a long time, he greeted. Jun smiled and nodded at the teenager. Level up, please take a seat in your designated area, the female robot said, cutting their conversation short. Their team's logo appeared on the seats right in front of OCTA, so they quickly sat. Just then, the loud horn sounded once more, startling some of the members. Akira placed his hand over his heart. That's twice now, he whined. I'm not going to let that horn fool me again. Then, familiar faces entered the room, and the 2 groups immediately stood to pay respects to their senior group. Jordan chuckled before gesturing for their junior groups to sit down. Good afternoon. Thank you for greeting us so enthusiastically, he happily said. Sunwoo nudged Moon's side. We're in trouble, he whispered. We're competing with 2 monster rookies. Nico clicked his tongue once he heard this. Don't you have any faith in our group? We have more than 2 years of experience under our belt. Moon chuckled. I think you're the most tense, though. Stop looking at Jun and sit down already. Nico shook his head and sat next to his teammates. I wasn't staring at him, Nico muttered. Jun wanted to applaud Azure once he saw Boy Mystic entering the room. Since they were from the same company, it would have been leaked that they were going to participate in the same show. However, the employees kept the secret very well. Nonetheless, Jun wasn't too surprised they were joining the show. Boy Mystic's contract was ending this year, so Azure was pushing as many projects for the group. His thoughts were once again interrupted when the annoying loud sound repeated. Akira, Jae-young, and Jisung once again jumped in their seats. They were, in fact, fooled for the 3rd time. This time, the group that entered wasn't too familiar to Jun, aside from one member. Zebo stood at the very back of the line, a small smirk playing on his lips. Their group's name, Morph 3D, appeared on the screen behind them, and Jun finally recognized their group. They, too, debuted this year, but earlier than Eve and OCTA. They were a group that was heavily influenced by band and rock sounds, sometimes emotional pop, so they were quite popular with fans who liked the genre. They didn't get popular right away after their debut, but after one of their members, Rex, was shown belting a rock song, their fame skyrocketed. Morph 3D took the spot next to Eve, and just like that, they have now met 3 of their opponents. Jisung's hands shook, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the situation. Ren noticed this and threw him a comforting smile. However, it was also evident in Ren's expression that he, too, was nervous. Jun looked around the room and saw 3 spots still unfilled. 3 groups left, he muttered. The horns sounded once again, and fortunately, Akira was able to prepare himself this time. A group of 4 entered, and all of the groups immediately stood in respect. Murmurs were heard in the room. However, they were quickly silenced once the group's leader threw them stern looks. Spades. Jun's eyebrows furrowed. What was a group who debuted in 2013 doing here? Number 396. Chapter 396, Unleash the Storm. As they settled in their seats, silence remained. The arrival of a very big senior had stunned the 3 groups, leaving them confused and nervous. Even as the stage lights dimmed, Spade's aura couldn't be denied. It was also emphasized by the fact they were wearing all-white suits, adding to their glamour. Debuting in 2013 under Starmuse, a prominent entertainment company, Spade stood as one of the pioneers of their generation, leading the onset of the 3rd wave of K-pop idols. They debuted alongside other boy groups such as EXO, BTC, and B2B, and girl groups like Blackbuns, Exit, and OMO Girlfriend. Despite not being the frontrunners of their time, their unique ballad dance performances left a mark in the hearts of the general public. Now, Spades found themselves in the midst of the 4th and 5th generation of idols. It was impressive how their popularity had endured, especially among the broader audience. They definitely weren't as popular as they were before, but there was no doubt that the 10 years in the industry had seasoned them. Out of all the groups in the room, their songs were the most known by the general public, which already gave them a slight advantage. 2 of their members have even completed their military service, while the other 2 were currently serving. That is why they entered the show as only 4 members, as opposed to their 6 original members. Jisung leaned closer to Jun. I'm so glad they're sitting next to Boy Mystic. I don't think I'd be able to handle their aura at all. Jun chuckled, nodding his head toward Nico. That guy also looks like he can't handle it, too, he whispered. Since the room was so silent, Jun's chuckle was heard by none other than the leader of Spades. For a second, Jun thought he was hallucinating when Y, their leader and center, glared at him. However, he quickly shook off the feeling since he never recalled ever meeting the senior idol. Y softly scoffed as he turned to his teammate, Hyunbin. That Jun guy just chuckled at us. Hyunbin frowned. Are you sure? Y nodded, a smirk playing on his lips. He was definitely looking our way. Jun, in fact, was just chuckling at Nico. Hyunbin shook his head. As expected, young idols these days don't have any respect. Back then, we almost kissed the ground with how deep we bowed at our seniors. Y clicked his tongue. Let's show them the prowess of the 3rd generation of idols. Once everything settled, the horn was heard once again, making the groups focus on the room's entrance. Only 1 person entered, surprising the groups. Since all of the competitors have been groups until now, they were expecting yet another group to enter. However, this time, a soloist entered. A very familiar soloist. Jun's eyes narrowed as he stared into the man's seemingly innocent eyes. Robbie, Sehun whispered. Robbie. Jun confirmed, still remembering his name. How could Jun forget the name of the man who put him on the hot seat when he was facing rigging allegations? Robbie observed his competitors' faces, a bright smile on his lips. He bowed earnestly, that is, until his eyes met with a familiar pink head. Jun, he smirked. They met again. As the spotlight shifted, Robbie made his entrance wearing a dark red suit. Almost everyone in the room was aware of Robbie's story, so they empathized with the soloist. His journey traced back to the failed season of Rising Stars, where the flow of fortune led to the disbandment of his group. However, Robbie, not wanting to accept his fate, ventured into the realms of acting and singing. His appearance on Rising Stars definitely gave him leverage since he landed many side character roles and even had the privilege of performing in intimate concerts just a month after his debut. Now, he had a pretty large following. His latest drama, Stuck Under Your Bed, in which he played the brother of the main character, was also well received by the public, which boosted his popularity. He was also quite successful as a soloist, with 2 of his songs making it into the top 10 on the Durian chart. Moreover, he had plenty of collaborations with popular artists, specifically K-rappers, which made him more recognized by K-hip-hop fans. Nonetheless, he still had a desire in his heart to become a part of an idol group. Idol groups were more desired, more thirsted over, and more profitable. That was why there was a slight resentment in Robbie's heart. His group would have been the next big thing, not Eve. So, now, he was ready to beat them at their own game. Robbie's spotlight was quickly taken away with the arrival of the next team. For some reason, Jun already knew the next team was going to be the most unexpected. As they say, the main character always appears at the very end. The lights seemed more vibrant as the group entered, gasps immediately filling the room. If the reaction for Spades was amazing, then the reaction for the next group was explosive. Even the producers and writers sitting outside the camera's frame all gushed as the spotlight hit the next group. Jordan's mouth went agape as he gazed at the group's unwavering center. "What are they doing here?" he muttered. "Is this fair? They're already the kings of the 4th generation. What more do they need to prove? I want to go home. They're going to tear up the stage." Murmurs of admiration were heard in the room as the group of 5 lined up before them. They sophisticately bowed, and even Spades, their senior group, couldn't help but bow at the popular team. Jun gazed at the familiar faces of the members, but his eyes focused on the tall man at the very center. He was the only unfamiliar face out of all of them. However, Jun wondered why he couldn't remember such a face. A face like his was definitely at the SS levels, unforgettable. Then, he opened his mouth to speak, charisma practically spilling from his lips. 1-2, unleash the storm. Good day, everyone. We are Chaos. Number 397. Chapter 397, Let the Battle Begin. There was an undeniable air of supremacy surrounding Chaos. It was amazing how Boy Mystic, despite debuting around the same time as them, bowed their heads like Chaos were their seniors. It seemed like they had acknowledged a hierarchical order that had naturally formed because of Chaos' popularity. Debuting in early 2021 under Phoenix Entertainment, one of the 4 giants in the entertainment industry, Chaos quickly made a name for themselves in the industry. In the early 2010s, Phoenix was more known for its actors and actresses, but that all changed when it debuted one of the most prominent girl groups in the industry, Purple 21. They were their money bags for more than 7 years, but as the girl group became the biggest girl group, not only in Korea, but also in the entire world, they didn't renew their contract, which put Phoenix in a bind. However, in their struggle, the boy group Chaos emerged, a gamble that paid off handsomely. Unlike the gradual ascents of other groups, Chaos catapulted to stardom with unbeatable speed. Their debut single, Chaos, swiftly climbed the Durian charts, securing a spot in the top 4. Their debut album also had a whopping 2 million sales, the highest ever sales for an idol's debut. Aside from these, they won the Rookie of the Year award from all the major Korean music award shows, making them a household name in their 2nd year as idols. Phoenix was definitely smart for debuting them right when the biggest 3rd-generation boy groups were occupied with their military service. In the end, Chaos filled the voids in the hearts of 3rd-generation fans, making them dominate both domestic and Western markets. In simpler terms, Chaos stood as the reigning kings of the present generation, even boasting an impressive collection of local and international awards. Without a doubt, they were definitely the most popular artists out of everyone present in the room. That is why it was almost impossible to believe they were even competing in a survival show. How does Jun know all of this? Of course, it's from none other than the Prince of Information himself, Jay. Jun wasn't originally curious about the group since he wanted to put them in the past. Choi Joon-ho was supposed to debut in the group, after all. However, he mistakenly heard Jay's and Zet's conversation about them, so he got a gist of how they were created. Chaos was designated to sit next to them, so the members of Eve stiffened in the presence of a very popular senior group. It was a good thing Jun was sitting at the other edge of the seats, so he was far from the members of Chaos. With Chaos settling down, The 7 competitors of King of Kings had finally been completed. Jun looked around and observed everyone's determined faces. He now felt the intensity of the competition. He wasn't battling with mere amateurs. Some of his competitors were considered veterans, while the others were monsters in the industry. Just then, the lights all turned on, and a glowing pathway was made with the LED screens. They gasped at the spectacle before them, and their gasps only became louder when 2 familiar faces emerged from the entrance. Kim Won-bin, the charismatic comedian and the face of the show's trailer, entered with a charming smile. Beside him was Ji Haemin, the revered idol dancer of the 2nd generation, who brought an aura of unmatched greatness that captivated the idols in attendance. Jisung covered his mouth in shock, pointing at the artist with shaky hands. Ji Haemin, he quietly exclaimed. He's the reason why I became an idol in the first place. I can't believe my idol is in front of me. Pinch me, please. I'm definitely dreaming. This is my first time seeing him, and he's truly blessed by the deities. Praises for Ji Haemin were heard in the room, causing the seasoned idol to smile. As the crowd hushed, the host began to unravel the rules of the thrilling TV show. Kim Won-bin smirked, looking straight into the camera. Just in time, epic music started, playing, setting the idol's competitive spirits. Gentlemen, welcome to the show of a lifetime. I'm Kim Won-bin, and this here is the legendary Ji Haemin. The idols all burst into cheers. Aren't we lucky to be in the presence of such greatness, Haemin? Won-bin asked. Ji Haemin nodded. Absolutely, Won-bin. It's an honor to be here, witnessing the incredible talents gathered in this room. Now, let's get down to business. I'm sure you've heard of Queen of Queens, Won-bin started off. In that manner, you'll know that this survival show does not have any eliminations. Indeed, it was one of the merits of the show. However, we've also employed twists that will keep you on the edge of your seats. For the next 4 weeks, all of you will be given a theme, and you will curate your performance based on that theme. It's like a musical adventure, and I can't wait to see what you, talented folks, come up with. Haemin smiled. And that's not all, Won-bin added. Brace yourselves for some heart-pounding missions, exciting ones with rewards that might just change the game. The crowd erupted into whispers, curious about these missions. As far as they know, the girl version of the show merely had performances. The hosts exchanged knowing looks before continuing. For the first 3 performances, there won't be any special judges. Nope, we're leaving it all in the hands of the people. The audience gets to decide the fate of the performers. Their votes will determine the points, and we all know points make prizes, right? Haemin grinned. Absolutely, Haemin. Points, points, points. And by the end of it all, we'll tally those points up, and the artist with the highest score will be crowned the King of Kings. A title that's not just for show, but a ticket to K-pop glory. We also have an exciting prize for the winner, one you don't want to miss out on. The hosts exchanged a dramatic pause, letting the weight of their words sink in. Step into the melodic arena, where dreams are sung, skills are waged, and only one will rise as the undisputed King of Kings. Are you ready for the battle? Number 398. Chapter 398, Their Performances, 1. The idols erupted into cheers, nervous yet excited for what was about to come. Chaos, however, remained poised amidst all of this. It felt like they didn't feel any pressure coming into the competition. Your first performance starts now. We will upload your performances on YouWatch tomorrow, and we will have a special voting poll on the SBC website. The voting will only be open for 24 hours, after which, the votes will be finalized and will be revealed the next day. Haemin explained. Now, who wants to go first? Kim Won-bin asked. Morph 3D raised their arms at lightning speed, as if they already knew the hosts were going to ask that particular question. Ji Haemin's eyebrows raised, appearing pleasantly surprised. He brought the mic to his lips. I like your guys' confidence, he said, making the group smile. I always admire people who want to go first. Please take the stage. Morph 3D confidently walked to the front, pleased with the senior's compliment. Meanwhile, the other competitors watched them with envy, now regretting not volunteering faster. Jun sensed the tension in the room. It seemed like the war of nerves had finally started. Morph 3D took their positions, the 7-member group standing in a straight line. Drums pounded, guitars wailed, and bass notes reverberated through the venue. setting the stage for a rock band-inspired idol performance. "It's Pull the Trigger," Jaeyoung whispered, recognizing the group's biggest hit. As determined earlier, Morph 3D's sound was heavily influenced by this genre, so the arrangement wasn't too surprising. What was surprising, however, was the flawless cartwheel that Zibo executed during the intro. His graceful and fluid movements, which were heavily influenced by Eastern/Chinese dance, stood as a sharp contrast with the intense music. However, it didn't look bad at all. Instead, the unexpectedness of the dance merely added to the quality of their performance. Rising like a villain, anger in our eyes. The world's injustice, our hearts despise. The spotlight shifted to the center stage, where Rex, undoubtedly the most popular member of the group, sang the first lines. Fueled by the whispers, venom we inhale. In the dark sea, revenge sets sail. Jun was pleasantly surprised. It was no wonder he became the saving grace of their team. His voice was perfect for their genre, raspy yet full. Pull the trigger, break the chains. In this realm, we've gone insane. Through the tempest, the lightning guide. Strength united, nowhere to hide. As the final chorus echoed in the room, Morph 3D took their bow, and the idols clapped in respect. Jun couldn't count it as an outstanding performance, but there were some outstanding moments. The killing parts consisted mostly of Zibo and Rex, with the others appearing like background dancers. Nonetheless, it was a good performance. "What an opening performance by Morph 3D. Wonbin exclaimed. "I'm sure you made the next performers nervous." "Speaking of, who will be our next performers of the night?" Heyman asked. Since Morph 3D courageously performed first, they would also be given the privilege to choose the next idol to perform. Morph 3D looked around the room, and most of the idols evaded their gazes. Jun locked eyes with Zibo for a second and felt they were going to perform next. However, he sighed in relief when Rex called out the next performer's name. "We'll go with a senior we respect, Boy Mystic," he happily said. Nico groaned loudly, causing the room to burst into chuckles. "It seems like Nico here doesn't want to perform first," Heyman chimed. A mic was given to Nico, so he responded. "I would have liked to go last," he said. "But since we've been called, we're going to raise the bar even higher." "Oh!" Exclaims of amusement were heard, and Morph 3D was slightly intimidated. "Show us what you got," Wonbin said, gesturing for them to take the stage. Boy Mystic didn't hesitate to take the stage. Their experience was evident since they appeared more relaxed than Morph 3D, and as the music started, their skills definitely did not disappoint. They looked more comfortable with the camera, something that was lacking in Morph 3D performance. Moreover, their synergy as a team felt more natural, probably since they've performed longer than the former group. However, like Morph 3D's stage, it also had its flaws. They didn't put any surprising elements into their performance. Maybe they were too busy since the company was squeezing their schedules tight because they had only until the second quarter of the year for their contract. Or maybe they just didn't think about it at all. Although it was a good performance, it was very similar with the other performances they had shown in their careers so far. Their stage ended with Jordan in the middle, panting after their strenuous choreography. The room burst into applause as they made their way back to their seats, bowing in gratitude for their competitors' support. As expected from the very first boy group born from rising stars, "You guys proved why you were the chosen ones." Heyman smiled, showing a thumbs up. They smiled cheerily. "Now, it's your turn to pick the next performer," Wonbin said. Boy Mystic discussed for a while before deciding who will perform next. Jun was certain their name wasn't going to get called since they didn't even look their way for a second. And he was right. Jordan took the mic and cleared his throat. "We picked this group since we're genuinely excited for what they are going to perform. We would like to preface that we're huge fans, and we've listened to a lot of their songs," he said. Jun concluded that it was either Spades or Chaos. He, too, was the most curious about these two stages. Not that he didn't care for his other competitors, but those groups were the only ones he wasn't too familiar with. "We'll go with our beloved senior group, Spades," Jordan smiled. The idols gasped in surprise. They were almost certain that Spades would perform last based on seniority. However, it also couldn't be denied they couldn't wait for their stage. "Why?" Their leader chuckled into the mic. "We also wanted to go last," he said. "But I guess it's time for us to show the power of 10 years of experience." Number 399. Chapter 399, Their Performances, 2. I watched their performances when I was in elementary school. Damn, Seven's really young. I performed one of their songs during the trainee evaluations. Same. It was really hard to pull off. How many people do you know can pull off a one-letter stage name? Not a lot. Why is a legendary senior? Praises were heard in the studio as Spades prepared for their stage. They had handheld microphones in their hands, which probably meant they weren't going to be using any backtrack for their performance. They stood in a straight line, a bit spaced out since they only had 4 members. Nonetheless, despite their lack of members, they still filled the stage with their presence. Jun paid more attention to their performance, especially the one in the middle. Why? The stage plunged into darkness. For spotlights illuminated the quartet, showing off their glowing skin. Then, a nostalgic tone resounded in the studio, making the participants, staff members, and hosts exclaim in delight. The ballad, Sweet Poison, had definitely been etched into the hearts of many Koreans. It was a popular song that was sung at karaoke bars, especially after drinking sessions. So, the fact that they were singing this was already a huge advantage for the team. The taste of your absence, a bitter afterglow. Yet, I cling to the burning touch, reluctant to let go. Hyunbin, their oldest member, started off the song, immediately captivating the entire studio. His voice held experience, one that nobody could replicate in the room except for Ji Haemin. It was as if he had experienced a real poisonous love, and he was singing the song to a past lover. His vocal skill, which was in the same vocal tier as Jun's, left many in awe, including Jun himself. I tried to let go, but the fire wouldn't relent, holding on to the fragments that our hearts spent. Another member sang, his voice like honey velvet. It wrapped around the audience with heartache and longing. The simplicity of the piano and the sad strings served as the perfect instrumental, enhancing the painful narrative of the song. The members, clad in elegant all-white suits that mirrored the song's emotional richness, stood like statues of grace. They were immersed in the depths of their own thoughts. For the entire verse, they didn't dance, which Jun found a bit strange since he knew the song had an original choreography. However, as the chorus approached, the members of Spades finally executed their choreography. Their dance, although not as intense as MORH 3Ds or Boy Mystics, possessed a different kind of charm. It was a delicate waltz of movement, easy on the eyes. As Jun observed the members, he could tell that dancing wasn't their strongest front. However, Y definitely showed his skill in dancing despite the simple movements. Then, as he opened his mouth to sing, Jun nodded in acknowledgement. The man was better than him. Sweet Poison, hoping our love remains. Burning bridges, yet I'm still holding the chain. I'll drink the poison, though it scorches my soul. In the ruins of us, where broken hearts take their toll. Y, 1989. Vocals, SS. Dance, S. Visual, A. Rap. D. Jun was once again reminded that he wasn't battling with amateurs this time. As the last note resounded, the studio immediately burst into applause. "Ah, fuck. My heart did a little dance of happiness. It's so much better than I would ever imagine. I can't believe I witnessed that live. Is it too late to drop out of the competition?" Spades received the most praise out of all the groups that had performed, making them the frontrunner for the first benefit. Spades went back to their seats, satisfaction seen on their faces. Then, when asked who they wanted to perform next, they didn't hesitate to give out an answer. "We'll go with OCTA," Y said. "I think they're the most promising rookie group out there." The members of Eve subtly looked at each other, wondering if his statement was meant to diss them in some kind of way. Akira leaned closer to Jaeyoung and whispered, "Don't act offended. You were the same to Jun during Rising Stars." Jaeyoung awkwardly chuckled before looking apologetically at Jun. Despite feeling a bit nervous to perform right after a huge senior, Octa still took on the challenge. They performed Heatwave, their debut single and the highest charting song out of their discography. Eve was very familiar with the song and their performance since they saw it during their promotion period. Nonetheless, Octa incorporated quite a lot of surprise elements with their props and stage effects. In the chorus, Uno held a torch high in the air while intensely dancing to their choreography. Then, right after the chorus, the bridge came, and they had Dose and Trace remove their jackets to show off their toned bodies. Alright, that's unfair. How do they get their bodies like that? I really need to start going to the gym. Jun looked down at his body and poked his arm. Yeah, he also needed to build his body. More. As OCTA sang the last chorus, Jun focused his gaze on Uno's status window and smirked. Monster, he muttered, looking at his improved dance aspect. Jun wondered why his status didn't move up despite the amount of practice he poured into his skills, but he guessed he needed to work even harder. He already had 2 sessions with Magic Mama, so his knowledge of singing had drastically improved. However, he also knew he still had a long way to go. Octa's performance was greeted with a loud round of applause. Uno's and Jun's eyes met for a couple of seconds, and the former threw him a confident smile. Jun sat straight, already knowing what was coming. They were definitely going to be performing next. Do you need some time to discuss who you're going to choose? Heyman asked. Uno quickly shook his head. We've already decided. It's us, Jun said, making his teammates sit in attention. Eve will be up next, Uno smirked. Heyman nodded, looking over Eve's way. All right, let's have Eve on the stage. 0588524928 CB65356C2F6619 F3E7EF489B7BB1F8B8. Number 400. Chapter 400 Siren. The tension increased as Eve assembled on the stage. I wonder what they're going to show. I watched them since Rising Stars. They've already performed a variety of genres. Would they be able to surprise us again? They're great live performers. G. Heyman, who was a secret fan of the 4th season of Rising Stars, anticipated Eve's performance the most. He felt a bit guilty since Octa was in the same company as him. However, he couldn't help but feel giddy as he waited for Eve to start their performance. At first, he was drawn to Jisung, who he felt had the same dancing style as him. As a well-known main dancer, he was always on the lookout for talented young artists. However, as he continued watching the show, he felt drawn to all the members. He felt that their group had the potential to become one of the greatest groups of all time. That is if they don't lose that potential. Jaeyoung oversaw their formation and nodded, also taking his position. Then, he nodded at one of the producers, signaling they were ready for the performance. The stage transformed into a dreamscape as the lights bathed Eve in a surreal glow. For a second, the room remained silent, making the participants confused. Why isn't the instrumental playing? Seven whispered to Ocho, feeling concerned for Eve. Uno, too, frowned in confusion. He wanted to one-up Eve in their performance, but not in this way. Robbie smirked at the thought of Eve's technical difficulty. Meanwhile, G. Heyman looked at the staff members with furrowed eyebrows, wondering why it was taking such a long time to play Eve's instrumental. Home, where we spent most of our days. Home, where no one goes away. Home, where we make each other stay. They snapped their focus back to the stage when Jun's voice resonated through the venue. His lines were a departure from his usual range, dripping with a velvety allure that sent chills down the listeners' spines. He had been working on expanding his range after his vocal lessons with Magic Mama, and it definitely paid off. Although not all the low notes were fully supported, they still sounded great to the ears. Then, just as they thought the music was going to play after Jun's intro, it didn't. Instead, Ren's higher tone interwoven with Jun's, the air thickening with a haunting elegance. Beware the oasis in the desert of need, for in its seemingly quenching waters lies the peril of drowning. Casper's and Zeth's natural low voices added a mysterious undertone, a rumble that echoed like distant thunder. In the heat, none perish, but within the embrace of a deceptive sanctuary, the true danger unfolds. Jordan softly gasped. A cappella, he whispered. Why didn't we think of that? Nico muttered under his breath. Why thought ill of the group's pink-haired center because of his insulting chuckle during the opening? However, he couldn't deny that Jun was talented, and his voice served as the foundation of their harmonies. The absence of the instrumental accompaniment magnified the voices of Eve and how they all contributed to creating their sound. Has this song always been this scary? Seven quietly asked. The music video was eerie, Dos answered. But their performances had always been bubbly, so I wasn't expecting it. Just when they thought it couldn't get any better, Jun started yet another harmony. The members all took turns singing in different octaves, with the former members sustaining their notes. Smoke arose from the ground, accompanied by the sound of loud waves. It was different from the original song. Instead, it sounded like a ship sailing in a stormy sea, only adding to the haunting aspect of the performance. Oh, oh, Oasis. Oh, oh, my life is. They sang the chorus together, still in different octaves. However, the main vocalist's voices undoubtedly led the song, which made the performance more harmonious. Where the waters intertwine, where love is deep, like the ocean's endless line, with friends by my side, beneath the azure dome. In this haven, I found my true home. The last line was sung by Jun, sustaining a high note while his members went around him in a circle. Haemin watched the spectacle before him, his heart racing in excitement. He was brought back to the days when their team was still very active. It made him want to perform something like this with his members. And then, as his high note ended, Jun stared right into the camera before doing a body pop. That body pop became the trigger of the instrumental, startling some of the participants. In contrast with the bubbly introduction of Oasis, this one was intense, very fit for a dance break. Jisung went to the center along with Zeth and Sihoon and moved gracefully yet powerfully to the beats. The other members served as their shadows, moving subtly to give more emphasis to intense choreography. As the others watched, they finally realized what Eve was trying to portray. Sirens, Uno concluded. His members heard his conclusion, and everything made sense. Genius, Seven said, already admitting defeat. They never thought a bubbly water concept could be interpreted in such a way. Now, Eve didn't look like hot boys on the beach. They appeared like dangerous male sirens in the wild ocean, ready to capture everyone that would come their way. The waves crashing in the background grew louder, surpassing the recorded version's intensity. The audience was swept away on a sonic tide, lost in the ocean of emotion crafted by Eve. Jun smirked as he looked at his teammates, already satisfied with what they had put out. At first, they decided to perform a remix version of Oasis, one that showcased its usual bubbly charm. However, as they thought hard about it, they realized that they needed something more intimidating to show their competitors. And that's when the concept of sirens was brought up by Jae-young. It was brought up as a joke at first, but Jun insisted it could work. In the end, it exceeded their expectations, and by the look of the watchers' faces, it also exceeded theirs. Each performer was given less than 3 minutes for their performance, so Eve had to cut their performance short after the first chorus. So, as the last notes echoed in the venue, there was a collective thought in the participants' minds. It's too short, Haemin muttered. Volume 5, Number 401. Chapter 401. Chaos ensues. Chaos. Eve went back to their seats as praises continued to be thrown over their way. Why even unconsciously raised his hand to clap, wondering where they got such a fresh idea from. Can we perform something like that too? Seven whispered to Uno. Uno merely smirked. Jordan clapped loudly, feeling proud of their junior label mates. Although he didn't really contribute to their current success, he still felt like a proud dad. Nico, on the other hand, pursed his lips and clapped despite the envy he felt in his heart. The episode hasn't even aired yet, but he was already sure that Mimi was going to be gushing about Jun for days. Haemin smiled widely as he went back to the center with Wonbin. I only have one comment for the performance. Wow, Haemin said, feeling very satisfied with their performance. His heart did a little giddy dance as Eve bowed at him, but he tried his hardest to stay calm. Of course, Haemin still wanted to keep his reputation of being a cool, untouchable senior. I agree, Wonbin said. The a cappella bit gave me goosebumps. I wish I could watch the performance all over again. The members of Eve happily looked at each other. Having someone say they want to see their performance again was such a huge compliment. However, Wonbin quickly said, we must move on for now. Eve, do you have anyone in mind? The members all turned to Jae-young, relying on their leader. However, Jae-young turned toward Jun, wanting to hear his opinion. Jun subtly nodded toward the direction of the performer he wanted to go next. Jae-young smiled and nodded. We'll go with Chaos, Jae-young said, surprising even the members of Eve. Jun smiled, thankful that Jae-young took his suggestion. Meanwhile, the others were in shock that Chaos wasn't going to be performing last. Some of the staff members also frowned, wanting Chaos to be the grand enders of the show. As the popular main characters of the show, they had to perform last. It was an unspoken rule inside the studio. However, this was something Jun took into consideration. Jun didn't want them to become the main characters. Performing last would give them too much of an advantage, especially if they perform right after Robbie. It's also another reason why Jun wanted Chaos to go next. Jun still hadn't forgotten what Robbie did to him when he was facing the rigging allegations, so he wanted to give the soloist more pressure. Indeed, Robbie was already fidgeting in his seat, subtly glaring at Eve, but going back to his usual innocent smile when the camera panned toward his way. Well, Heyman said. This is unexpected. How do you feel about this Chaos? He asked. Zian took the mic and smiled. Honestly, we've been ready since the beginning. So, we're not too shocked about it. The order of the performance doesn't matter anyway. Our performance will always be treated as the last performance, he confidently said, causing the other participants to exclaim in amusement. Fuck, that sounded cocky but cool. I would get a lot of hate if I said that, but it's Chaos. Their confidence is backed up by their skill. I can't wait to see this. The members of Chaos stood, and the first thing Jun noticed was their similar heights. All of them appeared to be beyond the 185 centimeters mark. It's definitely a good thing I didn't debut in this group, he thought. Their tall heights added to their stage presence, and they looked more like models than idols. However, Jun already knew that these guys were talented, so they definitely weren't just about their visuals. The guy Jun was most curious about stood at the center, and Jun's curiosity grew even larger. How good is this guy? Jun didn't have to wait any longer because the five figures burst onto the stage with acrobatic flips and energetic movements as soon as the music started. The audience was taken aback by the intense routine. The group was moving around the stage like a circus act. However, it wasn't humorous at all. Instead, it was just cool, a very handsome circus act. Jun squinted his eyes to get a better look at their center status window, but his vision was shitty, and they were moving too much for him to see his level. In the shadows, Chaos whispers, a storm on the rise. Fear grips the hearts as darkness in disguise. A song of mayhem echoed through the night. No escape, no refuge from the impending fright. Finally, they stayed still, and Jun caught a glimpse of his status window. Haruki, born in 2001. Vocals, SS. Dance, SS. Visual, SS. Rap, A. Holy shit. Jun couldn't help but say, the triple SS level glaring at him. Jisung glanced at Jun before patting his back. They're good, aren't they? Jun wordlessly nodded, still speechless after seeing Haruki's levels. It was undoubtedly a humbling experience. Beware the thunderous footsteps, Chaos draws near. A harmony of destruction, ringing crystal clear. It's futile to resist, will conquer with might. No sanctuary remains, swallowed by the night. The group took center stage after their display of acrobatic movements, now showcasing their synchronized choreography. Chaos is here, a force you can't deny. An inevitable disorder, reaching for the sky. Don't resist, surrender to the wave. In the end, we claim, only Chaos will brave. The chorus was led by Haruki, and Jun now knew why his vocals were at the SS level. He knew that Zian was already a great vocalist, but their center was clearly on another level. As the bridge approached, multiple effects engulfed the stage. Smoke screens, flashing LED lights, and fake weapons enhanced their performance, and it seemed like all the elements of the other stages were encapsulated into theirs. No hero emerges, no savior in sight. Screams of horror drown out the fight. Embrace the pain, let go of control. In the midst of the storm, Chaos takes it all. The rebellious spirit intensified as the group stood united, proclaiming their dominance. Live vocals fill the venue, each member delivering powerful lyrics with unwavering confidence. The whispers grow louder, a cacophony of fear. No sanctuary left as Chaos draws near. The group unleashed a burst of pyrotechnics, illuminating the stage with sparks. The chaos metaphorically came to life, engulfing the performers in bright fire and loud sound. As the performance approaches its end, the stage is bathed in a fiery glow. The group adopts a poised stance, creating suspense. Chaos stood still, each with different weapons in their hands. They stared intensely into the camera as the fire subsided. Then, like the center he was, Haruki sang the final lines. As the chaos subsides, a new era begins. In the aftermath, only chaos grins. The studio turned black with only the light shining upon the members of Chaos, the lyrics of their song becoming true. Only chaos grins. Jun was still shocked, not a single thought occurring in his head. Then, it dawned on him, a small smile playing on his lips. Ah, we lost. Number 402. Chapter 402 Evil Editing 2.0. Jun finally felt what his teammates felt during their time on Rising Stars. In the past, it was he who left them speechless. However, now, another idol group left him questioning his talent. Their center, Haruki, is undoubtedly the most talented idol he has ever encountered. He didn't know what to do with the information. However, he felt competitive. He needed to improve faster. Ji Heyman, who thought Eve's performance wasn't going to be topped, was proven wrong. Chaos showed why they were the most popular boy group of the fourth generation. Wonbin cleared his throat into the mic, making the participants snap out of their daze. We're speechless, he chuckled. That was such a good performance. Heyman nodded. A performance fit for a king. Haruki humbly smiled, taking a bow. Zeth sharply inhaled behind him, so Jun turned to his temples. What's wrong? Jun asked. Was that what I was like during Rising Stars? He shakily asked. Akira chuckled, joining in on their conversation. Don't let your head get too big, he said. Haruki is definitely scarier. Zeth nodded, feeling a bit humbled. In his mind, he still had a long way to go. Well, that marks the end of the first performances. Heyman exclaimed. Time passed by quickly because all of the performances were all worth watching. Indeed, Wonbin agreed. Now, our crew will take the time to edit your footage and upload it on YouWatch tomorrow. The voting will then start as soon as all performances are uploaded. And the results? Y asked, his hand raised. It will be revealed a day later during the first episode of the show, Heyman smiled. The announcement of the participants of King of Kings led many K-pop maniacs to become excited. SBC announced the lineup right after they finished filming the first episode, and the reaction was already massive. So many daddies in one place. I'm definitely tuning in. The only real daddies in the competition are spades. What are they doing in this survival show when they're way past their beekeeping age? I'm a proud fan of these old men. Shouldn't you feel more ashamed to be a fan of high schoolers? I bet 7 could be your child. Astras can't relate. All of our men are legal and fresh. Eve's going to trash the show. They haven't even gotten their first win yet. Am I the only Robbie fan in the audience? Yes. Chaos rocks. Chaos will win in the end. All the other fandoms arguing in the comment section, but Chaotix are calm. We already know our boys are going to nail it. Jia and her friends, too, couldn't believe that Eve was going to participate in another survival show. One thing was for sure, though, they were going to vote for Eve until the end of the competition. They were currently in their school's library, having just finished watching Eve's performance. Jia almost passed out from holding her squeals in, and she immediately went to SBC's voting website to cast her votes for Eve. Don't you think we should watch the other performances? Sumin whispered. What for? Wei asked. We only like Eve out of all these groups. Nari sighed. But then, wouldn't it be unfair? How? Jia whispered back. It's not like we're rigging their votes. We do need to make more email accounts so we can vote for them multiple times. It is said on the website that the winner will get a benefit for the next mission. Yeah, it's not unfair, Boris said, having transferred to their school for the semester. It's just the way survival shows are, especially one that already has idols with established fandoms. In the end, they'll vote for their favorite group. I guess you're right, Nari said, scratching the back of her neck. But then, isn't the winner decided already? Sumin said, if we're basing it on popularity, then Chaos would win. The group paused, not being able to say anything. Indeed, Chaos Chaotix were far greater in number than Eve's Astras. Maybe the only way someone else would win in King of Kings is if they get the general public on their side, Sumin added. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Jia said, feeling hopeful about the situation. Maybe the result will not be as everyone expected. Eve gathered around their living room to watch the first episode of King of Kings. They were pretty excited to watch their performance, especially since they felt proud of the siren concept they came up with. However, their excitement all came crashing down when the idol's entrance was shown on screen. As Spades entered, tension-filled music resounded through the speakers. They made it as intense as possible, showing even a slowed-down video of Seven gulping his water nervously. Then, it also showed Jaeyoung nervously fiddling with his fingers. Man, I thought SBC would be better in terms of editing, but they're the same as Azure. Jaeyoung sighed. However, just when they thought it couldn't get worse, it did. Because, right then and there, Jun was shown on screen. His eyebrows furrowed in confusion. All of the participants were interviewed right after the performances to get their insights about their competitors. Jun was confused since he didn't recall ever saying anything about Spade's entrance. The Jun on screen crossed his arms in front of his chest and sighed. "What are they doing here?" he said. His members' eyes widened in surprise, and they turned to him with shaky gazes. Jun's frown deepened, and he also sat straight up. "Holy crap, you really said that about them?" Akira asked. Jun shook his head. "No," he denied. "I only said positive things during my interview." "Then what's this?" Rin asked. "I didn't say this about Spades. I recalled saying this for Boy Mystic. I said I was shocked when they entered since we're both from the same company. I had to ask myself, what are they doing here? Since we just met a day before the filming," he explained. "Then does that mean?" Jisung implied. "Yes," Jun sighed, massaging his teammates. SBC had cut out his response to make it look like he said it to Spades. It seemed like the evil editing had started once again. Number 403. Chapter 403 Ball Addiction. Jun misses Cindy. Cindy would have never betrayed him like this, even though she almost did. Damn, I thought Jun was a good person. Maybe the fame got to his head. Spades has been around before you even grew pubes, boy. Jun bit his lip at that comment. He was practically the same age as Y. Sure, they were 13 years apart in this body, but they could be buddies in his past life. Thank goodness I didn't vote for Eve. They're flaming you in the comments, Akira chuckled, reading the hilarious comments on the side of the video. However, he quickly halted when he became the next victim of the evil editing. It was when Robbie came in, and Akira was shown allegedly laughing at him. His eyes widened in surprise as he pointed to the TV. "I was just laughing at Jaeyoung's joke at that part," he exclaimed. "So, it seems like the entire group doesn't have manners. Jaeyoung should manage his team better." Jaeyoung gestured to himself. "Me? What the heck do I have to do with this?" Fortunately, their team wasn't the only one who was evil edited. It seemed like the editors have it out for the rookie idols since Eve, Octa, and Morph 3D became the center of the evil editing. However, in the end, with his bad luck, Jun took the biggest hit among them because of his edited comment. The 5th generation of idols is wild. Stay humble. You haven't even achieved anything in your career just yet. Geez. Now, I see why a lot of older idols talk about young idols. A lot are very disrespectful. Octa didn't even bow when Spades came in. Jun is worse than everyone, though. At least OCTA didn't say anything. Robbie literally snickered while Boy Mystic was performing. Yeah, and Jun literally said that Spades shouldn't even join the show. "This is a mess," Jaeyoung said, leaning back against his seat. "I feel like everyone's not even paying attention to the performances." Akira nodded in agreement. "Well, as they say, people are addicted to entertainment, and the best entertainment is drama." The performances ended with the audience still arguing about who was the most disrespectful idol in the show. Of course, there were praises for the performances here and there, but like the other seasons, most people tuned in for the drama. As the video of the stage faded, Wonbin appeared on the screen. Behind him were the participants' emblems, all with status bars under their names. "King of Kings has officially started. Your votes are in, and we are now going to determine who are the first kings," he exclaimed. In the 24-hour period, we had collated more than 30 million votes. That's already the most votes we gathered in the history of the show. 30 million votes on the first episode? That's insane, Zeth exclaimed. "Right," Rin said in disbelief. "I believe I only had 1 million votes on the first elimination of Rising Stars." The status bars started filling up, showing the person who received the least votes. Robbie is in 7th place. Wonbin started off. Jun smirked. He deserved it. Morph 3D at 6th. Wonbin continued. Sihoon sighed shakily. "All right, I'm good. At least we aren't at the last 2 places." Spades at 5th. What the hell? The rookie groups actually beat Spades? I'm so sad. This is Spades' first show after a long hiatus. We should have voted for them harder. 4th. I'm all right with 4th, Rin said. Boy Mystic at 4th. Shirley 3rd, Jun said. Eve at 3rd. His teammates turned to him, surprised. "How'd you predict that?" Akira exclaimed. "Views," Jun simply answered. "I reckon the amount of views would also be the same as the number of votes. And I'm right." Now, it's between Octa and Chaos, Wonbin said. The two status bars moved at a turtle's pace. However, most of the watchers already knew who was going to win in the end. Chaos, congratulations. With 10 million votes, you become the first king of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Octa takes second place with 5 million votes. Jisung stared at the screen with wide eyes, looking at the amount of votes for Chaos. There's a 5 million gap, he mindlessly said. Why aren't you fazed about this? Zeth asked, patting Casper, who was busy munching on cheese balls. Their stock of pink cheese balls had long been gone, but it seemed like Casper developed an addiction to them. Now he stocked up on the regular kind. It's expected, Casper said, popping another cheese ball in his mouth. By naval followers alone, Chaos beats us by 9 million. And just like Jun had said, they have the most views out of everybody. Jun nodded, still looking at their votes on the screen. Chaos had a third of the votes, while Octa took 5 million. Eve's votes weren't too far from Octa's, only a few thousand gaps. The other 10 million views were shared by the other 4 artists. Jaeyoung suddenly clapped, capturing their attention. Honestly, we shouldn't be too sad about this one, Jaeyoung said. We have more than 4 million votes. Don't you think that's huge for a rookie group? A small smile appeared on Zeth's lips. You're right. I never would have even imagined competing with Spades or Chaos. That's true, Casper said. I think we should be more worried for Jun. Akira chuckled, nudging Jun's shoulder. Damn, was this what you dealt with during Rising Stars? You had it rough, bro. Jun sighed, already imagining the amount of hate he was getting on Naval. Don't laugh, Jaeyoung said. You're involved in it too. Akira's smile dropped, and he slumped on the couch like a little toddler. I was just laughing at your poor joke. These SBC editors are the spawn of devils. Jun let out a deep breath, standing from the couch. I'll go and take the trash out. Thanks, Jun. Sehun smiled. Thanks, bro. I'll definitely bring out the trash next year. Akira cheekily grinned. Jun clicked his tongue and slapped the back of his head before heading out of their dorm. He went down to the building's dumping area and hauled the heavy trash bag inside the dumpster before lathering on a sanitizer. Jun was about to leave when he stepped on a water bottle, the crunchy sound resonating in the quiet night. Then, like it had been triggered by the sound of the water bottle, Fu appeared before him. Special mission found. The mission's title is ASS. Jun's eyebrows furrowed. He exclaimed. Ain't that SS? Gain friendship from an artist with an SS status and mirror their rank. Number 404. Chapter 404 blank. The participants gathered once again for the announcement of the second mission. They were in a smaller studio this time, still extravagant, but lacking the grand stage during the first episode. The tension undoubtedly increased compared to the filming of the first episode. It must be attributed to the backstage comments that they made on their competitors. SBC definitely made it a mission to create as much drama in the show as possible, and their plans worked. Jun kept his gaze to the front, but he could feel whispers being thrown his way. He finally glanced to the side and saw why giving him a subtle glare, so he quickly looked away. He then caught a glimpse of Haruki, Chaos Center, who was also looking at him with an indecipherable emotion. One thing was certain, though, Haruki's stare wasn't friendly at all. Jun pursed his lips and settled his gaze to the front once more. It was almost comical how the two contestants with SS skills didn't see him in a good light. He could understand why sentiment, especially after the evil editing fiasco that SBC did. However, Jun couldn't understand why Haruki seemed to hate him. There was only one plausible answer. He must be acquainted with the former Choi Joon-ho. Jun's thoughts came to a halt when Ji Haemin entered the room with a wide smile. The participants quickly stood, bowing, at their senior idol. Thank you, guys, for coming here despite your busy schedules, he started off. I know we just finished filming for the first episode, but we don't have any time to waste. We are going straight to the second mission. The participants muttered excitedly, wondering what kind of mission they were going to undertake. For those who participated in Rising Stars before, it wasn't a foreign concept. However, it wasn't really an advantage. It seemed like those who already experienced survival shows were more nervous than excited. But first and foremost, let's congratulate Chaos for taking first place for the opening mission, he exclaimed, gesturing to the popular group. The other participants clapped. It was definitely expected, but it didn't take away their desire to take first place in the next mission. Like we said last week, We will give you a benefit that could change the course of the competition, Heyman continued. The members of Chaos confidently exchanged glances. Even without the benefit, I think we're still going to win, Xian whispered to Gideon. Gideon smirked. But that doesn't mean we're not going to enjoy the benefit. But before we reveal the benefit, let me first brief you on the next mission, Heyman said, unveiling the clothed board behind him. I just got transported back during our song selection in Rising Stars. Akira chuckled, finding the situation funny. Yeah, let's not make Jun pick our songs this time, Jaeyoung chimed. 4 placards were on the board, each occluded with a sticker cover. The next mission is entitled Blast from the Past. We're diving deep into the roots of K-pop, where the pioneers of idol music left their mark. The first, second, and third generations of idols paved the way for the glittering careers you're all dreaming of right now, Heyman smiled. Your mission is to pay homage to the legends who paved the way for us. Each of you will be performing a song from the first 3 generations of K-pop. These are the songs that set the stage for the industry we have today, and you'll be the bridge to the next generation of idols. Heyman raised an eyebrow, teasing the contestants with suspense before announcing the first song. The first track is a timeless classic from the first generation. It's Candy Shop by CULD. Gasps of surprise and excitement rippled through the contestants, and the pressure of performing a song from a legendary group hit them. The name CULD echoed through the studio, an acknowledgement of the original visual boy group that emerged from Esper Entertainment. My mom loves this song. Do you think we can pull this off? The lyrics are insanely paradoxical with the tune. Yeah, it's like a happy breakup song. I think we can pull this one off, Jisung whispered. Jun could be our center, and he can do the iconic butt-slapping dance. Jun shook his head as his members teased him. Heyman surveyed the room, meeting the gazes of the contestants. You have the creative freedom to arrange the song as you see fit, maybe even create new choreography, but remember, the original lyrics and overall tone of the song must be preserved. With a dramatic pause, Heyman raised his hand, ready to unveil the next song. And now, brace yourselves for the second-generation anthem that shook the industry, the intense and aggressive love song, "O Mine" by Finite. The mention of Finite elicited nods of recognition and admiration from the contestants. The group was synonymous with the raw passion and emotional depth that characterized the second generation of K-pop. Jun could already see some of the participants wanting to perform the song for themselves. Moving on to the third generation, Heyman said, revealing the next song. Gasps rippled through the participants as they gazed at the familiar song. Then, their eyes collectively turned to one of the participating groups. And now, prepare yourselves for a surprise from the third generation, a true pop gem that encapsulates the glamorous life of an idol during their prime. Get ready for Prime by Spades. Spades, themselves, were shocked to see their song in the list of choices. There were definitely other idol groups who were more popular than them during their generation, so they were honored to be the chosen representatives. How can we perform this song when the original artist is here? Seven asked, already dreading performing it in front of Spades. However, it wasn't over yet. There was one more song on the board. The atmosphere crackled with curiosity since the participants were unsure of what to expect. Heyman merely mentioned the first 3 generations to be a part of the mission. For what was the fourth one then? Heyman finally revealed the last card while eyeing the contestants with a mysterious smile. The participants frowned in confusion. It was blank. Number 405. Chapter 405, Forced Proximities. Jun crossed his arms in front of his chest. A wild card, he muttered. He had already deduced what was happening. It was a chance for chaos. I have already presented to you 3 representative songs from the 3 generations. However, there are still a lot of songs that define these iconic times, Heyman explained. That is why we came up with this blank card. The participant who chooses this card will have the freedom to choose whatever song they like from any of the 3 generations. I want that card. I need that card. Don't tell me we're going to run to get that card. I don't care. I just really need that card. Just then, Jaeyoung raised his hand. Yes? Heyman asked, pointing to him. The other participants also paid attention to Jaeyoung. There's only 4 songs, he said. Does that mean some groups will perform the same song? Heyman smirked. While the title of the mission is Blast from the Past, it will also incorporate teamwork. However, the teamwork I'm talking about is not only within your group, but also with people you aren't familiar with. In this industry, we must learn to work outside of our comfort zones. Heyman smirked. While the title of the mission is Blast from the Past, it will also incorporate teamwork. However, the teamwork I'm talking about is not only within your group, but also with people you aren't familiar with. In this industry, we must learn to work outside of our comfort zones. The participants frowned, dreading where this was going. This is also a mixture battle, which means you will be teaming up with another team to perform one of these songs. I'm an introvert. I can't do that. Imagine being paired up with chaos. Oh, they're going to eat us right up. Bro, imagine getting paired up with spades. I don't think I would be able to speak at all. I'd rather chew my own shoe than do that. It was safe to say that the twist in the mission was something the participants weren't too fond of. However, not all of you need to pair up, Heyman quickly added, causing most of the participants to sigh in relief. Jun was also hoping not to be paired up with another artist. In this show, collaborating with the other participants felt like a recipe for disaster. Jun could already imagine the amount of misunderstandings and antagonisms that could happen. Jun was also hoping not to be paired up with another artist. In this show, collaborating with the other participants felt like a recipe for disaster. Jun could already imagine the amount of misunderstandings and antagonisms that could happen. Not only that, but they'd have to adjust to each other's schedules, too. It just seemed like performing alone as a group was the best choice. Jun really hoped for Eve to perform by themselves and for them to get the wild card. However, that hope came crashing down with Heyman's next announcement. And that's where chaos benefits come in. He smiled, some already groaning in disappointment. As our very first kings, Chaos gets to decide who they can team up with. That is if they want to team up with someone. They also get to choose the song they're going to perform. Heyman said, "Maybe we should have worked harder on our opening stage," Rex said. "I think it doesn't matter. We could practice for 2 more years, but Chaos will still probably get the benefit," Zebo sighed. The members of Chaos smiled at each other. Haruki, however, still appeared calm, like he already expected their benefit. "Not only that," Heyman added. "There's more." Seven exclaimed loudly, causing Heyman to chuckle. "We're just showing you the importance of these benefits, so all of you will be more motivated to win them during the next ones," he smiled. "Going back to what I was saying, not only will Chaos get the chance to choose a team and pick their own song, but they'll also delegate it to the other teams as well." Haruki's eyebrows raised in surprise. He also wasn't expecting such a great benefit. However, he wasn't complaining at all. As soon as the mission was announced, he had already painted a stage for his team. "So, basically, we don't have a choice," Robbie quietly scoffed. The 4 other members of Chaos turned to their leader, already expecting him to make the right decision. "So, Chaos, are you ready to make your decision?" Heyman asked. "Yes," Haruki said without any hesitation. "Then, please come to the middle." The members of Chaos walked to where Heyman was standing, meeting the gazes of the other participants. Haruki smirked when he saw some desperate looks from them. It felt like he had control of the situation, which he liked. However, one person didn't even bother looking his way. Instead, he was busy inspecting something in his hands. Jun stared down at the hair strand that fell from his head. He could already see his black hair peeking from the roots and the color gradually fading. "Should I dye my hair again?" he asked himself. Haruki shook his head and went back to professional mode. He turned to his teammates and quietly asked them a question. They all nodded in agreement. So he took the microphone from Heyman and spoke. "We're starting off with our song and team," Haruki said. "We'll be taking the wild card," he smiled. "And we'll also prefer performing alone." The others slumped in disappointment, their desired choice already going to Chaos' powerful hands. Now, for the teams, Haruki started off. Jun finally stopped inspecting his hair to pay attention to what was happening. He couldn't predict the teams that Chaos would form. However, he was secretly hoping for it to be OCTA. "We'll go in consecutive order. So, the first form team will be taking the first generation song, and so on," Haruki prefaced. Heyman nodded, gesturing for him to go on. "The first team will be Boy Mystic and Robbie," he said. Robbie turned to the senior group, bowing his head in respect. Unlike his disdain for Eve, he was actually a pretty big fan of Boy Mystic and diligently watched their season, so he was happy with the decision. The second team is more 3D and OCT. Haruki smirked, already seeing contrasting emotions from the participants. Jun also froze. That would only mean one thing. Fuck, Akira whispered by his side. Jun looked at Haruki's calm expression and pursed his lips together. Not only was he talented, but apparently, he was also cunning. And the last team will be Spades and Eve. Number 406. Chapter 406 Stepdad Jun. So, what are we going to do now? Jae-young asked, courageously breaking the silence. After the team and song selection, they now had the chance to talk about their performance. However, the tension between the two groups couldn't be denied. Aside from their blatant age and generation gap, the comment that Jun made during the first episode only rubbed salt to the wound. Do you guys know this song? Hanbin asked. Jisung excitedly nodded. I performed this song during one of our monthly evaluations. The lyrics of the song also made me want to become an idol, Seth added. It described the dazzling life of an idol so well. Yeah, I saw the song being performed on different shows. You guys were everywhere during that time, Akira said. A disgruntled look passed by Y's face, causing Jun to frown. However, Y reverted to his poker face in just a few seconds. My mom also loves the song, Jisung chimed. It's one of her favorite ones. It's when she started accepting my dream of becoming an idol because she saw how happy it would make me feel. Y's look intensified, and he pursed his lips. Well, it looks like you guys know the song well enough, Y said. Afterward, he stood up, causing the members of Eve to look at each other in confusion. Let's cut this meeting short then. We apologize, but we're preparing for a grand comeback next month, so we don't have much time to practice, he added. Jae-young subtly frowned as their senior idols stood. He glanced at the other teams and saw them still talking about their performances. Chaos even appeared to be marking their formation already. When are we going to practice then? Jae-young asked. Y brought a calling card from his wallet and showed it to the members of Eve. This is my number, he prefaced. We're going to record some songs tomorrow, so we won't be able to meet you until the day after. I'll contact you when we'll meet. Jae-young pursed his lips and nodded. Jun was the closest to the calling card, so he tried to take it from Y. However, much to his surprise, Y pulled the card back and handed it to Jae-young instead. We'll get going then, Y nonchalantly said. However, one of their members, Chan, stayed back and smiled apologetically to the members of Eve. He seemed to be the friendliest out of all of them. I apologize for their hostility, he said. They're friendlier than you'd expect. It's just that, Chan leaned closer to Eve and whispered, Y's quite sensitive about his mom. Chan, Y's voice pierced through their conversation. Chan stood at attention, quickly following his members. With that, Spades left the studio. For a moment, the members of Eve didn't say anything. Well, he really hates us now, Akira remarked. Jun stood outside the familiar gate and sighed. They should have been practicing for the performance today, but Spades had different plans. It was a good thing the episodes were spaced 2 weeks apart. Otherwise, Jun wasn't sure if they'd be able to deliver a decent performance. He was about to ring the doorbell when he felt his phone vibrate. Jun took his phone from his back pocket and smiled when he saw a new text message from Minjun. Little bro, look. Send a photo, Jun. Your mom came? Little bro, yeah? I thought she went back to the States, but she surprised me. Jun, are you happy? Little bro, very. This is the first time my mom came to one of these. She says she's going next year, too. Jun, I'm glad then. His smile couldn't be shaken off as he observed the picture Minjun sent. He had never seen Minjun smile so brightly before. Truly, there was a certain kind of happiness that could only be brought by your real family. However, his smile slightly dropped when he saw an incoming text from an unknown member. His eyebrows furrowed, and he wondered if Akira really did paste his number in a random restroom like he told him so. Unknown, is this Jun? Jun, who's this? Unknown, it's Lena. Lena Kim. Jun's frown deepened, wondering why Minjun's mom was contacting him. Then, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. She's not asking him to become Minjun's stepdad or anything like that, right? Jun, what do you need? Devil mom, TSK. How dare you speak like that to an older person? Jun, just get to the point. Devil mom, I just wanted to thank you. Jun sighed in relief since it wasn't what he expected. Jun, all right. Devil mom, all right? That's it. Jun, what? Do you want me jumping joy or something? Devil mom, you're so stubborn. I really don't get what my son sees in you. Jun, well, he definitely sees me more than he sees you. Jun smirked since Lena hadn't responded for a good few moments. Devil Mom. And here I was, thinking I could do you a favor. Jun, favor? Devil Mom. It's a payment for making Minjun go back to his original self. Jun, I told you already, you don't have to pay me. I did it out of my own accord. Devil Mom. And I don't like being indebted to anyone. Don't think of it as payment. Just think of it as my debt to you. Jun, I don't want anything right now. Devil Mom. Then, save my number and tell me when there's anything you need. Consider yourself lucky that I'm even giving you this opportunity. Jun shook his head in amusement after reading her last text. It seemed like Minjun actually got his snarkiness from his mother. Are you going to stand there like an idiot, or are you coming in? Jun lifted his head and saw the glamorous old woman leaning against her gate with a cup of tea in her hand. I was about to ring the doorbell, Jun said. Liar, Magic Mama smiled. You've been standing here for a long time, texting on your phone with an amused smile. Did you finally get a girlfriend? Jun's eyes widened in horror, and he quickly shook his head. Not even close. Magic Mama chuckled. You don't have to be so defensive about it. I'm not, Jun denied once again, feeling repulsed by the idea of getting together with Lena. Fine, Magic Mama said, although it appeared like she was going to continue teasing Jun about it in the future. Come on in, then. I have plenty of lessons to teach you today. Number 407. Chapter 407, Turtle Maracas. Wait here for a second, Magic Mama said as she led Jun to her music room. I need to refill my tea. Feel free to look around, but don't touch anything, okay? Jun chuckled and nodded. Magic Mama sang an operatic song while going to her kitchen. Meanwhile, Jun took the luxury of wandering around her music room. The last time he went here, he was in a rush, so he didn't get to explore the fascinating items inside. And the first time he was here, he was scared shitless to even notice anything. For starters, there was a treadmill at the back of the room and a small television perched on top of it. There were also taxidermied animals hanging on her walls, and most of them were converted into musical instruments. A squirrel banjo, a turtle maracas, a dog guitar, a cat drum set. Don't ask Jun how all of this could be possible. He also didn't know the answer. There was a large shelf in the corner of the room, and it contained photos of what seemed to be Magic Mama when she was young. Aside from that, photos of her students' achievements were also framed, causing Jun to smile. Maybe he'd make it onto this shelf one day. However, what caught his attention the most was an old photo on the very bottom of the shelf. It was hiding amongst the other photos, but it stood out since the color was already fading. It appeared to be the oldest photo in her collection. He kneeled down, taking the frame in his hands and inspecting it with narrowed eyes. There were 3 people, Magic Mama, an unknown man, and a strangely familiar little boy. Zhang Yongjin's graduation, 2000, Jun muttered, reading the writing engraved on the wood of the frame. Was Magic Mama married? Jun's thoughts were cut off when he heard Magic Mama's footsteps nearing the room. He quickly placed the frame back into place and casually looked around to avoid arousing suspicion. Are you ready for the next lesson? She asked. Jun smiled, nodding. Yeah, let's go. All right, she said, placing her tea on top of the piano before sitting in front of the grand instrument. Today, we're going to be talking about stability, she started off. It's one of the indispensable skills of vocalists, especially idols. There are plenty of MR-removed performances on the internet, and almost all rookie idols are being shown to be incompetent. Have you watched one of yours? She asked. Yeah, Jun said. I don't think we're too bad. That's right, Magic Mama smiled. You're not. Your team's actually pretty good. I think Rising Stars did a good job in shaping how you all perform. However, Jun said before Magic Mama could even point it out. It's not perfect. She smirked. You already know what I'm going to say. What do you think my main problem is? Jun asked. Experience, definitely, she quickly responded. I watched your performances during Rising Stars, and I noticed that you mostly sang during introductions, bridges, and outros. You also back up the chorus, but that doesn't count since you have a backing track. You're right, Jun said. We have backing tracks for the choruses since it's hard to sing with the intense choreography. It's definitely difficult, she acknowledged. But it isn't impossible. You've been used to singing while doing slower-paced choreography, so you haven't been deemed as an unstable vocalist by an amateur's ears. However, I watched your Red Moon performance and heard some instabilities here and there. How do I build my stability then? Jun asked. Proper breathing, Magic Mama smirked. You need to train your body to breathe properly when you're singing with intense choreography. Once that happens, you'd be able to do it like muscle memory. And the perfect way to do that is to run while singing, she smiled, pointing to the treadmill at the very back of the room. Jun chuckled. So, that's why a treadmill's there. It's not what you think, Magic Mama said. I use that for exercising. Oh, Jun said. But since you're my first idol student, I reckoned it'd be useful for you, she smiled. Now chop chop. Go ahead and set it to the highest speed. Jun unhesitatingly went on the treadmill and cranked it up to the highest setting. He definitely underestimated the speed of this thing, though. It almost seemed like he was sprinting. Magic Mama started playing the piano, a famous pop song from a soloist. Start in 3, 2, 1. Jun's clothes were drenched as soon as they were finished. Magic Mama truly pushed him to his limit and made him sing for more than an hour while running on the treadmill. She said it was good for when they finally did concerts, and although Jun understood her sentiment, he couldn't help but resent her a little bit after it was over. Oh goodness, do you have an extra shirt? She asked, observing his drenched shirt. Jun shook his head while gulping down water. No, I wasn't really expecting to sweat during a vocal lesson. Magic Mama chuckled and stood up. No worries. I have an extra shirt lying around here. Oh no, Jun said, dreading to wear something from Magic Mama's closet. However, much to his surprise, she brought out a simple white shirt from her cabinet and handed it to Jun. That must be your size, right? He unraveled the white shirt and nodded. Are these your husbands? He asked, gauging her reaction. The photo he saw a while ago still didn't leave his mind, and he was curious about the people she was with. He couldn't shake off the feeling that he knew one of them. No, she said, sitting back on her couch. I live alone. My husband and I separated a long time ago. Oh, Jun said, raising his eyebrows in surprise. You really were married? Why? Do I look like the type of woman who couldn't find a man? She chuckled. No, Jun shook his head. I was just surprised, that's all. I get it, she sadly smiled. But men are easier to fool than you'd think. Just throw them a smile, feed them, and don't bug them when they're doing their hobbies, and you got yourself a man. They're easy to lose, though, she muttered the last sentence. I have another question, Jun said, finally easing into his breath. That's your last one for the night, she joked. Jun chuckled. Why don't you accept idols as students? He asked. Magic Mama went silent for a couple of seconds. Then her eyes strayed to the shelf that contained her picture frames. Jun followed her gaze and saw her staring right at the family photo at the very bottom. It's not that I don't want to, Magic Mama started, her voice coming out more vulnerable than she expected. First of all, not a lot of idols know who I am, and those who have reached out to me wanted to improve at an impossible pace. However, she quickly added, letting out a deep breath, I guess the main reason why I haven't taken in any idol students for now is because I'm still hoping my son will become the first in that category. Your son? Jun whispered. Yes, she sadly smiled. My son is an idol. Number 408. Chapter 408 Awkward Silences. 12 attractive idols were gathered in a studio provided by SBC, their visuals overflowing despite the casual setting. The cameramen and producers present in the room couldn't help but gush at their appearance. I don't see a single pore on their skin, the cameraman whispered. How do these idols maintain their appearances so well? Another asked. I think you have to be born with it. I completely agree. I definitely heard one of the Chaos members fart, and it smelled like flowers. Flowers, he whisper-shouted. Jae-young cleared his throat, finally breaking the silence between the two teams. So, how do we go about with the performance? He asked. Chan kindly smiled. You guys already know the song, right? The members of Eve all nodded. Jun wasn't too familiar with the song, but he took the time to research about it. What do you guys think it portrays? Hanbin asked. It's a flexing song, Akira smiled. I think it represents the glamorous side of being an idol well. I think it's a song that shows haters that idols are still successful even if they hate on us, Seth added. It does sound like that, doesn't it? Chan chuckled, looking at the lyric sheet in his hands. Hanbin and Y wrote this when we were still rookies. Eric, their last unidentified member, chuckled. We weren't even that popular when this was released, but I think we manifested too close to the sun since we really did hit our prime. Some of the members chuckled at Eric's anecdote. There's one main problem about this song, though, Hanbin quickly added. "This song is rap-heavy, which isn't really our style," he said. "Moreover, our only 2 rappers are currently in the military." "That's not a problem," Jae-young said. "We have 5 rappers in our team." "5?" Chon asked, a bit confused. He didn't watch Rising Stars, so he wasn't familiar with their positions. However, based on their first performance, only 4 people truly rapped: Zeth, Casper, Jae-young, and Si-hoon. Aside from that, it was pretty absurd to have a team where more than half of the members could rap. "Yeah," Zeth chuckled. "Jun raps extremely well, too." The members of Spades were surprised. Jun didn't look like a good rapper at all. "Jun is a good rapper," Rin quickly added. "And having him rap will equalize the parts more. We'll have 5 rappers and 7 vocalists." Eric leaned closer to Chon and whispered, "I'm still skeptical about his rap skills." "Yeah," Chon agreed, also whispering. "He's too good of a singer to be able to rap well, too." "Well, Jun can take sub-rapper 5 then," Y quickly said. It had the least amount of lines and didn't jive well with Jun's style. Si-hoon frowned. "I think I could take that one," he quickly countered. "I'm more of a mellow rapper, so it'll suit me better." "Actually, Jun suits the main rapper part pretty well," Casper said. "I can take the 4th sub-rapper role." "I'll take the 3rd one then," Jae-young chimed. "Sweet," Zeth exclaimed. "I'm actually eyeing the 2nd part." "Is that all right with you, bro?" Jisung asked. Jun nodded. "Anything's fine with me." Y pursed his lips together, not really liking how this was coming together. After seeing the first episode, he was certain Jun was looking down on their team. Joining the competition wasn't an easy decision for Spades. Even when the lineup was first revealed, they had already received so much criticism from both fans and non-fans alike. What are they even going to do there? A 3rd-generation group competing with the younger generations? Don't they have any shame? Honestly, they joined the competition because they wanted to stay relevant. Even though they have a loyal fan base, they were slowly becoming irrelevant in the industry. And since they've been on a semi-hiatus as a group for 2.5 years because of their military service, they were more than eager to make it back to the spotlight. The comment that Jun had made stepped on Y's pride. They had been in the industry for so long, and he didn't want a snarky young idol looking down on their group. "I think Casper suits the main rapper role," Y quickly intercepted. "You'll take it, right?" he asked, looking intensely into Casper's eyes. Casper said, feeling awkward about the situation. Jun said he's fine with anything. Y nonchalantly said. "That's what you said." He stared into Jun's eyes as if he was challenging him. Jun kept his guard up and smiled softly. "I'm fine with anything." "Good," Y said. "It's settled then. You'll be the 4th sub-rapper, and Casper will be the main rapper." Jun was telling the truth when he said he didn't mind any particular part. For now, they were competing as a team, not as individuals. There were no benefits for each member, so what was important for him was the overall performance. However, it also didn't feel good being cast aside by Y. Ever since their practice started, it was evident that the senior idol had it out for him. They continued dividing the vocal parts, and afterward, they finally practiced the choreography. Y took the center role, as expected, since he was the original center of the song, while Jun was at the very back. It was almost absurd since he was once again pushed to the back, even during his solo line. Jun observed their performance from behind and couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. Despite the talented individuals in the team, it couldn't be denied that they were from 2 separate teams. As they danced to the chorus, which Y led, Jun halted. "We look separated," Jun said, stopping mid-performance. Y frowned, turning off the music. Practice was ongoing. "Why did you stop halfway through?" Jun sighed. "I just wanted to voice out my opinion, senior. This is our 3rd round, and we still don't look like a team." "That's because we aren't from the same team." Y massaged the bridge of his nose. Chon placed his hand over Y's shoulder, giving it a light squeeze. "As much as I hate to say it, Jun's right," he said. "We really don't look like a team at all." Eric nodded. "There's only so much our talent can take us." "So you're siding with him?" Y asked in disbelief. The room turned silent after Y's statement. Jun caught a glimpse of the producers sitting at the side, their eyes shining like diamonds. He sighed, already knowing where this was going. The production crew released exclusive clips of idols interacting on their channel to build anticipation for the next episode, and let's just say they were far from pleasant. Robbie was the victim yesterday, with him being painted as the uncooperative soloist. He probably was uncooperative, but Jun was sure SBC exaggerated it. It definitely became favorable to them, though. Most of the viewers couldn't wait for the next episode to find out the entire situation. Now, with what just happened, Jun was sure they were going to be the hottest topic tomorrow. With the lack of response from his members, Y sighed. "I'm going to the restroom," he said, leaving the 11 idols in a state of awkwardness. Number 409. Chapter 409. Isn't that right? Well, that just happened, Akira said before he could stop himself. His members threw him glares while he showed an apologetic peace sign. Hanbin sighed, sitting on the floor. "I already know things aren't going to go well since it's this song we're performing," he said. "Bro," Eric said, gesturing to the cameras. Hanbin raised his head and subtly glared at the production crew. "Can you stop filming for a moment? I'm sure you already got the footage you wanted." The way he said it sent chills to the staff members' spines, so they quickly nodded. They were already satisfied with the clips anyway, so they reckoned leaving would be okay. "What do you mean by that?" Jun asked as soon as the production crew left the room. Eric and Chan uneasily glanced at each other before nudging their oldest member. "Can we tell them?" he asked. The members of Eve were the most confused they've ever been. Hanbin sighed. "Nah," he said. "It's not our story to tell. I'll call for Y since we want to finish learning the choreography today." Hanbin was about to leave the room when Jun placed a hand on his shoulder. The older idol looked at him, confused. "I'll do it," Jun offered. "What?" Chan asked, awkwardly chuckling. "I think it's best if Hanbin calls him." Jun shook his head. "I insist. I think I also have to apologize for the comment that was aired last week." Hanbin's jaw tightened. "Yeah, we're still pretty annoyed by that." "Well, if it makes you feel better, I didn't actually say it," Jun honestly said. "You can ask my teammates. I would have never said that about any of the participants." Hanbin's gaze softened while Chan and Eric smiled at each other. "I had a hunch," Chan said. "I'm glad you cleared it up." "Yeah, I was waiting for the crew to leave before I told you guys," Jun said. "So, can I go and talk to Senior Y for a moment? I'll make sure to bring him back in one piece." Jun asked. Hanbin chuckled, finally loosening up. "I think you should be more worried about staying in one piece." Jun smiled. "I'll be back in no time." Jun left the practice room, went to the restroom, and smirked. It didn't go exactly as he had planned, but he was glad he had the opportunity to talk to Y within the day. After his practice with Magic Mama, his vocal status went up from an S to an S. However, Jun was presented with a faster way to get his vocal status to an SS, and that was to befriend a person with an SS status. In the competition, only 2 people had it, Y and Haruki. Haruki definitely had more SS stats, but Jun pondered it would be harder to befriend him than Y. Nonetheless, befriending Y was also a challenge, especially after the evil editing fiasco that SBC did. However, it seemed like the universe was on his side when he found the perfect opportunity to befriend the older idol. Flashback to Jun's latest vocal lesson. "And I'm assuming he's the one in the photo?" Jun asked, pointing to the picture frame on the lowest part of the shelves. Magic Mama chuckled, albeit sadly. "I told you not to touch anything. I just looked," Jun bluffed. "I can't help that I'm such an observant person and all." She shook her head and sighed. "Yeah," she said. "He's my son." "Where is he now?" Jun asked. "In the spotlight," Magic Mama said. "I loved watching him sing when he was a kid, and I still love watching him now, even from afar." "Why won't you reach out to him then?" "Because I don't think he wants to see me," she honestly said. "Why not?" Jun frowned. "My son is my greatest treasure," she smiled, looking at the distance. It seemed like she was reminiscing about the times when she was still with her son. "I grew up from a poor family while my husband had always been rich. It wasn't all rainbows and sunshine in our relationship. His family was always against a poor woman marrying their one and only son," she started off. "However, we were determined to make it work. We wanted to fight for our love, for us. I thought we'd be able to do it, and we did. We had a good run for the first 11 years of my son's life," she chuckled. "But in the end, his love for his family triumphed. He basically didn't get any of their company's shares after he married me, and he worked as an ordinary office worker. That was his driving point. He didn't want that kind of life. In the end, he went back to his family, leaving me behind." Magic Mama sadly smiled. Jun pursed his lips together and continued listening. "He gave me a choice," she continued. "Actually, his family gave me a choice. They wanted to know if I wanted to keep my son or not. I wanted to, of course. Like I said, he is my greatest treasure. However, she breathed deeply. They made me feel like I wouldn't be able to raise him on my own. At that time, I really thought I couldn't. I was a housewife while he was a salaryman. I sang in pubs from time to time, but that wasn't really enough to raise a child. In the end, I didn't get to keep my treasure, and that's all right, she smiled in acceptance. Because he's an idol, someone I can watch from afar. My Jang Yongjin. Jun snapped out of his thoughts when he finally reached the restroom. There, he saw Wai washing his hands with a deep frown. Jun chuckled, causing Wai to turn toward his way. Wai sighed and wiped his hands off on his trousers. I was about to head back, he coldly said. You didn't have to fetch me. With that, Wai started walking away, bypassing Jun and going to the door. But then, I wouldn't have the opportunity to apologize for the comment that aired last week, Jun said. It doesn't matter whether you think we deserve to be here or not, Wai said. I've had enough of younger idols discrediting our work. It was an evil edit, Jun explained. I didn't say that about your group. I think it's cool that you're joining a competition like this. Sure, Wai chuckled in annoyance. Keep telling that to yourself. Wai reached for the door handle and was about to twist it open when Jun spoke once again. I do think you're more on edge than usual because we're performing Prime, Jun said. Wai paused. What do you mean? Isn't that the time when you wrote your mom a letter? Jun nonchalantly asked. Isn't that right, Jang Yongjin? Number 410. Chapter 4, Tenure Mama. How did you? Wai stammered while Jun casually leaned against the sink. The older idol continued to look at Jun, in disbelief of what he just said. Their conversation was cut short, however, when Chan entered. Chan sighed in relief when he saw their current state. Thank goodness, he said. Hanbin was worried since you guys were taking so long. He thought you were engaged in a physical fight. Jun chuckled, standing straight. I wouldn't do that to Senior Wai, he innocently said. We're about to head back to the practice room. Actually, that's good, Chan said. We only have around 2 hours of practice since your manager said you have some stuff to talk about. Jun nodded. Let's head back then. Wait, Wai suddenly said, causing the two to halt. Chan looked at him with inquiring eyes while Jun remained nonchalant. Is there anything you need, Senior? Jun asked, a small smirk gracing his lips. Wai stared into Jun's eyes before sighing deeply. Nothing. Let's go, he defeatedly said, following after them. They went back to the practice room and continued learning Prime's choreography. Since they had a little more than a week before the actual performance, they merely focused on the dance this time around. Now, they were scattered across the room, catching their breaths after intensely dancing. When is Jay going to pick us up? Akira asked. In less than an hour, Jae-young said. We're going to be talking about a track on our album. Oh, they've already acquired a song. Seth asked. I'm not sure, Jae-young sighed. I wish they'd tell us more about the production process of our album. Rin pursed his lips. We could only wish. Jun also wished they'd be more involved in their album production process, especially since he and Ruin had some background in music production. However, Jun knew how hard it was for idols, especially rookies, to be given musical freedom in their work. Just then, the light was blocked as someone stood before them. Jun lifted his head and saw Wai looking at him with furrowed eyebrows. Do you need anything, Senior? He asked. Wai clicked his tongue. Let's talk. Move out. The room suddenly turned silent once Wai spoke. The production crew had come back when they resumed practicing, so they quickly panned the camera toward their way. Hanbin frowned and stood, placing his hand over Wai's shoulder. I don't think it's wise to talk right now, he nervously chuckled. Yeah, Jae-young agreed. You guys can talk here if it's about the performance. Wai sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. It's not what you're thinking about, he calmly said. I just need to talk to him. Jun stood despite the other's reluctance. Sure, let's talk, Jun said, dusting off his jogging pants. Wai turned to the cameras and subtly glared. Don't follow us. With that, Wai turned to leave the room while Jun quietly followed. Jun's members were still concerned for his well-being, but Jun turned around and gave them a reassuring nod. He wasn't going to get into trouble. He was just going to make a new friend. Wai led Jun to an isolated area without any cameras, the stairs. It seemed like Jun was really cursed with stairs. Almost all of his emotional conversations happened in areas like this. I'm cutting to the chase, Wai said as soon as they arrived. How do you know my real name? He asked. Jun crossed his arms in front of his chest and sat on one of the steps. That's easy, Someone told me. Who? Is it Chan? Why asked, feeling confused. He had never used his real name in his endeavors. Even the one he has on his description page was an alias. Only his current members knew about his name. Jun shook his head. Don't worry, he said. I didn't get your name from anyone in your company. I also didn't go snooping around to find out your real name. Then, answer my question. I learned it from Hong Sunji, Jun said, finally revealing Magic Mama's real name. Why paused, feeling chills run down his spine. He slowly turned to Jun with a subtle glare. Are you that obsessed with my life? It's not what you're thinking, Jun quickly prefaced. She's my vocal teacher. A chuckle bubbled up from Y's chest, and then it turned to full-blown laughter. Your vocal teacher? He asked in disbelief. I've been looking for her for years. Yet, you're telling me, she's just your vocal teacher? Well, she lives deep inside a forest. She's honestly really hard to find, Jun said. I'm not in the mood for jokes, Y snapped. Neither am I, Jun smiled. I'm just telling the truth. I saw your photo at her house during one of my vocal lessons, and then she proceeded to tell me about her life story. Oh, nice letter, by the way. It was a tearjerker. Bastard, Y said, holding onto Jun's collar and pulling him up. Jun didn't even bother retaliating and let the senior idol vent his feelings. Did you only find out about her existence when you released Prime? Jun continued. Your father must have hidden that information from you, right? Y's gaze shook, and his grip loosened. He brought his fist up to attempt to punch Jun's annoying face, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Because in the end, Jun was right. What do you want? Y whispered, finally letting go of Jun's collar. Are you telling all of this to blackmail me? No, Jun said. Frankly, I don't care about your family matters. Then why? Why are you bringing this up? He nearly shouted. I just wanted to be friends, Jun said, already thinking of replacing his S stat in vocals with an SS. Friends? Y scoffed. Is this how you make friends, bastard? Not really, Jun chimed. They usually ask me to be their friend first, but I guess you're a special case. Y impatiently sighed, not knowing where the conversation was going. Here, Jun suddenly said, handing him a piece of paper. What now? Y exasperatedly asked. I'll be there tomorrow for another vocal lesson, Jun said. Y looked down at the paper and saw a messily scribbled address on it. 10 a.m., Jun cryptically said. And with that, he turned away and left Y all alone to ponder on his words. Number 411. Chapter 411 must be nice. Jun shook his head as he rewatched the latest exclusive video SBC had put out. As expected, they had released the clip of Spades and Eve's tension-filled practice, and it quickly rose to the trends list just minutes after its release. Everything seemed to be going well with the members practicing the dance routine as usual. Then, the camera zoomed in on Jun, accompanied by a thrilling sound. His sigh was exaggerated by slowing the video as much as possible. Then, it was repeated multiple times from different angles. We look separated, he said. The jolly music turned silent, and then intense music started playing. Y slowly turned around, a subtle glare in his eyes. Jun's right, Chan said, a slight echo in his voice. There's only so much our talent can take us, Eric chimed. Just then, a series of clips were shown at a quick pace, all cutting off in climatic events. Then, at the very end of the video was the clip where Y asked Jun to speak with him outside the practice room. Damn, this is one of the best dramas SBC has put out since 2023. So, Jun still hasn't learned his lesson? Jun just told why they looked separated. What do you mean by learning his lesson? He's disrespecting his seniors. Fuck Jun. Jun shook his head with a small smile as he read their assumptions. Truly, everyone on the internet was somewhat insane. You're talking to your girlfriend again? Magic Mama asked, opening the gate. Jun placed his phone back in his pocket. I told you I don't have a girlfriend. Well, you should get one, Magic Mama said. Your genes would be a waste if you don't have children in the future. You sound like a conservative aunt, Jun pointed out. Gross, Magic Mama said. I take back what I said then. You booked another lesson quite quickly, she said, changing the subject. It's only been a day since our last lesson. Do you have any events to go to? Nothing in particular, Jun said, making his way inside along with Magic Mama. I just want to see your face when you see my surprise for you. Surprise? Magic Mama asked, closing the door. Just then, the doorbell rang, causing the two of them to halt. Magic Mama's frown deepened, and she held out her hand to open the door and tend to the surprise visitor. However, Jun stopped her before she could open the door. "I'll do it," Jun said. "Sit down first and prepare your heart." "Prepare my heart?" Magic Mama asked. "You didn't hire anyone to kill me, didn't you? I mean, I thought we got along well." Jun chuckled and shook his head. "It's not any of that sort," he explained. With that, Jun left the house to open the gate. There, he saw Wai, or Jang Yongjin, as he had previously discovered. Jun smugly looked at the senior idol. "So, you really did come?" he asked. Wai sneered. "You better not be messing around. This place was damn hard to find. I almost got chased by a squirrel." The debut release of this chapter happened at VL B1N. "Getting chased by a squirrel? That's on you," Jun said. Wai sighed. "I came here for a reason." "I know," Jun smirked. "Come in." Jun opened the gate wider for Wai to enter, and the older idol was instantly fascinated by the lush greenery in Magic Mama's garden. However, his fascination was quickly replaced with nervousness when he saw the ajar door of the small house. "Is she inside?" he slowly asked. "Find out for yourself," Jun said, leading him the way. Wai took small steps as if afraid to venture into an unknown realm. Since Wai was taking too long, Jun entered before him, sighing impatiently. "Make it fast," Jun snapped. Wai glared at him despite his nervousness. "Jun? Who is that?" Magic Mama asked from the living room, sensing another person's footsteps. Wai froze as soon as he heard the woman's voice, feeling like the one thing he had always longed for was now within arm's reach. Just then, slow, deliberate footsteps could be heard, and Magic Mama revealed herself to the two idols. "You're acting really suspicious." Magic Mama paused when she saw the familiar, yet unfamiliar man before her. She couldn't even finish her sentence, and the teacup from her hand fell mercilessly to the ground. He was familiar since she had seen him plenty of times on the internet and on the television. However, the last time she had seen her face in person was when he was a child, making him unfamiliar. "Yongjin," she whispered. Without any hesitation, Wai ran to where his mother was and engulfed her in a warm hug. "Mom," he sobbed, a stark contrast to his cold and uptight personality. "Son," Magic Mama cried, resting her head on her adult son's shoulder. Jun watched them for a few moments. Then he decided to give them some time alone. "There goes one of my vocal lessons," Jun thought. He walked away from the living room to give them some privacy. However, he couldn't help but overhear their conversation as he stood in the hallway. "It really is you," Magic Mama said, catching up to her breath. "I've been looking for you for such a long time," Wai said, sounding like a little kid. I'm sorry, my son. I thought you didn't want to see me anymore," she apologized. "How could you say that? I looked for you as soon as I learned about your identity from Dad. How could you leave us? How could you leave me?" "Sorry, Magic." Mama apologized again. "I thought it was the best decision back then. Your father was the one who can give you a good life." "I didn't want a good life," Wai countered. "I needed you, my mom." Magic Mama sobbed louder, feeling her son's pain. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Forgive me, please," she continued to mutter, not finding the right words to say. "I thought I wouldn't be able to forgive you once we met," Wai continued. "But I think I wouldn't want to live another day resenting you when all I've been longing for is your love." "I forgive you, Mom," Wai muttered. "Please don't leave me from now on. I can take care of myself now. I don't need Dad's money. I don't need his support now." "I understand," Magic Mama said. "I'll spend the rest of my life making it up to you." Wai let out a shaky breath. "You don't have to do that. All you have to do is be present when I need you." Jun leaned against the cold wall outside of the house with a bittersweet smile. He stared up into the sky, the sun bright and the birds freely flying. Then, he looked down at his own hands. "It must be nice," he whispered. Number 412. Chapter 412. Play the beat. "Damn flies," Jun said, swatting away the pesky little insects that were biting his skin. The afternoon had come, yet Jun was still waiting for Wai and Magic Mama to finish their conversation. He could hear their happy chatter from inside the house while he was sitting on the narrow elevation of the gate. Jun yawned as he felt sleepiness get to him. He glanced at his watch and saw he had been waiting for more than 4 hours already. Thankfully, the gate finally opened half an hour later, revealing a happy Wai with swollen eyes. "Oh, thank goodness," Jun said, standing from his small seat and stretching his body. Wai was startled when he saw Jun waiting for him. What are you still doing here? He pointed at Jun. I was waiting for you, of course, Jun said, yawning once again. I didn't know you'd take that long. You could have just left, Why deadpanned. Yeah, but I'm afraid you'd get chased by squirrels again, Jun teased, causing Why to shake his head. What do you really want? Why asked. To be friends, Jun smiled, placing his hands inside his pockets. Why disbelievingly looked at him. You waited for more than 4 hours just to ask me to become friends. Well, it does sound pretty lame if you put it like that, but yes, Jun said. And aside from that, I think I'm paying the price for the comment I made during the first episode. Although technically, I didn't even direct those words to your group. Fine, Why said. I believe you. Good, Jun chimed. So, friends. Jun offered his hand to Why, but the older idol merely looked at it. Then, he shook his head before walking away from Jun. Friends, my ass, he muttered. Congratulations. You have accomplished the mission, ASS. Vocal skill is now mirrored from Jang Yongjin. Current grade, SS. Jun smirked, looking at the older idol's silhouette. It's this way, Jun called, pointing in the opposite direction from where Why was walking. Why paused and let out an embarrassed sigh. I knew that, he quietly muttered before going in the right direction. Eve was the first to arrive for their second practice. The production crew was already there, waiting for another opportunity for a killer teaser. Spades arrived not long after, rendering the members of Eve silent. They looked back and forth between their center and Spade's center, who seemed to still have tension between them. Just then, Why started walking to where Jun was sitting, making the others hold their breaths. Jun, however, was preoccupied with staring at a hair strand once again. His dark brown roots were definitely getting longer. It could now be seen when he bowed down. Jun, Why said, making him snap out of his thoughts. The cameramen zoomed in on the action. They couldn't believe they would be getting something juicy so early in the morning. Here, Why said, handing Jun a gift of some sort. Jun stood and inspected the wrapped present. This isn't an explosive or anything like that, right? He warily asked. Why sighed and shook his head. It's not for me. It's for my mom. She wanted to give it to you as a thank you gift or whatever. Ah, Jun said. It must be great then. I'll open it when we get back to the dorm. Wait, you went there this morning? I thought you had to record another song for your album? Jun asked. Why smirked. I still have time to go to my mom. Though, the two of them continued to converse casually. Meanwhile, the others stared at them with agape mouths, wondering if what they were seeing was real. Pinch me, Hanbin said. Chan didn't hesitate to do so. It's real, Hanbin whispered. Since when did these two act so friendly with each other? There must be some kind of glitch in the system, Akira whispered to Jisung. Jisung pursed his lips. Why is Jun so friendly with everyone? The production crew was also shocked, wondering if they got it wrong all along. Were these two actually friends? Jun noticed the silence in the room, so he cleared his throat. Should we start the practice? He asked. Why looked around and also nodded. Yeah, sure. Let's go over our solo parts today. Jae-young snapped out of his daze and also stood. All right, let's start the practice, guys, he said. The members, despite finding the situation surreal, lined up for their formation. Why went to the music player to start the music, but was interrupted when Casper raised his hand. Yeah. Why asked, seemingly friendlier than before. Are our parts final? He asked. Why pursed his lips. Yeah, I don't see why not. I practiced the fourth sub-rapper role, though, Casper sheepishly smiled. But you're the main rapper, Jun said, confused. Nah, I don't want to be the main rapper, Casper said. I think it's best if Jun becomes the main rapper. He hasn't rapped much after we debuted, and I think this would be a good chance to give the audience some kind of surprise. People who watched Rising Stars would know that Jun raps, but I feel like he's still being overlooked as a rapper, Casper continued. Moreover, I believe that most of your fans also don't know that Jun raps. He's been such a great vocalist, so they'd be stunned once they hear him rap. The room was silent for a moment, and Jun, despite finding Casper weird most of the time, felt touched by his words. Jun still didn't consider himself a rapper, but he would be lying if he said he didn't enjoy it. Moreover, he had just upgraded his vocal skills to SS. He didn't want to reveal it just yet for the second mission. Well, Chan said, scratching the back of his head. It's not that I don't trust your words, but we've never really heard Jun rap. That's true, Hanbin said. Maybe we could listen to a bar or two so we can decide if he fits the role well. Are you all right with that, Jun? Casper asked. The members of Eve knowingly looked at each other, expecting to see the reactions of their senior idols. Jun nodded before clearing his throat. Sure, he said. Play the beat. Number 413. Chapter 413, Abolish Unity. Truth be told, the members of Spades really weren't expecting a lot. However, as Jun opened his mouth to rap, their prejudices were thrown into oblivion. Haters talking, but it's just engagement. I turn their hate into fuel. Yeah, that's my arrangement. Money talks and I speak that language. Staying icy while they're stuck in anguish. Jun rapped the verse with his own style, the words crystal clear despite the fast tempo. Jae-young and Zeth looked at each other in surprise. It had been a while since they heard Jun rap, too, and it seemed like he had gotten even better. He's better than me now, Casper muttered. Meanwhile, the members of Spades stood there dumbfounded. Why are you the main vocalist when you can rap like this? Chan asked. Jun nonchalantly shrugged. I like singing better. When did you start learning how to rap? Hanbin asked. During Rising Stars, Jun casually responded. I had to perform a rap song in a group of non-rappers, so I was basically forced to take the main rapper position. Hanbin pursed his lips after Jun's response. Life's not fair, he whispered, thinking about his failed attempts at learning how to rap after their rappers left for the military. So it's settled then? Casper clapped, capturing their attention. Jun's going to be the main rapper. They all turned to Y, whose face was still unreadable. Y smiled in amusement before nodding. Yeah, Jun suits it well. It's almost unbelievable how good you are at rapping when you're the main vocalist. Tell me about it, Eric said. You're the first idol after Haruki to make me feel this way. Zeth pursed his lips. Jun is amazing though, he said. I was sure I was better than him during Rising Stars, but he improved in such a short amount of time. Sometimes I wonder what his limits are. Jun chuckled, shaking his head. Let's stop talking about me. Let's start practicing. The performance is in 6 days, he said. Jun's right, Y said. Get to your positions. The 12 idols went to their positions and waited for the beat to play. As the exciting music resounded in the studio, they found themselves getting immersed in the song. And now that the atmosphere was much better, it couldn't be denied that the chemistry between the two teams had drastically improved. Prime, prime, prime. This is my prime, prime, prime. Won't accept mediocrity, I'll settle for sublime. Jun smirked as he watched their synchronized movements. This was definitely the most exciting song he had performed. It was a song that was directed to people who weren't fond of idols, so it had to be sung with an underlying boastfulness. Thankfully, boasting was something Jun was good at. He went to the front for his part and sang his lines perfectly. Akira watched him and shook his head. Jun was in his element once again. The song continued without any errors, and by the end of the last dance break, they were all breathless. Jun, however, was pretty calm. It seemed like the stability lesson with Magic Mama had paid off. Moreover, he didn't actually sing in the song, so it didn't tire him out as much as the other members. Let's take a break, Hanbin heaved. My 32-year-old self can't handle this song anymore. The room burst into laughter after Hanbin's joke, finding it ridiculous that he was making fun of his age. They drank water and ate some light snacks while catching their breaths. Meanwhile, Y, Jae-young, and Jun monitored their performance on the tablet they filmed their performance with. Jun frowned as he watched the performance. He enjoyed the practice a bit too much that he didn't even realize the flaws of their stage. Y and Jae-young, too, had ambiguous facial expressions. I feel like there's something wrong, Jae-young muttered. Right, Y said, his gaze focused on the screen. I just can't seem to point it out. Guys, Jae-young said, calling the other members. He propped the tablet on the table as the members of Eve and Spades gathered around. Why and I think there's something wrong with the performance, Jae-young started off. Hanbin hummed in confusion. I thought it was pretty good. That's what I thought so too, Y said. But there's something strange about it. Y played the video to give the others an opportunity to monitor their performance, too. They watched silently as the video played. Jun paid more attention this time around, finally coming to a conclusion after watching it for the second time. You're right, Chan said, a frown on his face. There is something wrong. It doesn't feel as exciting as I anticipated, Sihun added. We're separated, Jun finally said, making the other members turn to him. Separated? Y asked. Like the problem you said we had during our first practice? Jun nodded. But we've gotten closer this time around, Chan protested. We've been working hard to improve our chemistry. Jun nodded thoughtfully. I see that, but it's not enough to bridge the gap. We guys just haven't worked together long enough. And this concept is all about boasting about our achievements, but it's getting dampened because of the lack of unity. We look coordinated and synchronized, but we're too big of a group during the choruses. It feels like the members at the back are nothing more than backup dancers. We're only 12, though, Jae-young chimed. Other groups have 13 members. Heck, one group has more than 20 members now because of their infinite concept. Yeah, but that group with 13 members has been practicing together for a long time. Meanwhile, the latter group you've mentioned is actually divided into subgroups, which makes it easier for them during performances. That's not our only problem, Jun continued, walking between the two groups. The transitions, especially from the vocals to the rap, are too separated. The flow isn't seamless. It's like there's a gap that needs to be filled. So, let's fill the gap, Wai said. Let's practice more so we can show off our unity. Or, Jun smirked, turning to all of them. We could forget about unity. Hanbin frowned. Forget about unity? But we're one group now, even if we're from two separate groups. Jun smiled, leaning against the mirror. What's better than a battle? He suddenly asked, making the others confused. Then he answered his own question. A battle within a battle. Number 414. Chapter 414, June the Bandit pops up. 414 June the Bandit pops up. The members had now come back to their dorm, appearing to be in good moods. Their practice went better than they had anticipated, so they decided to celebrate by lounging in the living room while eating their favorite food, fried chicken. Jay also invited himself to the party, claiming he couldn't miss out on what they were going to watch. They were lounging on the couch, with some of the members on the carpeted floor. Their dorm was covered with dirty laundry, dust, and a couple of food boxes since they had been so busy for the past weeks. Thankfully, they didn't have to worry about losing socks this time around after Chul's removal from the company. Jun had given up on nagging them about their mess after the new year. In the end, he rotted along with the other apples. He just settled with keeping his own room clean for now. What are we even watching? Sehun asked, gnawing on a chicken leg. Akira exaggeratedly gasped, looking at him like he had committed a crime. You don't know what this is? He asked. It's the hottest drama on TV these days. For a hot drama, it seems to not be making any noise, Jae-young chimed. I haven't heard about it at all. Jisung shook his head, feeling slightly offended. As expected, Jae-young and Sehun don't know about the trends. Their ages are showing. Yeah, Sehun exclaimed. We're not that old. I'm only 3 years. Older than Akira. Rin and Zeth chuckled as they continued to argue. 3 years is a long time. You could have a child in those 3 years, Akira deadpanned. This is the gap between the babies of the aughts and the 90s. That's right. Jay agreed, his mouth filled with chicken. Jae-young shook his head. You're older than Sehun. Jay sheepishly smiled. Age is useless, Sehun argued. I bet June doesn't even know about this. They all turned to June, who was snacking on the radish cubes that the fried chicken came with. Don't bother asking. I don't know what it is, June deadpanned before they could even ask him. See, Jae-young smirked. That doesn't count, Zeth said. June is an old man trapped in a pretty boy's body. He's an exception. Just accept that you're getting older, brothers. Sehun and Jae-young defeatedly looked at each other before shaking their heads. Shut up now, Jay snapped. The show's starting. The last episode ended when they were about to kiss. After the mellow soundtrack ended, a beautiful garden surrounded by falling cherry blossom petals was shown on screen. Then, 2 good-looking actors appeared, appearing to be in a serious conversation. That's when June recognized the drama that was playing. June shook his head. Talk about coincidences. It was the latest drama that Hannah Lim filmed. Moreover, it appeared to be the exact episode where he played the bandit. June never thought he'd be seeing this scene on the big screen, but here he was now. The avid fans in the team watched the scene with puckered lips as the 2 main cast members leaned their faces closer to one another. Kiss. Just kiss, Akira passionately whispered. It's been 8 episodes, Jay muttered. They need to kiss. I have bad news for you, June thought. Their faces inched closer to one another, their lips merely a hair's width away. However, before their tender flesh could truly touch, a bandit emerged from the bushes, landing perfectly on the ground. Oh, fuck off. Jay couldn't help but curse. Who the heck is this bandit? Just then, a close-up shot of the bandit's eyes was shown, making the others stunned. Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't expect a close-up shot as he recalled being filmed from afar. Then, he glanced at his teammates, who all seemed to realize something. Shit, he thought. Did they figure out it was him? Is it just me? Or is the bandit familiar? Casper suddenly asked. Jun froze for a moment. I don't know about that, Jay said, tilting his head to the side. But he's really handsome. You're right, Rin chimed. How could they hire such a handsome extra? How do you know he's handsome? Sihun asked. You only see his eyes. He has a handsome vibe, Jisung said. And he's really good at fighting. Holy moly, you're right, Jay exclaimed. He's moving like Bruce Lee. They watched, mesmerized by the bandit's light movement. Meanwhile, Jun half covered his eyes as he noticed all of his mistakes. If he was in his old body, he would have moved with more precision. The bandit's really familiar, Casper continued, but no one seemed to be listening to him. All of them were captivated by the show and how it was being executed. It seemed like they weren't the only ones captivated, though. Fans of the show rushed to take screenshots of the handsome masked bandit and posted them on Naval. My eyes were on him instead of the main characters. If I can't have the prince, then I'll have the bandit instead. Why is this bandit so handsome? Such tight-fitting clothes. Yum yum. Please. I need the bandit's name. Tell me the bandit's name. Jun sighed in relief when he finally fled the scene and a commercial played. Even though his face wasn't shown, he couldn't help but cringe at his own acting. He did look pretty handsome in those clips despite his face being covered, though, which was the upside to the situation. Damn, that was good, Jay said as the commercials played. I was ready to throw hands because the bandit interrupted their kissing scene, but I got to admit he was pretty cool. He's definitely going to be a hot topic tomorrow, Jisung said. Guys, Casper exclaimed loudly, making the others turn to him. What are you yelling for? Zeth asked, confused. The bandit, he continued. Isn't he familiar? The members looked at each other, perplexed, while Jun stayed silent. Well, he does look like an actor with that piercing gaze of his, Jay trailed off. Not an actor, Casper sighed. He looks like an idol. He looks like Jun, he exclaimed, pointing at their member. Jun's eyebrows momentarily raised in surprise as they all turned to him with inquiring eyes. It was silent for a moment, with them just observing Jun's features. Then, aside from Casper, they came to a collective agreement. Nah, they shook their heads. Jun can't act like that, Zeth chuckled. Zeth's right, Rin chimed. No offense, Jun, but you're not the best in acting. Our cheeseball commercial is a living testament to that. As much as I think Jun's talented, there's no way that's him, Jay added. Truly, there's no way. Akira solidified the point. Jun nervously chuckled, focusing his gaze back on the television. Yeah, there's no way. Number 415. Chapter 415. A face only a mother would love full. 415. A face only a mother would love. Today was the day of their group performance. Spades and Eve were lounging backstage in their waiting room, waiting for the show to finally start. Fortunately, the nerves hadn't kicked in yet since they were bound to perform last. Apparently, aside from a mother, why had another thing Jun didn't have, luck? So, when the groups were asked to play rock, paper, and scissors to determine the order of performances, why quickly won with only one round? Damn, Akira said, scrolling through his phone. This bandit guy is blowing up more than I expected. True, Rin agreed. He's been the talk of the town after that episode aired. I can't believe he overthrew Hannah's and Seobin's first kiss. The fans had even been waiting for it for 8 episodes. But this bandit guy took the cake in the end. Well, the director is even hyping up the bandit, Akira said. In his most recent interview, the reporters asked who the bandit guy was, but it turns out he doesn't even know him. He seems to also be looking for him. Zeth hummed. I think that contributed to the popularity of the show. A lot of people are also looking for that bandit. Jun smirked, casually scrolling through his phone as he listened to their conversation. They were never going to find out. It's a good thing, though, Jisung chimed. Now, the show's more popular, and I have more people to talk about it with. You're also watching that drama starring Hannah Lim? Chan asked with sparkling eyes. The biggest fans, Akira and Jisung, turned to him excitedly and nodded. Yeah, even if we're busy, we can't miss any of the episodes, Akira said. Eric got me hooked on it, Chan said. But I've always been a big fan of Hannah Lim. She's the first woman after my mom that makes me have tingly feelings in my stomach. Wait, what? Jisung asked, a bit weirded out, but Chan brushed him off. I've watched all of her projects, he continued. Me too, Rin chimed. She's my celebrity crush. I think she's everyone's celebrity crush. Eric joined in on the conversation. Y, who has a heart of steel, likes her very much, too. They all turned to Y, who appeared to have blushing cheeks. I respect you, senior bro, Akira said, standing and crossing his arms in front of his chest. But Hannah Lim is mine. Y smirked, sizing up Akira. Sucks for you, buddy. I heard she likes men her age. Akira clicked his tongue in annoyance. Well, have you ever talked to her in real life? I have. The members who weren't aware of Jun's friendship with Hannah all turned to him, surprised. You're lying, Zeth scoffed. He's not, Jaeyoung said. I was there too. Yeah, Jisung nodded. She's super pretty, even prettier in real life. I can attest to that, Jae casually added. What the heck? You guys have spoken to her, and you haven't told us? Sehun asked. Well, technically, we didn't really speak, Akira mumbled. Jun was the one who. Jun cleared his throat, cutting their conversation short. Enough about Hannah Lim, he said. The show's about to start. Ja thought she wouldn't have to go to another TV station to fight with other people from different fandoms. Yet, here she was now. A group of girls, seemingly older than them, cut through the line and even stepped on her shoes. Her friends frowned, and Bora was about to confront the group of girls, but Jia shook her head. Excuse me, Jia said, trying to get their attention. However, they merely ignored her. Excuse me, Jia repeated, louder this time. Fortunately, the group of girls finally turned around, not looking apologetic in the slightest. Yes? One of them asked, raising her eyebrow. The line is back there, Jia said. People here have been waiting for a long time, so please go to the back of the line. The group looked at each other with humorous expressions. We're older than you, she said. We have the privilege of cutting through the line. Bitch, that doesn't even make sense, Bora chimed from the back. Their eyes widened in shock. Bitch? Did this young woman just call us a bitch? How are your mothers raising you? At least I don't have a face only a mother would love, Bora snapped. Jia held in her chuckle, while the other three held Bora back. This girl truly had no filter. Look, we mean no disrespect, Jia said. We lined up early in the morning and even missed our classes for this. We just want to get the spot we deserve. It seemed like the ladies weren't listening to her at all, though. That's not our problem, one of them said, making Jia extremely frustrated. I'm going to drag your asses back there if you don't start moving now, Bora snapped. They shook their heads and looked at Jia's group with disgusted expressions. I can't believe there are fans like this out here. Let's see, whose fans are you? They recognized the pink light sticks in their hands and started laughing. Ah, as expected, the lady in the middle said. You guys are Astras. You know what they say, like idols, like fans. Jia's eyebrows furrowed as they continued saying condescending words. Your center, Jun, disrespected our beloved Y. I see where you get your disrespectful attitude from. Oh, you think this is disrespectful? I'll show you something truly disrespectful. Jia stopped Bora before she could pull on the older girl's hair. It seemed like it was already thinning, so Jia took pity on her. Let's drop it. Jia sighed, making her friends look at her with wide eyes. Was the queen of Astras and Jun's self-proclaimed wife actually allowing someone to speak ill of Jun? This was new. They're only 3 anyway, Jia said. Let's just run to the barricade. But they called Jun disrespectful. Sumin whisper shouted. Jia sighed, facing the trio once again. I'm sure everyone is entitled to everyone's opinion, but I'm sure you don't know Jun as much as we do. If what you say is true, like idols, like fans, then Spades should be ashamed, Jia calmly said. What are you talking about? The girl with thinning hair asked. If I were a part of Spades, I wouldn't want to be associated with a couple of bitches like you. Number 416. Chapter 416 Colossus. Thankfully, Jia and her friends were able to secure the barricade. The older group was 2 rows behind them, causing Bora to snicker. Although Jia was forgiving, Bora wasn't. In the end, she resorted to physical means and tripped one of the girls so they weren't able to run to the barricade. As the crowd began to settle, Ji Heyman emerged with a charismatic smile, his eyes twinkling with confidence. The crowd erupted into cheers, chanting his name in unison. Ji Heyman raised his hands, signaling for the crowd to quiet down. "Hello, amazing fans," he exclaimed. "Are you ready for the ultimate showdown, where idols will battle it out to be crowned the King of Kings?" The crowd's roar intensified, affirming their enthusiasm. Ji Heyman chuckled, enjoying the energy in the studio. "Fantastic. But before we jump into the performances, let's welcome our esteemed judges for this week. 3 legends from different generations in the idol world." Ji Heyman gestured towards the panel of judges, each seated on a sleek, modern-looking bench. Contrary to Rising Stars, which had a fixed set of judges, King of Kings will invite different judges every week. First up, we have Kong from CULD. The crowd cheered as Kong acknowledged them with a nod and a confident smile. Next, the dazzling Sungi from Finite. Ji Heyman announced, prompting another wave of cheers as Sungi gracefully waved at the crowd. And last but not least, the charismatic Beck from EXO. The crowd's excitement reached a new height as Beck waved with a smirk, embodying the aura of a seasoned idol. For this season, the rules are simple. The judges would pick their favorite performances, but the ultimate decision lay in the hands of the audience. There would be no on-site voting, Heyman continued. After the performances are revealed to the public tomorrow, you will all have 3 days to vote for your favorite performances. Tonight, we have 4 exciting performances for you, Heyman exclaimed. The audience murmured in confusion, wondering why there were only 4 performances when there were 7 participants. Ji Heyman continued. In this mission, our talented performers had teamed up for a duo group performance, bringing back the magic of the first to third generations of K-pop. It's to test their ability to make these songs their own and to work with idols who aren't familiar to them. Exclaims of understanding filled the studio. Some others were excited about the collaboration stages, while others were hesitant to see their favorite idols sharing the spotlight with another group. "I wonder who Eve teamed up with," Sumin whispered. "I wanted to be OC-tae," Nari chuckled. "They appear like rivals, but I feel like they're pretty good friends." Heyman cleared his throat, causing the audience to dial down. But Chaos, our reigning champions from last week, have decided to take on the mission solo. And not only that, they've chosen their own song. With the mere mention of Chaos' name, the studio was filled with loud cheers. Jia and her friends were amazed by the sound of their cheers, wondering how many chaotics were inside the venue. Even now, they could see their blue light stick dominating the studio. "Now let the games begin," Heyman exclaimed, eliciting a louder cheer from the audience. "Our first performer for the day is someone most of you are anticipating to watch," he started off. "It's Chaos," Jia muttered, proclaimed as the 4th generation kings. "Let us welcome Chaos to the stage," Heyman announced. The members of Chaos confidently strutted onto the stage, their presence commanding attention. Each member acknowledged the crowd with a wave, a gesture that sent their fans squealing in excitement. Ji Heyman joined them at the center of the stage, a microphone in hand. "Chaos, you guys are turning the tables on us this week. Why the solo performance?" Zian smirked. "Last week was just a taste. We're here to prove that Chaos doesn't need a partner to dominate the stage." The crowd cheered even louder at Zian's bold statement. Ji Heyman chuckled, confident as always. "All right, let's see what Chaos has in store for us. Take it away." The anticipation reached its peak as the lights dimmed. The opening notes of EXO's iconic song Colossus echoed through the venue, making the others gasp in surprise. Beck, who didn't expect their song to be sung, leaned against the table to take a closer look at their performance. Despite their many hits, Colossus was definitely a standout song. It may have even started the fierce EDM sound that quickly became a staple in the K-pop industry. The spotlight focused on Haruki, and muffled screams echoed in the studio. Zeth pursed his lips in defeat. "He's so handsome," he muttered. The crowd gasped when Haruki finally opened his eyes, showing off the piercing red lenses that weren't there during their introduction. As the beat intensified, a mad glint was seen in his eyes. He grinned, a mischievous smile that hinted at the madness that was about to unfold. The crowd fell into an odd hush, captivated by the charisma Haruki exuded. I stumbled closer, captivated by her gaze. A predator masked by a delicate face. The music swirled around them, and with the precision of a well-oiled machine, chaos broke into a choreography that seemed to defy the laws of physics. Gideon, the main dancer, took the center and moved like a creature straight out of a zombie movie, breaking bones and all. As the night surrenders to the dawn's cold breath, they vanish in the shadows, leaving nothing but death. The stage came alive with dark energy as the members of Chaos embodied the colossus that EXO's song portrayed. Each step, each twist, and each turn were executed with a bone-chilling intensity that left the audience in awe. Even Jia, who vowed not to love any other group aside from Eve, was impressed with their performance. No wonder they were called the kings of the fourth generation. As the chorus hit, the explosive choreography matched the intensity of the music. Haruki's vocals soared, cutting through the intense beats like a sharp blade. A monstrous ballet, a cruel masquerade, where the colossus and the creature find their shade. He's a creature of the dark, a savage at her side. In the dance of damnation, their souls are tied. The members of Eve and Spades silently watched their performance, finding themselves enthralled by it. As expected, Chaos didn't disappoint. They're so good, Rin sighed. Maybe we should have gone first. Jun continued to watch with furrowed eyebrows, a thought brewing in his mind. There was no doubt, Chaos brought the heat to the stage. However, since they were covering such an iconic song, there was one thing they couldn't escape: comparison. Jun smirked, finally relaxing as Chaos ended their performance. It wasn't better than the original. Colossus is inspired by Monster by EXO. Number 417. Chapter 417 Small Change. Beck, as the original singer of the song, do you have anything to say to Chaos? Heyman asked. The crowd cheered as the famous, seasoned idol took the mic. Well, first of all, I want to congratulate you for an amazing performance. Beck started off. The members of Chaos turned to each other with satisfied expressions. You really embodied the colossus that our song was pertaining to, Beck continued. However, Jun thought. However, Beck said, causing the fans in the audience to mutter in surprise. Wait, Akira said, sitting on the edge of his seat. Beck has something negative to say about their performance? I thought it was perfect. And he's saying this about Chaos? He's truly brave, Eric nodded. Why clicked his tongue? Senior Beck is undoubtedly on the same level of fame as Chaos. He's also the original artist of the song, so he has every right to comment on their performance. Besides, I also felt like something was missing in their performance. Jun nodded. It seemed like why also. Caught on to what was happening. I would have liked to see something different from you guys, Beck said, causing Chaos faces to fall. It's not that I want a complete remodeling of the song. However, in a competition where you're performing your senior artist's music, it would be nice for it to feel like a revamp rather than a mere cover. In that sense, your performance wouldn't be compared as drastically to ours. Haruki, always calm and composed, nodded in understanding. Thank you for your wise words, Senior, he humbly said. Nonetheless, you guys did a very good job. With that, Chaos left the stage with bittersweet feelings. While waiting for their next performance, Jun took a picture of his hair and uploaded it on his Navel account. He was bombarded with notifications as soon as he posted it. However, he ignored them to focus on the next stages. Boy Mystic and Robbie now took the stage, and it seemed like they still haven't shaken off the tension between them. This resulted in quite a bit of a disappointing performance, especially since the song they chose needed to be performed with genuine joy. Octa and Morph 3D, however, performed You're Mine by Finite pretty well. They put their own innocent twist to it since they were all young with minimal experience in love. In the end, it turned out pretty cute yet enchanting. However, despite Chaos receiving some criticism from Beck, it seemed like they were still the front-runners of the mission. Jun was determined to change that, though. When OCTA and Morph 3D were receiving their comments, Jun's team made their way out of the holding room, silently giving each other supportive looks. Meanwhile, the audience was already in a frenzy. What the heck? They really put Spades and Eve together. Where have you been? They already uploaded the teasers. I don't want Eve performing with those dinosaur age idols. Spades deserves better teammates. Spades is doing charity work once again. I bet Eve disrespected Spades during their practice. That's already certain. It's all over the previews that SBC had put out. Jia frowned as she heard the conversations around her. She had also seen all of the teaser videos, and it really did seem like putting Eve and Spades together was a recipe for a disaster. It's going to be tough for them, Wei said. Bora nodded in agreement. Will they be able to perform as a team? Speculations went around the room, with most people doubting the outcome of the last team's performance. The other participants, now done with their performance, also watched the screen intently, wondering what kind of stage the two would put out. Even during the song and team selection, they appeared to have a strained relationship. Robbie smirked as he leaned against his seat. He knew their performance wasn't the best, but he was confident that Spades and Eve would also fuck up their performance with their lack of unity. Finally, Octa and Morph 3D left the stage, passing by Eve and Spades with respectful nods. Uno raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw Jun. 7-2. Stopped as he came face to face with the idol he respected. Wait, 7 exclaimed. Let's do this, Jun said, ignoring their stares. The last performance of the night has finally come. Heyman exclaimed, taking center stage. I'm sure most of you didn't expect this combination, but I'm also sure that most of you are excited about their performance, he continued. Coming from different generations, let us all welcome Eve and Spades. The crowd burst into cheers, surprisingly louder than they had anticipated. It seemed like fans of Eve and Spades made their cheers a competition, determined to scream the loudest between the two fandoms. It benefited Eve and Spades pretty well, and their morale was quickly boosted as they heard their fans' voices. Jun ran his hands through his hair as the members started entering the stage. He clicked his tongue when some hair strands fell out. His scalp had been feeling sore since the morning, and he wondered why idols deliberately do these to themselves. The screams became louder as Jun entered, being the last one in the line. However, their screams quickly turned to gasps when the camera focused on him, placing him on the big screen. Jay smirked and confidently crossed his arms in front of his chest as squeals were heard even in the holding room. Robbie was captivated for a second when Jun was shown on the screen. However, he quickly frowned when Jordan chuckled. He suits it really well, he said. What do you mean? Nico scoffed. I looked better when I had that hair color. The members of Eve and Spades looked at Jun, amused, as his cheeks reddened from embarrassment. He even turned around to look at himself on the LED screen, subtly shaking his head for the camera to stop focusing on him. Meanwhile, Gia's eyes widened, and her mouth instantly watered. Calm down, Bora said, already expecting the worst from her friend. Jia turned to her, still with wide eyes. Calm down? How can I calm down when he's blonde? Number 418. Chapter 418 Prime 1. Heyman, a secret fan of Eve, held back his smile as he continued observing Jun. Although he still stands by the fact that Jun is a natural pinkhead, having him dye his hair blonde was also a great choice. Under the stage lights, he looked like an angel, and Heyman had to pinch himself to get back to professional mode. Spades and Eve, what an unexpected combination. How did you guys find the preparation? Heyman asked. Why took the microphone and smiled. We got into a fist fight, he seriously said, causing the judges and the audience to exclaim in shock. Stay tuned to that on tomorrow's broadcast, he teased, making them wonder whether he was telling the truth or not. Hanbin shook his head and took the mic from him. There were some tense moments, he said, but we've become closer the more we practice. Eve are really great idols, so I hope you won't believe everything you see on the internet. Of course, Heyman said. Wise words from Hanbin over here. Now, Jun, why the sudden change in hair color? Jun pursed his lips as the microphone was handed to him. I just thought it was a nice change. My roots were showing, so I asked my hairdresser to dye my hair back to my natural color. However, in the end, I woke up with blonde hair. The crowd chuckled at Jun's anecdote. It was true, though. Jun fell asleep while getting his hair dyed, and before he even knew it, Kumo had already done his magic. Heyman smiled and faced the camera. Well, I can't delay this any further. Let us now watch Eve's and Spade's performance. The crowd cheered once again as the stage became pitch black. Then, subtle sounds were heard as the production crew brought out the props for their performance. Jun smirked as he touched the sleek material of their prop. Although SBC was shit at editing, they definitely had a lot of budget. After a few minutes, the members finally took their positions. Then, the stage lights flickered to life, revealing a metallic backdrop adorned with sparkling bedazzles. The members' outfits, which had a similar concept to their backdrop, caught the spotlight and dazzlingly shimmered under it. Although they were inside a studio where the stars couldn't be seen, It felt like the members were the stars themselves. The stage was also adorned with props, and there, in all its glory, was a sleek car, a metallic convertible. That left the audience in awe. "They got a car?" Seven exclaimed, standing from his seat. Uno smirked. "They're really determined to win, huh?" Jun, with one of his sleeves provocatively cut off, revealed his lean biceps, which were accentuated under the stage lights. "What a tease," Bora shook her head. Meanwhile, Zhao was already too lost in the void. She couldn't even hear the noise around her. Her focus was solely on Jun. The other members were no less captivating, clad in tight-fitting clothes that had even non-fans cheering in awe. As the music's trap beat filled the studio, the formation of Eve and Spades took shape. 6 members lined up on one side, and the other 6 on the opposite, staring each other down. The spotlight intensified as they stood face to face. Wise vocals kicked in while they continued gazing at each other with boastful expressions, each member radiating a laid-back charm. "I'm in my zone, haters on mute. Focused on the future, no time for disputes. Money in the bank, unbothered and paid. They can talk that talk, but my success won't fade." Then, they began to dance as the percussion kicked in. However, it wasn't the type of synchronized dance the audience had anticipated. Instead, it felt more like a rally. It felt familiar, like the step-up movies that everyone wanted to be a part of when they were younger. Kong, one of the judges, raised his eyebrows in surprise. Spades and Eve's choreography was different from the original one. However, it didn't leave a bad taste in his mouth. They incorporated quite a lot of styles in their dance, mixing first-generation movements in a third-generation song. "This concept," Gideon muttered, trying to figure out what was happening. It was damn cool, though, and he wondered what it would feel like to join in on their stage. "It's a battle," Haruki said, feeling a bit defeated. A battle within a battle. As the chorus hit, their coolness took another level. That was the only word the watchers could think of, cool. It was the type of coolness that made them wish they were idols. "Prime, prime, prime. This is my prime, prime, prime. Won't accept mediocrity, I'll settle for sublime. Prime, prime, prime. This is my prime, prime, prime. Being the best, I'm guilty of that crime." Even during the first chorus, they didn't dance the same choreography. However, surprisingly, they didn't look separated at all. Their dance was synergistic, the two groups almost building off of the other's movements. "I'm on another level, watch me elevate. They can yap, but I'm sealing my fate. Every hater's just a step on my stairway. To the top, where the real players stay." The beat calmed down for a couple of seconds until it became even faster than before. "Why does Jun not have any parts yet?" Sumin couldn't help but ask. "Yeah, almost all of the vocalists have already sung. He hasn't even done any doubling yet. He didn't even sing during the chorus," Bora observed. Haruki frowned, also finding it strange that Eve's center hadn't gone yet. "Zian," he said. "Yup," Zian asked, his eyes focused on the screen. Out of everyone in the room, Zian was the one who knew the most about rising stars. "Jun," Haruki started off. "Does he rap?" Zian's eyes widened, now knowing why Jun hadn't sung yet. "He does," he mindlessly responded. Haruki pursed his lips and nodded. Nazhan, the member with the shortest training time, turned to Haruki. "Was he a good rapper when you were trainees?" he asked. Haruki merely shook his head, feeling a bit skeptical. Choi Joon-ho wasn't good at rapping at all. Jun, knowing his part was coming next, immersed himself in the song. He smirked as the camera focused on him, causing the cheers to grow louder. "He's so hot," Jia groaned, squeezing Bora's arm so tight it started losing circulation. With confidence, Jun strutted toward the convertible, his hand tracing the sleek contours of the car. Then, he placed his hand on the edge of the convertible, leaning in with a smirk that could rival any movie star. In one smooth motion, he entered the car, fingers brushing against the steering wheel as if claiming the throne of the stage. "Wait, this is a rap part, right? He's going to rap? I didn't know he could rap." Jun leaned back against the seat, one hand on the steering wheel then. He faced the camera, ready to show them the versatility of Eve's center. Number 419. Chapter 419 Prime 2. Haters talking, but it's just engagement. I turn their hate into fuel. Yeah, that's my arrangement. Money talks and I speak that language. Staying icy while they're stuck in anguish. As Jun took control of the rap verse, The crowd's astonishment echoed through the auditorium. Those who only knew him as the charismatic vocalist of Eve were taken aback by the raw talent he unleashed as a rapper. A question lingered in the minds of the audience. How could Jun be a skilled rapper when he was primarily known as a vocalist? The question was promptly answered with each word he spat. He was simply good. Flexin' on the grind. Haters in the rear view. Logan at the doubters while my vision's clear, too. Cry all you want. Make me drown in your weeps. But I'll drown you out with a fucking beep beep. As the verse reached the iconic beep beep line, Jun didn't miss a beat. With a mischievous grin, he reached over to the convertible's dashboard and playfully beeped the horn, drowning out the curse word in the song and creating his own makeshift censor. As the verse reached the iconic beep beep line, Jun didn't miss a beat. With a mischievous grin, he reached over to the convertible's dashboard and playfully beeped the horn, drowning out the curse word in the song and creating his own makeshift censor. It was a small, unexpected moment that showcased Jun's creativity in his performances. The idols watching backstage couldn't help but exclaim in awe. How did he even think of that? Jordan asked, shaking his head in disbelief. As the spotlight shifted to other members, Jun gracefully exited the car, leaving the stage to the other rappers of Eve. From the sidelines, he became the enthusiastic hype man, injecting energy into the performance with simple yet powerful choreography. The second chorus arrived, and one group initiated a set of powerful steps, and like a butterfly effect, the other group mirrored the sequence. Prime, prime, prime. This is my prime, prime, prime. Won't accept mediocrity, I'll settle for sublime. Prime, prime, prime. This is my prime, prime, prime. Being the best, I'm guilty of that crime. Bora, Ja said, still staring at Jun. He had a confident smirk on his face, and he seemed to be enjoying the stage so much. She couldn't help but tear up, wiping her eyes with the edge of her sleeves. Her friends stared at her like she had gone crazy. Why the heck are you crying? Bora asked. This is the most unemotional performance Jun has put out. But look at him, Ja exclaimed, gesturing to the shining blonde boy on the stage. He's enjoying the stage so much, she whispered, focused on his smile. Indeed, being with people who enjoyed the stage as much as him, Jun began to gain more energy. From the start, he really wasn't sure where idols got their happiness. However, as time passed, he finally understood. Performing itself was happiness. The song reached its bridge, and it was different from the usual vocal interlude that Eve's songs had. It was a rap-heavy verse, but the group decided to add more layers to it. The lights dimmed, and only two spotlights illuminated the stage. Casper and Jun stood face-to-face in the center, their handheld mics against their lips. Then, their eyes locked, simultaneously rapping with precision. I turn negativity into my inspiration. Fuel for the fire, no room for hesitation. I'm in the game, playing my cards right. Stacking up victories every day and night. Keep talking, it's just background noise. Call me Andy, y'all are my toys. Living large, with a pocket full of dreams. My success will tear you at the seams. Jun's voice took the harmonious route, riding the rhythm like a wave. On the other hand, Casper countered with a deep rap, his words cutting through the melody and adding an unexplained depth. It was a rap duel that left the audience in awe, making them marvel at how these two contrasting styles complemented each other so well. As the bridge became even more intense, Jun and Casper tossed their microphones into the air. The crowd gasped as the mics descended through the air, only to be caught perfectly as Jun and Casper effortlessly landed them in each other's outstretched arms. The mic exchange marked the end of the rap bridge, and with a burst of energy, the entire group transitioned into a dance break. Compared to the laid-back vibe of the song, their dance break was intense. N-V-L-B-N, a haven for bookworms and dreamers. Nonetheless, it appeared like they were executing the moves effortlessly, making it look way less hard than it actually was. Lights flickered in tandem with the beats, casting shadows that danced along with the performers. Then, without giving them a break, the chorus arrived once more. Being the best, I'm guilty of that crime. In the background, Y and Ruin added ad-libs that soared above the melody. However, Jun, ever perceptive to the nuances of the performance, noticed a slight struggle among the remaining vocalists as they sang the chorus after the challenging dance break. So, Jun, who was in the very back for the last formation, joined the other vocalists in singing, his voice filling the gaps and giving the chorus a newfound stability. I'm on another level. Watch me elevate. They can yap, but I'm sealing my fate. Every hater's just a step on my stairway to the top, where the real players stay. The audience, unaware of the subtle change, could feel the song gaining an extra layer of richness. Why notice this? And a small smile emerged from his lips. He couldn't believe he thought ill of Jun in the beginning. In the end, although the younger guy was pretty annoying, Why could tell he was a good person. The final notes lingered in the air, hanging like a sweet echo of victory. Eve and Spades, now standing in a circle at the center of the stage, locked eyes for a fleeting moment, a silent acknowledgement of the journey they had just undertaken together. As the music faded into a gentle hum, the members of Eve and Spades turned away. In unison, each walking in a different direction. The dispersal hinted at the individual paths they would tread beyond the stage. It was an acknowledgement that their time together in this performance was both fleeting and precious. In the end, they were from different teams, and this might be the last performance they'd have with one another. Number 420. Chapter 420. The Truth Prevails. Smiles adorned their faces as they made their way back to a line. The members of Eve and Spades glanced at each other, feeling satisfied with their performance. Why turned to Jun from the opposite end, giving him a thumbs up. In his mind, this was the most fun performance they had put out in a while, and none of it would have been possible if it weren't for Jun. It started out pretty rough, but it all turned out good in the end. Some audience members saw a wise gesture. The trio of girls that Jia and her friends fought with also saw their interaction. They turned to each other with pursed lips, wondering if they thought wrong of the young idol. Wow, Heyman exclaimed, calming the cheers of the audience. I can't believe I got to witness that in real time. It went by so fast, I want to watch it again. Thank you, Senior. Y bowed, and the others followed suit. I should be the one saying thank you. It's an honor to watch your performance, and I'm sure the judges will agree with me. Isn't that right? He asked, turning to the panel. Kong, Sungi, and Beck knowingly glanced at each other. Sungi took the mic to speak first. That's right, he agreed with Heyman. The panel and I have spoken, and we agree that this is our favorite performance of the night. The crowd clapped, acknowledging the performance that Spades and Eve had put out. However, some of Chaos fans didn't clap for their team, feeling bitter that other groups were getting complimented. Jun, Sungi called. You're such a great rapper. I first saw you during your father performance, and you blew me away with your vocals then. I never expected you to be great at rapping too. Jun bowed in respect, feeling grateful for such a huge compliment. Let me also take this time to mention the group's dancing, Kong butted in. I observed that you've incorporated a lot of first-generation idol movements in your performance. It was very well orchestrated, and it also took me back to the times when I was still an idol. This, truly, is a performance that could be enjoyed by K-pop fans from different generations, he ended. Beck was the last to take the mic, and Jun felt a bit nervous. Out of everyone in the panel, he had said the most criticisms so far. So, it wouldn't be strange for their performance to also receive some criticism. I'm only going to point out one thing, Beck said, causing the members to pay more attention. I think the vocals became weaker during the last chorus. The team nodded in acknowledgement, feeling a bit disappointed. However, it was great that someone was able to support it in the end, he continued, taking away some of their disappointment. Like Sungi said, this is definitely my favorite stage of the night, Beck smiled. I wish we could have some power over who will win this particular mission, but we have to leave it to the audience. However, given the chance, I would definitely pick your team to be the winners. Eve was now in their van, driving back to their dorm after a long day of filming. Despite feeling tired, they also felt satisfied. They had performed better than they had expected, and the feedback they got from the special judges was also the best among the participants. Jisung chuckled as he showed them a picture of Jun's new hair on his phone. Your new hair color is already posted, Jisung pointed out. Everyone's calling you an angel, Zeth chuckled. If they only knew, you're far from being an angel. Jun's an angel, Casper said, but they paid him no attention. You suit your hair really well, though, Akira chimed. I almost hit you this morning since I thought an intruder came in. Who even did your hair? Rin asked, playing with Jun's strands. They did such a great job. Jun shrugged. He told me not to disclose his identity to others. Why not? Rin frowned in confusion. He claims he has to be sought and not to be shared. I don't get it. He's a weird guy, Jun said, remembering Kumo's words. Some people are talking about a random guy under the trend, though, Jae-young said. Have you heard of this guy? Hi _ I'm Jun _ from _ 3v3. Jisung sat straight, a small frown gracing his face. I've heard of that guy. He's famous for impersonating Jun, he said. Oh, that guy? Akira asked. It's a shame. I watched one of his covers and discovered he has a pretty voice, too. I think he could be famous if he stopped impersonating Jun. I swear, he's such a creep, Rin said. I saw some of his posts, and sometimes it really does seem like he's in the same place as Jun. He's a creep. Jun's eyebrows furrowed as he listened to their words. Why are they talking about him now? Sehun asked. Well, he posted this photo a few hours ago, even before our live performance, Jae-young said, showing them a blurry photo of a blonde scalp. They squinted their eyes to get a better look at the photo. What the hell are we looking at? Seth asked. It's hair, Jun deadpanned. Yeah, Jae-young said. He's showing off a new hairstyle, one that is identical to Jun's. They all turned to Jun. You don't find this strange at all? Jae-young asked. What's so strange about it? Jun defended. He's just showing off his daily life like the rest of you. You guys share even weirder stuff. Remember when Zeth posted his toe because he claimed it looked handsome? Zeth pursed his lips. But it really did look handsome, he muttered. That's different. You have a stalker, Akira said. How come he knew about your hair color even before we went on stage? Then, he dramatically gasped. Don't tell me. Was he hiding in our waiting room? Jun shook his head in disappointment. Why are you guys being so mean, he asked. What do you mean? Jae-young asked. We're just protecting you from a potential stalker. He's not a stalker, Jun sighed. How do you even know that? Zeth asked. Because that guy is me. Number 421. Chapter 421 3v3. Jay stepped on the brakes, causing all the members of Eve to jolt forward. However, only Jun seemed to be fazed by the near-death experience. He turned around to see if there were any cars behind them and sighed in relief when he saw that the road was empty. What the hell? Jun exclaimed. That could have caused a serious accident. However, they continued looking at Jun with wide eyes. I refuse to believe this, Akira mindlessly said. Jisung, on the other hand, covered his mouth and repeatedly slapped it. I can't believe I said those words about Jun. Forgive me, bro. I didn't know it was really you. This doesn't make sense. Seth exclaimed. Jun sighed and brought out his phone, opening his naval account and showing it to his members. Here, he said, scrolling up and down. Is that big enough of a proof? I told you, this is my account. Hell, Jay chuckled. I can't believe someone as cool as Jun has a lame-ass username. Shut up, Big Daddy CJ, Jun retorted, pertaining to his past username. But being a loser is part of Jay's brand, Sehun said. I really didn't expect such a username to come from you. Jae-young chuckled as he scrolled through Jun's comments. It seems like his fans don't believe him either. It appears like you've had this account since Rising Stars, but nobody believes it's really you. Well, you didn't even believe me, Jun retorted. I mean, why would you spell Eve with 3s? Rin couldn't help but chuckle. It's pretty cute, Jun muttered, feeling offended. Why did it seem like nobody liked his username? It is cute, Casper quickly said. Yeah, Jisung exclaimed, despite insulting his account just moments ago. It's the cutest username ever. A small smile appeared on Jun's lips. Go ahead and follow me then. I think it's time our fans know that my account is real, Jun said. His members skeptically looked at each other. Are you sure? Seth asked. I already did it, Casper said, already placing his phone back in his pocket. Well, Akira pursed his lips. I guess we're left with no choice. Jun smirked as he saw the notifications pop up on his phone. Jay also brought out his phone and followed him before continuing to drive back to their dorm. At that moment, all hell broke loose. Jun scrolled through his comments with a knowing smile. His follow count skyrocketed at that moment, and Astras who doubted him from the very beginning flocked to his comments. Guys, all members of Eve, along with their manager, are following this account. Is it April 1st today? I wish. I think this is really Jun's account. It's been confirmed at this point. I'm dying laughing over the past posts. Jun made. He was practically screaming at us to believe him. Yet no one believed him. Sad face. I'm so ashamed. To be fair, it is an ugly username. Don't call it ugly. It's unique. Yeah, unique. That's what my dad calls me too. Meanwhile, Jia and her friends, who were walking back to their school dorm, halted when Bora saw the issue on her phone. What? Jia asked the wide-eyed Bora. Jun. Bora merely said, causing Jia to internally panic. Jun, she asked. What about Jun? Did he get into an accident on his way back? Sumin, Nari, and Wei also stopped with concerned looks on their faces. It's worse, Bora said shakily. What? The four exclaimed. What happened? Jia shouted. He just got shot. Why is the universe so cruel to Jun? Do you know that guy that's been getting a lot of hate for impersonating Jun? Bora asked. Yeah, Jia sighed. That fucking loser still hadn't stopped. Don't tell me. Did he harm Jun? Jia asked. No, Bora said. He is Jun. Jia felt like she was hit in the head with a cement block. What? She mindlessly asked. That guy, he's Jun. That day, Jun took over the trends list. 1. For his blonde hair. 2. For their performance. And 3. For his atrocious username. The participants of King of Kings had gathered once again for some important announcements. Jun thought that only his fans knew about his whole username fiasco. However, as their group entered inside, he could feel the other participants staring at him. Spades, whom the group had gotten closer to for the past days, guffawed as soon as they saw Jun. Before Y could start teasing him, Jun held his hand up. Shut up, Jun said. I don't care what you think about my username. How do you know I was going to bring it up? Y asked. I could tell by the look in your eyes, Jun said. Hey, did you know? Your username has been ranked as the worst idol username on Naval, Chan chimed. Jun sighed and shook his head before settling in Eve's seat. Just then, the curtains opened, revealing Wonbin with a wide smile on his face. The idol stood and bowed at the famous comedian. Good morning, guys, he exclaimed. Greetings were thrown around in the room. Thank you for coming here again for your second to the last mission. I know this journey is a short one, but I do hope that it's memorable, he continued. Before I introduce the next mission, I am going to reveal the winner of the last mission. Here is the current scoreboard, Wonbin said, revealing a table that contained the votes from the very first mission. As we can see, Chaos is leading with 10,061,113 votes. Next is OCTA, who has 5,678,903. Third is Eve with 5,525,098. Eve and Octa glanced at each other, finding themselves in another mini-competition. Meanwhile, Chaos was satisfied with the huge gap they had created with the teams. It was astronomical how there was more than a 9 million gap between the first place and the last place, with Robbie earning merely 658,065 points from the first mission. Here in my hands is the result of last week's mission, and let me tell you, it's close. I, myself, was surprised when I first saw it. Jun sat straight, feeling hope bloom in his heart. If it was a close call, and if Wonbin was surprised, then their team might have a chance to win against Chaos. Moreover, fans of Eve and Spades joined hands together to vote for them, giving them a better chance at winning. Now let's start with the last place. Wonbin started off. With 2,345,678 votes, we have Boy Mystic and Robbie, he exclaimed. Boy Mystic nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed like they had already accepted their loss, but Robbie, who was the primary reason their performance failed, couldn't believe he was in last place again. In third place, Octa and Morph 3D, who had 5,897,134 votes. Again, Octa and Morph 3D weren't too surprised with their ranking. It seemed like most of them already knew who was going to be the top two teams. The cameras focused on the three groups as Wonbin built anticipation for the winner's announcement. And the first place for the second mission is number 422. Chapter 422 Lil Fanboys. Jun knew neither Eve nor Spades could rival Chaos' popularity at the moment. However, Jun hoped for a miracle. Chaos, Wonbin exclaimed. But then again, miracles rarely happened. Jun pursed his lips and accepted the result. His members, however, slumped down, finding it hard to be happy in the given situation. The judges even said they had the best performance out of all the participants, but they still didn't win in the end. Chaos gained 7,890,432 votes for this round, while Eve and Spades gathered 7,832,765 votes. It was a close call, but Chaos reigned on top in the end. Wonbin continued. Jun was pleasantly surprised by the small gap. He didn't know it would be this close, and it took away some of his disappointment. The second mission scores were added to the existing scoreboard on the screen, and Eve now overtook Octa with a much bigger gap. However, the gap between Chaos and Eve was still quite large, with Chaos having a 5 million lead. Here is the current scoreboard, Wonbin gestured. If you see your names at the bottom, don't be discouraged. You can always climb your way to the top. Just look at Jun. He became Eve's center after hanging around in the bottom for some time. Jun shyly looked to the side as their attention turned to him. His members teased him, and he subtly glared to get them to stop. Now, since Chaos won the last mission, they have yet another benefit. Is it going to be a big one again? These benefits need to be nerfed. They give Chaos such a big advantage. Don't worry. Wonbin chuckled, hearing their complaints. This week's advantage will not directly affect the third performance. Instead, Chaos will only be given an advantage on your very first pre-mission. Pre-mission? Robbie asked, raising his hand. Yes, Wonbin responded. Aside from shaping your performance skills, King of Kings also aims to make you into well-rounded artists. These pre-missions will not only give you certain advantages, but they'll also help you build new skills. And we'll have a pre-mission this week. Jordan asked. Yes, Wonbin responded. In fact, you'll have it today. Today, Nico exclaimed, baffled by the speed of the events. But before we get to that, let me introduce the second mission, Wonbin said. Please turn to the screen. The contestants exchanged curious glances as the large screen behind Wonbin flickered to life. In bold letters, the word idol appeared. Idol, that's it. What are they thinking of? Now, before you think this is just a spelling bee, let me explain further, Wonbin announced. What is an idol? He asked. The participants fell into a hush as they let the question sink in. What is an idol? I'm sure you have some answers in your mind, but I'm also sure that most of you can't define what an idol is with just mere thoughts. As idols, we believe that the best way you can answer this question is through a performance. The participants started to understand SBC's intention. However, Jun was still not convinced that it was going to be as simple as that. However, Wonbin quickly added, you'll all be given the same chord progression, the same tune. The same chord progression? Then, it'll feel like we're performing the same song. I'm glad we don't have to make a song from scratch, but isn't this too much? They should have given us different tunes. Rin leaned closer to Jun. This is going to be difficult, he muttered. Jun nodded in agreement. Original lyrics, original choreography, but the same foundation. Show us how you can redefine what an idol is. The participants couldn't help but clap as Wonbin finished his speech. Even if the mission sounded like a pain in the ass, they couldn't deny that it was also a genius idea. However, before we reveal the chord progression, we're going to have the pre-mission. The participants were getting overwhelmed by the information being bombarded to them. Wonbin glanced at his watch and smirked. Right now, special guests have arrived in the next room, and they're going to judge you in this pre-mission. But first, let me tell you about the advantages you can win so you become encouraged to win the pre-mission. First, the winner will have the privilege of listening to the chord progression 2 days before everyone else. Not only that, but they'll also pick the sequence of performances, Wonbin said. The members of Eve turned to each other, determined. Although it sounded trivial, hearing the chord progression ahead of everybody else would give them more time to curate their performance. Now, do you have any questions? Wonbin asked. Nazhan raised his hand. What about our benefit for winning last week? He asked. You'll find out when we're in the next room, Wonbin answered. Other questions? The room turned silent, so Wonbin took the opportunity to end the conversation. Since there are no more questions, let's now move to the next room, he exclaimed. The participants stood, still reluctant since they didn't know what to expect. Do you guys have any idea what we're doing? Akira asked. No idea, Jaeyoung said. They entered the room and were immediately surprised when they saw familiar people inside. Kim Seobin. Jisung exclaimed, his mouth agape. He felt shocked to see the lead male actor of the show he was currently obsessed with. He turned to Akira. and they held hands before dilly-dallying like little girls. The other participants looked at them weirdly, but they didn't care at all. "Miho," Jae-young called, recognizing the person beside Seobin. Miho stood and proudly smiled at the boys. "Eve, it's been a while. I hope the group is doing well. What's going on? Why are Seobin and Miho here? What is SBC planning again?" The others were still confused about the arrival of the two actors, but Jun already figured it out. "Lucky, you've stepped on a mission. Impress the three actors to improve one chosen aspect." "3," Jun whispered. Just then, the door opened, and a breathless, beautiful woman came in, making all of the boys turn toward the door. She closed the door before turning to the boys, her hair cascading down her waist. "I'm sorry I'm late. I had a meeting with my manager," she apologized, still breathless. Akira nearly dropped to the ground. Hannah Lim. Number 423. Chapter 423 Idol Acting. Standing before the boys was the beautiful Hannah Lim in all her glory. The room turned silent as they continued to stare at her, not believing she would come and visit their show. Wonbin smiled and welcomed Hannah inside, brushing the boys aside and leading her to her designated seat. For a moment, her eyes met with Jun, and a knowing smirk appeared on her lips. Meanwhile, Jun also smiled while subtly shaking his head. "Boys," Wonbin said once Hannah was all settled. "Why don't you take your seats too?" The boys mindlessly walked to their designated seats, their gazes still focused on Hannah. As idols, they get to see a lot of good-looking people. However, meeting actors, especially those who have established themselves in the industry, was quite rare. Hannah Lim, despite becoming an A-list actress only recently, had left a mark in the hearts of many with her lovable characters. Her first work as a lead actress was the highest-rated show of the year, and it also led her to win the Best Actress and Best New Actress awards. Not many people had achieved her feats, so Hannah Lim was definitely amazing. On the other hand, Kim Seobin and Kang Mi-ho have been in the industry for longer, and they've also established their names as excellent actors. Seobin focused on dramas and films, while Mi-ho ventured out into the variety sector. Nonetheless, they were known as good friends in the industry who diligently supported each other's projects. "She's gotten prettier since the last time I saw her," Akira whispered to his members. Zeth clicked his tongue and shook his head. "I still don't believe you've met her. She's in so many projects. It's almost impossible to meet her." "We really did, though," Jisung whispered. "She's close with, all right, boys. Now that you're settled down, let me formally introduce you to our special guests," Wonbin exclaimed, cutting their conversation short. They all shifted their focus to the front, looking like a bunch of curious meerkats. Even Chaos, who had a cool and untouchable aura, became a sucker for the actors in front. "First, let me introduce you to the country's heartthrob, the multi-talented actor of our generation, Kang Mi-ho." The participants clapped loudly as Mi-ho stood and took a small bow. "It's nice to see familiar faces," Mi-ho said, referring those who have participated in Rising Stars. "I'm also looking forward to getting to know the unfamiliar faces in the room." Wonbin nodded. "I'm sure we'll get the chance to interact later in the pre-mission. Now, we have here two actors who were very hard to cast," Wonbin said, causing the pair of actors to chuckle. "They are currently starring in the popular drama Love in the Time of Royalty, which is airing on our very own SBC channel. They had garnered increasing ratings each week, and they show no signs of stopping." Wonbin grandly introduced. "Who among you here have watched their drama?" he asked. Over half of the participants raised their hands, with Jisung and Akira being the most enthusiastic. "We have very enthusiastic fans, I see," Wonbin chuckled. "Well, I won't delay this any further. Let's start off with the male lead of the drama, Kim Seobin." Seobin stood and was met with enthusiastic cheers. "Thank you for inviting us here," he charismatically said. "I'm excited to introduce the pre-mission later on." Wonbin smiled. "The guys are going to like it for sure. And, last but not least, we have the beautiful, most sought-after actress of the year, Hannah Lim." The boys already started to cheer even before Wonbin's introduction ended. Jun shook his head in amusement as he glanced at the enthusiastic participants. Wai, who was usually calm, stood along with his members and gazed at Hannah with sparkling eyes. He definitely wasn't lying when he said she was her ideal type. Jun, on the other hand, settled with polite clapping. As his gaze strayed to the participants, one person's gaze focused on him, a small smile appearing on her lips as she took in his new appearance. Blonde hair suits him a lot, Hannah thought. She was lost in her thoughts, so she didn't hear Wonbin calling her name. Miss Hannah, Wonbin repeated. Hannah snapped out of her thoughts and shyly stood. Sorry, I'm a bit out of it. I've been reading a script since the early morning, she apologized. Don't apologize. It's all right. You're cute. Praises were heard in the room, causing Miho and Seobin to turn to each other and shake their heads. Since my colleagues have already said what I wanted to say, I guess I'll advise you to have fun on this mission. It may be out of your comfort zone, but it's also a skill that you could use in the future, she smiled. With that, she sat back down, leaving the participants wondering what the kind of mission they were going to undertake. I'm sure all of you are dying to find out what this pre-mission is, Wonbin smirked, and the participants exclaimed in agreement. Miho and Seobin will introduce the pre-mission, he said. Afterward, I'm going to explain the benefit that Chaos had earned from topping the last mission. Gentlemen, Wonbin turned to Seobin and Miho. Miho nodded and glanced at his cue card. Idols nowadays are not mere performers, he started off. Singing, dancing, rapping. Idols these days have these skills, making them stand out in the industry. Truly, this generation has birthed multi-talented idols, Miho started off. However, what if you aim to be multi-industrial? Seobin asked. What if you become multi-talented not only in the idol industry, but also in other industries? Miho smirked. The acting industry, perhaps? Seobin nodded in agreement. More and more idols are venturing out in the acting industry, and while some have been poorly received, there are also some standout artists like Do Soo-kyung from EXO, Wonryo from SPF9, Cha Bunwoo from Astro Boy, and the beautiful soloist UI. Jun pursed his lips. It seemed like he was actually going to use his new skill. This is why we have created this pre-mission for you, Miho smiled. This is the idol acting mission. Number 424. Chapter 424 Bunch of Bad Actors. Yes, the members of Morph 3D exclaimed as soon as the pre-mission was announced. One of their members, Ryan, actually majored in theatrical acting right before becoming an idol, so they thought they already had an edge in the pre-mission. Meanwhile, Robbie quietly smirked to himself. Out of all the participants in the room, he definitely had the most experience and work of being an actor. Although he hadn't landed any lead roles in his career, he still had decent lines and screen times in the projects he had done, so he was confident he would win the mission. Boy Mystic, on the other hand, didn't have any members with acting experience. Aside from the usual commercials they had been in, almost all of them didn't know anything about acting. Ocho can go, Seven excitedly said, nudging his shoulder. Weren't you a child actor or something? Ocho groaned as he recalled his dark past. It was for a kid's show, he said. We didn't actually act. We were just told to play and sometimes portray a very simple emotion. Uno patted his back. You still have more experience than we do, so good luck. Ocho sighed and shook his head. Chaos, who had also been very focused on their idol careers since the very beginning, felt a bit conflicted with their mission. They weren't sure if they would be able to do it. However, they also had a slight advantage since Phoenix gave them a short series where they played themselves and had to act out as boyfriends for their fans. It was a cringy time for them, but the fans loved the videos, which might be a good sign that they weren't such bad actors. Well, we're doomed, Jae-young said, sighing as his members all turned to him. Don't lose hope just yet, Akira cheered. We might be good at this. Sehun pursed his lips. Not to bring our team down or anything, but we're really not good at acting. I'll probably stutter. Zeth can only act handsome. Ren's better off as a producer. Everything Akira does turns into a comedy. Jisung will definitely freeze up. Casper is weird. Jaeyoung will cry before it even starts. And don't even get me started with June. We've all seen the cheeseball commercial. I don't know if I should be offended or not, Akira muttered. Ren sighed, running his fingers through his hair. It's not like we don't act at all. We acted pretty well during our music video filming. You have to admit, that's quite different, Jaeyoung remarked. This acting mission will definitely have lines. You're right, Ren sighed, slumping his shoulders in disappointment. Maybe they'll have us act like bad actors, Casper chimed. We'll definitely win if that's the case. Akira turned to his same-aged friend. You know, there was a time when I thought you were really cool, he said. It seems so distant right now. Casper merely shrugged. Focus here now, boys, Wonbin clapped, getting their attention. I still have to explain the other mechanics of the pre-mission. The participants became silent as Wonbin cleared his throat. This won't be a simple idle acting challenge. There are 7 envelopes on the table. Each envelope has a scenario and a short script inside. These scenarios are adapted from different iconic movies or series, and you will be recreating them. There will only be one representative from each group. Since Robbie is a soloist, he'll automatically be the one to undertake the challenge. The chosen members will then act the scene out with our very special guests. Murmurs of excitement and nervousness were heard in the room. Most of them were already nervous at the thought of acting in front of talented actors, but now, they were going to act with them? It was simply surreal. The judges will grade you based on your acting ability, willingness, and potential of becoming a great actor. Now, here comes Chaos Advantage, Wonbin continued. I'm sure some of you already have certain members in mind, he said. However, in this pre-mission, Chaos will be given the privilege of choosing the member who will act out the scenario. Aside from Robbie, the other groups slumped in disappointment. We will give Chaos a few moments to talk about this, and afterward, I'll have them choose the representatives. Haruki nodded, and he turned to his teammates to speak for a brief moment. After a while, they finally stopped talking and turned to Wonbin with a nod. All right, you may write the representatives you've chosen on this piece of paper, and I'll announce it for everybody to hear. As Chaos began to write down the names, Jun and Hannah made eye contact. Jun gazed at her as if asking, "What are you doing here?" She shrugged, understanding his gaze. Then, she subtly gave him a thumbs up, to which Jun shook his head. Truth be told, Hannah didn't have time to participate in a show like this. She was quite busy promoting Love in the Time of Royalty, and aside from that, she was currently in the process of taking another drama series. However, she quickly cleared her schedule when she found out it was King of Kings she was going to guest in. Due to their busy schedules, Jun and Hannah hadn't met or even spoken over the phone for quite a while now. In a way, she wanted to surprise him. Moreover, she was also curious to see any new talents in the group of participants. She knew that Jun had potential in acting after his bandit escapade and his role in the Oasis music video. However, after seeing their cheeseball commercial, it made her think twice. Maybe Jun wasn't that good of an actor after all. Here in my hands are the people who will participate in the pre-mission, Wonbin exclaimed, causing Hannah to shift her focus back to the front. First, Chaos has chosen Gideon as their representative. For boy mystic Nico pursed his lips in excitement. He actually didn't have any background in acting, but he was excited to act with one of the actors. For OCTA Ocho, the members of Octa were pleasantly surprised. They thought Chaos was going to pick someone who didn't know anything about acting, but they actually picked their best bet. Y will take on the challenge for Spades. Y nearly jumped in his seat. He wasn't actually excited about acting. He just wanted to act with Hannah. For Morph 3D, it will be Ryan. Again, it was a surprise for the members. Chaos was actually kind enough to pick the only member with an acting background. Jun glanced at his teammates, and it seemed like none of them also knew who was going to be chosen. They just prayed it wouldn't be Jun so they could have a chance to win the pre-mission. And for Eve, Chaos had chosen Jun. Number 425. Chapter 425 Bad Luck Stealer. Alright, let's think of a concept for the next performance already. We'll just listen to the chord progression 2 days after the winner has been chosen, Akira said, softly clapping. Jun turned to him and chuckled. Am I really such a bad actor? Yes, Akira deadpanned. And that's honestly okay. You're talented in many different aspects. Being good at acting will be a cheat code. Yeah, Sehun chuckled. We think you're amazing as is. You don't need to be a good actor at all. Jun will be able to do it, Casper said, nudging Jun's shoulder, right? Jun pursed his lips and didn't respond. Honestly, he also didn't know the answer to Casper's question. The first 2 times he acted, he actually didn't consider it as acting. As a bandit, he had his face covered, and he only had to fight. Meanwhile, during their music video filming, Chul heavily steered his emotions, which made it easier for him to channel what the director wanted. The cheeseball commercial was definitely more resonant with his potential in acting. So, in short, Jun wasn't really confident. Moreover, he had gained the acting skill not too long ago, and he hadn't used it since then. Will the chosen representatives please come to the front and pick their Eve Lopez? Wonbin asked, making Jun snap out of his thoughts. They trudged to the front, with Jun trailing behind. Robbie and Nico held onto the same envelope, having a small fight, with Robbie ultimately winning in the end. Jun reached his hand for the envelope in the middle, but Nico quickly snatched it before his skin could even touch the piece of paper. Jun shook his head and got the very last envelope at the end of the table instead. He didn't understand Nico's and Robbie's logic since they couldn't even see what was written inside the envelope. In the end, the chosen scenario will all boil down to luck. First, open the flap of your envelope and see the corresponding number written, Wonbin instructed. However, don't take out the scripts just yet. Jun opened his envelope and saw the number 7 inside. What did you get, Jun? Wonbin asked. 7, Jun said. Wonbin smiled and patted his back. Congratulations. You will be the last performer of the day. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise, wondering why his luck suddenly changed. Then, he heard a whine from beside him, and when he glanced to his side, he saw Nico's envelope, which had the number 1 written on it. Looks like Nico will start things out for us, Wonbin chuckled, causing the idol to complain further. Jun shook his head in disbelief. He was about to take that one just a while ago. It seemed like his bad luck didn't completely go away, but Nico just momentarily stole it from him. The numbers written inside the flap of your envelopes correspond to the sequence of the performances, Wonbin said. Now, aside from Nico, please vacate this area. Wonbin gestured to the middle part of the room. Still, don't take your scripts out. We want to be as fair as possible, so you'll only get to see it once it's your turn. Nico, please take out your script and read the title out loud for us, he instructed. Nico felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead as he clutched the script in his hands. The proposal scene in Chasing Weddings, he read out loud, and the other participants exclaimed in nostalgia as they recalled the iconic scene. You will have 5 minutes to prepare yourself, Nico said, and the timer starts now. The chosen scene from Chasing Weddings was notorious for its emotional roller coaster, and he had just 5 minutes to internalize everything before he was thrust into the spotlight. Chasing Weddings is a love story between a divorce attorney and a wedding planner, and the entire movie has a whole lot of angst and misunderstandings. They watched as Nico frantically flipped through the pages, muttering lines under his breath like a madman. Come on, Nico, you got this. Jordan cheered, but Nico stayed focused. When the buzzer finally sounded, he snapped his eyes open. Let us begin, Wonbin said, and even the idols who weren't chosen to act felt chills run down their spine out of nervousness. Just then, Hannah Lim stood, and the others now exclaimed in envy. I would have gone first if I knew it would be Hannah Lim who would be acting alongside me. Why muttered, causing his members to chuckle. Nico's nervousness slightly faded away as the beautiful actress smiled encouragingly at him. However, his nervousness quickly returned when Hannah began to read her lines. Donghyuk, can't you see? Love is the foundation of everything beautiful, the essence of life. I create magical moments that celebrate that very love. It's the reason people come to me, to find happiness. You, on the other hand, deal with the aftermath when that foundation crumbles. We're different. I create love. You end it. The audience was immediately enamored even after her first lines. It was as if Hannah Lim had stepped into the shoes of her character effortlessly, embodying the essence of a wedding planner conflicted by love. Her eyes sparkled with hope and uncertainty, and her words hit their hearts with sincerity. Nico cleared his throat, attempting to regain his composure. He straightened his tie and took a deep breath. But the moment he opened his mouth to speak the first line, a jumble of words stumbled out. The awkward silence that followed was punctuated by a few sympathetic looks from his members. Sorry, let me try that again. Nico scratched the back of his head, stealing a glance at Hannah, who was still in character, patiently waiting for him to catch up. It's my job. People change, circumstances change, and so does love. The second attempt didn't fare much better. Nico's stammering persisted, and it became increasingly evident that he was struggling to match the intensity and sincerity Hannah had effortlessly brought to the scene. Hannah, ever the professional, continued with her lines. If you think love is destined to end, then perhaps our love should just end, too. The audience was taken on an emotional roller coaster, literally. They would become immersed during Hannah's lines, but would feel awkward once it was Nico's turn. And scene. Wonbin exclaimed as Nico said his last lines. Nico sighed in relief, thankful that it was finally over. He threw an apologetic look at Hannah, but the young actress just brushed it off. We'll definitely take last place, Sunwoo joked, causing the participants to burst into laughter. Nico shook his head in amusement as he sat back in his seat. I'd like to see the other participants do better. Number 426. Chapter 426 Life of a Criminal. 1. The other participants definitely did better than Nico. The second one to go was none other than Ryan, one of the few people who actually had some background in acting. Although he wasn't on par with Kang Mi-ho, he was definitely able to channel his chosen character better compared to Nico. His members clapped for him as soon as the scene was finished, and he smiled proudly, thinking he got it in the bag. Gideon was the next one to go, and let's just say he was better off being a main dancer than an actor. He was on the same spectrum as Nico, if not even worse. He was stiff, almost robotic, and even Seo-bin, whom he had partnered with for the short skit, couldn't help but chuckle at his non-existent acting skills. Next, Wonbin said, and Wai excitedly stood up. For some reason, Wai had a good feeling that he was going to act with Hannah. Please read your scenario, Wonbin instructed. The confession scene in Love Knows No Boundaries, he said, a small smirk appearing on his lips. The scenario he picked was from a romance K-drama in 2019, and it definitely became one of the most famous confessions up to date. It was a heart-fluttering confession between a kindergarten teacher and a single father, and it gave birth to a lot of parodies that wanted to recreate the feeling. Wai was 100% sure he was going to act the scenario out with Hannah Lim. Their eyes met for a brief second, and Wai swore he saw Hannah smile at him. He felt his heart flutter, wondering how such a beautiful woman could exist. Truth be told, Wai didn't have a lot of opportunities to date in his younger years. It was attributed to the fact that they were discouraged to date by their company, and along with that was the fear of losing fans due to having a relationship. However, now that he was in his early 30s, he started thinking of romance more seriously. Hannah Lim was the closest person to his ideal type, and he wanted to take this chance to get to know her better. 5 minutes is up, Robbie said, causing Wai to smile. It was time. Wai stood in the middle, waiting for his partner to accompany him. However, his smile quickly dropped when Miho stood instead of Hannah. Wait, Wai said, taking a step back. We're performing a romantic scene. Miho smirked as he stood next to him. We're aware. We're just taking the title of the drama to another level. Love truly has no boundaries. Miho winked, leaving Wai stunned. His members snickered in their seats, enjoying seeing their leader suffer. I don't care if you have a child. I love you, Miho said, fully immersing himself into character and even caressing Wai's cheek. Wai froze and didn't get to deliver his lines. In his heart, he had already accepted he had lost two things, the challenge and the chance to win Hannah Lim's heart. Wonbin chuckled as their scene ended. It seemed more like a one-sided confession than a romantic one. Let's call the next one, Wonbin said. Robbie stood confidently and went to the center. Good morning. Judges, he bowed. I have chosen the cheating scene from Basement. Oh, that's a hard one, Akira whispered. I feel like he can do it, though, Jisung whispered. He's played a similar role before. Indeed, Robbie had played a similar role in one of his drama series. In the scenario he picked, he was going to act like he had caught his long-term girlfriend cheating on him with his best friend. In a recent drama he filmed, he was also cheated on. So, he already felt like acting out the scene would be a piece of cake. All right, let's start, Wonbin said. Hannah Lim would be playing as your girlfriend. Wai pursed his lips to stop himself from cursing out loud. Hannah walked to the front and stood before Robbie. They were going to start the scene right after he had caught her cheating on him. The two quickly snapped into their characters, already a sharp contrast from the past acting performances. Robbie held onto Hannah's wrist, causing the latter's eyes to widen. She attempted to pull away from Robbie, a flush creeping up her cheeks. Robbie's jaw tightened, and his hands clenched into fists as he struggled to process the sight before him. What the hell is going on here? Robbie's voice trembled with anger and disbelief. The silence that followed was deafening, and the others were also immersed in their performance. I don't want to talk about it, Hannah said. Don't want to talk about it. Robbie scoffed. I saw you kissing my best friend on the couch I bought with my money. Hannah sighed impatiently, her eyes finally meeting Robbie's. I'm not happy with you. I'm not satisfied. Is it a sin to feel loved? Robbie's eyes narrowed, his voice strained with hurt. Yes, it is a sin when the love you crave isn't the one I'm giving you. You don't care that I give you love. You just want it from someone else. Hannah bit her lip, a tear escaping her eye. Look, I didn't mean for it to happen like this. I just needed something more, something different. The participants softly gasped as they observed Hannah. How could she break into tears so easily? Meanwhile, in Y's mind, she's still so pretty even if she cries. Robbie's frustration bubbled over. Different? You chose my best friend. How much more different can it get? Sorry, she muttered. Sorry? That's all you have to say? You betray me, and all you can muster is a half-hearted apology. Robbie exclaimed. And scene. Wonbin exclaimed with a wide smile, causing the two of them to snap back to reality. Hannah wiped her cheeks and smiled at Robbie, giving him a silent affirmation. The other participants clapped loudly, knowing Robbie nailed the role he had chosen. I must say, I'm not surprised, Seobin said. I always thought you were a decent actor from the projects I've watched, and I'm definitely not mistaken. Jun nodded in acknowledgement. Even if he still doesn't like Robbie, he couldn't deny that he had the best performance out of everyone yet. Robbie smiled and bowed once more before going back to his seat. Hey! Small smirk played on his lips, as if already certain of his victory. Meanwhile, Jun stood from his seat while the others continued to praise Robbie. He stood at the center, getting the others' attention. Jun, Wonbin smiled. Are you ready to reveal your scenario? Jun nodded, gently taking out the piece of paper from the envelope. He knew that beating Robbie in this field would be quite difficult, especially since he had more experience. To hell with it, he thought, finally revealing the content of his script. Please read it out loud, Wonbin instructed. Jun pursed his lips and showed the piece of paper to the judges. It's the confrontation scene from Life of a Criminal. Number 427. Chapter 427 Life of a Criminal 2. Jun didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. Life of a Criminal was a movie he enjoyed because it was one of the few movies that actually portrayed the world of crime realistically. It was filled with dramatic scenes that showed that criminals aren't exactly as heartless as other people make them out to be. It hit close to home once again. Jun knew he had committed plenty of crimes in his life, but most of those were executed due to the inescapable cruelty of life itself. The others murmured among themselves as soon as Jun revealed the scenario he had chosen. Poor Jun, Y said. That's definitely the hardest scenario today. Man, I love that movie, Zibo said. I really hope Jun doesn't ruin it for me. I thought I was unlucky, Nico sighed in relief. Turns out, he's much unluckier than I am. I can't even imagine acting out that scene. That scene made me cry really bad, Jae-young said. That's not a surprise, Akira retorted. Jae-young slapped the back of his head. I didn't even cry much before I met Jun. Jisung chuckled at their leader. He's finally admitting that he became a crybaby after meeting Jun. Jae-young clicked his tongue. You've been a crybaby even before you met him. I don't think you have the right to talk. Jisung pursed his lips and focused his gaze on Jun. His 5 minutes had just started, but it didn't seem like he was studying the script. Instead, his gaze was merely focused on the piece of paper, appearing to be thinking about something deep. Jisung frowned, wondering what Jun was thinking about. Did he give up on the challenge already? Hannah, too, felt quite uneasy as she gazed at Jun. This is a hard scene, Seobin said, getting ready to act as Jun's counterpart. When I was a rookie actor, I found this quite difficult to act out. Miho nodded in agreement. I don't even think I'll be able to do it today. I feel like this role requires a lot of immersion into the character. It's hard to understand the life of a criminal when you haven't experienced being one. 1 minute, Wonbin said, causing Jun to snap out of his thoughts. It was only at that moment that Jun began reading the contents of the script. Jun felt a pang in his chest as he read his lines. Life of a Criminal was a cinematic gem released in the early 2000s. It was the tale of an ex-convict who had just been released from prison after 10 years. It revolved around the protagonist's quest for a fresh start, only to be caught in a web of crimes involving his own little brother. It was portrayed by an actor who had a real-life brush with the law in his youth, so it was a film that resonated with authenticity. In the movie, the main character witnesses his little brother get involved in criminal activities, and he tries to stop him at all costs. However, The younger sibling remains oblivious to his sibling's identity due to the years of separation. The movie captures the emotional complexities of the main character as he protects his brother from a similar fate. The scene Jun and Seobin were going to recreate was when the little brother finds out his real identity and convinces him to leave him alone and start a new life. "Ready," Wonbin said, making the others focus their attention on the middle. However, some of them, undoubtedly, weren't expecting much from Jun's performance. After Robbie's impressive display, they had already accepted that he would win the pre-mission. Jun stood in the middle with Seobin, only an arm's length away. "Start," Wonbin said, sitting back in his seat as he waited for the scene to unfold. The two were stuck in silence for a couple of moments, and that gave Jun the time to think about his next course of action. Honestly, he definitely wouldn't have the chance to beat Robbie in the challenge if he had chosen any other role. However, since he was given something he was familiar with, he might as well channel his past experiences to the scene. Then, Seobin sighed, raking his fingers through his hair. At that moment, he genuinely looked vulnerable as he processed the information slowly. "You're my brother," he softly said, his words hanging in the air like an unspoken truth. Jun pursed his lips and also got into character. He maintained a stoic expression and responded, "It doesn't matter." With that one line, the others were intrigued. The members of Eve glanced at each other, wondering if they all heard it right. Robbie, too, who wasn't expecting anything from Jun, frowned in confusion. Although he merely said a short line, it felt as if he really meant those words. Confusion was evident on Seobin's face as he questioned, "Then why? Why are you doing all of this if you don't care? Why are you covering for my crimes?" A heavy silence settled, broken only by Jun's exasperated sigh. He found himself transported back to a time when he had a similar conversation with Mei Ling. It was the time she wanted him to break away from the gang, but that meant they would lose their house and everything Jun Hao had worked hard for. "Just go home," Jun dismissed. "I'll handle it. I'll surrender myself to the police." Anger sparked in Seobin's eyes. "You didn't do anything wrong. Why are you giving up everything for me? It doesn't make sense." Jun looked away and shook his head. "It's not about what I did. It's about what I could have prevented. I can't let you go down the same path I did." "Then what? You'll go back to that rotting prison to pay for the sins you didn't even do?" Seobin asked. A small smile appeared on Jun's lips, but his eyes were a different story. They were filled with sadness, and they glistened with unshed tears. Hannah gasped softly as she stared into his eyes. "I deserve it," Jun defeatedly said. Number 428. Chapter 428 Life of a Criminal 3. Seobin was stunned for a moment that he forgot his lines. Jun said those words differently from the original actor. While the original actor was filled with rage when he delivered that particular line, Jun said it so softly, like he truly believed he deserved that kind of punishment. Seobin only snapped back to reality when Jun nudged him softly. He cleared his throat, almost in disbelief that he had broken out of character because of an idol who didn't even have any experience in acting. "Then, I deserve it too," Seobin said in an equally vulnerable voice. Jun sighed and massaged his temples, getting ready for the monologue that touched the hearts of many. He turned away from Seobin, unable to meet his eyes. He glanced down at his script, but quickly brought it down, already recalling the words in the back of his mind. 10 years, he started off. 10 years of solitude. 10 years of missed opportunities. 10 years of dreams slipping away like sand through my fingers. Jun sighed deeply, staring off into the distance. You see, the world outside continued while I was stuck in those four walls. I became a mere spectator, with the gaps in the bars serving as my only connection to a life that once was. Cruel, right? They placed bars in the prison so criminals could see what they had missed. Maybe then, they'll be able to repent. I saw the sun dip below the horizon, casting its shine on a world that increasingly became distant. The laughter, the freedom, the taste of fresh air became a luxury for me, he continued. Seobin focused on Jun, feeling something different from the young idol. It was as if he wasn't acting anymore. But, perhaps, the cruelest part of this existence isn't the physical prison that surrounded me. It's the prison that takes root within my own mind. The room turned silent, and they felt like they were watching a completely different film. However, the feeling was there, and Jun was able to execute it beyond their expectations. I've grown accustomed to this life, the routine, the predictability. he whispered, almost to himself. But you're out here, free. Jun smiled, finally gazing into Seobin's eyes. At that moment, Seobin couldn't help but tear up as he felt the sincerity in Jun's words. He wasn't supposed to cry at this part, but he was compelled to. I know you didn't choose this life, and I certainly never wanted it for you. You know, the choices we make are sometimes dictated by the circumstances we find ourselves in. Sometimes, a bad person isn't a bad person because they want to, but they have to. Seobin, Jun said, using his real name. I hope you find it in your heart to forgive me. I wasn't there during your first day of high school, when you had your first serious crush, or when you needed a guiding hand through the storm that was our upbringing. I was trapped in a prison of my own making, just as you were imprisoned by our family. It hurts, my brother. Jun took a deep breath. It hurts more than you can imagine to know I couldn't shield you from the pain. Tears fell silently from Jaeong's eyes, but Akira didn't have the heart to tease him because his gaze was focused on the scene before him. You escaped that other prison, the one forged by the mistakes of our parents. You rose above, and I couldn't be prouder. You're creating a life for yourself, a family where love will be the foundation. You're breaking free from the chains that bound us both, and for that, I am grateful beyond words. Maybe, just maybe, if I had been around, things could have been different for both of us. But life doesn't deal its cards with fairness, and we each have our own battles to fight, he said. Jun pursed his lips and found himself getting carried away by his emotions. Haruki cast his head to the ground, feeling like Jun's words hit too close to his heart. Meanwhile, Uno tilted his head to the side in confusion. Does he have that many lines? He thought. Or was he saying these from his heart? I am a criminal through and through, and I will continue to be a criminal, Jun concluded, pushing back his emotions. Live the life I couldn't. Build the family I never had the chance to. And if you find it in your heart, forgive me, not for my sake, but for yours. You're free now, little brother, so go out there and live a life unburdened by the chains of our past. The room was silent for a couple of seconds, and Wonbin, who had fully immersed himself in their performance, also missed the timing to end the scene. And scene, Miho said, taking his line. The people inside seemed to snap out of their dazes after Miho's utterance. Then, the silence was broken when Hannah stood, clapping proudly at her friend. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise as the applause only became louder. He turned around and saw the others looking at him with admiring eyes. His members, on the other hand, looked like proud little dads. Jaeyoung, however, covered his face while sobbing, causing Jun to shake his head. Robbie, who hadn't expected anything from Jun, was the most stunned. Life's really unfair, Robbie muttered under his breath. Akira shook his head in disbelief. This is getting ridiculous. He's good at acting, too. Casper smirked as he crossed his arms in front of his chest and leaned back against the chair. I told you, he boasted. Seobin smiled and patted Jun's back. That was great, he complimented. I think we should work together on a project soon. Jun softly shook his head. Again, the role he undertook just now didn't really feel like acting. It just felt like he was speaking from the heart. Hannah felt her heart race inside her chest as she watched Seobin and Jun freely converse. Her current leading man was in front, yet her gaze was only focused on the idol she trained with in the past. Seobin went back to his seat with a small smile, still feeling the thrill of their acting performance just now. Then, Miho cleared his throat, making the room turn silent. Jun, he started off. That monologue just now, did you create some of it? Number 429. Chapter 429, Big Potential. Jun pursed his lips, feeling like he had been caught red-handed. Before he even knew it, he found himself lost in the role, and he started blurting out words that weren't even part of the script. Yes, Jun said. I apologize. I didn't mean to. What the hell? He made the script right on the spot. Chan asked. We were in the presence of an acting monster, but we failed to acknowledge him, Eric chimed. Nico, you should get his autograph before he becomes a well-known actor, Sunwoo teased. Shut up. He's just as good as I am, Nico boasted, causing his teammates to shake their heads. Don't apologize, Seobin chuckled. I enjoyed what you did. I, myself, admit that I got immersed in the performance. Yeah, Miho smiled. I didn't know Jun was a good actor. His cheeseball commercial had left a mark inside my mind. The room burst into soft chuckles while Hannah shook her head in amusement. Have you acted before? Seobin asked. Jun glanced at Hannah before replying. Not to this extent, he said. Impressive, Seobin smiled, making Jun smile too. It definitely wasn't perfect. However, for someone with no proper acting background, you did really well. The improvisation of the lines was a good touch, too. Thank you, Jun slightly bowed. Hannah, Miho called. Do you have anything to say? Hannah cleared her throat as she thought of the proper words to say. She had to stop herself from showering him with compliments because it would sound suspicious. I like you. I mean, the performance. You did a really good job, Hannah smiled, melting the hearts of the other participants. She didn't smile at me like that. Why silently whined. Meanwhile, the members of Eve who didn't know Hannah and Jun were acquainted glanced at each other with raised eyebrows. The way you delivered the lines was far from the original. It was much softer, I guess. Hannah chuckled, but it was surprisingly pleasant. I didn't think it could be interpreted in such a way. It almost seems like you were speaking to a little sister than a little brother. Jun looked down at the ground and subtly shook his head. It was almost scary how Hannah accurately interpreted his performance. Thank you, judges. Jun bowed for the last time before going back to his seat. He was greeted with proud smiles from his teammates, patting him on the back for a job well done. Jun's good at everything, Casper said, a small smile playing on his lips. Akira pursed his lips before sighing. You know, I'll automatically think you're good at everything now. I think that's his default setting, Sehun remarked. Jun shook his head before focusing his gaze on the ground. Honestly, his acting skills were insufficient. However, since he was playing a familiar role, that gave him quite an edge. If he had played the other scenarios, then Robbie would have 100% won. The judges are done deliberating, Wonbin said, making everyone focus on their table. Miho and Seobin nodded at Hannah, silently gesturing for her to announce the winner of the pre-mission. Let me start off by saying that all of you did a good job. The fact that you undertook this mission while being an active idol is already a great feat. I know I wouldn't be able to sing and dance as well as you acted just now, she smiled. Jun smirked. She definitely could. The two of them trained as idols back then for a reason. I wish I could give all of you an award for participating in this mission, but unfortunately, there could only be one winner. It wasn't an easy decision, but the three of us agreed that this person has the most potential in acting, she said, lifting her head to meet Robbie's eyes. For a moment, Jun thought he had lost. Technically speaking, Robbie definitely did a better job. He had fewer stumbles, and his line projection was overall better. Eve, Hannah said, shifting her gaze to their team at the very last minute. Congratulations. You are given the power to decide the next mission sequence and hear the chord progression 2 days before every other participant, she exclaimed. The members of Eve wasted no time in hugging Jun, giving him light and heavy squeezes. Jun was overwhelmed with their cheers and affection, but he couldn't help but smile with the thought of winning the pre-mission. The other participants amicably clapped for their team. Even Robbie clapped for a few seconds before dejectedly slumping in his seat. Well, this concludes the very first pre-mission of King of Kings, Wonbin exclaimed, making his way back to the center. This pre-mission episode will be aired tomorrow as a special gift to the fans, so make sure to tune in. Eve, our production team will be sending you the chord progression tomorrow evening, while the others will get it 2 days after. In the meantime, please start thinking of concepts for your performance, he instructed. With that, the cameras stopped rolling, and the special judges stood from their seats. The participants, however, were rooted in their seats, their gazes focused on one particular woman. She laughed with her co-actors, and she looked unreal before their very eyes. Jisung and Akira brought out the napkins they got from the bathroom, along with a pen. Let's get their autographs, Akira said, determined. Gideon, also a huge fan of their show, shook his hands in nervousness. Do you think I can ask for a picture? He asked his members. Haruki chuckled in amusement. Go ahead. She seems very kind. I want to talk to her, Nico said, wanting to make the first move. Jordan raised one of his eyebrows in surprise. What about Mimi? Nico glanced at him with a nonchalant expression. What about her? He coldly asked. Dang, Sunwoo chuckled. I thought you were loyal to her or something. Nico sighed and raked his fingers through his hair. Well, all she's been talking about is Jun whenever we meet up, so I don't want to talk about her anymore. Meanwhile, Wai grasped his phone tightly in his hand as he continued staring at Hannah. I'm going to get her number, he said as if encouraging himself. Go ahead, Chan said. It's time for you to get a girlfriend. As these people hesitated to approach her, Hannah started walking near them, causing their eyes to widen in surprise. Zeth squeaked as he stared at the beautiful woman before him. Is it just me, or is she walking toward my way? He asked. I mean, I knew I was handsome, but Haruki is more. His words were cut off when Hannah walked past him and went to the last row, where Jun was seated. Hannah smiled as she brought something out from her bag. Here, she said, handing Jun a small gift. Number 430. Chapter 430. You betrayed me. The others halted their movements as soon as Hannah spoke to Jun. Jun felt their gazes on the two of them, but he decided to ignore them. The cameramen were already out of the room anyway, so there was no use keeping their friendship in the shadows. You should have told me you were coming, Jun said as he took the small paper bag. What would you have done? Hannah chuckled. Would you have prepared an entourage or something? Only if you wanted to, Jun teased. Jun smiled in amusement as he opened the paper bag and brought out the bright red pack inside. Really? He asked, chuckling as he looked up at her. Hannah fondly smiled at him, making the others even more stunned. Why was she looking at him that way? What? Hannah chuckled along with him. You like those, right? Jun opened the package and popped one gummy in his mouth. I can't believe you got me Bin gummies, Jun said. It's been a while since I've had them. Well, do you still like it? Hannah asked in a hopeful voice. Yeah, Jun said, popping another one in his mouth. I almost forgot how good these were. I'm glad you like them, Hannah meaningfully said. She was about to say something more when Seobin called her name. Hannah, your manager's looking for you already, he called. Hannah glanced back and bit her lips in disappointment before turning back to Jun. I have to go now, she pursed her lips. Jun hummed and nodded. See you around. Yeah, she softly said, sounding a bit disappointed. The both of them knew it would be hard to see each other around. In a way, Hannah wanted to continue their conversation and spend more time with each other. However, their schedules didn't really allow it. Hannah waved at Jun, and the latter reciprocated it with a small smile. She left the room along with the other actors, chattering among themselves. Meanwhile, the participants, especially those who wanted to get closer to Hannah, were baffled. Wai stood from his seat and went to Jun, holding him by the collar. Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise and took a step back, holding onto Wai's wrist. Calm down, Jun chuckled, already aware of why the older idol was doing this. You know her? Wai asked in an exasperated tone. Yeah, Jun said. She's a good friend. A friend? Nico exclaimed, joining in on the commotion. That's not how friends act with each other. Have you seen the way she looks at you? Jun blankly stared at him. What look? He innocently asked. Nico pursed his lips and leaned against Sunwoo's shoulder, already lamenting. I can't believe I lost another woman to Jun, he muttered in a defeated voice. What the heck? Ren asked. Since when have you known her? We trained together, Jun honestly said. She was in Phoenix when we were younger. How the hell don't I know this? Zeth asked, still in disbelief. Oh, she probably doesn't want the media to pry further, Jun responded. Gideon turned to Haruki, the member who had trained the longest in their team. She trained in Phoenix? He whispered. How come I've never seen her? The other members also turned to Haruki, appearing curious. Haruki sighed. It was before you. Guys joined the company, he answered. Oh, Gideon said. So, did you train with her? They waited for their leader to answer, but Haruki merely pursed his lips together and didn't respond. What did she give you? Wai asked, still in despair. Oh, just some gummies, Jun nonchalantly answered. Just some gummies? Chan exclaimed. You really don't know how lucky you are. Yeah, Wai chimed. Give me those gummies if you don't think they're special. Wai was about to snatch the paper bag from Jun's hand, but he quickly moved it away. No can do. Jun shook his head. I miss these gummies. Wai shook his head in disappointment. Do you have her number then? Naturally, Jun responded, making the others even more jealous than they actually were. Zeth turned to Akira, Jisung, and Jaeyoung with raised eyebrows, confused by their calm demeanors. Why aren't you shocked about this? He asked. I told you already, Akira chuckled. We've met her before because of Jun. She was so kind, and she gave Jun some gifts then, too. Ren looked at them with wide eyes, feeling stupid for not believing Akira's words. Akira smugly smirked and nudged his shoulder. I'm not a chronic liar like you think I am, he smiled. Rin merely shook his head and massaged his aching temples. Seven watched them bicker with a wide smile. I can't believe Jun and the Hannah Lim actually know each other, he said. It's a combo I've never expected. Yeah, Dos agreed. It seems like they're pretty close, too. Oh, that's already obvious, Seven said. I don't think Hannah Lim will give anyone a gift if she's not close with them. And have you seen the way she talked to him? It's like she's in love or something. Jun is truly on another level, he sighed. Let's go, Uno coldly said, standing from his seat. Seven frowned at Uno's tone. Are you all right, bro? He asked. Uno sighed and glanced at Jun before shaking his head. Do you think she really likes him? He muttered, but it was barely audible. Huh? Seven asked, leaning closer to him. Uno clicked his tongue. Let's just go. The members of Octo were still confused, but they followed their leader nonetheless. Chaos, Morph 3D, and Robbie followed not long after. Boy Mystic still had to drag Nico away from Jun, so it took longer for them to leave. Meanwhile, Spades couldn't convince their leader to go since Y clung to Jun like a koala. Come on, Y urged. Give me her number. I'll be very respectful. Jun shook his head in amusement. And I told you already, no? I can't just give out her number without her permission. Y narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Do you like her or something? I'd back off if you do. Jun was perplexed. Of course, I like her. The people inside the room were baffled. I knew it, Akira said. Jun is a big boy already. Jisung pursed his lips in disappointment. As long as it's Hannah Lim, I'll be okay. Damn, why just lost to a rookie, Hanbin remarked. Casper, on the other hand, became wide-eyed in his seat. Jae-young clicked his tongue. It's all right to deal with feelings and stuff, but just know that we have a dating ban, he advised. Jun's eyebrows furrowed as he looked at all of them. What are you guys talking about? He asked, confused. You just confessed your feelings for Hannah Lim, Jae-young pointed out. It's a good thing there are no cameras around here. Otherwise, you would have been in big trouble. Why would I be in trouble? It's not like I like her like that, Jun said. Huh. The others were now equally confused. But it just came out of your mouth that you like her, Seth said. Yeah, like a sister, Jun smiled. I like her like a sister. Number 431. Chapter 431 Emo Bubbles. Current status. Vocals, SS. Dance, S. Visual, S. Rap, A+. Leadership, A+. Music production, A+. Acting, B-. Since Jun completed his past mission through acting, he decided to upgrade his acting skill, too. Have they sent it yet? Ren asked, making Jun snap out of his thoughts. Jae-young refreshed their group email and nodded. Yup, it's in, he smiled. The special episode of King of Kings was currently airing on the SBC channel. However, the members of EVE had something more important to do. Akira smiled widely as he sat on the floor next to Jun. I can't believe we're hearing this in advance because of Jun. Well, he nailed the acting challenge, Seth remarked. I wish we could watch the episode, but I'm more curious about the chord progression. We can just watch a recorded copy on Naval or something, Jun said, preparing himself to listen to the chord progression. It had been a while since he utilized his music production skills, and with Azure keeping them in the dark for their new album, Jun wasn't sure if he'd be able to utilize them soon. However, with this opportunity presented to them, he can finally bust out his skills and combine them with Rin's. I'm going to play it, Jae-young said. The others nodded, waiting for the melody to play. They didn't know what they were expecting, but it definitely wasn't this. They were taken aback by the intensity of the sound as soon as it was played. You know those songs that suddenly come onto your playlist when it's on shuffle and startle the heck out of you? It was that type of sound. The instruments included were piano, guitar, and simple percussion. It felt a bit familiar, but Jun couldn't quite pinpoint where he had heard it from. Fortunately, it was pretty good and had the others jiving until the end. However, they were engulfed in silence not long after. There was a collective thought in their minds, and they were afraid to say it out loud. This is too hard to revise, Rin said, addressing the elephant in the room. Jae-young pursed his lips and nodded. It's already too complicated, he added. The most we can do with this is liven it up with more percussion instruments. SBC really made it difficult for us to change it, Akira said, plopping on the floor. How could we turn that into a different song? It's almost complete. Jun nodded in agreement. I feel like adding more percussion is going to be a common thought among the participants. Well, The theme is idol. It's supposed to be lively and exciting, Si-hoon said, making Jun halt. But what if it doesn't have to be? Jun suddenly asked, making his members stop and think, too. What are you thinking about? Akira hesitatingly asked. Jisung excitedly clapped as he observed Jun's enlightened face. I think Emo Jun is back. A director in her late 20s was stuck in her office late at night, scrolling through the stack of applicants who wanted to apply for her new short drama. I'm more handsome than this guy. He gives me creepy vibes. The main actress is taller than him. Didn't this guy audition already but failed? What the heck is up with this guy's hair? The director let go of the stack of papers in frustration, causing it to scatter all around the table. Just then, the door opened, revealing her meek assistant, who had been searching for new male lead prospects ever since they lost the last one. See, coffee, Director Nana? He asked. Make that 3, Bubbles, she exclaimed, already feeling tired. Bubbles, whose real name was Bob Lee, pursed his lips when he heard his dreaded nickname. Have you found a suitable person for the lead role from this list of applicants? Bubbles asked, trying to shake the nickname away. No, Nana said, gulping down the hot coffee like it was cold. Water. Her assistant looked at her, concerned, but he didn't dare say anything. Director Nana was definitely a beast to face when she was frustrated. Why did that guy have to get the herpes virus in the middle of filming? He was damn handsome, too, she muttered. And he was also the one whom Aaron liked the most, she said, pertaining to the main actress of the web drama. Some sponsors have already pulled out because of the delays in filming, while some sponsors are urging us to find a new male lead. I don't know what to do anymore, she said in an exasperated tone. Do you want me to recruit more auditionees? Bubbles asked. I heard some idols want to venture into the acting industry to boost their popularity. Idols? Nana asked, perking up in her seat. She didn't have a lot of good experiences with idols from her past projects. Most of them only knew how to act pretty and were afraid to act out emotions that would ruin their perfect persona. In the end, she strayed away from casting idols in her dramas. Well, if we have no other choice, she grumbled. Great, the assistant chimed. I'll get that ready for you tomorrow. Yeah, Nana sighed. You should go ahead and rest. We have a long day ahead of us tomorrow. We sure do, the assistant sighed, bowing his head before leaving the room. Meanwhile, Nana drank another cup of hot coffee and sighed in frustration. Let's watch something first, she muttered, turning on the television. She usually didn't watch television during this time, so she wasn't familiar with the show's airing. As she opened the television, the SBC channel was the first one to pop out. They were known for their romance dramas that became popular overseas, so Nana expected one of those shows to be airing. However, much to her surprise, a group of good-looking guys were shown in a small room with popular actors. Hannah Lim, she muttered. Nana tried casting her for this very project, but the actress was too busy, so she declined. What was she doing in a show like this, though? Then, she looked to the bottom right corner of the screen, where the logo of the show was shown. King of Kings, she said, tilting her head to the side in confusion. She had never heard of it. She didn't even know SBC was putting out shows like this. However, she saw a familiar group in the middle. Ah, Chaos, she smiled. It's an idol show, huh? Oh, there's Spades, too, she said, noticing the idol group of her generation. Nana wasn't interested in shows like this, but since it appeared like they were doing some sort of acting challenge, she felt like she had to stay. She didn't regret it one bit, either. The editing was cracked, and their horrible acting brought joy to her very frustrating life. Robbie, a soloist she had seen from time to time, was the best among all who had acted yet. However, Nana wasn't fully intrigued. Robbie didn't have the face she was looking for. Just then, an ethereal being with blonde hair emerged on the screen, taking Nana by surprise. Again, he was familiar, but she had never purposely searched him before. A face like this is a cheat card, she muttered, shaking her head. Nana could already predict the disaster that was going to happen. Faces like those tend to be robotic when it came to acting. A lot of handsome idol actors became testaments to that. She picked up her third coffee and brought it to her lips, taking a large gulp. However, as he started acting, the coffee spluttered from her lips, and she watched the scene with wide eyes. She was stuck in the same position all throughout the scene, finding herself enamored by his acting. As soon as it was over, she snapped back to reality. Bubbles. Number 432. Chapter 432 King of Kings Special Episode. Mimi wasn't expecting a special episode of King of Kings to air tonight. Fortunately, her concert had ended 2 days ago, and she was now free to do whatever she wanted. So, with a bowl of pink cheese balls in one hand and a bowl of Bin gummies in the other, she opened the television and went straight to the SBC channel. Her phone went off, and she saw a new text message pop up. "Nico, you have poor taste in men." Mimi shook her head and decided to ignore the stupid boy who had been pestering her since yesterday. She thought her blatant rejection would finally get him to stop, but he started messaging her out of nowhere once again. Nonetheless, Mimi didn't want to think about Nico anymore. All she wanted to think about was the beautiful blonde boy on her screen. "I rewatched Rising Stars yesterday and was baffled by how good-looking Jun is right now. I need some glow-up tips. He has been very handsome since then, though. He just looked very young and amateurish. Jun looks scrumptious now. Jun looks like my ex-boyfriend. Keep dreaming, girly." Woman was talking about some kind of pre-mission, but again, Mimi was only focused on Jun. She only snapped back to reality when the boys started moving to a different room. Then, they revealed the special guests of the night, making Mimi's eyes go wide. "Hannah Lim and Kim Seo-bin," she exclaimed, in disbelief that SBC was able to cast the very busy actors on their show. "Hannah Lim is so pretty. Act my heart. I can't believe they came here. Love in the Time of Royalty is my favorite show ever." The idols are baffled. I mean, I would be, too, if I was in the presence of the Hannah Lim. There were glimpses of Hannah Lim here and there, and Mimi couldn't help but sigh. "She's so pretty," she muttered. Then, she glanced to the side where a large mirror was perched. She was startled for a moment when she saw her messy appearance. However, she quickly gave herself a pat on the back. "I'm pretty too," she exclaimed confidently. "There's no need to feel jealous." The next scene, however, quickly made Mimi swallow her words. A small smile emerged from Hannah Lim's lips, and she gave a small thumbs up to one of the idols. Upon closer inspection, Mimi realized that Jun was the one smiling back at her. It wasn't the main focus of the frame. However, Mimi, with her bionic eyes, was able to see what the two were doing on the side of the screen. She wasn't the only person who noticed this. Jia stood from her seat and pointed at the television with wide eyes, looking at her friends like a deer caught in headlights. "What?" Bora asked, confused. "You guys saw that, right? Tell me you saw it," she exclaimed. "Saw what?" Suman asked. "That the boys were fangirling over Hannah Lim? I would too, to be honest." "Not that," Jia said. "Jun and Hannah Lim just flirted with each other." Her friends looked at her with raised eyebrows. "Nah, you're going crazy," Boris said. Jun didn't even open his mouth to speak yet. Jia laughed mindlessly, her eyes staring off into the distance. "I'm not going crazy, aren't I? You've been crazy ever since Jun came into your life. Now sit down," Boris said, pulling her down by the sleeve. Thankfully, Mimi's and Jia's delusions, or not, were briefly forgotten when the idols started the challenge. The people watching couldn't help but laugh at their poor attempts at acting. Poor Nico. He looked so bad with Hannah Lim. "Gideon, please stick to being an idol. Ryan's actually pretty good. Seo-bin still ate him up, though. I can't. This is so funny." Y's face when Miho stepped up to act with him was hilarious. "Robbie's got this one in the bag. The dude can act." Now, it was finally Jun's turn, and a lot of people, even non-fans, were anticipating his acting performance. Eve's cheeseball commercial was very popular with the general public, so Jun was quickly labeled as a bad actor by the vast majority. Mimi was happy that Jun was chosen to act, but at the same time, she felt nervous for him. She knew she'd find him cute regardless, but she also wanted him to nail the challenge. Mimi stayed silent, even placing her bowl of cheese balls to the side as she watched Jun get into character. 10 years, Jun started off. 10 years of solitude. 10 years of missed opportunities. 10 years of dreams slipping away like sand through my fingers. Mimi's posture quickly straightened, and she leaned her elbows against her thighs to get a better look at Jun's acting. What the heck? He isn't bad. Are we seeing the same guy who said, "I love balls" in a cheeseball commercial? This is why you bitches shouldn't be doubting Jun. He proves you wrong every single time. I'm still going to doubt him for the plot, but you're right. I am a criminal through and through, and I will continue to be a criminal, Jun concluded. Live the life I couldn't. Build the family I never had the chance to. And if you find it in your heart, forgive me, Not for my sake, but for yours. You're free now, little brother, so go out there and live a life unburdened by the chains of our past. He's eating this up. Was he good at acting all along? Jun has always been the member who immersed himself the most in performances. It's not much of a surprise that he's a good actor. Gosh, there's another reason to love him. Jun, I told my mom about us. Jun is happy while reading your comments. He's right beside me, and he wants to relay his thanks to everyone. Mimi leaned back against her couch, taken aback. Jun had debuted in less than a year, but he has already shown so many talents in that short span. It was the very reason why Mimi became drawn to him. However, this was much more than she had expected. Just how many talents do you have? She muttered. Her thoughts were quickly snapped back to reality when Hannah Lim started complimenting Jun, making the comment section go crazy. Ayo, are we seeing how she's looking at my guy? Why do they look good together? Jun's mind. Back off, Hannah Lim. Mimi's eyes widened as Hannah continued to stare at Jun like he had saved the world in his previous life. She pursed her lips and shook her head in disbelief. Meanwhile, Jia continued pointing at the screen while Hannah gave out her comments to Jun. Do you guys believe me now? She definitely likes him. Jia exclaimed. Bora shrugged. What made you think so? Jia let out a deep breath. She looks at him the same way I do. Number 433. Chapter 433 Castaway. In a small and cozy home in the middle of a gated village. Honey, please bring the soup to the table. An old woman shouted from the kitchen. The young girl, with her gaze focused on the television screen, shouted. Back. Just a second, Grandma. I'm waiting for the commercials to hit. She gazed at the television with sparkling eyes, observing the handsome faces on the screen. She felt her heart race inside her chest as she dreamed what it would be like to live her life under the spotlight. The old woman made her way out of the kitchen and smiled fondly at the young girl sitting on the floor. When a particular idol was shown on screen, she sighed and quickly stood. All right, let's eat now, she said, turning around to greet her grandma with a wide smile. I thought you wanted to wait for the commercials? The old woman asked. The young girl shrugged, glancing back at the television for a couple of seconds. A frown formed on her forehead as she gazed into the idol's uneasy eyes. It's all right, she said. This part doesn't really pique my interest. Besides, Grandpa is already hungry and waiting, I'm sure. The old woman shook her head, amused. Let's go then. Rin and Jun were currently working on the music score for their upcoming performance, and they glanced at each other, satisfied as they listened to the rough draft. It was a good thing Azure was too lazy to meddle with their performance for King of Kings. Otherwise, Jun was sure they were going to dictate what they wanted for this particular performance. You're a genius for suggesting we go down this route, Rin complimented. It already sounds so different from the original chord progression. Jaeyoung, who had been with them since morning to write the lyrics of the song, nodded in agreement. It's something others wouldn't expect to be a performance that defines what an idol is, he chimed. Well, being an idol isn't always exciting, Akira said, also helping with the lyric writing. While the four of them joined hands together to create the song, their other four members cooperated in making their choreography. Even if only a little time had passed since they had been a team, it was evident that their teamwork had drastically improved in those few months. I think this is the very first time we've had a smooth preparation for a performance, Rin pointed out, causing the others to frown at him. Don't say that, Jaeyoung said. You might jinx it or something. Rin chuckled and shook his head. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying, this has been quite a happy preparation. And it will stay that way, Jun said, already locking in his words. Just then, the four other members of the team entered the room with worried expressions. What happened? Jaeyoung asked with furrowed eyebrows. Zeth scratched the back of his head, appearing hesitant to say his next words. Oh gosh, Rin whispered. Maybe I really did speak too soon. Akira slapped the back of Ren's head. If something happens, then it's all your fault. Is there something wrong? Jun asked. We don't know, Zeth sighed. But Jay came up to us with a worried expression. He says the CEO is looking for you. Looking for me? Jun asked, perplexed. Did you do something wrong? Akira exclaimed. Oh goodness. Did they find out we broke into Chul's home back then? Jisung froze, appearing pale. Am I going to have a criminal record? Jaeyoung sighed and scratched the back of his head. All right, let's not get into conclusions. It's best if Jun goes there right now and finds out what's really happening. Jun nodded, although feeling a bit uneasy. "I'm going then," he said, standing from his seat and leaving his anxious members. As far as he recalled, he hadn't done anything wrong for the past few weeks. The last scruffle he encountered was when he was shot by Kim Jong. Other than that, he has been pretty clear. He arrived at the Mr. Ong's office and knocked on his door. "Come in," he heard, so he made his way inside. There, he saw Jae sitting next to Mr. Ong with an anxious expression, making Jun feel even more uneasy. "I'm glad you're here," Mr. Ong smiled, rolling his chair around the room until he got to where Jun was seated. "How's the preparation for King of Kings going?" "I heard you guys are second place," he said. Jun pursed his lips and nodded. "It's going great. We're currently preparing for the third mission." "Well, that's good," Mr. Ong chimed. "I do hope you try and take the crown, though. That would make our company a whole lot bigger than it is," he exclaimed. "But then again, chaos is pretty hard to topple over. Those Phoenix bastards must be putting cocaine in their albums," he muttered the last statement under his breath. Jun cleared his throat. "Why did you call for me, sir?" he asked, going straight to the point. "All right," Mr. Ong clapped. "You want to get straight into business, huh? Well, it's not much. You don't have to be nervous," he smiled. "I even told Jae, right here, to calm down, but look at him. He still looks anxious as ever." Mr. Ong laughed, patting Jae's back. However, Jun didn't find it funny, so he kept a straight face. Mr. Ong noticed this and clicked his tongue, finally going into professional mode. "I know that you have been working hard for the past few months that you've been signed with Azure. Your hands are also full with King of Kings, and with the upcoming preparation of your second album," Mr. Ong started off. "However, here at Azure, we believe that our artists' talents need to be exploited. Taken care of. Which is why I have accepted this project for you." "Project?" Jun asked, confused. "Congratulations, Jun," Mr. Ong exclaimed. "You have been chosen by a rising director to be a part of her new short drama. Number 434. Chapter 434, Hate to Love You." "Jun's really a big boy now," Akira fake sobbed, leaning against Ren. Ren clicked his tongue and pushed him away. Jun fixed his collar and faced his members. They all seemed to be looking forward to this role more than Jun, and Casper even bought him an expensive polo shirt for his very first meeting with the crew. "Light pink really compliments you well," Casper said, feeling proud of his choice. "How much did you buy that for?" Zeth whispered. Casper merely smiled and didn't respond. He definitely spent more than he had expected, but Jun deserved it. "You guys are making a big deal out of this," Jun said, amused. "It is a big deal," Jisung exclaimed. "You have been recruited by director Nana. She's a popular webtoonist who became a director. Now, she's known for her live-action webtoon adaptations." "I still don't know who she is," Jun said. "Do you even watch romance dramas?" Jun didn't respond, which confirmed their suspicions. "He doesn't have a romantic bone in his body," Akira chuckled. "That's why he can't see that Hannah Lim is interested in him." He whispered the latter part to Jisung. "Well, do you know who you're going to act with?" Sehun asked. Jun shook his head. "I'm honestly in the shadows. They only sent me the script, but all the other details are only known by Mr. Ong." "What webtoon is it?" Akira excitedly asked. "Hate to Love You," Jun responded, making the others surprised. "What the heck? Why didn't you tell us earlier?" Akira exclaimed. "I fucking love that webtoon," Jisung cursed, causing Ren's eyes to widen. He looked at their youngest member with a reprimanding stare. "Who taught you that?" Ren asked. Jisung scratched the back of his neck. "I've been cursing since high school, though." Ren's eyes widened, and he placed his hand over his heart before leaning against Zeth. "Reprimand your child," he said to Zeth, pointing toward Jisung's direction. Zeth chuckled and shook his head in amusement. "Have you read the script yet?" Sehun asked. "A little bit," Jun answered, placing his essentials inside his pockets. "Ren and I were busy finalizing our song, so I didn't get to study it as much." Jae-young stood next to Jun and placed an arm around his shoulder. "Leave it all to us, bro. You've already done a lot for the performance," he said. Jun turned to him with one eyebrow raised. "Are you sure?" Jun asked. "Of course," Jae-young responded. "We're also quite good at preparing performances, you know." "Yeah," Akira nodded. "We've relied on you plenty of times already, so you can rely on us for now. Besides, Rin could honestly do it all alone," he teased. Rin clicked his tongue, but nodded nonetheless. "Yeah, I'll finalize it," Rin said. "Go ahead and focus on this project." Jun smiled. Thanks, guys. I honestly wouldn't have taken up the project, but Mr. Ong already agreed to it. You deserve it, though, Casper said. Besides, wouldn't it be fun to learn a new skill? Jun pursed his lips. I guess. The door opened, revealing Jay in another obnoxious suit. You ready? He asked. Yeah, Jun said, glancing at himself in the mirror once more before heading to the door. Let's go then, Jay said, opening the door for Jun like a good butler. The two of them entered the car and engaged in a casual conversation. Can you believe this? You're going to star in a drama. It's a short drama, Jun responded. Who cares? It's still a drama. Have you gone over your script? He asked. Jun sighed before nodding. It's different than what I expected. What do you mean? Jay asked. It's a romance, Jun said. Yeah, exciting, right? You even have a kissing scene. What? Jun exclaimed. A kissing scene? Where the hell did you read that from? He asked, flipping through the pages of his script. Oops, Jay chuckled nervously. There was a kissing scene in the webtoon. I don't know if it's part of the script, but I'm hoping it is. Jun frowned in confusion. Why are you even hoping for that? Jay pursed his lips and kept the weird thoughts inside his mind. No particular reason, he muttered. Oh, by the way, Jay said, quickly changing the subject. You're joining the production quite late, you know? No, I don't know that. In fact, Jun said. You guys didn't brief me about it. Sorry, Jay apologized. The preparations were honestly very rushed. Apparently, they had already started filming with the original male lead, but he got some type of virus? So, they scrapped out all of the scenes he was included in and decided to start anew. They've been looking for a new male lead for weeks, but they couldn't find a suitable one. Fortunately, the director stumbled upon King of Kings during the acting pre-mission and decided you were the one. That's surprising, Jun said. They hired me for a romance drama when I acted like a broken criminal. Jay shrugged. They also said, and I quote, he has a face that could move mountains. Jun couldn't help but chuckle. We're here, Jay said, parking the car in the open lot. Jun opened the door and gazed at the building before him. A school. It was still snowing, so the cherry blossom trees were sparse. However, it didn't take away from the beauty of the place. The school appeared like something out of a dream, and Jun wondered what it would be like to actually study in the institution. However, his thoughts were cut off when he heard a shrill scream behind him. Then, he felt a warm, wet substance on his chest, causing his eyes to go wide. Jun! Jay exclaimed. Jun looked down at himself and saw the new shirt that Casper had bought for him covered in water. Thank goodness, it was just water. Jun could already imagine Casper sulking like a cat if the shirt got ruined. The girl in front of him, wearing an all-white outfit with matching pink bows in her hair, looked up at him with furrowed eyebrows. Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise. Why was she glaring at him like Jun was the one at fault? Watch where you're going, she snapped, turning around and not even apologizing for what she had done. What the heck is her problem? Jay exclaimed, wiping Jun's shirt with his handkerchief. Do you want me to pour water on her too? Jun smirked before shaking his head. Nah, it's all right. Let's just go inside. Number 435. The set, and was instantly overwhelmed by the number of people who flocked to him. Do you need water? You're more handsome up close. Thank you so much for saving this drama. Your skin is poreless. All right, break it up, people. Don't smother our savior. I still need to brief him about what needs to be done, Director Nana said, parting the people like the Red Sea. The others sighed in disappointment as they left Director Nana with the handsome idol. Good day, Director Nana exclaimed, a wide smile on her face. Jun also smiled, bowing his head in respect. Good day, Director. Thank you for granting me this opportunity, Jun said. Oh, I should be the one thanking you. You literally saved this production, she exclaimed. I think it's too early to say that, Jun chuckled. Just seeing your face is already a great blessing for the set, Nana said. Right, Bubbles? She nudged the guy beside her, who nervously nodded. Bubbles? Jun asked, unsure if he had heard his name right. Bob Lee. The guy introduced himself. Otherwise known as Bubbles, Nana chimed. He's my assistant, and he will be the one communicating with you most of the time. We know you're very busy as an idol, so we'll try to work around your schedule. Thank you, Jun said. Meanwhile, inside the makeup booth, a beautiful young woman was getting her makeup retouched. She clicked her tongue as she heard the commotion outside. It seemed like her new co-star has finally arrived. I still don't. understand why we can't just use the original clips we've filmed, she told her makeup artist. Well, we can't really wait for the past lead actor to recover from his herpes sores, can't we? The makeup artist chuckled. But we had really good chemistry, she exclaimed. And he was really handsome, too. Besides, the footage we've filmed will all go to waste if that happens. Have you seen your new leading man? He's even more handsome. I'm sure he's also your type, Aaron, the makeup artist shyly said. Watch him be a bad actor. Aaron scoffed, already feeling prejudiced after she found out an idol would replace her past partner. He was really good in that show, though, the makeup artist muttered. How come you know him already? Aaron asked. Don't you know him? The makeup artist asked. No, Aaron sighed. I heard his name. Jun Hao? I've never heard of him before. Well, of course, he's not using that name anymore. Aaron sighed and leaned back against her seat. Ah, whatever. Let's finish my makeup so we can continue filming. I have another audition later. Well, you're a busy bee, the makeup artist chuckled. Although, why did your makeup get ruined first thing in the morning? I thought you had it done in the salon already. I did, Aaron grumbled. But I stumbled upon a stupid guy. I was slipping on ice, and I told him to move away, but he stayed there like an idiot. I bumped into him and ruined my makeup in the process. I even spilled my special lemon water because of him. Looks like someone had a bad day, her makeup artist chimed. Tell me about it, Aaron muttered. Let's just hope we don't see him again. You? Aaron exclaimed as soon as she came face to face with her supposed leading man. Seeing him up close like this, Aaron actually felt her heart flutter. However, she quickly swallowed those feelings and held her head up high. In her mind, the person who deserved the lead role was the original actor, not this idol actor. It wasn't his fault he contracted the herpes virus. Aaron has been acting in web dramas since she turned 18, and this was actually her first project that will make it onto the big screen. Granted, it wasn't going to be aired in a huge station like other dramas. However, it has been the biggest opportunity for Aaron yet. Everything went smoothly when she acted with her former actor, Kim Jong-suk, and she thought this show would become her big break. However, he happened to contract herpes halfway through the filming and was inevitably kicked out of the drama. Now, she was stuck with an idol she didn't even know. Idols were known to get into dramas because of their good looks and company support, so Aaron was quite prejudiced against them. And to add to that, he was the same person who annoyed her this morning. The two of you will be acting alongside each other for the next few weeks, director Nana said, standing between the two of them. Jun could feel the woman's cold stare, but he decided to ignore her. The filming had been delayed for a couple of days because of some unforeseen incidents, so we had to rush through some things. I have some faith in the two of you since you two are good actors, Nana said. With that in mind, shall we start now? She asked. Jun was started for a second, and he turned to Jay, who seemed as confused as him. I think he's unprepared, Aaron said, already foreseeing the situation. Oh, director Nana said, pursing her lips together. Jun sighed and took a step forward. I can do it, he said. Great. Nana clapped, already excited to see the chemistry between the two. Why don't you get dressed? She asked, pushing Jun to the dressing room. Jay quickly followed Jun inside, already panicking. Gosh, do you know how to do this scene? The manager ranted. I can, Jun said. I went over the first few pages last night. I don't have many lines in the first scenes, anyway. I'm a bad boy who speaks only when needed, he chuckled. Jay sighed in relief. I know I can count on you. But that girl, I didn't expect her to be your partner. I heard from the other crew members that she was the most upset when the original actor left. She thought they were the perfect match, Jay said, already filled with information even from their short stay on the set. Well, that explains it, Jun sighed. She already seems to hate my guts when I didn't even do anything wrong to her. Maybe she's attracted to you, Jay remarked. Jun stopped putting on his school uniform costume and looked at Jay with raised eyebrows. Do people act like that when they're attracted to someone? Jun asked. Oh, Jay chuckled, placing an arm around Jun's shoulder. Innocent Jun. Have you never had a relationship before? No time, Jun muttered, removing Jay's arm from his shoulder. Well, you'll finally have your very first relationship. It's fictional, but it's probably better than my real ones, Jay dejectedly said, recalling his past experiences. I'm done, Jun said, loosening his tie to add to that bad boy look. Jay stopped for a moment to look at Jun. If I were a girl, I would have liked you, 100%. I mean, it also wouldn't be hard to like you as a man. All right, that's it, Jun said, shaking his head and going out of the dressing room without waiting for Jay. There he is, Director Nana exclaimed, making the others turn toward his way. Jun raked his hands through his hair, and the sun filtered through the curtains, making him glow. Erin pursed her lips as she gazed at him. All right, maybe he was pretty attractive. Number 436. Chapter 436. The chemistry is chemistrying. The sun peeked through the long, white curtains, casting shadows across the prestigious New Heights Academy. The greatness of the school was only rivaled by the elite students who roamed its hallways. As the clock struck the golden hour, 3 figures emerged from the bottom of the staircase that led to the main entrance. A luminous white light embraced them, highlighting their handsome looks. At the side, there was Eli, a mysterious figure with a guitar case slung casually over his shoulder. His raven black hair fell over his equally dark eyes, and from one look, you could tell that he smelled like the night sea. On the other side, with an intellectual sophistication, was Maxwell. A book was tucked under his arm, the foreign letters on the leather cover gleaming in the fading sunlight. In the middle of the duo, undoubtedly exuding the most charisma, was Gene. His blonde hair was slightly tousled, and his light brown eyes glimmered under the sun, making it appear like golden honey that you just wanted to sip. One strap of his bag dangled carelessly from his shoulder, symbolizing his nonchalant and cool attitude. As the trio ascended the staircase, whispers swept through the crowd. The students of New Heights Academy couldn't help but gawk and fawn at the 3 captivating figures making their way to the school's bulletin board. A small smirk appeared on Jin's face, making the girls on the side nearly faint in amazement. Jun internally shook his head at the ridiculousness of the scene. Were popular guys really treated like this in high school? Nonetheless, he actually enjoyed the attention. Maybe he has been hanging out with Zeth one too many times over the past week. Or maybe he was reliving the high school experience he didn't get to enjoy. They finally arrived at the bulletin board where the rankings of the recent exams were displayed for all to see. The students gathered around the board, eagerly searching for their names among the list of academic achievers, quickly parted once the trio arrived. As Gene scanned the list, a triumphant smirk curled at the corner of his lips. There it was, his name, written at the very top. A soft voice interrupted his self-appreciation. Why? Asked a pretty girl standing beside him. Nayeon, her soft brown hair tied up into a ponytail, showing off her smooth and thin neck, pursed her lips in disappointment. Then, Nayeon, noticing Jin's presence, turned to him with a profound glare. However, Jin merely smirked, even leaning closer to the pretty lady. Better luck next time, he said with a playful tone before leaving the bulletin board with his 2 friends. And cut. Director Nana's voice resonated in the hallway, making the actors snap back to their original personalities. Jun was still on the director's screen, and she couldn't help but exclaim as she observed his features. We hit the jackpot with him, Bubbles. He's like the real-life version of the main character in the manhwa, Nana said. Bob Lee, despite being displeased with his nickname again, nodded in agreement. Jun truly embodied the main character of Hate to Love You really well. Director Nana walked over to the 2 main actors, giving them both a pat on the back. You guys did well for the first scene, she complimented. I was worried about your chemistry for a moment, but I definitely don't have anything to worry about. The 2 of you looked like you really hated each other's guts just now. Jun smirked while Erin subtly rolled her eyes. Oh, they definitely didn't have to act for that part. Well, we don't want to shock Jun with filming too many scenes, so we'll continue this tomorrow. I'm just glad we got your very first interaction. I can't wait for the other scenes. Sure, can't wait, Erin said through gritted teeth. Well, off you go then. You guys are free tomorrow morning, right? We'll shoot the pool scene then, Nana said. Jun nodded. I'll only be available in the afternoon since I have to practice with my members for our upcoming performance. Erin sighed deeply next to him. Of course, she muttered. That's all right, Nana said. We'll film the other parts while you're not around. Thank you for understanding, Jun said. No need, Nana said. Just prepare yourself for tomorrow since we'll be filming until late at night. Jun nodded. Got it. With that, the crowd finally dispersed. Erin quickly left Jun's side, still looking displeased. Jun looked at her retreating figure and shook his head. Let's go. I'm hungry, Jay said, standing by his side. Yeah, I'll just change and we'll go. Jun went to the dressing room to quickly get changed to his original clothes before meeting Jae at the parking lot. Let's buy some food for the boys, Jun said, bringing out his wallet. My treat. You're finally getting that good. Paycheck. Jae teased while Jun merely shook his head. He was definitely earning better than he had anticipated, but it still wasn't as much as most people expect. What do you mean you won't be able to get me? A familiar voice exclaimed, not far from them. But it's snowing already. I can't go to the bus stop at this point, Aaron said, appearing frustrated. Jun continued observing Aaron before their eyes finally met. Aaron's eyes immediately narrowed at Jun, causing him to shake his head. Fine. Go and tend to your other artists. I'll go by myself, Aaron said, turning off the phone and walking away from Jun. Jun sighed as he watched her shivering figure. Jun knew the reason why they acted quite well together in the given scene was because their feelings for each other were genuine. They were both annoyed at each other. However, Jun also knew that those feelings wouldn't be beneficial in the end once their characters finally fall in love with each other. With that, Jun swallowed his pride and opened the car door. Come in. Aaron looked at him with one eyebrow raised. Are you crazy? Why the hell would I enter your car? Look, Jun sighed. I don't know what I did to you, but will you quit acting difficult for a second? It's snowing pretty bad, so I suggest you go in. And if I don't? She asked, crossing her arms in front of her chest. Jun shrugged. Suit yourself. He entered the car and was about to shut it close when he heard her voice once again. Wait, Aaron softly said, feeling the snow getting heavier. Drop me off at Vista Apartment House. Number 437. Chapter 437, Where It All Started full. For 37, Where It All Started. Right there, Aaron muttered, still embarrassed for taking up Jun's help. She was about to leave the car when Jun suddenly held onto her wrist. Aaron's eyes widened, and she felt her heart's pace quicken. What is wrong with you? She exclaimed, quickly retracting her hand away. You can't go out here, Jun said. There are people around. We'll go inside the car park. Aaron pursed her lips, feeling a bit disappointed. All right. I almost forgot. You're an idol, she muttered. Jae drove to the underground parking lot and surveyed the area before opening the door. You can go now, Jun said. Aaron rolled her eyes and muttered a small thanks before leaving the car. Jae shook his head, chuckling as the two of them drove away from the apartment complex. I still don't know why she's acting like that, Jun said. I still believe she's attracted to you. Jae responded in a sing-song voice. The two finally arrived at the dorm, where they saw the members of Eve having a small snack. Our star is back, Jisung exclaimed, and the others turned to Jun with wide smiles. Jun smiled softly as he gazed at the 7 boys on the table. He didn't know how it happened, but at one point, he started looking forward to seeing them. Jun didn't have a lot of friends growing up, or possibly, he didn't have any friends at all. However, with these people he worked with, he finally realized what it was like to have friends. And although they were an annoying bunch, Jun felt endeared to his members. We saved you some chicken, Akira chimed, causing Jun to sigh in disappointment. When is this fried chicken phase going to end? He complained. Nonetheless, he still sat down with them to eat. Casper was next to Jun, munching on a chicken breast while observing everything around him. Casper wasn't much of a talker, but he was an observer. And at that moment, he observed something interesting. Casper glanced at Jun and saw what seemed to be a red stain on the polo shirt he bought for him. 2156. Casper squinted his eyes to take a better look at the stain, wondering if it was blood. Casper glanced at Jun and saw what seemed to be a red stain on the polo shirt he bought for him. Casper squinted his eyes to take a better look at the stain, wondering if it was blood. However, upon closer inspection, he saw that it was lipstick. Casper's eyes widened, and he slowly placed down the chicken breast on the table. Casper, what's wrong? Akira asked, noticing the weird guy's even weirder behavior. Casper shook his head and stood from the table, throwing Jun a glare before leaving the table. The others were surprised. Casper practically praised the ground Jun walked on. How could he just glare at him? Did you guys do something to him? Jun asked. Akira shook his head. Nah, just let him be. Jun woke up early in the morning to learn the choreography that his members had prepared. Zeth had filmed it on his tablet, so Jun could go over it in his free time. Jun mimicked their movements, finding it surprisingly easy to learn the choreography. He could still remember when it took him days to memorize a choreography. Now, he could learn a certain dance by practicing only a few times. You're awake already? Jae-young grumbled as he went out of his room, rubbing his eyes awake. Yeah, have been for a while now, Jun said. I was practicing the dance you guys did. It's really good, by the way. Jae-young proudly smiled. Of course it is, he boasted, causing Jun to shake his head. Well, let me wake the other boys up so we can go to the practice room, Jae-young said, leaving for the other guys' rooms. After a while, they finally made their way to the practice room so they could polish their performance as a whole team. Rin played the instrumental of the song while Jun listened intently. He sat on the couch, his gaze on the ground, and he wanted to applaud Rin for doing such a good job on their song. The last version of the song sounded a bit empty, but with Rin's magic touches, he added string instruments and more percussion, elevating the overall quality of the song. How is it? Rin asked, a bit nervous to hear Jun's opinion. It's great. Jun smiled, giving him 2 thumbs up. Rin sighed in relief, sprawling on the couch. I was worried for a moment. Why would you be? You've always been a great producer, Jun smiled. Rin smiled down at the ground, feeling elated by his teammate's compliment. Jun, Jae-young said, interrupting their conversation. Jun asked, looking up at their leader. We left your part blank, he said. We finished writing the lyrics of the song, and the others helped with their parts, too. But we felt like you're the only one who can write the bridge. Yeah, I got it, Jun said. Do you want to watch our performance first? Seth asked. We were coming up with a storyline yesterday, but couldn't think of one. Let's see, Jun said, straightening his posture as his members assembled in their formation. The music started once again, with Zeth starting the song. Similar to their prime performance, this performance was also rap-heavy. It seemed like a lot of people really enjoyed Jun's rapping, so he decided to rap for this performance, too. Moreover, he wanted to save his vocal skills for their very last performance. The performance started, and Jun quickly became captivated. The lyrics were well written, and it resonated well with what an idol truly was, not on the surface level, but what it actually felt like to always be under the spotlight. The performance itself probably didn't need a concept. Just them performing the song would be enough. However, they were competing against a group that had a 5 million lead, which meant they had to take it to another level. Jun continued to watch their performance, his eyebrows furrowing as ideas came to his mind. Then, when it ended, it finally hit him. Jun stood and crossed his arms in front of his chest. I feel like this song symbolizes growth. Jun started off. We start with the perspective of a trainee desiring to become an idol. Jae-young nodded. That was the aim that we had. We also didn't know how to finish it off, so we decided to leave the bridge to you. Jun smiled. That's a genius idea. From being trainees to participating in Rising Stars and now in King of Kings, we have undoubtedly grown. So, in order to show this growth, I feel like we should go back to our roots, to where it all started. Number 438. Chapter 438, You Might Fall Full. For 38 you might fall. You ready? Jun asked the woman beside him. Erin merely sighed before stretching her arms. We have no choice, don't we? She muttered. Jun smirked. You really don't like me, huh? Erin didn't respond. Make sure we get this in one take. Director Nana called for silence in the set before Bubbles prepared to slate. In 3, 2, 1, action. It was already late in the afternoon, but Jun and Erin, in character as Jean and Nayeon, begrudgingly found themselves side by side in the elegant poolside. The blue water sparkled, oblivious to the tension that burned between them. Nayeon disdainfully clicked her tongue as she maneuvered through the pool, scooping up the debris. Her eyes narrowed as she observed Jun mimicking her movements. She sighed impatiently, breaking the silence. I should have been home by now, Nayeon said. Jean smirked, momentarily stopping what he was doing. Well, I'm not the one who escalated the discussion about meteorites into my annoying existence now, aren't I? Jean scoffed. Nayeon shot him a withering glance, trash dripping from her net. Well, Jean, maybe if you weren't everywhere, people could actually enjoy their space. Jean chuckled, leaning on his net. But admit it, you like having me around. Adds a bit of excitement to your dull routine. Nayeon scoffed, rolling her eyes. Excitement? More like irritation. You're like a persistent mosquito, buzzing in my ear. Jean grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes. And yet, you can't resist the buzz. Nayeon paused, shooting him a sharp look. Don't get too comfortable. I wouldn't mind if you disappeared. Jin's eyebrows raised in mock surprise. Really? You'd miss me. Nayeon's eyes narrowed. No. I genuinely want you to disappear, she said with sincerity. The others watched, enamored by their acting. It really did seem like they weren't fond of each other, because they really aren't, and director Nana found herself imagining the awards this drama would receive. Erin really played Nayeon's part very well. A spoiled princess who wanted nothing but to be loved by her parents. No matter how hard she tried, it was never enough. Despite having everything in the world, she lacked the one thing she wanted the most, her parents' approval. And the very person in front of her was the reason why she couldn't get to the top. I really, really hate you, Nayeon muttered, looking at the sparkling water with profound hatred. Jin halted, his tone suddenly serious. Do you really mean that, Nayeon? Nayeon scoffed, tossing trash into a bag with more force than necessary. Of course I do. You're everywhere, and everyone compares me to you. I can never be as good as Jin, the golden boy with the best grades and charming smile, and you don't even seem to care. You don't study. You don't mind what other people tell you. You are infuriating, she ranted, finally saying the words inside her heart. Jin watched her, his expression softening. You do know that we're different, right? And that's okay. Nayeon's frustration spilled out. You don't understand. My family expects me to be like you. I'm suffocating under their expectations, and I can't stand being constantly reminded of how I'll never measure up. The camera focused on Jun, and on the director's screen, his cold yet empathetic eyes were displayed. Nana, her mouth agape, stared satisfyingly at the screen. She sensed the vulnerability beneath his arrogant gaze. He's so good, Bubbles muttered, immersed in their performance. At that certain moment, Jun thought of the time when he would compare himself to his classmates who had their parents to take care of them. After the acting challenge, Jun realized what set good and bad acting apart. It was the authenticity of the feeling. Jun didn't consider himself as a good actor just yet. Even though his stat was at AB-, his experience as an actor was very limited. Nonetheless, he had gone through a lot in his past and present life, so the best way he could channel those feelings was through relating them to his experiences. In the midst of her emotional outburst, Nayeon's footing betrayed her on the slippery poolside. A gasp spilled from her lips as she teetered on the edge, close to falling into the water. However, just as she was about to fall down, Jin's reflexes kicked in. He reached out and grasped onto Nayeon's wrist. Nayeon found herself pulled to Jin's chest, her heart racing inside her chest. This was the part where they had to look into each other's eyes, but Jun wasn't entirely comfortable with that. So, he glanced at Erin's lips and kept his gaze there, without any malicious intentions, of course. However, that action made Erin, not Nayeon, shy. Be careful, Jin murmured, his voice surprisingly gentle. You might fall. That was Erin's tipping point. She broke away from Jun's hold and took a step back, and before she could comprehend her actions, she had already pushed Jun backward into the pool. The splash echoed through the air as Jun plummeted into the pool, his white polo shirt now clinging to his body. Jun's eyebrows furrowed. That wasn't part of the script. The other crew members, who also realized they were deviating from the script, turned to director Nana, expecting her to